intersect. On each one I reflect. These lines write my story. These places change me, each one replacing. Like night into morning, I miss the open air, the going anywhere, riding with you like we used to. Guess I'm better off alone, never know when I'll get home, but I know that home's where the heart is. Guess I'm better off this way, moving to better days, but I know that home's where the heart is.
Over the edge, feel like I'm floating through the air. The pain I felt is paid for, all is said and done. Oh, I am restricted, fixed upon the web. I need to kick the habit that my mind is breathing in. Break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it innocent, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all, fearless.
As the leaves start falling down and the shadows above the town, I can finally see you now. I see the fear inside your eyes, I see the pain in your smile. I can finally see you now. Oh, we radiate all over the world. We used to radiate, yeah, radiate, but now we're drowning.
Hello guys and welcome to another at the Royal SEA Cup, the Ignition series created by Eeples. We continue with more Valorant as we move on to Group B today, and we'll check out these amazing teams. However, before we do, we have a little promotion segment that we would like to announce. Do you play Valorant? Of course you do. I hope you do. Otherwise, why are you here? Alright? Are you bad at Valorant though? Yes, of course you are, because otherwise you wouldn't be watching me, you'd be playing here, right? So we have a little segment, a little promotion for you guys that might help you get better. See, there's this little program called AIM Labs, and AIM Labs is a program aimed at you terrible players who don't know how to shoot. People like me, you know, when they tell you shoot an enemy and you shoot completely around them, you do a beautiful tracing of their image and you realize, oh my god, I'm blind. So AIM Labs is here to help you. But of course, training is kind of boring if there are no prizes. Only the effort you put in is not enough. And the satisfaction of getting better is not always enough to encourage people to get better at Valorant. So here at Eeples, we're trying to run a promotion to ensure that you guys actually have fun while you train and even get a prize at the end of the day. From now on, until the end of the tournament, you can tweet a screenshot, a picture, or a video of you doing today's #AimLab challenge at Eeples Gaming for a chance of winning 1 to 3 daily prizes of 4,000 Valorant points. Indeed, 4,000 Valorant points. To participate in this daily challenge, all you need to do is, of course, follow our social media to find out what that is. Of course, you should have seen a video already explaining a bit of the details in the contest. And you can download AIM Labs at aimlab.pro/RoyalSEACup or aimlab.gg. Now, after this wonderful promotion of this great tool, let's move on to the matches of the day. Let's move on to the panel. My name, as always, Mr. Raul Plus, and join me today, Gideon Q and Zero.
Great to be back.
Good to be back once again. And man, that promo, woo! Woo! Spitting out some straight fire and some real talk here.
Mate, it's a reality, okay? I play Valorant, and you play, right? You go, has this kid ever played a computer game? Probably not, honestly.
Is he using a mouse? we're not
Have you
sure.
never-
2 mouses.
Have you never seen when you start spectating your teammates and one teammate is looking at the sky? That's me. And I'm like, where are they? I can't find them. That's the dumb teammate that you get. AIM Labs, though, will help you. They actually have really cool challenges. You know, a little shooting balloons challenge, for example. That's great for practicing if you want to shoot down bots, for example, like the little owl bot.
Yeah.
Balloons is a great way to practice that. Never get pinned again.
Yeah.
That's the advantage of AIM Labs.
Cool. All right. You know, I mean, even despite the AIM Labs and everything, what about some of the teams that are actually coming here today? I mean, we're
Yes,
moving
I
on
like
to
where you're
Group B.
Yeah.
And this is a really tight group overall.
A lot of fantastic teams. We have 2 Singaporean teams and the best Korean and Japanese teams
Yes.
playing in this group. This is going to be a bloodbath in this group.
It's very exciting because you have the greatest combination of both new blood and some of the proven teams, right? From, as you mentioned, Japan and Korea, which are regions that are really taking Valorant seriously. They've been actually some of the strongest regions in SEA. Recently, we saw them in the Africa Cup as well, where they had a little show match, Team Japan versus Team Korea. Very fun to watch.
Yeah.
And we have Vision Strikers in this group, which is one of the favorite teams.
Yeah, they are the best Korean team right now. They have been undefeated for nearly 3 months in all the big tournaments, so they are definitely one of the favorites coming into to Royal SEA Cup and also in this group as well.
Honestly, I think it's a little unfortunate that both of the Singaporean teams are in this group as well, because not only do they have to fight each other, but they have to fight some of the best teams in C as well. I was really hoping that this would be like a more grand final situation where they kind of spread out a little bit more just amongst the groups.
Yeah, it's true because the Singaporean teams is actually, I think it's very different if you look at the 2 scenes, right?
Yeah.
But I think in Singapore, it's much more, we're starting to see now the grassroots scene really emerging. Paper Rex and Resurgence, they're really putting effort into training their players, trying to promote themselves, which I like to see, right? A lot of esports teams just, oh, well, we're just here to win. No, an esports team is a whole org. It's all about how you present yourselves, and I've really particularly enjoyed Paper Rex. I think this team that came through the qualifiers, they've been putting the effort to become well known. And that is something I appreciate very much.
Actually, funny enough, I mean, a lot of these members coming into Valorant used to be ex-CS:GO pros, and especially in Singapore themselves, they have been a region that has been, previously in CS:GO, been winning a couple of tournaments, especially against Malaysians for sure. That's why I remember them so vividly. It's frustrating, of course, but getting these ex-pros to actually be playing into Valorant is such a huge thing, because this is like the same situation with Wardell. Like, he goes into the NA scene, he can't seem to find that one one spot, and finally Valorant comes out, and you know these players who've been hiding all this potential finally get to show their stuff.
Yeah, he becomes a boss at it, and that's what that's what's happening to Brandon from Paper X as well. He used to be a ex-CS:GO player. Right now, he's really working it in Valorant, right?
Yeah.
He's leading one of the strongest Singaporean teams right now in Paper X, and despite them having to come through the open qualifiers, they have earned this spot right here, and they will be facing up against their fellow countrymen Resurgence in the first series of the day.
And we do talk about the qualifiers thing, but if anything, I think it gives him more of a. You kind of have to respect them more, right?
Yeah.
Yesterday, Myth, for example, they also came through the qualifiers. They qualified. You know,
Definitely.
2 invited teams. You don't deserve that invite. They're proving their mettle here. What do you think of this matchup particularly? You know, 2 Singaporean teams. These guys actually know each other quite well. They play a lot of local tournaments together. Who are you favoring, guys?
I think Paper X, they do have the advantage, like on paper, because they have just had more accolades under their belt. Resurgence, they are rather new, a stack picked up by the organization, so they have not had that many success found in their local scene or any other tournaments. Paper X, they have joined in other B tier or C tier tournaments, and they have had decent results. Maybe not podium finishes, but always at the contending spot. You always think that they have a chance to make an upset over the winners. So I think Paper X, they do have the slight advantage in this matchup.
I definitely have to agree with Zero here. I mean, Paper X definitely, again, on paper, look a lot better, but I do think that Resurgence might actually have an opportunity because this is a very tight-knit community in the Singaporean region. So
everyone knows everyone.
Exactly. Scrimmages are usually in-house or, around in the local scene as well. I'm not entirely sure how much of the connections is able to kind of expand and see what kind of strategies outside of the country is going to have, but overall, I think we can't count Resurgence just out
Definitely
yet.
not.
We're going to have to wait for them to really prove themselves in this first match. First match as well. Kind of, really sus. Really suspicious.
Yes, I agree. Yesterday we saw that Myth versus AAA, and we're like, "Oh, Myth, what are you doing? You're gonna get out immediately." Then they're like, I'm just reserving myself for later."
Just warming
right?
up, man.
It's late start, as we explained, right? This is really early morning for these gamers. Not meant to be awake right now. They're probably chugging a bunch of coffee, or whoever sponsors us, energy drinks. We're available.
Hit us right up in this email right here.
Yeah, exactly. So. You're right. I mean, I actually want to talk about the fact that they're both Singaporean, because yesterday we saw very similar matchups with the Thai scene, right?
Yeah.
And they're both scenes that are quite vivid in their local tournaments, right? But Singapore is a much smaller place than Thailand, just simply like that, right? So the teams that are coming out, I mean, there's like half of Singapore is playing Valorant at this point, because you already have like 3 teams, right? It's kind of ridiculous. Do you think that helps them? Do you think it's nice to have that local scene to encourage your talent? Or do you find that that's some of a deterrent because they don't find as many international competitors?
That's actually a really good question because on both hands, like, yes, it is having some strong grassroots, really bring up some of these talents and allowing everybody that opportunity and the accessibility to go pro. But I think also, because the country is so small and there's not a lot of talent as well, they're going to have to look and expand outside of just their own borders and look to other countries to actually get that high-level stuff, because there's always going to be that ceiling, that plateau that you can't seem to surpass until you find a better team. So let's say, for an example, Paper X, they're at the top of the standings. How do they get better? They can't just keep playing Resurgence all day long until like, it's like, we're clearly the best in Singapore. They have to go further than that. They're going to have to be playing against bigger teams. Vision Strike is going to be some great experience for any teams in this group.
What do you think?
Yeah, I
Zero?
completely agree. Like, there's only so much you can do in a small country, right? That's why we always try to pair up or just mix the regions between Malaysia and Singapore, because that just broadens the talent pool between both of these regions. But then it's still not enough, There's only so much talent that can be found in Malaysia and Singapore. Like, look, if you're looking at teams from the Philippines, the Thailand, Japan, Korea, they are just so strong, and their community there is just so huge right now. And for Valorant, that's just such an important thing to have.
Indeed. In fact, if we talk about that, right, if you actually look at the tactical FPSs, right, traditionally, most of the teams you find, except for obviously the top tier teams, are mostly local, right? They're from the same country, whatever, mainly due to the reason of ping, right? But since Valorant started in this crazy time, they're kind of getting used to playing with higher ping. Like yesterday, we had players who were playing with 100 ping, which is kind of crazy in a shooter.
Yeah.
And they were winning. AAA, one of their players was playing 90 ping consistently. The guy was still doing incredibly well. Do you think that's going to encourage more mixed international teams in the scene?
I think that might be a factor because, the the delay is not as apparent as other tactical shooters. Like for other games, when you have 10 ping, you're complaining. Why do I have 10 ping? You know, you start to not be able to play your game. But here, 80, 90, maybe because we are conditioned to that situation right now, we might, especially all the competitive players, they might feel like, okay, this will be the norm. Anything better than that will just be an advantage. So that might be a good thing moving forward because we are conditioning ourselves to be in a more subpar situation. Not necessarily the worst, but definitely not the best. But that might, you know, make ourselves, condition ourselves to be better players, getting accustomed to what is the norm and then, you know, actually growing from there.
Honestly, I just think that like keep giving us these disadvantages. We don't mind. Oh, give us high ping, no problem. Just keep on strapping those weights around our ankles.
When we take them off.
Yeah, just wait until we take them off. And I can't wait for one of these teams to go into a proper international tournaments against some of the biggest teams as well. That would be great. They're like, ah, yeah, 10 ping. Oh, Peaker's advantage. Oh, I can't seem to see him. Why did he see me first? Ah, lag. Nah. None of those excuses go out and see. The moment we take those off, give us 2 ping. We're going to be crushing it.
Okay, there's a lot of confidence there.
So much.
I can see. Do you find that Valorant might be less susceptible to these ping issues because there's so many other ways to get around just 1v1 gun duels, right? Because there's so much utility. Yeah. Usually you're kind of initiating with a utility always. Like, if you have a breach in your team, for example, you're not ever going to initiate, go into a site without him using everything in his arsenal. So the enemy team is stumbling around, they're flashed. It makes it easier, right, to deal with this kind of delay that you might have in the shooting department.
I mean, I totally agree that the utility definitely helps, but I think one thing that's very clear, especially for these tactical shooters, and more so in Valorant, is that no matter what, aim always trumps utility.
Okay.
And if you're underutilizing your utility, and you know somebody has enough mechanics, for example, Phoenix Flash, he throws the flash, you flick away, you look back, you still got your aim, you barely see his head. That's enough for certain players, you know? And I think those players are really going to excel at the game. If they had lower ping, obviously they would excel even more. But I definitely think that for the most part of it, team play and as well as just hard mechanics are always going to trump utility.
Yeah, I agree on the team play part. Like, we are talking about the best 16 teams in Southeast Asia right now. They're going to play as a tight-knit squad, you know? They know how to work off each other and work with each other. So that's going to, you know, whatever ping advantage that maybe the opponent has, they're going to play as a team. They're going to find some way to overcome that. And I don't think that's going to be a big issue at all.
Actually, funny enough, with the ping issues, it's actually going to force some of these teams to play a little bit more differently, especially when they are challenging angles as well. You know, obviously some people might be thinking, Peaker's advantage and such, and you must use your utility. But I think, you know, for a lot of these teams, they should be considering, oh, if I have a higher ping, how should I be approaching certain maps? Which angles can I challenge at this ping and which angles shouldn't? And how versatile they become off of this. I definitely feel like even with the high ping, it's just breeding more well-prepared players overall.
Yeah, okay, so that's interesting. So the weight training is going to be working. I'm really hoping for that Rock Lee moment. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking about the whole time, man. Ever since you did the weight metaphor.
It's gonna happen. Just wait for it.
Okay, so now let's talk about more about specifics, right? We talk about the general teams, the local area, but specifically about this matchup, is there anything that really stands out about these teams' play styles that you'd like to see? Any agents that they play specially? Any maps you think that they're unbeatable in?
I think for Malaysian and Singaporean teams in particular, they are a little bit more loose. You know, they don't like to go in with like set strategies.
Okay.
They like to, you know, split up a little bit, get some control across the map. You know, hopefully maybe their lurker gets a pick, maybe their mid player gets a pick. If not, they'll just regroup within the last 1 minute and then start executing to a site. Some other regions you don't see that. You see like the Thai region, they will like, or the Philippines. They like to go into a site as a group, as 5 early on, and then, you know, if they say they bait out a lot of utility, they will rotate to another site. But I don't, for what I've seen from Malaysia and Singapore, they like to play more loose.
Would you agree with that, Gideon? I see a lot of
I mean, kind of yes and no, because when I mean the term loose is quite general, because it could also mean term, like, you know, it's a very loose term, but in a lot of sense, it's a lot of looking at what your opponent is really doing and analyzing how they kind of react to certain situations, all right? So they'll kind of throw out the feelers. Oh, let's try B. Let's feel out B. Let's feel out A. Maybe go through mid, see how many people they have to set up. And once they kind of get into the motion of things, it becomes a lot easier for them to, oh, okay, if I go through mid, what are the reactions am I expecting from A? They're going to rotate from A to B. We're going to go towards A. And then it becomes a lot easier to kind of play the game. And In terms of loose, I don't think it's like exactly the right term. I think it's slightly off, but it is a great way to generalize the way Malaysia and Singapore usually plays the game.
The way you describe it, it kind of reminds me of if you actually go to other regions in Europe, for example, G2's been playing this style very much as well, right? Where they're not so much the quote-unquote...
Is it loose or is it reckless? Like there's a fine line here.
Well, you know, reckless is what you call when loose loses, right? That's how it works.
If it wins, it's loose.
Exactly, right? Yeah.
True.
But I find that what you're saying is really true. Yesterday, for example, we were discussing the differences, for example, with AAA, and one of the things that our master craftsman, I'm loving this, you know, this guy really is bringing the analysis for the regions. What he was saying is that AAA, they will settle on a bomb site, and no matter what happens, they're sticking to that bomb site, which is why chaotic teams can do so much damage to teams like AAA.
Yeah.
Despite the fact that they are so good, they do have that one weakness. So maybe this is the style that can beat them.
Definitely, I think Singaporean and Malaysian teams, they are going to be very unpredictable, right? They're not.
They have a massive variance, right?
Right, they might be insane. You know, they might, they rush B. They might be rushing B one round. The next round, you're like, they're not gonna do it again. And then you see them going at 5-6 rounds. They're like, what the hell are these guys doing? But that's what they're doing. They're just throwing a wrench into your plans. They're not making themselves predictable, and that's one of their strengths and also weaknesses.
I think they're like water. You just kind of like sprinkle it on and see which droplets fall through and then take full advantage of it.
Wow, I thought you were going to the Bruce Lee sprinkle
Be
on
like
the
water, my friend.
This man, he goes to his fries, doesn't take a packet of salt. He has water to sprinkle on them.
Just drop it up and see what goes through. And I mean, for a lot of Malaysian and Singapore teams, I think that, the chaotic playstyle, even though it looks super messy, super unclean, a lot of people are just going to be like, what's going on here? Specifically for teams like AAA, these guys, they like to play more calm and collected, and the rounds that they are losing is because of this chaos. And the communication isn't going to be as sharp as before. You're going to make the call, they're coming through, be short, look at be short, and it's too late because there's so much going on the screen.
Is it possible that these chaotic playstyles that we talk about look much more chaotic because we don't know what the teams are thinking? Like, if we listen to their comms, is it possible that there is a very clear game plan that's just, as you mentioned, flexible, adaptable, right?
Yep.
And it seemed like chaos to the untrained eye.
Yeah, I think definitely in all chaos, there's definitely going to be an underlying order.
Yeah, some sort of pattern.
Yeah, there's a pattern. They have a plan. We're not just going, do whatever you want. That's not the plan for a lot of teams. They're like, okay, try and play aggressive, make some sounds here, make some sounds there, try and get some reactions, and then, see what happens from there. If they come at you, try fighting back. If you get a pick, back off a little bit, bait some more shots, bait some more utility. There's going to be a reason, an objective for all this chaos. And then, that is the underlying order. There is an objective of causing all this havoc across the map.
I mean, I think one thing for certain that makes it look even more chaotic than it's supposed to be is also the way people kind of look at it on the mini-map, right? Let's say you're changing perspective.
Yeah,
you can only look at one perspective
heroes
at a time.
You have agents everywhere.
Exactly, and then there's the smokes, and then Breach just decides, I'm just going to start flashing this wall. Brimstone is like, you know what, I'm just going to throw all my smokes down, and it's just absolute chaos to look at. But I think if we're really looking at the minimap and you play it frame by frame, there's definitely an order to things. Who needs to actually go into the site first, and then looking to follow up from which angle. Because the moment you kill somebody on site, it opens up angles for the rest of the team to play off of. And I think that's the most important thing, the sequence of which you take out your members and make those decisions.
I want to touch on this point that you talked about, the Brimstone actually, because I was thinking, is there a value to the idea of baiting out your utility, like using utility to pretend like you're going somewhere, and then, wasting it, quote unquote, not getting the use of it?
Yeah, I personally believe in it, mainly because, like, AAA for an example, especially that Anbu versus AAA matchup, they needed to try and bait something out, especially in that second map. They were looking to go into B, realized, oh no, we lost one guy, we lost the pick, 4v5, what do we do now? I definitely think they should have used their utility a little bit more just to kind of bait out that site, force them to rotate and look to go to the other side, or maybe just double fake it again. Look, poke, pull back, use utility on A, pull back, go back, and I think that would have gotten it because they actually got a plant 10 seconds into the game, 10 seconds at the 10-second mark, and I think because of that they were able to kind of hold down into Boathouse. So I don't know. Personally, I believe in it. Some people might not necessarily believe in it. I don't know about you.
Are you one of those
think
people?
if the utility is just sitting in your backpack or your inventory, that waste. You have an objective going into the map. Your objective is to plant the spike, of course, if you're on your attacker side. So if you're using the utility on, say, A side and you rotate the B side, you still achieve your objective because you just open up B side despite using your utilities on A side. So that's not a waste. The waste is, just sitting in your inventory, not doing anything, then your time runs out. Oh, we lost a round. Why? Because we didn't want to use our utilities.
Fair enough, but I want to know. I want to know for you your opinion on this. 3 smokers or 2 smokers for composition?
For me personally,
Yeah.
I just want to go with 1.
1?
Yeah.
I don't
He was telling
know.
us before the
Yeah, I
panel.
was
Really?
He was very vocal about
Did
this.
they pick Brim and Omen at the same time? Wow.
Yeah, he did say this on the last panel yesterday.
Okay, because since we're on the topic about faking these smokes, right? I think Omen, especially on attack, is a great way to try and bait people.
He has
bait
unlimited
people out.
smokes technically.
He has unlimited smokes. It's on a timer. It's really, really good. I mean, Jet obviously really nicely done. She can just keep smoking, but she has to repurchase them. Brimstone as well. Those smokes last for a lot longer than they should. I personally believe in 3. I personally believe in 3 smokers only because of the versatility you get. But I do realize that
Would you consider Jet part of this 3 smokers? Because she's become kind of a staple, right? Like, yes, her smokes are.
It's not just her. I mean, obviously, I would want to have an Omen. I would like to have a Brimstone. If I can't have a Brimstone, Jet kind of fills that position because you can give her the op. So I can't disagree with the op Jet.
Yeah, exactly, right? Because I find that whenever you see the op Jet, right, you don't actually see her using smokes for her team. Her smokes are protect the op, make sure I don't die. That's the only thing I've seen Jet ever do. Whereas Brimstone and Omen, you definitely see them much more playing on a tactical idea, when are we gonna push, etc. Right? So I think some people might. I mean, when he was talking about the smokers, he was not even considering Jet one of them.
Yeah, I don't count Jet. I don't count Cypher as a smoke.
No.
Maybe if you count that, then maybe yes, my team has 3 smokes.
I mean, Cage is good. I mean, I can't argue with Cage, right?
Cage is good. Jet as a whole agent right now is just, I think, slightly above the balance
rest.
line, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right? It's not really balanced, But
If we move on from agents, I actually got some information which you guys might have seen. We have this very expensive human teleprompter. yes, it's called a piece of paper with pencil. And what he told us, we actually have the information about the map. So Resurgence will have picked Haven, and then Paper Rex will be the attacking side on Haven.
Sorry, on Haven, huh? Interesting. This will be interesting because it really is going to test whether or not Resurgence can actually defend against Paper Rex. And because again, Paper Rex, they should be able to handle this with no issues whatsoever. I think a lot of it is how Resurgence is going to react to them, especially on defense. But let's see the compositions. I want to know Sage or Sageless. That's always my #1 question.
For Haven, you can go with or without, right? Definitely Haven is one of the better maps if you want to pick a Sage. The barrier orb and the slow orb, there's a lot of utilities that can be found on this map. But, there's still the option of not going for the Sage.
And I think a lot of teams like Sages can be good, especially when they're on defense, especially. But overall, just some teams actually like them, some teams don't really like them, and I kind of want to see what the meta is going for, or how would you utilize them with or without? Because I feel overall, Sageless compositions seem to be doing slightly better than Saged compositions. But after yesterday, I don't know. I'm a little shaken by it, where that defense was rock solid.
Yeah, because yesterday, I mean, it's also they only use Sage specifically in one map, which is where she's actually useful, right? The rest of the maps, we have seen much more success from Sageless, right?
Yeah.
That is an important caveat to make. And Zero even mentioned in the beginning, like the first thing he says, like, Sage can work. But
Only
just
this
here.
map. Yeah.
Exactly. Do you guys find that either of the teams have the experience? If you know the stats, for Haven, do you think any team is favored here? Are they really, really like Haven?
I think the playstyle would benefit Paper Rex a little bit more.
Okay.
Right? They have a clearer chain of command, so to speak. Like, they've been playing with each other for some time. Brandon is one of the more experienced captains from other tactical shooters. So coming in here, his players respect him. And then when he makes a call, these players will follow, especially in Haven, where you have 3 sites, You have to make very smart and sharp calls at certain times to make the proper decision to win rounds. And I think Paper Rex, they do have that lineup and that pedigree to take this map.
I think I totally agree with this. There's nothing much I can really say about them more than that, because I mean Brandon really is some of the best Singaporean players that they have on their team. So I don't know, Resurgence really got to step it up if they want to at least show that they can take a couple of rounds, if not the entire game in game 1 at least.
So you're believing very much in the veteran appeal that Paper Rex has, right?
Stats don't lie.
That's a big thing. But yesterday, for example, when watching Myth, I mean, comparing the veterans, which is AAA versus Myth, you know, I mean, they got destroyed there. But Myth actually did really well against the other teams who also had more experienced players, right? So maybe the spark of youth can help Resurgence come back here. Do you guys think maybe their mechanical ability could be superior or something like that?
Honestly, I would hope the mechanical ability is like really insane. That would be sick. I want to just see, you know, Shroud compilations. Like they're gonna say, oh, clickbait Shroud compilation, but it really is just a Resurgence highlight. That would be really great.
Insane share of 1v6, you know, things like
exactly.
that.
I mean, I think it's interesting to see these matchups always because they're in the local scene, they know each other relatively well, and of course there's two different play styles. One that's trying to play more around, like say, the tactics, and they know they have the ironclad resilience, and the other team was just here to surprise. I mean, I think Resurgence can only go up here, really.
Yeah.
They have nothing to prove, nothing to lose, really. They're just here to enjoy themselves and improve as a team.
Yep. They are definitely the underdog in this group, and I think everyone loves an underdog story.
Yes.
If they're able to take one map off of each team in this group, how good that would be. They would be like 3-3.
And then they actually pass. I'm
Yeah,
pretty
they
sure.
would be tied up against, you know, all the best teams in the region, and that would be a great story. But we have to see how they do
And
against
they take
Paper
one map
Rex.
of Vision Strikers. I'm posting that on Reddit. That's
Yeah.
the first thing I'm doing. I'm getting the karma for that map, man. I don't care.
Give
Leaving
me
this
that
fan-
gold.
Yes, man. I mean, that is incredible. You actually do have an incredibly stacked team, which sometimes makes the best. You know, out of these underdogs, people just really perform well under pressure.
Well, I'm sorry I have to rain on all of y'all parades here, because I honestly, this is going to be a really tough group for Resurgence overall. I do believe that, yes, they could be a potentially good mechanical team, but however, just looking at the rest of them, it really is tough for me to believe in them until I see some kind of performance that really shows me, yes, they have the potential. But until then, I think I'm going to hold myself back here.
All right, you're a stats man. You're a realistic man. I appreciate that. But you know, sometimes watching stats is difficult because you can't always follow every day of a tournament, right? People have to work, you have lives, you might have friends. If you're not playing Valorant. So here at Eeples, we understand this. And every day we try to help you out with a couple videos. In fact, yesterday was a fantastic day of Valorant. And if you want to enjoy that, you can of course watch the VODs, or you can stay here for the next 5 minutes and watch this recap video that we prepared just for you.
Welcome to the Epos Royal SEA Cup. We're in the group stages at the moment, but in case you missed yesterday in Group A's action, we're going to have a quick recap on the teams, the performances, and most importantly, who will be going up for the playoffs at the end of this week. There are a lot of exciting teams here. Attack All Round, Made in Thailand, and Only One Word were certainly the ones who were looking to compete for the playoffs, but really only two of those three teams started to show up. Attack All Around had a really dominant day. They won all of their games against everybody with a map differential of +48, on average dropping 5 rounds per map that they played in. They started the day with some really dominant wins against Made in Thailand, winning 13-4 and 13-2. This was the theme for the day for Attack All Around. They beat Only One Word in Anbu in as just a dominant way as we saw in the first game. So they were clear favourites to top their group and to make their way to the playoffs. But we still had one slot open, and it was a great opportunity for Anbu Elite Gaming to surprise everybody. They won their first game against Only One Word, a team that I had favourites for qualifying alongside Attack All Round. So this was a really big surprise and a great way for Anbu Elite Gaming to make their way through the groups. Unfortunately, Only One Word can be described in one word as disappointing in this tournament, certainly, as they lost to everybody with a map differential of -30. Very different from the team that we saw do really well in the CGA Pacific Open, where they got 3rd place. And whilst Anbu Elite Gaming were able to get a pretty surprising win against them in the first game, they unfortunately lost to Made in Thailand and Attack All Around. That win for Made in Thailand allowed them to go out of groups with 2 wins and 1 loss, joining Attack All Around. So Only One Word are going to be really disappointed that they lost all of their games, lost them pretty hard, and really they weren't even a shadow of the team that we saw previously. Attack All Around look as good as you would expect them to, and they're going to be going into playoffs playoffs with that momentum. Made in Thailand are going to be happy that they made it to playoffs yet again, but with how poorly they did against a tackle round in their own personal game, they will be hoping that they don't run into a team that's on that similar wave of form. But that's how Group A went for day one. Be sure to stay tuned to see how the other groups go, and of course the playoffs when we get to them later this week. We've already seen some pretty surprising results, so no doubt we're going to be seeing a few more.
Welcome back. I hope you came back a bit more informed about the great games yesterday. The panel has not changed, of course, because that'd be weird. Mr. Howell Plus here with Gideon and Zero as always. And right before we throw it to the actual game, I want to hear the final predictions from these casters. Sorry, from these analysts. I don't mean to disrespect you there. Yeah, exactly.
How dare you call me a caster?
Yeah, wait till next game. Then you're a caster. So, guys, first of all, before we get into the final prediction, I want to hear, do you guys think any odd agents could be picked here? Any Vipers? No. Any Reynas? Any Sages?
I was about to say, this is one of the maps where Viper can actually shine.
I knew it was you!
There's a couple of great one-ways you can place here. The Toxic Screen is fantastic here. You can cover two sides with on the defensive side with just one Toxic Screen. So if they want to pick up the Viper, this is the best map to have her as the defending side. Attacking side as well, you have so many avenues to attack with the Toxic Screen. So yeah, Viper is going to be the weird but cliche hero that can work on this map.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think Viper on defense is really, really good. Should be able to create those one-ways that are so difficult to do. And more importantly so, people who are trying to get onto site, she can completely split off the site into two, allowing her team to actually get on safely, which is rather unique for a hero. Most of the, for an agent, because Cypher is one of those who actually uses the cage to block, block off, you don't have field of vision of where my team is coming through spawn side. Things like that, simple things, but really, really effective. Attacker side, I'm not entirely sure.
What about Sage? You think we're going to see Sage in this map?
2-to-1 odds. 2-to-1 odds to see Sage coming out of Paper X.
2 being Sage coming out. Okay. Do you agree with that, Zero?
I think it has a higher chance to come out on this map, but we're not too surprised if it doesn't, right?
Whether you're only sitting on the fence but leaning. You lean on that fence.
I'm leaning there.
You're still keeping your button on it. All right. Now I'm going to force you to get off it, though, because I need predictions.
Okay.
Who do you think is going to win their first map?
I think for Haven specifically, it will not be a close match. It will be Paper X.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. Bold prediction. This guy jumped. He did a somersault off that fence.
Well, I think I want to give Resurgence a little bit more of the benefit of the doubt. I am going to go for Paper X here for sure, but I am going to keep a very close eye on Resurgence here. Maybe, hopefully, they change my mind for Game 2.
So you think it's a bit tighter than Zero? Okay. Let's see if our analyst happened to be right as we move it on to the casters that will take it away with his game number 1 of the day. It's Resurgence versus Paper X.
Tired of being told to get good? Just click on their heads, not helping your KDA? Want to perfect your peaks? Check out AimLab. AimLab is a free FPS trainer that blends performance tracking and analytics with its artificial intelligence and machine learning to help improve your game. From now until the end of the tournament, tweet a screenshot, picture, or video of you doing today's hashtag AimLab challenge at ePulse Gaming for a chance of winning up to one of 3 daily prizes of 4,000 Valorant points. Today's challenge is the Spider Shot Ultimate. Time to put those flicks to the test. Make sure your aim is true as you get a penalty for each orb missed. Be sure to tune in until the end of the broadcast when we announce our 3 daily winners, and remember to enter by tweeting at ePulse Gaming using the hashtag AimLabChallenge. Train your tracking, fasten your flicks, practice your precision, all with AimLab.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are about ready here to get started for the Royal C Cup for Valorant, and I think we're going to be having our first matches here for Group B. Yes. And to bring you through the action, we're going to have none other than Leonard YOLO Lee. So I'm Play of the J, and I think we're looking forward to bringing you this first match. It's just going to be Resurgence versus Paper Rex.
Yes, it's going to be a really great start to the morning as well. Like, what better way to start than to have a really great war between both teams from the same country. So absolutely, it's going to be really fun. Same region, all about the action here. But the thing is, what do we have in store for us here?
Well, I think we have that first match to kind of set the tone here for Group B. Now, of course, we do have 2 other challengers, But I think with these two teams hailing from Singapore, we're going to see how they want to try and get one up over their fellow countrymen. And I think to kind of set the stage here, these guys are probably very familiar with each other's play styles, their strategies, and their picks. So that could definitely influence quite a bit here, whether they're going to be playing more standard than not.
Yes, and if you also take into other achievements into the account as well, we can definitely tell that Paper Rec has a little bit more practice here, because although yes, sure, hands down, Resurgence, they did practice behind the scenes, but if we're talking about competitively in tournaments, then they cannot hold a candle towards Paper Rex, who recently went to multiple qualifiers and tournament for the last 3 days before the Royal Sea Cup here. So experience is going to be really key difference between both of these teams here.
Yeah, and I think, with that kind of history that they have, that's definitely going to be doing them a world of benefits here. But that's, of course, not to say that Resurgence can't pull one out here, as we're going to be starting on Haven here, as this is going to be Paper Rex's map pick, and Resurgence is going to be picking on the defense side first. So seeing quite the standard lineups coming out from here, and probably to be expected as well when we consider how relevant they are in the current meta.
Definitely, for sure. When it comes to the current meta as well, line composition as well, I just love the fact that they understand that the fact like, alright, the current meta is very fast paced. They need to get their hands on towards the side, get as much smoke, get as much cover, and most importantly, both teams using Breach, as you guys know. Not only is he an initiator class, but one of the best one as well, with the fault line, which currently allows you to descope that annoying jet combo with that operator. But then again, this is the first round. This is going to be the personal round, so all counts down to personal skills, positioning, and how well they're able to pick up as many members as possible.
Yeah, and we're already seeing the stack here pushing in to see for Paper Rex. They're going to be able to get on the site, but what cost? They've lost 3 of their players straight off the bat, and only 1 loss down for Resurgence, and Resurgence starting to creep in for the retake at the point, not even having that much of a chance here, as really just not a lot in it, as 4 players still alive. Resurgence will be taking that very first pistol round. I think that's going to kind of be setting the tone here, so the more experienced side is going to be falling a little bit short.
Yeah, it's just a really amazing play coming from both teams as well. Like, in particular, we saw Paper Rex instantly have a really quick engagement towards his B side, has a really fast plan on that spike as well. Everything was perfect when it comes to the initiation part. But when it comes to defending the side, we saw Resurgence very confident with that pistol play as well. Like most cases, some people will try to take this slow, try to go for this task, but they didn't care. They're like, we have Ghost, we have Classic. Let's get on top of them, put them out of position, and pick them up one by one. What's even more amazing, Resurgence only lost 1 member in that round number 1.
Yeah, and that's really going to benefit them quite substantially here. They're going full anti-eco here, as 4 Spectres picked up. Benap is going to take down the opposite number here. Brandon going down, but they are going to start pushing towards the B side. Not too much of a presence there at the moment, as they're still hanging back, but they are starting to fill in. But this is giving Resurgence the chance to fill in the positions on A and B link, and now they're starting to move in here. And look at the shots coming out from Pandemonia. Going to be able to take down Jab, but Evo is there here to get the rebrand, but it's 2v2, and now Resurgence might be able to mop them up. Retla going to be the last surviving member here for Paper Rex, but waiting for the Resurgence player to creep through.
Still holding down the line until the last man standing, holding down the point until, but remember, Spike's not even planted. Spike's 50 seconds not even play. But instantly, beautiful backup, and Evo, unfortunately, he decided to go for the rotation because it's a little bit too quiet on that B point. Really well played coming from Reda, who's being very patient. But sadly, Germ SG will end the round with the 3rd pick off for himself, and a couple of BS and a drop down with a teabag.
Oh, and yeah, you can tell that there's a little bit of rivalry here, but Retla did very well in those circumstances. I think he had the right idea, just not enough HP to continue working with that. And this is an excellent round from Paper Rex. They did lose it, but don't forget that Resurgence did have that full SMG suit to really try and combat this, and now it's going to be Paper Rex's chance to fight back here in our first gun round. They're going to have full Vandals here going at it, and going to see the stack weighted a little bit here more on the A side, and there's only going to be Germ here waiting for Resurgence.
4 Vandals to 1 Phantom, but instantly Pandemonium causing Pandemonium instantly with the 1st kill here on the wall bank on the other moment. Dark cover, beautiful towards heaven. And a beautiful flashpoint as well, going to be allowing Brandon to get a big pickup on Evil. 2 members down for player Resurgent. They're trying to go quickly, rotate back to this A side to prepare for the retake. We saw in round number 1, they had such a great retake, but will it be the same? Because currently they still have Spectres and a couple of rifles compared to a whole 5-man with full rifles here. But anyway, beautiful rotation coming from Redlock, coming from that sideline with the flank, picking off Mordecai here, and now it's going to be coming down to a 5v2. But in this case, we see Resurgence. They realize, all right, we're outmanned and outgunned. They're going to fall back and just save their guns for the next round.
Oh yeah, and I think that's a really good round coming out here from Paper Rex, and it's going to be a flawless one at this rate as well. So of course, as you said, they are going to be going for a little bit more of a save. So Resurgence, not really much of a chance there. They did lose a player early on and just not able to stop the space being created from Jet's Tailwind, just so effective getting in there. But in combination as well with the breach of flashpoints there, really going to be helping them substantially. So Paper Rex get on the board here, and luckily for Resurgence, they did manage to save the operator as well here. Benaf will be able to flex that a little bit more. None being picked up here for Paper Rex, opting to go for a little bit more in the way of fluid plays.
Still holding down the line. Anyway, beautiful. Like I said, now this is a clear difference where we start seeing that the fact that, all right, Paper Rex, they have a better engagement and initiative as well. Do you saw how smooth as well? The minute the Dark Cover landed on Heaven, instantly comes with a flash, but that timing was exceptional. When we're coming towards this round with, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, they went for partial buys here.
Oh yeah, and I think it's to support the 2 guns that they still had on the team here. But we already see that this push here is coming very quickly for Paper Rex, but they're going to lose Brandon straight away as Mordecai is going to be able to tap him off there with the Sheriff. And now Jab, he's going to be having that position on the platform, gets one down, but now the retake is coming here through the spawn side. But Ego is here, not going to be in a perfect position here to try and fend this off. Only 2 players left, but Resurgence is not much of a better position here, but they still have the operator available here. 5 HP only left for Evil, not able to land the shots, and looks like Egoist will be able to finish off Benaf, and that's going to be an operator pickup for the side of Paper Rex, and yeah, that's very good economic value if I dare say so.
Oh my god, but then again, really well played with the sidestepping on Egoist. That flashpoint was so on point, but the fact that he got flashed and anticipated someone might be coming from the back, he kept sidestepping and hoping that this fact that in this eco round they will not be able to connect his shots, and because of that he was able to survive a little bit longer, and once that flash instantly died out, he managed to go for the pickoff here.
Yeah, I think the timings are just so perfect here from both the Breach players so far. Very well rehearsed, and the A-long duel here is going to go in favor of Benaf, as Brandon not able to even fire the operator yet, just having received it in the preceding round from his teammates. So now they're going to have to rotate a little bit over here to the garage side. So far it's been very fast paced coming out here from Paper Rex, but there is going to be shock darts here, going to be impeding a little bit of progress, not landing too much, but now Pandemonia moving in here. He's going to use the paranoia to really break into Cypher Jab here. It's going to be on top of Logs, and it's going to be able to deal with it.
Oh, dude, really unfortunate timing, but here comes the Rolling Thunder to try to zone them out because they just want to get onto this side. They want to plan for towards this B-long as well, as you see the positioning of that spike plan. But anyway, here comes the recon ball. They're going to be trying to zone them out. But RSG, German SG pushes in with the Vandal, picking up the double kill. Now it's going to be coming down to that long-range battle between Cypher and his rest of the team. Dark Ops is going to be dropped down as they really want to try to go for this plan. And now they're slowly pushing in because they know they cannot contest for this long. But anyway, Redlock with the wallbang from the corner as well. Although the spike did get defused here, really unfortunate. But Redlock was managed to pick up a nice clean kill, forcing the opposing player to force buy again in this gun round.
Yeah, and that's going to be quite expensive there. Resurgence, they needed to get that one, and with the kind of damage that they've inflicted, I think they can be pretty happy with themselves there. Benap, he's going to be having the operator yet again, and Brandon's going to get it from Redla after he also managed to save it out there. But I have to say, the retake there was excellent from Resurgence. Germ SG in particular, he was on point, moving up onto the logs, able to get 2 quick kills, and that was going to open things up.
You know, this is really amazing as well because we're seeing a clear difference in terms of engagement, because we can see that Paper Rex, amazing engagement, that timing and execution is perfect, but the retakes and defense coming from Resurgent is just absolutely holding down the line for as long as possible. So seeing both players going toe-to-toe with each other, especially, remember, this is a little bit attack favorite as well. So the fact that Resurgence is still getting quite the amount of points on themselves, although yes, it's still early to this game, but they're still holding their own.
Yeah, and right now we're seeing Germ here. He's going to be holding things up in sewer, but he's going to get one. He gets a second there, but they're starting to stream on the site. Looks like Pandemonia is going to be able to get the refrag. Now they have got site control. Plant has gone down. It's a 3v3. Moving in for that retake situation here. Benaf is going to be positioning in heaven, waiting for the dark cover to dissipate, but right now not going to have too many targets available to him. Pandemonia going to be hanging out here by the A-Link side, him, and now Retla hanging here at the top of sewers. He still has to deal with that. Egoist is going to trade out there with Jab, but now more Dekai. He's moving in. He's looking for the other player. Not able to get it, but Benaf, he will be able to get in there at the last second here, and this is going to be just in the nick of time that he's going to be able to defuse the spike. And wow, excellent round coming out from Benaf. Another retake here, but it's going to be expensive, but I dare say it's going to hurt Paper Rex more.
It's definitely going to hurt them a lot as well, because like Resurgence, not only is their defense really solid, but the fact that their retakes is just absolutely insane. I'm a little bit concerned for Paper Rex at this point once the side starts switching out, because their offensive plays to retake is absolutely ridiculous. When we're coming out to this 7th round here, we can see everyone's literally managed to bring out as much guns as possible. A lot of rifles, operators very standard on the side here of Jet, because that combo is absolutely ridiculous. I still, until today, I hope there's going to be enough for that operator, because it's so dumb on Jet.
Oh yeah, and well, for now we are going to be seeing that this is the prevailing trend here. Benaf waiting patiently here. He's going to actually shoot out the camera, and Jab not going to be able to get a lot of intel, except that there is going to be someone watching that angle, and now this is going to be prompting them with a little bit of a rotation here to the A side. A very fast pace game being set here by Paper Rex, but oh, they're going to be able to spot out Pandemonia at the top side, but not able, sorry, actually Germ, but yeah, they're not able to finally deal enough damage, but just a fraction of HP. They're going to move on site, and the rotation a little bit slow here from Resurgence. Not sure if they're going to be able to stop this Pandemonia on the edge here. He's going to get Blade Storm down here by Benaf. Germ is moving in as well, but JD Faker will be good for 2 before he gets taken down.
Oh my lord, Jay, this is absolutely insane, and now it's literally come down to the 2v2s here. Although the spike has not been planted, that's the most important thing. Spike has not been planted here. Paper Rex just decided, you know what, this site is not great. The positioning they have is better. They have the corners a little bit better as well. They start going to go for the rotation, falling all the way back towards this C. But look at the spike cam, look at the trip man as well. This Cypher on the side of Resurgence, it is so prepared. He's like, alright, if I got the information there, then it's totally fine. But whether he has the confidence to try to take things back, but it looks like according to his rotation, especially on the minimap, he is willing to bet that he can try to take this 1v2.
Yeah, it's going to be a clutch situation, and I think so far we've seen quite a few last-ditch efforts here from Resurgence really paying dividends. Look at the double shot there through the heads there of Retla and Egoist. Are you kidding me? Jab! He's absolutely insane here and delivering for Resurgence in our first match of the day.
Dude, he's jabbing everybody in this game. And what's the most importantly as well, most players, they won't take the risk. They're like 1v2, 1v3, they start backing off. But in this case, I'm looking at, when I see Paper Rex play their gameplay right now, right, or in this case, Resurgence, they're playing as if they were like freaking FPX here from the Twitch Invitational. They just dive in. They have full confidence with their gunplay, and they are making things happen.
Oh man, and that's definitely some metal being demonstrated by Jab and company here. It's really, this is excellent maneuver coming out here. Probably could have come from 2 different angles in the form of here, but it is what it is, and he's going to be able to clutch out in that 1v2. Oh, we're seeing early Hunter's Fury. A lot of damage being done here by JD Faker, and we're already seeing his opposite number going to be taken down. The push coming down B side, going to be watching on towards the C link, and they're going to be able to get 2 for their troubles there. Brandon already up to 3 kills in this round, and they have got that complete control. Oh my goodness, it does look a little bit precarious here, as of course Benaf, the only player left here.
Dude, it's pandemonium on this map. It's keep going back and forth. Unfortunately, we're not going to be seeing Banner trying to clutch this 1v4 because he has an operator. It's a little bit difficult for him to pull it off unless they're all members of RPX or PRX. It's going to be lining up perfectly for him one by one, but that is unfortunately never going to happen.
Yeah, and I think, of course, you know, the both of these teams, they have been battering each other's economy quite substantially since. Oh no, Benna, he might be able to catch one out here. Not much HP left remaining. They're gonna be trying to chase him down. 6 seconds. This is gonna be enough here. He gets one more, but at what cost? It looks like Pandemonium will be able to close in, and Paper Rex, they're going to be able to extinguish that last bit of hope there. This doesn't look like that they can full buy now coming into this next round for a resurgence.
I mean, definitely for sure. They're a little bit low in the economy as well, like below the 4K marker for cash. They have to go for this eco. But the thing is I was a little bit worried coming from the side here for our dear friend Paper Rex as well, because they were committing quite the amount of people just to try to drop this operator. And I think, sure, I get it. You're going to win the round. You're going to be getting a couple of cash for yourself so you can go for these buys, but you're risking your own money. You could have just saved a little bit, just let him go. It's just one operator. It might change the tide for this round, but I don't think it's worth to like spend so much other money just to replace your weapons.
But it is thinking of the bigger picture here, of course, because if the operator survives into the next round, that can deal substantial damage on an inevitable gun round. But now we can already see a little bit of aggressive rotation coming from the flanks here. Brandon going down. He's going to give an operator back here if they don't turn around. They're all going to be facing back towards spawn as they look to try and extinguish the threat. Resurgence trying to come in from the sides here, but they only have pistols to try and deal with this. And they're hard set to try and clear out these players who have isolated themselves in spawn.
Dude, this is absolutely amazing. Jab the boy was like, I'll take the full offensive, but anyway, IMO coming in with a double kill on the ghost, man. This is the true gunslinger here, picking on members and literally tying the members. Initially, it was actually a 5v3, but now he turned things around. It's now back to a 2v2. It's balanced out.
Oh my goodness. Egoist with the plays here, and this is dealing so much damage to what should have been a very straightforward round here for Paper Rex, but it's anything but straightforward as of now as they lose 3 of their guns here. I'm not sure if that they still have the operator with them here, but they're going to be able to gather a little bit of intel. Resurgence going to be fancying their chances. They've been pretty good at the retake so far today, and they'll be looking to find out where Retla is going to be. But Retla gets the 4K. Can he get the ace here? Oh, looks like JD Faker, though, the angles are going to be able to catch out Germ.
We're looking at, let's be honest, Singaporean teams, especially when it comes to FPS scenes, right? They have always been a very aggressive team, regardless of the player. They will build, they will train this way. And the best part, it suits all these players' personalities and habits too. So with this kind of game, which literally allows you to set things up, vision, positioning, stunning, it's just going to make it such an amazing play coming from both of these teams here. I can't tell who's going to be taking the advantage because the score is constantly very tight.
Yeah, and I have to say that was a good round from Resurgence. They didn't win it in the end, but they did so much economic damage on their eco round, and that has done them a wealth of good here. And now they're nicely set up, and we didn't even see full heavy armors coming out either here. But oh, look at the position here from Germ. He's going to catch out Brandon and JD Baker at the same time. Egoist here, not in time to save his teammates, but this is already quite a bit of damage. Now Evo is getting into a better position to try and defend against A. Compared to some of the earlier pushes that we had on A side, you know, he doesn't want to get pushed down too quickly. But again, with the dash not available here to Paper Rex, might not be so much of a factor.
Yeah, I just love the initial part, the discipline coming from the side of Resurgence as well. They weren't really fully committed to dive, to like literally rotate just yet until they get full confirmation. But then finally, their own bridge is currently on the side, and beautiful engagement coming from Banana going to be denying Pandemonium, and Mordecai on the other hand is going to get a beautiful headshot. Wall bang on Redla. Last man standing. It's going to be our dear friend Egoist. Can he pull another play for the rest of the team to tie the score 5-5 here? Because currently the score is 5-4, but sadly times just ran out, and he still fell to Mordecai. That's going to be the second pickup for Mordecai in that round.
Oh, Resurgence finally hitting back, you know, and you know, the seeds of disarray were already sown in the preceding round. And yeah, it was the likes of Evo, not Egoist, unfortunately, who did get that double ghost kill in the spawn the round before this. But yeah, I think when we come to this here, we saw quite a roadblock set up here for the likes of Paper Rex.
Yes, just absolutely amazing. But most importantly, I just love how Germ SG was playing, right? He just understands, like, okay, he's not really comfortable that the fact that if Paper Rex were to engage him on the side where they're a little bit more prepared, he took the fight in his own terms and engaged them first. Sure, maybe it's a little bit of overextension, overconfidence, but he still make it work. And now here comes a beautiful dark cover as they are preparing to engage either B or C from this C Windows room.
Yeah, it's looking kind of default from Resurgence at the moment here in terms of the spread. They have put an extra player here onto C side, but now Rolling Thunder coming in here. Pandemonium following suit here, but not catching Mordecai. Mordecai is going to catch out two of them straight away here. They're pushing onto site. Currently, it is a 2v2 situation as they manage to overload things enough, but it comes at a heavy cost. Brandon here, not able to get the plant down. Another Rolling Thunder coming out here. But JD Faker, he's taking down Benaf. There's only going to be one player, Evo. He has to try and pull this out, but he's come out with some clutch plays in the past. He is waiting for a little bit more information, but now he might get shot out here if he's not careful. Oh no, the peak not working out.
Oh, dude, the one that really caught me off guard was the Blade Storm from the side there. Like, literally, a double pick. Let's be honest, Blade Storm is not an easy ultimate to really connect it, especially headshots, Blade Storm connection. Double kills, I just want to remind you guys again. Oh, that was absolutely insane that round. But then again, it was a really strong hold coming from the side of Resurgence, but like I said in the early stage of the game, Paper Rex, their engagement and execution towards this side, making full use of these attackers and their playstyle is really working out for them. But same goes for Resurgence, very aggressive even when it comes down to the retake. Defense, maybe not too strong. That's pretty much why we saw Germ SG just pushing very aggressively towards that A long.
Yeah, and yeah, we're playing our last round of the first half here, and it is neck and neck between these two teams. There's very little to separate these guys at the moment, but Resurgence not having a lot of money in this round. They might be giving it up to Paper Rex. We'll have to see. Germ currently only has the Sheriff available. He's going to be watching on the A side of things. We haven't really seen any decisive movements coming out here from Paper Rex, as they'll be looking to see how can we maximize our ultimates here before they're going to expire a little bit, trying to see can they pick off any of the garage players.
Ooh, anyway, Mordecai is going to be able to spot one, and it actually will get him through the wall as well. There goes one of the information gathering with on as he was able to pick out JDF Faker. Anyway, now coming down to it as well. 4v4 as Rella was able to tie things out, but Benel coming in strong with the Fennec hit with the double kill. Instead of tying things out, he brought the advantage back to them. But Egoist, he has so much ego, he will not allow that to happen. And picking up the Jet in that last round and still going on with the killing spree here. Now it's tied to 2-2 here.
Oh man, it's turning into team deathmatch over the B side of things here. The trades here from either side of the two breach players, but now looks like Egoist, he's gonna have a clear path to plant at A side, and now we're gonna have to see Jab clutch it out. He's done this before, and with the higher odds stacked against him, but now he only has one player to catch out. He's gonna say it's simple as that, as now Egoist, he's gonna be going down. Resurgence is gonna be taking the lead going into their attacking half, 7-5.
I don't know about you, but I'm just gonna call that like a flick coming up for boys. Even though yes, it's not an operator or a sniper flick, but that rifle, that instant rotation, the minute he spot out that head on that bridge, picking things off. Remember, that breach had that line of sight first. He was prepared, but Jet, the boy, was just a little bit too good at those flicks.
His nerves of steel, you know, have been really helping Resurgence out to claim a few points so far. So they have got to thank him quite substantially for the lead. Now, of course, we are going to see these teams change it up here, but I think looking at how the retakes have been quite aggressive for Resurgence, I think their attacking side is going to still have quite a bit of momentum here.
Yes.
Let's see whether or not Paper Rex are also going to be having a similar aggressive style to try and counteract this.
Yep. But interesting fight, we can see a clear difference. Right? We normally, in the last one, we saw Paper Rex was playing the Omen and the Cypher, they pretty much switch role. We saw the Cypher on the side of Paper Rex playing on the C side, while the Omen is always on the A. But this game's a little bit more different. By the way, Brandon, beautiful entry kill here on Mordecai with the headshot on this goes. And the best part about this, they're very patient. Resurgence, they're like, you know what, it's fine. We lost a member, but we still can try to take the round for ourselves. And even Paper Rex, they're not fully committed to that push either. They're patient. They're waiting.
Oh yeah, they're just trying to get a little bit more information. They might have seen them crossing over to short. We are seeing the rotation already coming out here from Paper Rex, and now they're pushing up here. Oh, the position here for Brandon! He gets both of the players, none the wiser, but he's gonna pop up, not able to get the third here. It's Germ pushing up through sewer. Now there's gonna be all the players on site, but it doesn't matter. Resurgence is taking them all down one by one, but now they're going for the safe play here, as we're gonna be seeing the rotation coming out here from Germ, as he's going to be heading all the way to C site. Oh my goodness, this has been quite the turn of events here from Resurgence after going down in the early stage.
Dude, I am so convinced, like, if Paper Rex wants to take a round for themselves, especially when it comes to those pickoffs, right? They need to get rid of Germ FG and Jab the Void. Every time they're still alive, they turn things around from a 2v4. Now it comes down to a 2v1.
Oh man, and this is Ego is now trying his best. This is planted for long right now. He picks off Germ there, but unluckily for him, he's not able to deal with the Clutch Meister himself. Jab has been going top notch here, and that's going to be a well-deserved pistol round win here, but he was at the edge of their teeth there, I dare say.
Dude, but most importantly, the positioning coming from both Germ and Jab the Boy. They didn't really stick together towards this chubby. They ensure like, alright, this is a breach. Pretty sure he has a fault line and a flashpoint. Let's position in a way where if one of us gets caught, we can follow up with that trade. That's pretty much why we see Jab the Boy and Germ. Their position is one behind and one a little bit more aggressive towards the front.
Yeah, now we might be seeing a more aggressive push coming out here from Paper Rex again. From Sewer side, this has been getting them quite a bit of intel on the A lobby side of things, but there's going to be more counteracted Cypher play to also scout on this side, so they're going to be having a little bit of a camera off there. But actually, we see that the likes of Paper Rex, they do think that there's going to be a C take coming out here, but I think the fake has been quite effective, and now with no camera available, they're going to creep all the way to A side.
Oh god, and most importantly, look at the red lights with the shorty. Even if he tries to rotate back towards to try to defend the side, he doesn't really have the ranged ability to do it, because shorty is, let's be honest, it's a shotgun. It's only for short range, not for the long or even the mid range either. But now remaining members is on the side, and look at this. He realizes as well. Realizes, oh god, they're all here. I have to play a solid sparkle. By the way, going to be jumping down Spike. Why don't he notice him as well? He's going to turn around with the shorty. That's all. Anyway, he's going to sustain, and with the ghost, he's able to trade things off. He still gets another one with the ghost, and instantly we're talking about a full 5-man wipeout. Such a flawless round for Resurgence by Jab the Boy Jay. Jay, how amazing is that?
Oh my goodness. Jab has consistently impressed us so far. 15 kills on the board so far. Only 8 deaths as well. So really carrying his team. But I think overall this has been a good team performance coming out from Resurgence. But when they're needed the most, we see Jab really pulling out all the subs. But of course, we would expect them to win that round. It was an anti-eco round where they did have SMGs. I think they all stacked on the C terms of Paper Rex because they thought that they would try and maximize the long angles possible, but they went for A site, which was gonna, be a little bit more close quarter, but not to the extent that they can take advantage on this eco round.
Yeah. But, oh man, seriously, Jab. I almost said Jay, but yeah, Jab the Boy, absolutely amazing. By the way, when you talk about Jab when they needed him most, I thought you were about to recite the Avatar trailer, but either way.
Oh well, maybe not to that extent, but definitely he has contributed a substantial amount here. But let's of course see what happens in this next round. As currently is 9-5 here in favor of Resurgence, but it looks like they will be stacking up on the C side of things now. Of course. There's going to be Brandon here on B side, not actually going to be able to catch them out, but I think now they have given it away a bit with the recon dart. They are starting to push up the C long side of things here. JD Faker not able to see anything at all here. He's getting constantly flashed here. Now they're pushing on the side. There's a couple of trades going on here, but JD Faker not able to deliver here. And Jab, he's going to pick up a double kill here for his troubles. Neural Step is going to come out, and there's not going to be any more surprises left here for this retake.
Dude, what's even amazing was that paranoia coming from Paper Rex really slowed things down a little bit. Just really unfortunate they weren't really able to punish a majority. They did manage to tag Jab a little bit and punish one member, but it's not going to be good enough. Anyway, Fault Line going to be coming in, followed by the Recon Bolt. Picks it up, but they already know where it is. But Brandon Arena making the plays, still going in with it as well. It's going to be down to a 1v3. Can he do it? He's trying to make it happen, but Eagleways, he has literally done with his round. Won't pick up the final kill and even defuse this spike for the rest of the team here.
Oh, that was an excellent retake. The Recon Bolt coming out there from JD Faker was absolutely paramount for them to get the necessary information to push onto the site, and they do so with aplomb. And they're going to be able to keep their operator that they have through Brandon, and that's going to again be something that they can work with. But Resurgence, they did have a mismatch of weapons. Let's not forget they had SMG still from that flawless round in this the second round of the half. But now it is going to be full buy time, but they cannot afford to lose too much, and now they have to face off against the operator.
Correct, because like the minute if either one of this team were to drop here, then they had to start fresh once again. They had to go for that double eco rounds just to ensure in the next following round they're going to get that full buy. But it's a little bit more situational for Paper Rex, especially because Research is already 9 points in, and if Paper Rex had to give 2 more rounds, that's going to be a little bit more precarious on the side here of Paper Rex.
Oh, but Brandon, he's been a bit aggressive here on the B side. He has to be lucky that, of course, the players are not peeking outside of the B window at the moment, but they are playing it very patiently here, so trying to see can they collect a pick or not. But currently, JD Faker still going to be gathering a little bit more intel, but not going to be able to see much from that arrow. And now we'll see his opposite number moving towards the garage side of things. I think they expect that it's going to be a C-heavy take here. No one going to be on the A side, all except for one player. But now Pandemonium might have to come and help out his teammates. They're going to need him. And right now, it's going to be moving over to the other side. The stack here is ready. But look at the flank here coming from Brandon. He's coming through the garage side of things. He's going to surprise Jab, and now Mordecai is going to fall next here to Retla, and he's going to be able to catch him from platform. But oh, Brandon, he gets into that position to get the crossfire up here. They can't get into sight. It is only one player left. Benaf trying to get out with his gun that he has remaining, and Resurgence, they got their backs against the wall here, but they can afford to drop around here. But oh no, Brandon with the next level place, he's going to be able to catch him out, and not a whole lot that he could do there.
Dude, a really amazing stuff coming from the side here of Paper Rex. Seriously, really being aggressive. But I think the most important thing is coming from Pandemonium. With that Omen, he was very aggressive on this A side. Yes, of course, he was a little bit careful as he was slowly pushing out. But that information was all they needed because they were slowly positioned towards the C, but they had no idea whether they're going to go towards this A. So Pandemonium was a little bit aggressive. Got that information. Tell the rest of the team they're not here. If they want to do it, I would have saw somebody. They are not here. Prepare for a potential C push. That just set things a little bit more easier for Paper Rex for this defense.
Yeah, but Brandon with the flanks there and the aggressive plays down mid now, but he's going to get his sight lines obscured a little bit on B. He's actually going to be backing up all the way here to A Link in with a little bit of apprehension at the prospect of quite a fast play. But I dare say that the game has slowed down a little bit in terms of how quickly they want to push on sight. But at the same time, this is the second half, you know, so the tendencies here from Resurgence might be a little bit different from Paper Rex, but we are still seeing that level of aggression coming out from them despite the fact that they are trying to defend these sites.
Absolutely, because like now this is slowly going towards the end of the game here, and the scores couldn't be more tight than usual. But we're going to be pushing down to the big time, but JD Faker with the Phantom instantly getting the wall back, and a double kill follow up with that. The rest of the team, couple of trades, 1v2. It all comes down to Benef from RSG. He has the Phantom. He is ready to go. He has full skills as well. Cloudburst, Updraft, and Tailwind. He has to try to make a play, but he has only 37 seconds, Jay, before the round really ends for themselves. But then again, if Resurgence were to lose here, then they'll get that third round lose bonus of 2,900 credits. Now, slowly taking time. Ooh, gets spotted out as well. Benef, he decides to just give up the round because he knows they will definitely earn a little bit more and try to save this gun. Fault Line committed, so he's still. But the thing is, Benef, he knows he has to try to go for the save, but he wants to try to drop at least one more member and foster the buy in his next round. He checks the corner, but gets punished for it, and Pandemonium will once again cause anarchy for RSG.
Oh, Paper Rex just able to completely envelop them and suffocate them I'm not sure if there's a lot left in the tank here for Resurgence for those mid plays. They've been good at being able to try and approach from the different sides, but it hasn't been really working out for them so far in this half. They've only managed to win 2 rounds, and maybe it's starting to wane on them, but they still managed to come out with more or less a full buy here, just only 1 light armor available. But Paper Rex, they are continuing with the momentum here, and let's see how they're going to be able to deal with this here, as they're keeping them guessing here on the A lobby side of things. He pops out, but Brandon, he's going to be able to dash away with just 62 HP, and he gets him in the end. Mordecai going down.
Oh my god, he gets tagged, but then again, he was still able to get the trade, but he gets punished by Champ the boy once again. Now it comes out to a 4v4, but remember, RSG still has the Jet, but at this point, Jet is not the fear, it's Champ the boy. This guy is constantly just pushing forward. This anti-fragger, and possibly, dare I say, the main fragger for RSG right now.
And right now, it doesn't look like Paper Rex are going to be sold on moving to A side despite having the players lost, but they're not rotating over either. Rella, though, is going to catch with the wall bang into Germ as he pushes down at C-Long, and this might be time for Resurgence to really reconsider whether they want to push in here. It's a 3v4 situation, and they could really do with saving these weapons here, but the Rolling Thunder here is going to be expended, and Benap is going to be able to get the Playstorm killed, but he goes down straight away, not making use of the operator right there, and now they're starting to put more pressure here. Evo going down, only 1 left. Pandemonia is gonna clean him out as Paper Rex brings us level 9 to 9.
I am going to say this right now. For that round, the MVP was actually Egoist. When the Rolling Thunder was about to hit them towards that backline, he followed up with a flashpoint and a fault line. He ensured, like, alright, if you want to engage this, I will ensure that you guys can't push towards from this B-long. That slowed things down, and once things tied down, they were able to go for this trade-off, which they are so confident of pulling off.
Yeah, it's a little bit telegraphed on their intentions on the C side of things, allowed the positioning there, and they were going to get punished as a result. But now we are going to be entering our next round, and we're going to see a bit more of a stack here onto A side. 3 players going to be here. Brandon is going to be peeking again on the long side. Make sure that there's not going to be much that can escape from him, but we haven't seen any committing here coming out from Resurgence, as going to be playing a relatively patient game, and yeah, I think when the stakes are continuously elevating as they are, I can't blame them.
Definitely for sure. But anyway, now the score tied 9 to 9. And look at Brandon. But then again, this is exactly confident. But ooh, beautiful here. Was able to shut down Jet Boy, tailwind, and even popped out a counter burst. But he still falls in with a double kill again on Evo. Paper Rex, ladies and gentlemen. Brandon holding down the A-long like a champ.
Oh, and Pandemonia is there to follow up as well. He takes out Mordecai, and wow, this is actually shutting down this entire side. We haven't even seen a full rotate coming out here from Paper Rex yet, and they are looking pretty good for it. And now 2 players stuck in sewer at the moment. Pandemonia just playing with his food at this point, but he doesn't have any more paranoia left available to him. But Brandon, he's watching here on the long side as well, but he takes his eye off the target here for just a second. Benap's gonna punish.
But check out towards his backline, but a beautiful pickup coming from Germ SG, but there's the trade coming out for Redlaw. Now comes down to Benap. 1v3. Can he make the play? But then again, he's running out of time. He either has to try to kill every member or just go for the save. But remember, look at the backline. He's boxed in. This is the kill zone. But Benap was able to get one, but is to get punished by Egoist.
Oh man, and Paper Rex, they have had a fantastic defensive half here. That's 4 round wins in a row, and they have really been on a tear. But Brandon with the initial plays here, getting the 2K, and look at the aggressive push here. This is why Jet is so much in the meta to be able to get these kills and escape without much chance of punishment. But Brandon did go down in the end, but luckily for him, going to be having someone to pick up that operator yet again. Only 2 players emerging from that, but yes, definitely more damage done to Resurgence.
Oh, so much damage. Tons of damage, actually. But even more, Brandon doing even more as he puts down Mordecai down for good with a beautiful entry frag. And by the way, let me remind you, this is coming from the defense side as well. Resurgence currently understanding that Paper Rex is so strong and is in such a good position as well. They need all 5 men and with all their wizard skills to just even take a side. But Paper Rex just constantly denying every opportunity and slowly choking them and in each round.
Yeah, the reads here by Paper Rex are being fantastic, but the tap there coming out from Banab is going to be absolutely scintillating here. But Egoist, he's going in for the retake, the plant going down, but it's going to be Jab here catching him out there as he rotates there. Paper Rex going to get the Hunter's Fury there, and that was an excellent play to save his team member, but Bretla, he's going to be able to clean things up as Germ just not having a whole lot of luck. And wow, looks like Paper Rex, they're going to be taking the lead here once again.
Oh, dude, just so much presence. Like both teams fully utilizing all their kits, and by the time when it gets towards this side, it all literally comes down to that lock. Seriously, I don't know how many times Jad the boy was able to pick up. In that round, he got 2 kills for himself. First, getting a headshot, by the way, instantly swapped out and picked up a Phantom for himself and still tried to make the play. But then again, the rotation coming in for Paper Rex was just as smooth as well. So, watching both this team hit to hit with each other is just absolutely amazing. But this time, Paper Rex is now in the lead with 11-9.
Yeah, but that was a little bit of an eco round coming out from Resurgence.
True.
Damage was done to Paper Rex, but Paper Rex, they're going to deal it right back here. Mordecai, he's going to get taken down straight away and giving the advantage here to his team. So awesome plays coming out from him to be able to take it away. But now this is going to be putting a little bit more apprehension on Resurgence. They're going to be sweating under the collar. They need to win this round. They cannot afford to drop it, as the next round they're just not going to have any money. And they really need every cent that they can get, and this is could potentially, fall to the map point next round.
Oh man, they are sweating buckets like crazy, Jay. But the thing is, even though they're sweating like buckets, their skill level is not dwindling at all. They're still maintaining it, or in this case, they're even more confident about it. But this is playing very disciplined and very safe. But check it out for the corner as well. JD Finger was able to punish Evil and Rella on the other hand on Germ SG. But Jennifer trying to turn it to the round, but Banner coming in with a Blade Storm, storming in towards that A side. And now all they have to do is plant that spike. But the spike is a little bit out of hand and out of range as well. As we can see, Germ SG, we can already see our dear friend Omen from the heavens literally getting ready to give the Divine Judgment. But beautiful timing with the Cloudburst as well. That's going to be masking his movement as he goes towards his A side and plant that spike. Now this 2v3. Can they do it, Jay?
Oh, well, it's looking incredibly difficult. They're trying to set it up here. Being delayed by the Cloudburst right now, coming out from the Jet here. But they're streaming on the site here, and that is going to distract them enough. Egoist and Brandon, they're going to be able to claim those kills, and they're going to be moving 12 points to the good here and on map point at the moment. But honestly, it's the plays coming out from just holding on to that A side, having the crossfire established, and Resurgence just not being able to pick up both of the players there, and that was always going to be dangerous. Both Retla and JD Faker really holding down the fort.
You really got your hat to Brandon in that last engagement. He was willing to dive in first with that tailwind to be that initial target. He was like telling, I will be the meat shield. Take that shot for themselves, but still, beautiful pickup coming from both this team here. This is the second, this is pretty much the last round, potentially the last round or comeback game for the side here of Researcher. They have to pull in all their skills and wits if they want to try to turn things around back towards their favor here, as Paper Rex was hitting double digit first, and now only one more round to winning it.
Relatively neutral setup now coming out from Paper Rex. I think, just to close things out here, they just want to be flexible to be able to rotate to either side depending on what Resurgence likes to do. I think they kind of know that their style is to take a little bit more time to be able to decide how they want to try and approach these sides. So now they're doing their due diligence. They don't want to get caught out there by any lurking players, as of course they did face earlier in this half. But now looks like Dark Cover is popping out here, and we're seeing the ultimate coming out from Pandemonium here is, oh no, sorry, not Pandemonia. Germ going all the way here to Hellside on A, but this is going to force the rotate coming out here as Resurgence is trying to get the plant down.
Oh, anyways, they're still gonna go for the plant as well, but beautiful, very fast engagement coming from the side of Resurgence at all. But look at it, they already planted the spike as well. They're really gonna go for it. But anyway, beautiful timing with the fall line, but same follow with the flash point. Now they just need the hold. They don't need to be too aggressive about it. They just need to hold down the line. But Bidu, oh, here comes the aftershock. That's gonna be trying to zone them back. They just have to buy time. They don't want kills anymore. Resurgence coming back for Brandon, taking it away with the jab to here. But even the jump, trying to hold down the line. But Brandon with the double kill pickup will seal that fate. Last man standing is your boy here, going for the A-low. But Brandon from the heavens will deliver the final judgment here. And his first game here will go to Paper Rex.
Oh, what an awesome tug and or rather battle, which is just really going back and forth. And yeah, we've seen some amazing plays. Looks like Paper Rex will come out the better here, 13-9 on their map pick. So, of course, we do have another map that's going to be coming up, and yeah, it's going to be Resurgence who will be able to pick on that one. But man, such awesome plays in that very final round.
Yes.
Jab really obstructing the lines of sight there to be able to prevent Egos from really trying as much damage as possible.
No, like what's even more amazing is the fact that like Brandon just solely realized like, alright, Jab or this Cypher is gonna be the playmaker. He's gonna be trying to set things up for the team here, trying to pick us off one by one, and Brandon was just so aggressive about it. And don't forget, he has the confidence to back it up as well. So he instantly, the minute he saw Cypher, he was like, "You're mine. I have to kill you here if I really want to allow my team to really push towards the side." Once Jab the boy was instantly picked up, he was first picked up by the way when they were trying to engage towards the side. That's when apocalypse started happening. Now they had to hold on the line as much as possible. But even without Jab the boy, the Resurgence, they held it as long as possible. Both teams really showing all their skills. It is a really amazing how well both the teams fully understand the mechanic plays and the utilities that they're able to bring inside that game.
Yeah, and I think just the air of aggression that we see coming out from both teams, and it's about who can be more aggressive and how they want to line things up. And I think, especially on the defensive side, both of these teams, and Paper Rex most evidently, really favored the retake strategy and really allowed the sites to really fall in their favor. But of course, that's not to say that they allowed that to happen all the times, you know. I think like one of the later rounds we did see, of course, Retla and JD Faker both tying or crossing things up there on the A side of things, and just made mincemeat of the Resurgence players as they tried to move onto site.
Yeah, it's just my god, like seeing both teams being super aggressive with each other, right? And at that point, like I thought like, okay, maybe this is their play style. But when the slide started changing, I'm like, okay, I don't know anymore, because they're like pulling plays after plays. They can lose two members initially when either side were engaging, whether Resurgence is attacking or even Paper Rex. But when they pick out two members, both teams are so great with the retake, so great with the defense. And at this point, I'm just like, I don't know anymore. I'm just like, these guys are just so good. I'm just like, forget it. I'm just gonna see the amazing magic that's about to be delivered here, and I'm just gonna clap my hand and just cheer for both sides, because they both are just phenomenal. Seriously, super phenomenal here.
Yeah, I totally agree, and I think we can expect to see a fantastic second map that will be coming out as well. But I mean, like, if it's going to be anything like what we've seen just now, you know, definitely going to be one to behold, you know.
That's for sure. But most importantly as well. Huh? No. Brett? Why Brett? Huh? We're still alive. What? You're still alive? Yes. Anyway, that was from our fellow casters here. Always loving to ensure that we both are well fed and very healthy. And of course, while we're at it as well, into this as well, since we're talking about bread, there must always be making sure that all you back at home, make sure you guys stay hydrated, because we have a lot of amazing games, and I need you guys to really scream and cheer for your team. And also comment down in that comment section below on who's your favorite team and who's going to be taking that second game. But either way, speaking of bread and butter, Haven, this map is like pretty much the starting map for all Valorant players. The bread and butter for this team. So seeing that the fact that both of these teams was able to bring out full knowledge on them, basically map knowledge for this, on every corners and how they engage it, really well played. I'll give you guys a 10 out of 10 for that, seriously.
Oh yeah, and I mean, like, of course, each team can have their map preferences, but you would be expected to deliver somewhat when it comes to these respective maps, But we'll see what Resurgence wants to try and select here to really try and counteract some of the problems that they want to try and stem the tide here. Of course, both of these teams here in Group B, they've got quite a bit to prove, that they can really rub shoulders with the best of them. I mean, of course, with the other two teams still yet to play. It's going to be a little bit unknown quantity, but I think they're looking feisty here to start the day.
Yeah, looking feisty, and they're going to be needing it as well because just want to remind you guys as well, this is the best of two group stage, and this is Group B. So the other two teams that's currently in this group is from Korea and Japan. And if you guys are wondering who they are, we have Vision Strikes and Blackbird Ignis. Both have been for Korea and Japan, and let's be honest, they have a huge history when it comes to FPS and sniper play. So Singapore, both these teams were teams. Although yes, compete because only the top two teams for this group stage will go to the playoffs, but they need this kind of aggressiveness if they want to go against the other Asian teams here in this group stage.
Absolutely. So I think like before we get into the second map later, what do you think we're going to have to see a little bit different coming out from Resurgence if they want to try and counteract the kind of plays coming out from Paper Rex? As of course, they probably have a bit more of a deeper playbook when it comes to playing at this level.
Now the thing is this, right? It literally is. First game has always been to me like testing the water, right? Fully understanding your team. Sometimes watching their play, researching them may not be enough. Sometimes there's this term called seeing is believing. Experience will always be the great thing. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be talking about that later on because we're going to be passing back to the panel. So Avo, Zero, and Gideon, please take it away back at the panel.
Tired of being told to get good? Just click on their heads, not helping your KDA? Want to perfect your peaks? Check out AimLab. AimLab is a free FPS trainer that blends performance tracking and analytics with its artificial intelligence and machine learning to help improve your game. From now until the end of the tournament, tweet a screenshot, picture, or video of you doing today's hashtag AimLab challenge at ePulse Gaming for a chance of winning up to one of 3 daily prizes of 4,000 Valorant points. Today's challenge is the Spider Shot Ultimate. Time to put those flicks to the test. Make sure your aim is true as you get a penalty for each orb missed. Be sure to tune in until the end of the broadcast when we announce our 3 daily winners, and remember to enter by tweeting at ePulse Gaming using the hashtag AimLab Challenge. Train your tracking, fasten your flicks, practice your precision, all with AimLab. Download the beta for free now at aimlab.gg.
And welcome right back to the panel here on the Royal Cup, here for this wonderful Ignition series, of course created by ePulse. We're here to analyze the game between Resurgence and Paper Rex, but before we get into the analysis, just a quick reminder that from now until the end of the tournament, you guys can tweet a screenshot, a picture, or a video of you doing today's AimLab Challenge, hashtag AimLab Challenge at ePulse Gaming. And you get a chance of winning 1 to 3 daily prizes of 4,000 Valorant points. For those you don't know, we've been posting these on social media, so do follow us on ePulse Gaming or on AIM. You can just go to the AimLab website, you can find it there as well. And there's just a series of challenges that if you're a gamer, you're sure to complete rather easily, of course. If you want to try them out, you can download AimLab at aimlab.pro/RoyalCcup or at aimlab.gg. Now that we've gotten the promo out of the way, my name is Mr. Alapos, as always, with Gideon Q and Zero. Resurgence versus Paper Rex. Gideon, you were right.
I love being right. I really do.
Someone on this panel was very confident of the stomp, and that person, not so stumpy, was it, Zero?
Yeah, Resurgence really impressed me with their defensive prowess. Like for the side of Paper Rex, they planted the spike 8 times on their attacking side, but for the side of Resurgence, they defused 6 out of the 8 times. So that is just impressive post-plan retakes that Resurgence really impressed me, and that scared me a bit on the half. It was a 7-5 half on a attacker favorite map.
Yeah. And not only that, I think what they really did well was taking out linchpins for the side of Paper X. Like, they just knew the most vital position that needs to be taken out, and the moment they do, they start pouring into the side for that retake. And I think because of that analytical approach to it, well, it seems analytical, but the way it looks like just headshot. All right, let's go, go. Yeah, but I think Resurgence overall, their defense is really, really good. Even though Paper X won at the end of the day, of this game, I do think it shows a lot of potential for Resurgence. Hopefully, game 2, it's going to be a little bit better, and maybe the score might be a little bit more even.
What do you think about the statistic you mentioned about retakes? You're particularly at a map where guessing what the opponent's attacking is the hardest. There's the 3 bumps, and it's quite simple. You think that makes it easier to retake because the opponents might not be able to defend as well either, or it's just that Resurgence just knew exactly how to read Paper Rex's mind?
I think because of how the map is designed, that if you're early to the retake positions, like say if you're the defending sides, you can't stop them from exiting the site at all. So they are forced to play like stuck inside C, for example, and then your flashes become so effective because you just have to flash one area of the map. So that's where I think Resurgence did very well. But when they swap sides, Paper Rex, they just played aggressively as the defending side, which that just gives a lot of information. Imagine if you push out A long, you see no one towards A long, they are not going A. So that leaves only 2 more sites. So that's where PRX was actually able to close out the gap between both of these players because they played aggressively on the defending side.
I think they kind of opened up, especially for PRX, they really opened up the map a lot more with that aggressive play, and it does show that Resurgence still is, kind of getting the gears together because they definitely were underprepared for, more aggressive defenses coming out of PRX. And I think overall, if Resurgence just kind of, takes their time with their, plays it to their style, really takes their time to analyze these games, we're definitely going to see them just get better and better.
Okay. Do you think it had a bit of a factor to play as well if they knew each other better? You think Resurgence, that's why they managed to read them that well?
Honestly, for sure. You saw the compositions, they're exactly the same, mirrored the way that they do their setups as well. You can definitely see that there's a lot of similarities between the teams.
And is that a good thing?
Well, I mean, it really shows that, it really shows that the local scene is really tight, That's all I can really say about it.
Because now if I'm, say, Vision Strikers, for example, and I play one against one of these teams, won't that give me a bit of intel on the other team as well if they play that similarly?
Yeah, it does. Like, that what this lineup of agents can do, what they would plan to do. You have that fixed jet and breach tandem. They're gonna flash point it into a jet tailwind to get into the site. So that you can play around that by just not playing in those corners and actually play very far behind the side. You wait for them to come in and then kill them. So that's one way to, understanding the lineup and what it can do, especially if you play it a lot and you switch it up a little bit, you play some sort of a counter against it. That is something that, Vision Strikers, being the more experienced team, they can exploit against these teams that, play only one lineup or more staple lineups.
I think it's a little bit of a fair assumption to generalize both of these Singaporean teams into one category. Yes, they do have similar play styles, but I definitely think that, certain aspects of Resurgence are going to be different from Paper X. And overall, as long as they kind of play to their own style and play to their own strengths, for an example, Resurgence being really, really good based on this game, on their retakes of the site, Paper X just know how to be aggressive on the defense. We haven't seen everything, we haven't seen the full range for both of these teams, but, Vision Strike, they definitely have to be a little bit more careful here for both of these teams, honestly, because they are looking pretty good, but against the Koreans, I'm not so sure.
How was the gunplay this game, though? I thought we saw some really impressive frags throughout the match.
Brandon was an absolute beast. He had 8 out of the...
I was waiting for that.
8 out of the 22 opening kills throughout the map, it was him. Right, on the attacking side, he was the one going in every single time. He's been getting all the opening frags, pretty much. The closest player to get the nearest opening frags is 4, so he has doubled the amount of opening frags. Next highest guy, so he has been really impressive. And he plays the jet, so that is like he's born into it.
Is that an advantage? I mean, we talked about that yesterday with Ambu, right? They kind of did similar with Rafi, right? Rafi was the cornerstone, and here it's clear, not necessarily the cornerstone, but he is probably their top fragger. Where Resurgence seems much more spread out when it comes to their fragging. Is that an advantage because you can rally around one person, or a disadvantage because you have a clear weak spot?
If the team relies too much on that player, I guess that becomes a disadvantage.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but if they, the only reason he gets more is because everyone else has something equally as important to do.
To enable him.
Yes, that is fine.
Yeah, but I do think Paper X have more consistent players because certain shots obviously are like, oh, that should have been definitely Resurgence had those moments where that definitely should have been a kill. Everybody did see it, you know, Breach going in for the flash onto B side, and then just the jiggles, the bit of strafing here and there. Despite being blind, he lost that fight, and that was a little unfortunate. And I think that Resurgence, you know, warming up for the day, of course, but Paper X overall in this game more consistent.
Something else I noticed about Paper Rex, and maybe call me crazy, you know, because I am terrible at this game. But I did notice that Paper Rex was much more comfortable shooting through smoke, so a lot of preemptive shooting. It seemed like they were more comfortable understanding where the enemy team was going to come by or from, whereas Resurgence much more relied on their intel than Paper Rex did. Is that fair assessment?
I think the only fair assessment here is the fact that Paper X is just a little bit more experienced. They know what to expect when the smokes come through. Like even me if I was a player on Resurgence, I'm looking at the smoke. I haven't played too many tournaments. I don't really know what these players usually do. Do they push through the smoke? Do they not? Right. I don't want to have to give them away my position to do so.
Exactly.
Yeah, it also comes down to the guns they use. Like Phantom, there's no bullet tracing, so you have no idea where the direction of the bullets are coming from. So that's gonna be, if you're especially on the defending side where people like to buy Phantoms more than they like to use Vandals because of the ability to shoot through smokes and not give you away your positions. So you know, being on the defending side, especially when we saw Paper X, they just spam through smokes when they saw the Omen dropping down the dark cover, because they know that, you know, if I get lucky, I hit someone's head, or even if I don't get lucky, I might just weaken up the opponent for my teammates to clean up. So they're not too afraid to, you know, spam through the smokes. They know they have 30, 25 clips. They know they can reload. They know they can get into another position. So I don't think were too worried about just shooting through smokes, and also them playing the exact same lineup. They know where the opponents are going to stand, you know?
Yeah. They can just time the utility to make sense. I think this is good a time of any to really bring up the most important question of all. Phantom, Vandal. Yay or nay, which one? Which one is it going to be?
For me, it depends on which side you're playing.
I don't care which side, right?
Give me an answer.
I want an answer, man.
Yeah,
this is a tough one, but I feel very strongly about one gun.
Oh, he's waiting to counter you. All right.
I'm waiting for it.
I used to be a Vandal only guy, right? Like if I go on eco, I pick up a Phantom. I'm gonna use my pistol. I don't want this gun.
Oh.
Yeah. But then they buffed the Phantom quite a bit.
That's
made
true.
it really great in terms of like first hit accuracy, as well as, you know, just the tracing. The blood tracing is really good. But now they buffed the Vandal again. So right now I'm still on that Phantom train, but I'm thinking to, you know, jump over to the Vandal any single time.
We don't have much time getting, so I need your answer.
Vandal, straight up. We have great gun. One taps are amazing. Accuracy could be a little bit better, but overall, it just feels good. The sound is great. Everything about the gun, absolutely lovely. Done.
My favorite part is that the biggest part of there was the sound is great, dude.
Sound engineering, amazing job done at Riot Games.
You know what also sounds amazing? Our great casters here. Play the J and YOLO Lee will bring you to this game number 2, narrate it through so you can understand, so you can appreciate the action between these two Singaporean legends. Let's see who can take game number 2 of the series, if it's Paper X or Resurgence. We'll see you guys shortly with our next match of the day.
Welcome to the EPOS Royal SEA Cup. On day 2, we're going to be looking at Group B and all of the teams in here. It's a nice mix of different countries in the Southeast Asia region, and with that comes a lot of background and certainly some really exciting teams. The first team I wanted to highlight is Blackbird Ignis. They come from Japan, and the Japanese region has actually got a lot of reputation for being really competitive and putting on some of the best events we've seen so far in Valorant. Blackbird have had some pretty strong results. They were 4th place at the recent Rage tournament, the biggest tournament that's really happened in this region, and they even came through to qualify to get to that tournament, but they haven't got further than a quarterfinal since then. AW Extreme Masters, which was last weekend, was certainly a big disappointment for them, and they're hoping to do a little bit better in this event. Resurgence is the second team of this region. They're from Singapore, and they've had a spattering of mixed results, but nowhere near first place titles that they're hoping for, even in some of the smaller tournaments of the Singapore region. Recently they lost to Tavs in the Rise of Legion tournament, And really there isn't too much to highlight for this team. When you look at some of the big hitters involved, Resurgence are going to be the ones struggling the most, but we have already seen some pretty surprising results in this tournament. Resurgence will be hoping to pull some of those off themselves. Vision Strikers, this is a team that doesn't really need too much of a recap. They're from South Korea and they have won every tournament they have really been a part of. They recently won Clan Masters in the South Korea region, but also last weekend won the Africa TV Asia Showdown, beating the Japanese powerhouse Absolute Jupiter in the finals. This is a firm favourite to get out of group and also win the tournaments to nobody's surprise. But it's going to be great to see how this South Korean team play up against some of the other regions of Southeast Asia. And finally, our qualified team is Paper Rex. They're from Singapore and they've played very little of the bigger tournaments, but have had a couple of first place wins in some of the smaller gigs around the continent. The biggest event that they played in was the CGA Pacific Open, where they came bottom of their group. They did get a win against Made in Thailand, and they're a team that actually qualified out of Group A yesterday, but they really need more consistent showings. The favourites certainly to get out of groups are going to be Blackbird and Vision Strikers, but we've already seen some teams fall apart and do surprisingly well in Day 1, so let's see what Day 2 and Group B holds.
Tired of being told to get good? Just click on their heads, not helping your KDA? Want to perfect your peaks? Check out AimLab. AimLab is a free FPS trainer that blends performance tracking and analytics with its artificial intelligence and machine learning to help improve your game. From now until the end of the tournament, tweet a screenshot, picture, or video of you doing today's hashtag AimLab challenge at ePulse Gaming for a chance of winning up to one of 3 daily prizes of 4,000 Valorant points. Today's challenge is the Spider Shot Ultimate. Time to put those flicks to the test. Make sure your aim is true as you get a penalty for each orb missed. Be sure to tune in until the end of the broadcast when we announce our 3 daily winners, and remember to enter by tweeting at ePulse Gaming using the hashtag AimLab Challenge. Train your tracking, fasten your flicks, practice your precision, all with AimLab. Download the beta for free now at aimlab.gg.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the ePulse Royal C Cup, and of course, this is the Infinite Series. I'm Leonard Lee, also known as YOLO Lee, and joining me once again after that first amazing game is Play of the J. But first and foremost, thank you all of you viewers for joining us here today. This is the group stage, so Group B, by the way. We had such an amazing game from both of our Singaporean teams, and of course, thank you our fellow panelists, Alvo Plus, Gideon, and Zero for such a very informative introduction.
Absolutely, and we're looking forward to continuing with the Ignition series here, and we're going to be loading in here very soon as these teams are already going to be picking their sides. So we're heading to map number 2 of Resurgence versus Paper Rex, and we saw a scintillating matchup just now, 9-13 in favor of Paper Rex.
Yes.
And of course, we're going to be shifting over now to Bind, as this is going to be Resurgence's map pick. And what do you think we can expect to see coming out from them? Are they going to be able to get an even score in this series?
It's going to be really hard to tell because both teams are very aggressive. I'm more interested in what kind of lineup composition would they want to go for. Whoops, but looks like here on the map behind here, we see literally a swap in their lineup composition. Very mirror-like, but most importantly, they both swap out their omens, and even for the side here of Research, it's going to be their omens and even their Sova, replacing it with both the Brimstone and the rest. And Sage as well. Ooh, they actually swap out three of their lineup composition from the previous game. Whereas Paper Rex here, they're just only going to swap out one, and that's going to be their Omen for the Brimstone, which is totally understandable as well. Res and Brimstone is really great on this map, and it's really important as well because there's a lot of tight corners and angles and entries that you really need to utilize before pushing towards the side.
Yeah, and now it looks like we are underway here as we're going to be seeing them go for a little bit more of a split push in the case of Resurgence, as now they're trying to just fill out this defense coming out from Paper Rex. Paper Rex going to be having the Cypher play going on the B side. We'll be able to catch them if they jump through the window, but right now they're just trying to gather a little bit more intel, and now we can already see that we're going to have Pandemonia starting sorry, not Pandemonium, Germ actually rotating around the side here. Jab is going to be able to get the first pick here onto Brandon, and now B side is going to be overloaded right now. Only 3 players remain are trying to rotate over here from the A side, 2 through the teleporter. Jab though, he's going to take down Redla, and Ego is with the double.
Oh my god, Ego is currently on the roll with a classic as well. Very classic coming from Ego is after experiencing and witnessing his gameplay for the first game. By the way, here comes the beauty of the Sage, right? Really great at slowing down the pushes and really setting up for that spike plan. So instantly they push it from Bass from the A side here, instantly drop down that spike. Now all they have to do is buy a little bit more time, and beautiful usage of that cloud burst as well. Just try to slow things down here for the rest of the team. Sorry, not cloud burst, sky smoke here. My bad, ladies and gentlemen.
And right now, with the Sage Wall being set up here, this is so difficult to do pistol round here, but they're banging through it here. Germ and Japto, they're going to take down JD Faker and Pandemonia. It's a 1v2 situation. Ego is trying to do what he can. He gets the headshot onto Evo. He's going to go for a bit of a defuse if he can, but he's being played here. But no, Jab goes down. The ace here for Ego is in round number 1, and he's not having enough time to deal with it. So unfortunate. But that is going to be Resurgence up on the board first here.
Yeah, the crowd goes wild. Paper Rex, or in this case for Ego is here. First double kill with the classic. Then follow up with the swapping with the weapons here with the ghost as well. Nothing can stop this man as he's constantly going on a slaughter. But then again, with this first... But then again, it's still not going to be good enough because Resurgence still got the win here.
Oh yeah, and Resurgence going to demonstrate early on why it's their map pick, but of course that was a very narrow win, but they're going to go full anti-eco here, going to be picking up a number of Spectres now. They are going to be pushing quickly down A short, and going to be using the Raze utility to clear out U-Haul expertly here, but Vanaf, he's going to just be chilling out here. He knows that there's going to be potential close range damage that's going to be awaiting here, but JD Baker not able to deal with Vanap there, and now the plant is down. The wall going to be again impeding here as that default plant on truck is going to be working wonders.
And we're still holding on the line until you see the rest of the team trying to push into the room here. Here comes the flash. It's going to be a great opening, but then again, Vanap so literally can predict exactly what's going to be happening, but the timing as well for the flash is not going to be working in his favor, as Jill was able to trend things out. But Banner, look at this, now it's going to be coming down to a 1v3 here, and our last man standing is going to be Rella. He tries to hold on the point, but looks like Mordecai is just going to seal the deal with a beautiful headshot on that ghost.
Oh, but Paper Rex dealing significant damage. 2 of the members, they're going to drop down, but again, that's going to help them decide to start leveling up their weapons straight away. But again, it's going to be a mixed match of weapons here. It's going to be a weaker set of firepower coming out for Resurgence, as this next round is going to be a real test for them. If they can get significant damage done against Paper Rex, they would consider that going to be a little bit of a success, because they can bounce back in the subsequent round after that. As this fall by, there's nothing left in the tank here, but now we are seeing already some smokes coming down here to fake it out here on the A side of things while they're waiting all the way to B.
A lot of damage is going to be prepared to be done as well. But look at Resurgence, 2 of their members going to be saving their weapons here, using it from the last one. There's going to be 2 Spectres, but they still have a couple of rifles to contend against Paper Rex. Now here comes the execution, but beautiful timing with the cyber case. The minute that flashpoint, the minute he spotted out that flashpoint, now they realize, okay, they spotted us out here towards this window. We have to fall back and prepare for a potential backstab, which is exactly which they have that prediction on point as well.
Oh yeah, and they don't have a tripwire set up here in market unless it's been taken out a bit earlier. Not quite able to see here, but oh, Pandemonia, he is absolutely waiting here to deal with this, and oh, he's able to catch Germ off guard. Now they know the potential threat of this flank, but they're all going to be streaming down onto the B long side. They might pile into the teleporter yet again, as it did work dividends in round number 1.
Oh, anyway, I just love the reaction coming from one of the team. Fully utilizing go for this rotation. But then again, Paper Rex didn't realize that Resurgence actually played them like a fool. But who's the fool now? As Paper Rex was still able to turn things around, having 2 members defending that B side, and both with Redla and Egoist in hand, they were able to seal the deal with a flawless round.
Oh, that delicious crossfire coming out from Elbow and the Cubby side. It's going to be detrimental here But again, damage is going to be quite significant, but not irreparable. But ideally, we're going to have to see Resurgence really empty the bank here to try and make a dent into the likes of Resurgence here. If they really want to come, or Paper Rex here, they really want to come out with it.
Oh, dude, but it was a really great baiting, right? They literally even forced the Sova to rotate towards his A side. So we're literally talking about a 4v2 here on towards that B, but they were still able to hold the line with the crossfire. By the way, here comes the engagement. Here comes the Sky Bomber. It's a beautiful fall by. They're just running straight towards the side. Even though the location is being revealed, they do not want to hold back. But Brandon setting things up as he picks up Resurgence and still going on the roll with a double kill with a headshot on that Phantom of Mordecai. Still holding down the line, and so here comes the rest of the rotation near Shock Bolt as well.
Oh, Brandon getting the triple kill here on the round, but now they're starting to press the advantage. They have 4 kills already in their favor. Jab, he's got not a lot of hope here. He's going to get the tap there onto Brandon and JD Faker, but that's still not going to be enough for him to walk away with the round win. But Paper Rex loses 3 guns in that instance, and it wasn't even a full-strength Resurgence team.
Oh, dude, I can tell you this. This is the definition of the cyborg cowboy. I don't know how many times people just see that, oh, he just looks like a cyborg cowboy, but he doesn't look like it. But this game, Jab the boy with the sheriff. He's literally putting all the stops in that round.
Oh, but Brandon shutting down everyone coming out here from Resurgence, and that's again going to be a little bit of a difficult situation to be in. But of course, with that or pistol buy coming out from Resurgence, they're going to get a full buy now. But oh, we're seeing JD Faker busting out the Odin. We did see some Odin plays come out yesterday. In particular, is more on the Ascent side of things, and of course there are going to be some options available here on Bind as well.
Especially since JD Faker, who is currently playing as the Sova on the defending side, positioning himself towards an area where he knows he's going to be able to wall bang with that Odin. And let me tell you something, when you're about there, the entire attacker team is about to feel the pain if they're not careful and not knowing that there is an Odin inside this game. That's pretty much why it's very important to know exactly what weapon you're actually dealing with. If it's an AR, you're fine with picking, but you want to hide behind the wall for cover. Against an Odin, let's be honest, that is never going to be a fun matchup. Ooh, beautiful pickup coming up from Brandon.
Oh, Brandon, he's able to get the first engagement here, but they're piling here into B, but it's going to be a Rolling Thunder coming out from elbow side of things that's going to hold things now. Brandon able to take down Mordecai with no luck at all, and it's going to be a full sweep here as there's not a lot of luck going on, and it's only 3 players here from Paper able to deliver.
Oh my god, let me tell you who is going to be delivering, and it was literally our dear friend Paper Rex from the last round. Brandon and Redline delivered it so perfectly as he was able to pick up so many members. But most importantly, look at the aggressive play coming from Brandon from that round. He knows he has his tailwind followed by that blaze storm. He was so confident to just jump right into the mix here and just pick them off one by one. And surprising the fact, JD Faker still has his own.
Yeah, and well, I mean, he didn't have a lot to do in that round, but that means also that Resurgence doesn't know that it's on the cards, but now they're going to have this eco round. You'll see how they want to try and attack here on the A side. Brendan, though, he could be influencing things a little bit as well. He has shifted over to this side, going to be a bit unpredictable, but the Odin here, the spray is going to be able to catch him moving over towards the truck side of things. JD Faker is now gathering so much intel. Brandon also laying the smackdown here on Jab, the boy, as he gets taken down, but it's a clean sweep, and it's all been down to seemingly 2 players. Redla also going to chime in as, yeah, that was a very comprehensive defense coming out from minimal manpower.
It's totally understandable as well, because we're talking about Bind here, who's literally like a defender side of the map as well. And with the positioning coming for both this team, Jet, let's be honest, Jet, who is literally playing here for the side here of Paper Rex, who's playing with the operator. I'm not going to highlight it too much. But JD Faker able to pull off a double kill with the Odin, despite that kind of crossfire and situation. I think that's really something notable, because they were going up against a lot of painful people here.
Oh yeah, but again, pistol round, so now Resurgence, they need to try and swing momentum back in their favor, not able to do enough economic damage in the previous round. But of course, they are going to be a little bit indecisive now how they want to try and approach this. They did go for a very fast-paced start at to really kick off this second map of the day, but since then, they've been kind of second-guessing themselves as they really do not want to throw away this gun round. They're going to be able to get the intel there onto Brandon. He's going to get tagged here by the sensitive dart. And now, looks like they're going to be piling through the A-short side of things here. He's forced back towards the shower side of things. The plant is going to be going down at default.
Beautiful. The spike has already been planted. Now all they have to do is just fall back and just buy a little bit more time. They're in position and getting ready to defend. Now it all comes down to the pick shots. Who's able to pick top full? And this is the defense where I realized it's going to be really crucial, and instantly was able to shut down Evo. Now they have a little more control. Although yes, the aftershock would not be able to connect on Rella, but here in center the position with the Cyber Kid's going to try to buy him a little more time. Finds the Cyber, but again this is Jack the boy, and he will sustain with the Vandal, and he's still going on. But Brandon, he won't be able to pick out Jack the boy, but finally a little bit too much to ask to go for this 1v3 and for this defuse. Sadly, he will fall here.
Oh, there's excellent post-plant positioning taken there by Resurgence to take the round. And they really have to thank Pandemonia as well for his ultimate that he managed to bring down on the U-Haul, maybe a little bit later than he would have liked, but at the end of the day, the positioning here just going to be absolutely exemplary as they're going to be able to catch them out. Retla, great positioning as well from the pocket side as well.
At the same time, it was really crucial for Evo to hold that room as well, because he needed to try to deny as many entrances as much as possible. But eventually, Redla was able to pull the win. But anyway, beautiful engagement and trade-off coming from both Brandon and Mordecai. And with Brandon out of the count as well, there goes their operator too. Oh, sorry, not really operator, but in this case, with the Vandal, one man down here, but it's still a 4v4 in this 8th round. And I just love the fact that coming from RSG, they're playing it a little bit slow because they also realize that Paper Rex, they like to play a little bit offensive. But here it goes, spots it towards the wall, trying to go for the wallback. But the aftershock retaliation and instantly through the cyber cage will end it with that one single bullet on Redla.
Yeah, and now they have got this overload situation onto B side. It's coming in very slow for Paper Rex in terms of rotation. They are going to start having that movement coming out from JD Faker. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to do much, but that has already prompted the counter rotation from Resurgence. This is nice. This is what I want to see from them. As so far in this half, they've been a little bit focus on going for one site when they set their mind to it. I think maybe the round one was the exception where they went through the teleporter, but now with this movement here, it is really stretching them a little bit thin.
Yeah, but either way, still going to be having a beautiful engagement with the flashpoint. Ooh, Sky Smoke, but they notice it towards his back wall. But then again, this is the Sage Wall. He's already popped up with the barrier orb, and now he's going to be trying to plant this fight. But beautiful reaction coming from JD Faker, trying to break down the wall as fast as possible. But with a quick swing reaction coming from the sidekick, but Sally out in front of 4, but the smite has to be planted. Now it comes up to this 2v4. Jack the boy, he has to hold down the line, and only one man standing out here for breach. Egoist has to hold on.
Oh, Pandemonia, the last player left standing. He's going to be trying to get this Phantom out as best as he can, but he's got problems. There's still going to be the presence coming in here from Redla, but looks like Evo is going to go down. And now Redla trying to continue to carry the torch. Not going to be disappointing there as just no HP remaining. And definitely going to see a little bit more of the sparks of rivalry coming to fruition in front of our eyes.
But really well played also coming from the side of Resurgence. Really taking things slow. I believe all this started back in round 7 because they started to hold back a bit. They're like, alright, they might be aggressive, they might hold back. We will only engage because we have this planned lineup. Like, how many times have we seen them only engaging or planting towards this A once they know full information who is on A side? And with the Sage Wall as well, they have full advantage with all the covers they have to just plant this spike and just hold down the point. So really well played coming from Resurgence starting from round number 7. They maintained it at round number 8, but will it work in this current round number 9?
Resurgence really values being able to bring all of their utility to bear in a single engagement, and that's been the hallmark so far. So I think if the intel is going to be good here for Paper Rex. Oh, looks like Brandon takes out Mordecai here with the peek. Then they're going to be able to get an inkling whether or not that they're geared towards that site. Not right now. It is currently all tied up 4-4, and with that early pick here, this could be what Paper Rex needs here to regain the lead if they're going to be able to catch up Ben Af. Currently he's not going to be on the jet this game, but still going to be trying to strut his stuff. With the flash, completely blind. He's not able to see him, but it doesn't even matter. He still gets Brandon, and that's going to be a better even set of trades here in this game.
Oh my god! And the thing is, I'm trying to understand is, was this a team flash? Like, did he got flashed by his own team? Because where RSG Breeze fell was actually towards that middle. So I'm really curious that he get flashed by his own teammate. Really unfortunate here. But anyway, Redla, beautiful pickup, trying to trade things off. Now it's gonna be coming down to a 4v3. Scratch that's gonna be down to the 4v2. But here comes the orbital strike by JD Faker, constantly going down, picking up 2 members with such an insane skill play. Now all because of Sally, the round will finally end as Eagles will seal the deal in round number 9.
Oh my goodness, and wow, JD Faker with the Hunter's Fury going to be absolutely decimating the Resurgence line there, and all still piled up in the A short. There's nothing that they can do it. You could say it's an absolute meat grinder right there, but this is going to be the chance here to bounce back. The economy is going to be a little bit of a knife's edge here for Resurgence. They can still afford to go for this full buy, but they're still up against this impressive stack of weapons here that Paper Rex is still going to have. They have the Odin in place, but it's not going to look like Pandemonia straight away getting tapped here by Benab. The pacing here is going to be absolutely detrimental here to their aspirations to win this round. Mordecai also going to get a kill here. Now they have got control on this short side of things here, but they're still trying to influence things. The shock darts coming out here, and Evo's going to get wall bang!
Oh my god, he's literally spraying and praying, and this one is JD Faker is just having the time of his life, and with that vision, they're going to try to go for another wallbang by Sally. With the reaction, he will be able to sidestep this, but here comes the rolling thunder as Mordecai and Jump engage at the right timing as well. Was able to pick up 2 members, and Mordecai with his double kill on Riddler.
Oh, a must-win round here for Resurgence, and they deliver with aplomb. And who would have thought Rolling Thunder would be the natural counter here to an Odin, right?
Oh, yeah.
So, of course, we see it not going to be having the influence, and I think tried to shoot through a wall that I'm not sure even an Odin can wallbang, but he did manage to at least take down Evo as, he's proving to be that master of A-side, but it wasn't going to be enough as we're going to see Resurgence tie it up once again.
It was a really crucial round for Resurgence as well, because should they fall there, then they had to go for a full eco, and that's going to give such a huge advantage for Paper Rex to really tie things up. But with that nice pickup and play coming from Resurgence, they managed to tie the round here to 5-5. They have enough weapons, and sadly Paper Rex also still has enough money in the bank to follow with it. By the way, beautiful coming from JD Faker, picking up a great trade out. Now it's going to be coming down to a 4v3.
Oh, but the Blade Storm here. Good for Brandon. He's going to be piling on through. He gets a second. Not able to get a third just yet here. But looks like Benap will shut him down. But how much damage has been done to Resurgence here on this round that they need to continue the momentum. Benap, he keeps going in there, and I'm not sure if he needed to make such a play. I think in that 1v3 scenario, I admire the confidence, but with it stacked against you, maybe you might want to save it for the next round, unless afford to get this full buy on this final round of the half.
No, but maybe at this point it's like swag points, you know, like boom, baby, blast charge comes in with the showstopper. Maybe a little bit too close for comfort, but still, he pulled it off 1-for-1. I guess it's alright. I'll give it the swag points for that. But yesterday, definitely is more advisable if you really played that round a little bit more safer, or just go for the save. It's totally fine. By the way, beautiful timing with the flash. Really forcing Brandon to back off here. But anyway, here comes the engagement with the skies, and even with the rolling thunder reaction coming from the side here. Resurgence try to slow things down from that fast push, always coming in for Paper Rex. And I think at this point, Resurgence is very used to it and already accustomed to what kind of push that Paper Rex has always been doing from A short.
But this is baiting out quite a bit of utility here from Paper Rex, as we're seeing, of course, quite a bit being expended. As of course, Ego is going to be a little bit less in that department, but yeah, he's still got 3 flashes to work with here, so I think he's still good for it. But of course, they did get the first pick here onto Resurgence, so that's going to be the first step here towards winning this first half. But they are going to be pushing here onto the B side of things here. Rella is going to tag up Germ, and he's gonna get taken down. JD Faker from the side here is also gonna be doing the work here, and now it's gonna be a bit precarious precarious. They do make him out there on the elbow side, but Benaf with only 26 HP, he's trying to do what he can from window.
And it's going to be really difficult for them as well because they really can't rotate because the spike is dropped right below Hookah or window. By the way, Brandon was able to tie things out with Benaf, but Jet the Boy still keeping the team alive as long as possible. Gonna go for the rotation towards his background, but Pandemonia will stop him right in his tracks there and secure Paper Rex in his first half.
Wow, first half swinging over to Paper Rex, and again, it's going to be a defensive side win as we saw in map number 1. There's very little to separate these teams as they have been really going toe to toe with one another, and it's been a good combination of utility usage in combination and individual plays as well. I think Resurgence, they definitely have been having a lot of those big coordinated attacks onto the site that has been working out well for them, but then at the same time, they have to still contend with Paper Rex in terms of how they want to, make individual set plays.
Yes, and what I find really amazing coming from both of the team, although the one thing that's really amazing is that they're able to get good trades. They always make sure, like, if someone was to fall, I make sure I take someone down with me. And look at the score right now, even though it's not tied, but it's still very similar despite being a defender side of the map. So either way, Paper Rex really well played, was able to rack up quite the amount of points for themselves. They're 2 points ahead, but maybe Resurgent will be able to tie things around. By the way, beautiful get you in the skies, but no one's possible to find. Pandemonia was very quick with that corner, pushing it with Jetterboy. Brandon was able to try to tie things out, still following up with the double kill. Make that a triple kill with the ghost. And let me tell you something, all headshots triple kill. This man is currently on the roll, and the last man standing, Germ SG, he has to try to make a play. Maybe he can. It's a ghost. If he can land like 4 hits, it'll be really good. But that tailwind coming from the back line. I think he wanted to try to go for the backstab there, but Redla is gonna put Germ in his place.
Oh, and that shower push, absolutely deadly here against the Resurgence. So they're gonna have to start the second half a little bit more behind than they would have liked. And got a bit of distance to make up here. But again, if this is going to be their map pick and they're more comfortable on defense, we could see quite a bit of a 180. They are going full eco, and we can see, of course, that Paper Rex are going to be going full at it here. We're actually seeing a Phantom and a Vandal in the mix as well. So it'll be interesting to see if we have Resurgence being able to deal enough economic damage and steal some of the weapons, as we did see happen in the round 2 of this particular game as well.
But look at this, looking for the side here of Paper Rex. Their main goal is, because currently they're totally split up, because their main goal is they do not want to push towards this side just yet. They want to see if they can go for a couple of pickoffs and slow things down, get as much information as possible. They know they have time, but of course they're not going to take it for a little bit too long. By the way, location is going to be revealed from the Sova for the side here of Paper Rex, which is totally fine. They're going to be backing off a little bit, and now they're getting ready to push towards this A, because the spike holder is currently at this A shot, getting ready to push in against this Riz.
Oh, and this could be a little bit devastating if their map 1 attacking prowess is anything to go by. Goes right past Benap, but he's not able to capitalize enough, doesn't land the burst shot here. And now Brendan will go all the way to spawn here. He's going to take down a second one, but Jab is going to take down JD Faker, and now they are going to get the plant down. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to get any more frags from this here, and looks like Mordecai and Evo, they're not going to be able to sustain here. Brandon picking up the 3K, and again, Paper Rex gonna be increasing the lead a little bit more. It's 9-5, and this looked a little bit similar to what happened in the previous map, where we did see Resurgence go 2 up after but of course we did see Paper Rex come back into the game. Could we be seeing Resurgence do a similar thing?
Oh man, I'm actually, even if they do it, I will be super excited to see it as well. But then again, finally, maybe they may able to turn things around, because both teams is finally able to go with this full blast here. Resurgence has a fighting chance this time with the Vandals, with all for themselves. Now all they have to do is try to slow things down here. And remember, you have to take into account, with Sage, they're able to slow down pushes, but of course with the nerf on that barrier up, the wall is a little bit squishy initially before it gets a little bit all the way to its max HP. Oh, Brandon coming in from Basel, getting ready. Oh, by the way, beautiful timing as well, coming in with the Sky Bomb and the Cyber Kiss. But then again, he walks right into the face of Jan. That boy gets punished for it, but Pandemonia was able to get the trade off. And still going with the double kills on Ben F. We're looking at a 3 versus 4 right now, and the spike has, but the main point is the spike has been planted. Paper X is able to fall back now. They don't have to be too aggressive on towards the side. They have to just hold these angles and corners. But Germ and Mordecai from every angle was able to trade off each on his never member. And last man standing is going to be our dear friend, Jack the Boy. Will he be able to hold out the line against 3 members of RSG?
Oh, and they're going to be able to get the defuse here. And Redla, he's going to be saving the Vandal at the moment. And Resurgence, they're starting their comeback hopefully here in this game. They bring it a bit closer. But I have to say that site retake that looked very reminiscent of what we saw back on Haven. And this is really promising to see coming out from them. They're not faced by the daunting task. At Paper Rex, they were looking quite dominant, opening up that 4-point lead. But now this gives Paper Rex a chance to bounce back, of course, as they will be able to have a relatively full buy right now.
Yes, and the thing is that even though Paper Rex did lose that round, they still have enough economy to buy for themselves here. But it's the same goes for RSG. If either one of these teams were to drop by here, then they will have to fully buy again. But anyway, beautiful engagement and entry coming for the rest of the team, and instantly Team RSG was able to pick up 2 crucial members of Paper and make that 3 as well. And a beautiful timing with the aftershock too. But anyway, Venom still holding on line. Last man standing here. Last man standing coming from the side here of Paper Rex as he tries to hold down the line. But then again, this is Egoist we're talking about. This is the man who was able to make the plays and turn all kinds of situations. But will he be able to turn things around inside a position where he doesn't really have the spike, he doesn't really have the position as well, and have no idea where's all these corners and angles. It all comes down to the side pick, which Evil is currently waiting for him. Gets spotted out, trying to go for the wallbang. Was able to tag Evil a little bit, dropping down all the way down to 69. Very nice, by the way.
Oh, right now we are seeing that the spike is going to actually be traversing over here. Most likely going to be heading towards B side right now, as Egoist is going to be circumventing this the players that are going to be there on the B short side of things here. He's going to actually plant inside of metal, as looks like Jap here trying to see if he can land the wall bang, but it's going to be quite central. But Benap, though, he will be coming from spawn, and he's going to be able to clear things out. But I have to say that aggressive play coming out from B short, out of Hookah, was absolutely paramount. It really threw Paper Rex off guard there. We saw, I think it was going to be Germ, Evo, and also Mordecai all pushing out. They managed to isolate the spike dropped by JD Faker, and that was going to really put a bit of a dampener on the plans that Paper Rex had in store, and just not a lot that they could do by the end.
That's the amazing thing coming from these teams, right? Both teams are currently switching things up, and literally what Resurgence did as well is like, all right, let's switch things up. Let's just throw them for a fit, right? We're going to be pushing 2 windows. Yes, there is a high chance that we might fall here or lose, but the fact that if we win, the impact will be very immense against Paper Rex here, because they will be caught off for surprise and they're going to be picked off one by one, which is exactly which went according to Resurgence's plan. But now in this round here, looks like we see even Paper Rex playing a little bit slow this time, because they're alright, understanding that the fact that they might be aggressive on us, they're still taking their time, but they're prepared to push towards this B, as not only the Skybox is jumping out, but here comes the Blade Storms.
Oh yeah, and they really want to try and swing this back. They do not like the fact that they lost consecutive rounds here, but Brandon here is going to be able to get 2 straight away. Evo and Mordecai going down, but now it's going to be Germ here trading 2 back, and now looks like he's going to be able to get another one with the orbital strike here, and now this is going to be relatively even here. It did look like Paper Rex was going to make some serious inroads. Now the plant is down, but they're going to be hanging out by the elbow side of things. Pandemonia is still going to try and trap things out, and now I'm not sure what he can do. Oh, sorry, now it is appearing out and not quite able to get the defuse down. They're starting to make their push here, but there's going to be a couple trades here. Benna trying to finish off the last player, but he uses a Rolling Thunder here to slow him down, and there's nothing they can do here to really stop this.
Oh, dude, and I love the fact that he's trying to buy it a long time possible, but he still gets the kill for it. The thing is this, right? What was amazing in that round was that both this player, both the Brimstone and Egoist, they didn't want to go for kills. They just needed to buy time. So much time, and the thing is this, he had the Rolling Thunder, he had the Aftershock. That's pretty much why for the side of Resurgence, they didn't want to go for the defuse at all. They had to engage because they know the bridge is going to be such a nuisance and will interrupt it. That's pretty much why they were so aggressive. But look at the rotation, the time is coming from Egoist. He didn't mind going back and forth. He got a little bit of trade there, but the Rolling Thunder saved his life, bought him a little bit more time as well. Yeah. Absolutely amazing, Jay, seriously.
Oh no, that was an excellent round coming out from Paper Rex, fighting tooth and nail to win back that round, but the early 2 picks there really opened things up for them onto the site. But yeah, the hide and seek going around elbow, that was definitely entertaining to say the least. And now let's see if they can continue with this a little bit of momentum that they have here. They have the score in their favor, 10-7 now.
Yes.
So they're only going to be 3 rounds away from taking this entire map. But there is still going to be quite a bit of presence on B side. They have waited an extra player on here. Now, there's not a lot in it here for Resurgence. They do have a Rolling Thunder here through Mordecai, so that could influence things quite substantially.
Still holding on the line. So I see right now the rest of the team is getting ready to jump from both hookah and from the other from B long entrance. Now they're currently on towards the side by Evo. They didn't swallow Evo as Evo was able to drop down Pandemonium. But we're talking about Germ though. Germ who got the triple kill for the last time, but Redla currently on the roll but gets denied by Jack the Boy. Now we're looking at between the 2v2 here. But then again, they have Paper Rex already in position, getting ready to plant this fight inside metal. Now all they have to do is just hold down the line, just buy as much time as possible. But remember, this is Jap the Boy here, but then again, this is Brandon. All counts down to both Fraggers, who's been very iconic inside this game here. Still pushing down to the mid. Possible, it's definitely lining up beautifully for Brandon as he just mows them down beautifully.
Oh my goodness, Brandon is going to be very fortunate to get it lined on a platter for him like that. And yeah, he's not going to say no at all. But yeah, Paper Rex just piling in onto the side, eventually trading out in their favor, and left with just the 2 players who rotated maybe a little bit earlier or rather later than they would have liked, and didn't see any rotation all the way over to the elbow side of things. But I think they didn't know the exact positioning. They wanted to stick a bit closer together, and now you can already see Stinger coming out here for Resurgence. They want to try and repel this with a little bit of this light buy to really stem the tide.
Oh man, I'm not a really big fan of this partial buy either, but the thing is RSG has to make a play because we're talking about like 2 more points before Paper Rex really take the win here. So we're seeing them all with Sheriffs, Frenzy, Stingers. They are going to try to do their best to pick up as many members and possibly try to take this round for themselves here. By the way, beautiful execution from both Sky Smokes and from both Brimstones. But here comes the Aftershock. Trying to zone him out of this corner. Watch this Cloudburst ends. But look at the aggressive coming from Jack the Boy, but isn't getting punished by Redla, who was not very aggressive about it. He already anticipated someone might potentially come through, but instead was able to get a beautiful trade-off and now looking for a 5v3 as Redla was able to get another double kill, picked up a headshot by the way on Germ.
Oh, and Paper Rex, they're taking their time with this round. They know that the buys are not going to be great here for Resurgence, and they want to prevent them from coming back in this game, as they know they would do the same thing here. But Paper Rex, they're starting their push. They're going to be able to trade one onto site here. But the shots here for Mordecai. He's going to use the Frenzy at close range, taking it down Redla, but there is still going to be additional presence, but it's actually put a stop onto Paper Rex. But Pandemonia getting taken down. Mordecai going to say thank you very much for the gun. It's going to be able to continue to exact more pressure, and it's still going to get the heal to boot.
Anyway, now, but remember, Spike has been planted 2v2, and both Breach is still alive. Eagle is going to be popping out the Rolex, he's going to be coming in as well, because he just want to buy a little more time. He finds the man, but the Spike is being defused. They don't know about it, and no, that's why they barely got him at the very last second. JD Faker playing with the time was just less than a second away to save the day.
Oh, the plays there, Mordecai, try to go for the defuse, not happening there. And I guess they played it as well as they could have, but it turns out the post plant here just too good here, despite the fact that they used a Rolling Thunder to try it. We are on map and match point here as Paper Rex looks to close things out here in our first match of Group B.
Anyway, but now Resurgence, they have full buys. This is the last round. Resurgence has only literally one shot to do this. They were very close in the last round with that partial buy. Not the best of weapons for sure, but they did significant amount of damage. Now it just comes down to who's going to be taking that first pick here and that engage. Right here comes the Hunter's Fury, coming from the side here of our dear friend Paper Rex, JD Faker, but here comes a beautiful engagement, going to be getting a beautiful kill on Jack the Boy. Van was able to retaliate back and get a beautiful trade-off, making it just to a 4v4.
Oh, JD Faker doing a little bit of damage to his teammate there, but I think he's, for the most part, it hasn't influenced too much here. But oh, Resurgence getting the reds off here, and they're gonna get 2 kills in quick succession. The tempo swing here is substantial. Currently, Benaf is gonna isolate one here in the Cubby side of things here. He's got nowhere to go, but it's not close enough here to deal enough damage. Oh, that's nerfed there, Benaf. You're not gonna be able to deal enough damage here. And oh, Redless punishing him, and from that down situation here, Resurgence, they're into 1v1 scenario. This is a must-win here for Jap the Boy. He's gonna be utilizing the new attack. He catches out Redla, and Resurgence, they keep their hopes alive here, and they're gonna bring it up to 8.
Oh my lord, Jab the Boy! I told you this from the first game on Haven. If you want to go for pickoffs, you have to get rid of Jab the Boy. Even in a 1v2 situation, he still was able to make the magic happen, Jay.
Oh, indeed. And yeah, the tempo swing proved to be crucial there. And now we're seeing the judge coming out here from Gerb. So see if he's gonna be able to hold him down. They're gonna have a bit more of aggressive play over at the hookah side, but there's not a lot of presence coming in here from Paper Rex. I think they want to try and stay away from these close quarter battles as much as possible, as they do want to close things out now and not in the next round or any round thereafter. They're going to be over here on the shower side, 3 players, while they still clear things out in A short as well.
But anyway, here comes the Thunders. The Thunder starts rolling in, trying to zone it out, and that's going to allow Brandon to tailwind and pick up Jataboy. Jataboy's out of commission, but Brandon still holding on the line, picked up both Pandemonium and Brandon. Now it's going to be coming down to a 3v4, but then again, on the side here, Paper they lost one member, but Eagles with the wall back and headshot on Mordecai. There goes the play. They can't go for the play. He's trying to go for the blackout, but Evo with the double kill and with the Spectre still holding on. And RSG, they turn things around once again.
Oh my goodness, and they didn't even have the chance to plant down despite Egoist taking his time. He waited for the site to be a little bit more secure, but it wasn't going to be, as Benaf got the double kill there over by the loading bay side of things, and with that, it was buying enough time for the rotation to fully come through, and now Resurgence, they're closing the gap. Now, they're living on the edge here, but this is exactly what they need to do. They need to take it round by round. Every round, it's going to be a force buy from them. For the most part, they're going to have a whole set of weaponry, but now we'll see how Paper Rex want to deal with this.
And the thing is this, because Paper Rex is currently in the second lost round as well, so they did get enough money, but they're going to be saving for that third round because they know they have a lot of points up ahead for them. They wouldn't mind losing here, but coming from the side here of Brandon's aggressive play with the Blaze Storm, he doesn't care. Like, he has nothing to lose here. He's getting ready for this Skybomb initiation coming from his teammate Brimstone, and he's just pretty much just gonna tailwind and pick up anyone he sees. Especially, you literally look at his cursor, he's currently getting ready and deciding at which angle does he want to spot out first. But he goes back, getting ready for the timing. There goes the flash, that's the initiation over the Skybomb, but Simon Cage retaliation coming from the side here of RSG. They try to hold on the line, and majority of the map, even over the strike, I believe this is not even trying to zone him out, it's just trying to give them a little bit more cover as they push into the side here. But Blaze Storm will be able to pick off Evo, and there goes that barrier off that's going to be slowing down any portion. But oh my lord, Brandon with the arm drag, but gets spotted down, and Jim holding down the line. It's going to be coming down to a 1v1, but then again, our dear friend Benaf, that nobody still was able to get the headshot on Egoist, and Resurgence will come into another round.
Oh my god, I'm on the edge of my seat here. Look at that take here. Really just bodies falling where Benaf, though, able to really it out there right when Resurgence needed him the most, and that's already 2 rounds where they've been on match point and they've won out with 1v1 situation. So Resurgence, can they do this? They are 2 points away from bringing us into our first overtime here of the Royal C Cup.
That was absolutely amazing. But then again, at the same time, Paper Rex, it was an eco round for them, and they did so much damage. They dropped 4 members of Resurgence in that round. But then, of course, this is the third loss here, so they're going to be having a lot of money. But oh my lord, the trader was great, but the punishing was so much more painful for the side of Resurgence. And once again, Mordecai was able to get a beautiful wall bang on Brandon, denying him that jet up combination. Now it all comes down to a 3v3. Who's in the initiator and whose engagement will be better?
Oh, and yeah, they're trying to see, can they reclaim the operator there, as might prove to be very useful, but the Sky Smoke's coming down here onto A, but it's going to be a bit of a fake as we see that there's going to be a bit more presence on the hookah side, but we're seeing actually a little bit of reconsidering how to go about this. They want to fake the again here, and we're not seeing that quick of a rotation from Resurgence. It's still 3-3 apiece, and they have to really get this right if they want to be able to get another round on the board.
Dude, the mind games is happening. Like, initially I was thinking that, oh my god, Resurgence just read what Paper Rex was doing. But both of them even stopped in their tracks. Like, what if they didn't go for this B push? They started rotating all the way towards this A. And now we might see a potential conclusion as this flash is going to be initiating. Oh, but that trade-off coming from both Mordecai and JD Faker was exceptionally huge here. But despite it's going to be finally planted, they're sadly, Paper Rex was able to buy a little bit more time in this potentially last round. But JD Faker was able to tie things down. Now it's going to be down to a 1v2 here. Now it all comes down to Jet the Boy. Will he be able to pull off another clutch play? But it's not going to be enough, as JD Faker will get the job on Jet the Boy. And ladies and gentlemen, Paper Rex will win a clean 2-0 in this best of 2.
Oh, Jab the Boy, we've seen some clutch plays coming out from the lad here, but it wasn't meant to be, as he's not able to clutch things out right at the end. And yeah, unfortunately, just not having a lot of the necessary utility to be able to go for the retake there. Nothing on the Cypher, and of course, Evo on the Sage. Just not a lot left in the tank, and they were going to be able to hold those close angles. And boy, what a game, as we saw Resurgence really push Paper Rex right to the edge here. But it does look like Paper Rex going to be the more seasoned team in being able to overcome these type of high intensity encounters.
Yeah, dude, and I'm seriously, Jay, you had no idea. I'm feeling the heat here. It's absolutely intense here at the Castle 10, and just watching that game as well. Like, the thing is just, when the minute we just thought like, all right, Paper Rex is going to close things out with 12-7, right? 13-7. But Resurgence, they didn't give in. They're like, you know what? The game's not over. That's pretty much why I can't decide who's better at this read. Be super aggressive. Both teams, firepower, absolutely insane. Retakes, absolutely insane. Defense, when the situation calls for it, each of their members, even if we didn't really highlight them in the first game, in the second game, they popped off. And I'm like, yo, Redler, calm down, boy. Even Germ, on the other hand, like, sure, Germ was amazing in the first game, but this game, when it comes down to the defense, when the game is on the line, everyone in both of these teams is in their prime, and they just stomp both sides. Really well played from both of these teams. But of course, kudos to Paper Rex for getting that 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, this is really exemplified whenever we had these monster site takes, and it was different players stepping up to the challenge to take it down. Germ, I think, really getting into the fray of things here. And of course, we did have two 1v1s there that Resurgence needed to win. I think Jab was involved one of them, and Benaf as well. And of course, people playing, Ring Around the Rosie around Labs there. Yeah, I mean, this is exciting stuff here for two very well matched teams. But unfortunately, we can only have one that comes out on top. And I think Paper Rex, they are going to be worthy winners here, looking at how things are. But of course, anything can change in the other matches, as we do have 5 more matches here coming out from Group B.
And the thing is this, right? It's not really over for Resurgence. They lost 1, but they still have 2 more teams to go here, so they still have a chance to bounce back and be one of the 2 teams to enter that playoffs. And it's not even guaranteed for Paper Rex either. But with the current performance coming from both of this team, I am so looking forward to how they'll be contending against the Korean and Japanese team later on. And I'm super psyched for that, Jay.
Oh yeah, and I think it's going to be exciting matchups all across the day here, and I think the 2 Singaporean teams are going to feel pretty chuffed with how they started the day. Arguably, some teams just not able to get fire on all cylinders, but I think we've seen quite a bit here from both of the teams to really say that they're going to be able to bust it out when it's needed the most. But of course, it's all down to the the consistency and looking at whether they can continue to deliver. As we did see, is at the end of the day going to be a collection of people going to be able to really rise to the challenge. Some people did struggle, I would say, in the second map there. Evo just not able to get a lot. Of course, he was on the nerf stage, so probably not expected to see too much in the way of benefits there. But strange to see as well that Resurgence moving off from the Jet, and in particular when Benaf is still going to be trying to bust out the operator plays as well.
The thing is, I believe is because Resurgence is sort of came to this game with a certain mindset. They were very tactical, very strategical as well. Like they're like, yeah, sure, Sage did get nerf, but we still can play around this barrier. Or we may not use it to be able to hold pushes or slow things down, but we're able to set up for those spike lines. Because how many times when they were on the attacking round that even Paper Rex had such a hard time to deal with it, and so many times like even Brandon had to like commit all bullets on that barrier because he knows a plant is happening, and every member was just hitting that wall. They're like, break it down, because once this spike gets planted down, they're gonna be falling back to an angle, which is very delirious for the rest of the team to really deal with here.
Yeah, I would dare say that these tactics are not too new for sure. Because of course when Sage is very much in the meta, that these are the kind of plays that you get the plant down onto bind, and both teams favoring the Brimstone as well. Definitely working wonders for them, as they did value the kind of value that he brings, despite falling overall out of the meta as compared to Omen, which I think compared to the first map, we did see quite a bit of diversity here as on Haven. I think both teams lining up with what is standard at the moment.
Yes, meta status for sure. And the thing is, I believe in this case, they prefer the Brimstone Omen a little bit better. Although yes, the Omen is definitely better in both mobility and its dark cover, the rate is a little bit bigger. But Brimstone just allows you to have multiple smokes at one, because let's be honest, point A and point B, there is so many angles, so many corners that you have to look out for, and having those skyballs just literally helps things to set up for them. So very tactical coming from both of this team, but definitely it's more always coming from the side of Resurgence, as they were trying to make full use of their barrier. But I think what they didn't really take into account of the aggressiveness that's going to be coming out for Paper Red here, because like they were being so offensive on the attacking side, but when it came to this defensive side, she was positioning a little bit more like as a rotation. I wouldn't call her a lurker, but she's always rotating in between, getting ready to just slow down those pushes with that barrier up.
Yeah, and I think it has been finding quite a bit of usage, and I think when we saw the Resurgence try to throw Paper Rex off when they push out of Hookah into B short, that was excellent play coming up from them. And I guess with the composition that Resurgence was bringing, they didn't have the Sova, so they don't have a lot of intel on the board for them. So especially when they're playing on defense, they kind of have to rely on these aggressive push-outs every now and then to kind of get an inkling. Otherwise, they're always going to be at the mercy of the Paper Rex players.
Yeah, I guess in this case, it's just the priority is different, right? But even during the mid plays or the early stage all the way to the stage of the game, we realize that both teams is constantly changing things up. They always ensure like, all right, if I am holding down this angle, I'm not going to do this for the next round. I'm always going to switch to another location, keep changing my tactics and my positioning. That way it's going to be throwing my opponent team off. And constantly we see Resurgence and even Paper Rex was able to just throw either one of the members. Definitely not the whole team. Maybe the whole team was from that Hookah push for sure, coming from the side here of Resurgence. They caught Paper Rex off guard. They're like, why are you out here? I expected a Jet, not the two of you.
Yeah, exactly. And I think exactly that's what's needed, because both of these teams, I would say, when they're on their attacking side, really show very strong aggression, or when they're committed to the push, they are going to hit hard. And if you're not ready to deal with that, you're going to be in trouble. And because of that, we haven't seen a lot of the defensive sides, or for both of these teams over both maps, really being too out there. So that was a nice play coming out from them to really shake things up. But the tempo that PRX are able to demonstrate, it's got the full spectrum, I feel, because we saw in Haven how they can be absolutely dynamite, absolutely, moving onto the site with very little hesitation and notice given to the Resurgence players. But we did see a bit more tempered approach when it came to bind, but I think in one or two rounds they still showed that they can bust in there, and Brendan showing as well what he can do with the Blade Storm.
Oh yes, definitely. Brendan as a duelist is definitely going to be really iconic as well. But I'm a big fan of Egoist, a little bit more better. Sure, I mean Egoist wasn't able to get as many kills compared to Brendan, or was able to duel as much. But Egoist is he's like one of those playmakers and decision maker that really turns down the fight. I don't know how many times he just waited, just very patient. He knows he could have gone and go for a fight, but he waited the timing of his aftershock, rolling thunder, even trying to buy enough time. But same goes for Resurgers. They also realized that we can't defuse with the existence of Egoist, who was the breach in that last one. They had to take this fight. So this definitely tells me that both of these teams fully understands and also very calm in their decision when especially in a very precarious situation. They're like, you know what? Fine, we can't defuse, we had to pick up this guy. Whereas Egoist, on the other hand, who was playing around labs, he was like, I can't die.
Yeah.
I just had to slow things down.
No, he was making Benaf jump over hoops and everything to chase him.
Mouse, baby.
Yeah, and but he was making full use of the blast packs, but unfortunately you can see the black pass usage from Benaf, a little bit reminiscent of pre-patch, I dare say,
yes.
But of course still going to deal some damage, so I can't say that it is not a play that is not going to be on the card. So Benaf, switching off from the Jet, not very common that we've seen from any of the teams so far here at the Royal Sea Cup to not bring the meta favorite for wielding the operator for your given team.
But anyway, just a real question for you, Jay. Both of these teams, or both of these games, are they play of the J worthy?
Oh, of course. I think all their plays are better than my plays. Let's put it that way. So I mean,
being nice.
Definitely they would be play of the J. So, but I think looking at them, we've seen every player really step to the plate when it mattered the most in certain situations. So I think with all these things considered, even players who didn't have such a great game like maybe Evo, well, as indicated more from the scoreline rather than anything else, was part of that 3-man push out of the B short side for the defense on Resurgence. So it was not just that, it was also setting up the wall to effectively funnel any of the players out from the market side of things that wanted to try and take the spike back.
Yeah, just... Now, I'm like having these flashbacks to all the previous plays and strategies both being used from the team. Every time, and the thing is, it's very quick reaction from both of the team. Like if Resurgence is going to do this strat, like this barrier and push and go for the plan, instantly Paper Rex, like after witnessing like once or twice, they're like, all right, this is how we deal with this. This is the position we want to go for. We're not going to go for long roundabouts. We can push through because they have the skills to really make up for it too, despite the Paris situation. Although yes, kudos to the Sage. He knows he had to hold down that room, but Red Lava was just too quick with it as well. So each of these teams here, their firepower is just exceptional, but not as much as Brandon and even the rest of the team, or Jab the boy. He's, oh my god. We've been saying his name so many times, and I'm just like, I can't get enough of it, because when it comes down to all of their firepowers from each of the teams, it's phenomenal. I can't even do that. If I wanted to, I can't. It's probably going to take me like years to do it, but they got it down within months.
Yeah, well, I mean, these guys are going to be very experienced in their own right, and Valorant is a younger esport most. We would definitely say that these guys, they have the experience and the skills to bust it out, and we're going to see a constant evolution as well from these teams. I mean, we did talk about how Resurgence, they are going to be relatively younger, only formed last month, and as a result, maybe have not practiced as much together, though they might have played together in other esports. So even with the likes of Paper Rex having more tournament experience in Valorant under their belt, I dare say that they always have to reinvent themselves to a certain extent to keep up with the times, and it's always going to be who is going to be able to do that best, that really comes out on top.
Yeah, definitely, for sure. All this is very important in terms of experience as well, because it really just gives you that slight edge, even though it's slight edge, but it's still an advantage that every player want to take, because they really want to become that top 2 teams to go towards that players. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be pretty much from me, Yololi, and Player the J. Hope you guys enjoy it, because right now we're going to be passing back to our amazing panel who's going to be doing all the analysis just for you guys. Avo, Gideon, Zero, please take it away.
Welcome to the EPOS Royal SEA Cup. On day 2, we're going to be looking at Group B and all of the teams in here. It's a nice mix of different countries in the Southeast Asia region, and with that comes a lot of background and certainly some really exciting teams. The first team I wanted to highlight is Blackbird Ignis. They come from Japan, and the Japanese region has actually got a lot of reputation for being really competitive and putting on some of the best events we've seen so far in Valorant. Blackbird have had some pretty strong results. They were 4th place at the recent Rage tournament, the biggest tournament that's really happened in this region, and they even came through to qualify to get to that tournament, but they haven't got further than a quarterfinal since then. AW Extreme Masters, which was last weekend, was certainly a big disappointment for them, and they're hoping to do a little bit better in this event. Resurgence is the second team of this region. They're from Singapore, and they've had a spattering of mixed results, but nowhere near first place titles that they're hoping for, even in some of the smaller tournaments of the Singapore region. Recently they lost to Tavs in the Rise of Legion tournament, and really there isn't too much to highlight for this team. When you look at some of the big hitters involved, Resurgence are going to be the ones struggling the most, but we have already seen some pretty surprising results in this tournament. Resurgence will be hoping to pull some of those off themselves. Vision Strikers, this is a team that doesn't really need too much of a recap. They're from South Korea, and they have won every tournament they have really been a part of. They recently won Clan Masters in the South Korea region, but also last weekend won the Africa TV Asia Showdown, beating the Japanese powerhouse Absolute Jupiter in the finals. This is a firm favourite to get out of group and also win the tournaments to nobody's surprise. But it's going to be great to see how this South Korean team play up against some of the other regions of Southeast Asia. And finally, our qualified team is Paper Rex. They're from Singapore, and they've played very little of the bigger tournaments, but have had a couple of first place wins in some of the smaller gigs around the continent. The biggest event that they played in was the CGA Pacific Open, where they came bottom of their group. They did get a win against Made in Thailand, and they're a team that actually qualified out of Group A yesterday, but they really need more consistent showings. The favourites certainly to get out of groups are going to be Blackbird and Vision Strikers, but we've already seen some teams fall apart and do surprisingly well in day 1, so let's see what day 2 and Group B holds.
I thought I would never be able to say these words, but we're here. We are in the Royal SCA Cup, of course, powered, created, and sponsored by EPOS. One part of the Ignition series, watching some great Valorant. It's Resurgence versus Paper Rex. We just saw the end of the match and a 20-minute analysis by the casters. My name is Mr. Al Plus, joining here by Gideon and Zero. So,
it's hard to top that. It's hard to top whatever they just said.
Yeah, really isn't. But you want to do a 10-second analysis on this? 10 seconds, go as fast as you can.
more than 10 seconds, so I'm gonna need 20.
20?
Okay, I'll do my best. I mean, Brandon just showed out real big. He made a lot of big plays, and I think RSG did the best they could. But you know, when people are hitting shots like Brandon and Pandemonia, they just had no chance.
Really, I mean, honestly, looking at this game, 13-10, Resurgence did pretty good. No Jet from RSG. Both didn't take Omen. Really interesting on that. But the 13th round was particularly interesting because PRX actually pushed through with triple smokes using the Brimstone. Got Jet to go for the initial distraction. Pushed through bass side. And I think that strategy was working out really well until RSG turned it around. However, those last few rounds got really, really rough for RSG. I think they just got outrun for the last 3 rounds.
Wow. Usually when I say 20 seconds, I mean just be concise, but no. Just speak faster. That's the solution.
Big brain, 5-head right here.
I tell you in school, you have 3 minutes for the presentation.
I'll just go faster. No summary.
Exactly. Easy. Yeah. So, okay, tell me about those last 3 rounds then. What happened for RSG? Why did it become rough for them there towards the end?
Well, I definitely think that they got, I mean, their eco was definitely a little bit hard to actually pull off towards that end there, but more importantly so, they got really outgunned. Brandon keeps getting these picks, and it's super frustrating because he gets some key targets like Breach for an example, and as well as Jet as well. Breach more importantly so because he really helps get onto the site and really sets up for the team. So the moment Breach is down, it becomes so much harder to actually push into A.
Finally, they also picked Sage and Raze instead of you know, the typical Jet for the side of RSG. So their attacking side was a little bit harder. Sure, Raze is great on split, on bind, because there's just so many corners you can clear out with your boom bots and your paint shells. But in the end, pushing into the side is the hardest. You can clear corners, but the sides are just so wide that the Boombot and the Pain Shells are not as effective as, you know, Breach and Jet together.
Yeah, it just seems that Jet is a must pick anyway, right?
Yeah.
Like if you want to she's the most powerful operator in the game, right?
Yeah.
Or operator user.
Yeah. Sage OP. Sorry, Jet OP.
Exactly. Yes. Exactly. So you know, it did seem like they put themselves at a disadvantage with that. Why do you think the Sage? What pick would you have replaced? Sage or Raze there?
I would replace the Sage with a Jet. I mean, the Raze is still viable because there's just so many bends and corners you need to clear out. Like in U-Haul, like in bends, even Hooker, you can clear out with the Boombot. You can clear out with your Pain Shells. So Raze can find a place on Split. On Bind. But then, you know, you have to replace that Sage. Sage isn't as useful as it is on other maps.
What do you think they pick her then?
I'm not entirely sure I can make a full confident argument against it, because I do think some of the Sage setups that they had on A were really, really good, using that wall, and as well as the Brim Smokes, starting off with the Brim Smokes first to kind of get onto the site, quickly get down that bomb, and then look for post-plant. They did that 4-5 rounds successfully until the lurkers coming in from PRX really needed to step things up, get into that back flank, make sure that A short is completely cut off, and then the game became a lot easier. So I think that RSG's composition overall, it really does the job. It does the job well, but in terms of mixing things up, it's a little bit more difficult. I think if they had better setups for B, they could really start playing around with PRX's heads.
Okay, interesting. So you're not against that idea, but obviously the execution towards the end. I guess when you're also playing with unorthodox picks like these, right? The pressure does mount up, right?
Yes.
There's always the lingering doubt of, should we have just not picked this? Should we just not gone for a more stable lineup?
Yeah.
And you could tell that affected them, especially towards the end of both maps. Actually, they had that kind of pressure start to build up.
Yeah.
What do you expect of Paper Rex now going forward? Because they showed some really good Valorant today.
Yeah, I think they can be a contender, especially against Vision Strikers as well as Blackbird Ignis. But we'll know later when both of those two teams face up against each other. You know, their region is is similar to Thailand, where they are more methodical but also aggressive at the same time. So we'll see when the clash of regions actually finally happen, when these different play styles go into against each other, which one will come on top? You know, the more chaotic, aggressive style, or the one with more method to the madness.
Do you think Resurgence also has a chance at beating them, even if they lost against this matchup?
I think they've got some really good strong points on their team. I think they really lack when it comes to being an overall team. I think they have definitely some very strong strengths, but very obvious weaknesses as well in terms of their. I think PRX overall as a team is much better. However, when we're going into like some of the top level plays, especially against Vision Strike, you're going to start seeing the weak links very, very quickly. People are going to get outgunned in certain angles, and Brandon won't be able to carry the entirety of the team. So we really need to see the rest of PRX really start stepping up. We saw a couple of those moments, but let's pit them against some of the best.
Okay. So there is the faith in them, but you do need to see more proving by them, of course. That makes sense to me. When it comes to the other two teams, do you find that they have these same weaknesses, that or because of their veterancy, because I guess how strong they are in their respective scenes, you don't think they need to prove themselves as much?
I think their only weakness is not knowing the opponent and also underestimating the opponent. Like, imagine if they underestimate the firepower that Brandon brings, that Pandemonia has. You know, they just give him wide open peaks and suddenly the score is 6-0 down, and they start panicking. That's, you know, when you underestimate a strong opponent, that's what happens. So you have to give respect to opponents who are strong and also weak at the same time.
I do think that, I mean, to be fair, the earlier rounds of RSG versus PRX in Game 2 was just back and forth, 2 rounds on each side, and overall, it really came down to what they were lacking. And I think overall, I do think PRX, some of their players are just much better, much more accurate players in general.
Yeah.
But when you're up against, I think Vision has some of the best players overall, and I think that's really going to be put to the test when it comes to these smaller gunfights, 1v1s. But when it comes to team play, I'm not entirely certain. I think it's about 50-50, honestly.
Interesting. So you think their weakness, ironically, is because they have such good individual strengths that sometimes their team play takes a.
They don't play as a team, right?
Yeah, it's a
We're so good.
right?
I don't have to play with you, man. I'll go A, you go B, and we'll get 4 kills each.
You think that's something that can happen if you become like if you have such solid individual players, you kind of neglect creating that team composition because you don't need it, right? I mean, that's one of the criticisms G2 often gets.
Yeah.
They're saying like if they actually play against a team that's as good as them in terms of gunplay, they're gonna get destroyed because they lack that tactical sense. Would you agree with that sentiment, or do you think it's a bit overblown?
I definitely agree with it because this game, a lot of the time, just being a better gunner or a rifler or an opper is just going to trump. Better guns, better utility, better use, and the only thing that it can't really trump is team play. So far, we haven't seen teams with perfect team play or absolutely dominating riflers in general. But
wait till we reach Group D.
Yeah. I think that's what we're waiting for. Kind of get a good scope of everybody so we can put them side by side.
Okay.
Yep.
I mean, we did see Attack All Round. I think for now, Attack All Round has probably been the best team play that we've seen, right? But they are also, as Zero mentioned, very methodical and almost like strict about the way they do things, right? Which lacked this creativity that sometimes we saw from Paper Rex this game.
Yeah, they are more rigid, they have one plan, they'll execute a plan no matter what. Paper X, they've had, what we said earlier on, they are a bit more loose.
Yeah.
Right?
It's a variance. It's a large variance for them.
Yeah.
Yeah, they definitely showed that in this game as well. I mean, sometimes, especially when RSG gets 2 picks and they're forced to play with 3, that's when you see the different side of PRX where they like to play closely knit together, follow the fundamentals, and then look to kind of actually wait for their time to kind of even the score, and that's where the looseness comes in because that 3 don't stick together very often. 2 will stick and 1 will lurk immediately. It's just kind of weird here.
Do you think that's an advantage when you're a team that's, I mean, let's call them, lower, that's not has as many results yet as perhaps Vision Strikers, right? Do you think it's an advantage that you have such a large variance so that yes, you might lose against teams that are much worse than you, but you are certainly have a chance of winning at better teams as well? Or do you think it's better to just mount yourself consistently, trying to improve little by little, but just keep yourself at the same level more or less?
I think having a high ceiling is more important than being consistent.
Yeah.
Right? Because there's more opportunities that that you have a chance to beat it no matter what, rather than you're
it's never a lost game.
It's never a lost game. There's always a chance to come back.
I mean,
than, you know that you will lose, but you will lose with a 10-7 scoreline every time because you're that consistent.
True. I would agree, but that kind of brings up the argument about like the players and their own talent ceiling. How high can they go? Because consistency can be worked on, talent can't be earned. That's the big argument.
Really? Some people would say that talent with enough hard work. Malcolm Gladwell would say otherwise.
Agreed. I definitely think that hard work can kind of compensate for the lack of the lack of talent at the time. But when you're at the highest levels, you're gonna clearly see a difference of like I worked so hard to get here, but there are some players who just haven't. Yeah, are just too good. They have an even higher ceiling, and they work just as hard as me, so they can go even further.
Do you think that's more prominent in for example, FPS games? Because
oh, for sure.
Trying to beat the core mechanics. Like if you were playing, for example, in League, the core mechanics are very important. But of course, if you are thinking outside the box, you can kind of make up for it. There's strategy involved that can almost obliterate core mechanics. But here, if you can't shoot, you can't shoot.
If you can tap hits, there's nothing else you can do. You can throw smoke. That's all you are.
Yeah, I mean that's the beauty of tactical shooters. They really kind of like strip it down, force you to focus on the same fundamentals. Have some good aim, know your abilities, play for the map.
Right. And without those fundamentals, you are kind of lost, and you have a very early skill ceiling that you're going to hit.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, people in my Iron 2 matches, remember this. Try to practice your shooting. Stop shooting at the moon, please.
And actually shoot at people's heads,
People really need to pick up aim labs these days. Even for me, like I really struggle. Even at the range, it just doesn't feel right.
No, I think it's a good idea to pick up like these tools. Most people just don't want to do the grind. That's the problem, right? Most people just want to kind of play more games, and the reality is that you don't always practice when you play games.
It's like an instrument. You kind of have to like go through the motions of it again and again and again. Exactly. Yeah.
Exactly. Well, we're gonna find out if the next teams are capable of bringing the hype much like this first matchup was, as we're gonna move to a small break before we go to our casters, mainly because one of our casters is right here. So guys, enjoy a small break as we wait for those casters to be set up and we get on with game or match 2 of the day. Until then, guys.
Tired of being told to get good? Just click on their heads, not helping your KDA? Want to perfect your peaks? Check out AimLab. AimLab is a free FPS trainer that blends performance tracking and analytics with its artificial intelligence and machine learning to help improve your game. From now until the end of the tournament, tweet a screenshot, picture, or video of you doing today's hashtag AimLab challenge at ePulse Gaming for a chance of winning up to one of 3 daily prizes of 4,000 Valorant points. Today's challenge is the Spider Shot Ultimate. Time to put those flicks to the test. Make sure your aim is true as you get a penalty for each orb missed. Be sure to tune in until the end of the broadcast when we announce our 3 daily winners, and remember to enter by tweeting at ePulse Gaming using the hashtag AimLab Challenge. Train your tracking, fasten your flicks, practice your precision, all with AimLab. Download the beta for free now at aimlab.gg.
Welcome to the ePulse Royal SEA Cup. Whilst we are in the group stages of this tournament, I wanted to take an opportunity to look at some of the bigger hitters when it comes to the teams involved, and who to really keep an eye on that you expect them to go out of groups, through playoffs, and to maybe even win the whole event. To do this, I'm going to go through all of the groups and highlight one of the teams that I think is going to do quite a lot. We'll start with Group A, and we'll start with Attack All Around. This is a team that's had some great results across the bigger tournaments in the Southeast Asia region. It's a team from Thailand, and they've been in the finals of the 2 biggest tournaments, winning the Africa TV Asia Invitational and coming second in the Cyber Games Arena Pacific Open. Both of the finals they played up against AHQ Esports, which we will talk about in a second, with a dominant win 2-0 in the Africa TV tournament and a very close loss 3-2 in a best of 5 in the CGA Pacific Open. This is a team that has a lot to prove. You could definitely tell that they've been watching both the NA and EU scene when it comes to strategies, executes, and what agents to use. And with the balance patch at the moment, I think this is a team that can really adapt and overcome any opponent, but most definitely they'll want their revenge on AHQ if they can get that far. I say that because there's a lot of really good high competition in this tournament, and when it comes to that, look no further than Group B, and the favourites over there, Vision Strikers. You've probably heard of this team. They're from South Korea, and they've pretty much won everything that they've played in. They've had some really dominant results in the Korean tournaments, most notably Clan Masters 2020, and this is a team that plays some really aggressive and exciting Valorant. It comes as no surprise that South Korea has taken a liking to a class-based FPS game, but that doesn't mean at this point that Vision Strikers are just going to have their way with everybody in this tournament. But make no mistake, this is the favourite of the tournament by a pretty large margin. Now we get onto Group C, and it's much more competitive when it comes to the teams involved, but there's not really a specific team that you look at and go, they are definitely getting out of groups and you can expect to see a lot out of them. Out of all 4 of the teams, Boom Esports has had the better results, but they just got to playoffs in the CGA Pacific Open and lost out to Team SMG. It's not really a solid look for this team, and really any of the 4 teams can come through playoffs and not be a super surprise. But since CGA Pacific Open, Boom Esports have been able to win a couple of smaller tournaments at least, and maybe with the meta changes, they might be able to find a lot more solid footing. So expect to see some pretty interesting stuff potentially out of the Indonesian team, but they're not quite at the Colossus level as Attack All Round, and certainly not when it comes to Vision Strikers. Now going over to Group D, I mentioned this team before already, and that is AHQ Esports. It's basically vice versa for Attack All Around. They came second place in the Africa TV tournament, but then won out super closely in the Cyber Games Arena Pacific Open. With that momentum, they went into the Africa TV Asia Showdown tournament, which happened last weekend, where they played up against some of the bigger teams in South Korea, like Vision Strikers as we spoke about, but also Japan's Absolute Jupiter. Unfortunately, against this team, they lost 2-0 in the semi-finals, not really having an opportunity to show their strength, losing out 13-7 and 13-8. So whilst this is a team that won the most recent tournament that they were a part of, they still have a lot to prove to really show that they're a dominant force, not only in Taiwan, where this team comes from, not even in just the Southeast Asia region, but in Asia as a whole. You'd expect this team to get out of playoffs, but if they run into a team like Vision Strikers or even an inform Attack All Round, things might be a little bit tough. But these are the favourites out of the groups. But no matter what happens, we're going to have some really great games and no doubt a few upsets along the way.
Welcome back, guys. About to get underway with Korea versus Japan matchup. Zekin Strike, and by my side is Zero. He had a run over from the panelist area. It was quite a trek all across town. That KL traffic.
I had to run right over, but I'm here.
It's a fast dude. Didn't even break a sweat, and we got one heck of a matchup. Vision Strikers are one heck of a team messing with here in the Asian region.
Yeah, but Blackbeard is no slouch either. I mean, they're one of the best Japanese teams, and they are going to face up against each other on Haven.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, Vision Strikers, you could call them the Japanese experts, at least after this weekend, where they were able to dispatch of Jupiter 2-0 in the Africa TV tournament. So they are coming in hot. I mean, we were looking at their Wikipedia page, and it was all gold, right? All their recent results, all gold. So they are definitely feeling themselves here, and we are going straight into Haven for them. I believe we're going to have Japan on defense, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep. Blackbird Ignis will be playing on defense, but it will be interesting to look at, how these Korean players actually tackle the offense. Will they play the same style as what we expect? Are we seeing more Breach and Jets? Are we seeing something completely different? Maybe they'll pick up more Vipers? We don't know.
We do know this is a map that Blackbird have had some pretty mixed success on. They're about 50-50 here on this map in terms of their last 10 maps actually played on it. So, yeah, compared to something like Split or Bind, which they generally try to avoid, they don't really mind playing on Haven.
Yeah, I think familiarity with the map is really important. Which angles to look out for, which angles to defend, and which angles the opponent will. Which timing is pretty important.
Definitely here as we load in, and we're taking a look at the lineup. We're going to have a Breach, Sova Cypher, Jets, and Omen for Vision Strikers.
That's pretty much the same on the side of Blackbeard as well. You got the Breach, you got the Sova, you got the Jet, but you have a Killjoy this time.
Killjoy
on their side. Which starting up on defense, that kind of makes sense. You want to get as many defensive rounds as you can, especially with the Killjoy instead of the Cypher. That might give you an advantage.
Yeah, for Blackbird, that's going to be Oitan there on the on the Killjoy rather for Blackbird.
So they're looking like they're setting up for just for some information plays here.
Yeah.
Still hanging around. They have 3 players towards the second mid garage where the Killjoy is going to push out. They have a lot of utilities set up for mid as well as C defense. That's how flexible that a Killjoy can be on defense. Can be setting out all these utilities across the map. So they're actually leaving B completely open for now as the side of Vision Strike will set up an A push.
Yep. It's not too surprising. I think, of course, you're always looking to try and defend against a 5-man rush into one of the sites. It's pretty common, especially on a map like Haven where there's 3 choices, so you've got some pretty good odds. In the pistol round, that's generally what you see. But Haven, as you can see, they're playing this like you'd play a pistol round, checking for lurkers, checking their angles, playing it patiently. And here we go, starting out with the Sheriff with the full buy here on the Eco. That's going to be the headshot. Neo King started off.
Oh, but Zest answers to the kill onto his Povagachi, and it's going to be a 4-on-4. Paranoia comes out, they're pushing in, but the recon ball is giving so much information. Neo King able to hold his own and gets one kill, not able to get a second, but boom, will strike in. Iltan gets one as well. Neo King falls, it's down to a 2 versus 1.
And it's Sage.
Zest.
One hit here. Zest, can he get it done? He does have that spike. Checking for Heaven. He's going to know that there's at least someone, one Omen coming there from the connector. Now he's going to hit it with that Paranoia, but he's holding a good angle. Oh, but a nice job there. Oitan there on the Killjoy to clutch the round for Blackbird.
Yeah, the perfect counter initiation coming from the Paranoia was just set themselves up for that not really retake, but holding on towards the side was just so perfect. And we can see Blackbeard actually plays so well together as a team.
Yeah, definitely, and that's definitely a very good sign for the defense. It's generally you lose your pistol round, and no matter the map, you're going to be at a severe disadvantage. But on Haven, if you have on the attackers versus pistols, it's so hard to hold them.
You could be like, you could start off with 4-0 straight off the bat before you can actually stabilize your economy. So winning that pistol round as the defensive side is really important.
Wow, look at this aggressive play mid out from Vision Strikers. They're going to be able to take control of B. We'll see how they rotate in response for Blackbird. Are they actually planting here?
Straight away, they get a control and they will try it. I mean, they're on pistols. The plant will help them out in the next round, but the spike will go down.
Indeed. Now we can spray there through the smoke with the Spectre, but no. Instead, it's going to be the Stolen Spectre picked up and a Rip Pablo indeed. From behind, though, in C, it's just going to be that turret being a bit annoying. They're not going to really go for the contesting the fuse through the smokes. Jet able to at least get half, but from behind, it's going to be King Zero who's going to be able to at least make it down to a 1v1. Spike continuing to tick away as they will set up some sort of crossfire situation here. Continuing for the defuse. He's going to try and stick it. Pulls the SMG back out. Is he going to have time? He will. Ooh, what a clutch round yet again. I can't believe he had time to pull out his SMG there.
And that was a pretty expensive round. They lost 4 players, but it was all for Spectres, no real guns there. But that's going to affect their economy slightly. But in the end, it was down to the earlier play where they stuck the defuse to half that bought enough time for Popogacci to actually finish off this round because the timing was just so close. In the end, they still won the round, but at what cost, right? Now you're facing Bulldogs and mixed buys against full Vandals and Phantoms. And here we go. They're actually might be playing this fast here, pushing on towards, or at least pressuring C. As we have the Owl Drone sent towards the sewers, Neoking holding on towards the tight corner. He's gonna get spotted out, but Owl Drone, no, he's not. Wow. He actually does. RB gets a headshot.
That's amazing. Neoking trying to lurk yet again. It's not too uncommon to see the Jets have that matchup there in the A short, sort of the sewers down here. As RB is doing a great job there establishing control. Vision Strikers, we saw how well they did even on another eco round after losing the pistol round. So aggressive with a full buy. We'll see what they can get done as they're going to go back into A. They're going to be able to find the man as well in heaven, smoking that one off, and control of the site will be theirs. The rest of Blackbird now will be rotating in through the CT connector.
Yeah, A site's one of the hardest sites to retake if you don't have long control, and all 3 of them has to funnel in from the spawn side or from heaven, and that's a tough retake to get as you are outnumbered 3-5, and looking at the amount of players you have, you probably just want to save right now.
Yeah, they're going to be able to pick up that rifle, so maybe they're going to go further, just look for some exit frags. I'd imagine it seemed like Vision Strikers, their eco is not really in a great situation this early on. They really need that first win, put some money in the bank. I suspect they're just going to retreat through long, play it very carefully, and they're going to take this round.
Yeah, they do survive with all 5 players, so a flawless round is going to help them in the long run. So Vision Strikers, after very early picks and the round before where they won against the anti-eco, actually will be able to take their first score on the board and can make it 2-1. Round number 3 goes towards the way of Vision Strikers.
Yep, good stuff indeed. They're finally going to get a little bit of extra money for them. Blackbird, they are going to hold on. They've got kind of sort of a half-buy situation coming out. It will be a heavy armor Neoking Jet operator, so be on the lookout for that against rifles here for Vision Strikers.
So he's gonna be playing a towards the operator towards A, so that's gonna catch them a little bit off guard. Usually you expect it towards C, sometimes maybe B, but A long is one of those earliest aggression in terms of the operator that you can get, and if Neoking gets an opening pick here, that might be big.
Indeed, he could. Down long, Neoking. Location revealed. He's going to be able to smoke off his retreat, and back he goes. Meanwhile, Vision Strikers, they're actually going to be rotating through, looking like they want to go through Garage, sending in the Owl Drone just to scout anyone. No one in Garage. A few members C. That is looking like a very enticing site, and in they go. Zero.
They just baited so much utilities towards A, and the stack coming in, they're trying to hold on as it's 3 versus 5 right now. King gets 2 entries, and that's going to open up the site as the rotations are just coming in. That was a perfect bait out of utilities coming from the side.
They're gonna drop the hat as well, Zero. They dropped the hat there with the Cypher ultimate, so that's gonna
complete information.
Yeah, that's information. They know where they're coming from. They're gonna be able to set up only one here for long because they know that the retake will be coming from CT or at the very least through Garage, where we're on board here with Zas. But it looks like they're still peeking that Garage angle. 3v4 scenario, so the retake is possible now. Sova Era will be bursted down.
Yeah, but Zest, he has Hunter's Fury, he does have both of his shock bolts, so whenever it becomes, down to the last few seconds, he can always hold on towards the plant. So right now it looks like BBI will not even try to go for the retake and just let it go.
Indeed, that's going to be 2 saves in a row though, so now they're going to be coming at this next round with a full buy for them. They're going to have that twice in a row. Lose 2-2 here going into the 5th round. It's just about even. I think these two teams probably the favorites to move on into the playoffs. This could be down to seeding, but you never know. This actually could end up making the difference between a team qualifying and a team not qualifying. So every single round here matters, as that round difference ended up making a big deal. I mean, yesterday we saw Attack All Around with a +40 round difference.
they even lost any rounds, any maps, they might have needed those round difference, but they were just so dominant in the group that it was just the cherry on top, right?
Most definitely, as they will be getting a bit aggressive here. Just early information with the Sova arrows. He's going to rotate around here on board with Popogacci. Up towards heaven he goes. Unfortunately, the rest of Vision Strikers, they're going to decide to go again here through the garage. Waiting for them will be Oitan, however, in the garage window. We'll see if he can get any picks there. Also lurking through mid lane is going to be the Cypher. Into the smoke he goes. There's a turret down. One man above on the left. It's Repablo on board with him now as he will be in the opening frag onto RB. Traded away, though.
King does have a very aggressive position. He's not able to get off Poem though, so that's going to give the advantage towards the side of VBI as Iotan gets 2 and is able to kill off the spike carrier. So it's down to only Zest. He gets 1. Can he do it all alone? 3 versus 1. He does have the operator, but he's on a Sova, so no quick retreat, no escape button for him to
That's
utilize.
Right. No get out of jail free card for sure. And you saw not taking any chances. They know we have no need to peek against the operator.
Yeah.
So they're just going to play it safe. Spike is down. We'll see if maybe they're going to make an attempt there for an exit frag, but it's a bit scary to try peeking. Like I said, against that operator, doesn't really matter his HP. It just comes mechanics as we're on board with Zest. He's going to rotate around, checking his corners, but he probably knows there's one in that garage window. Will he be able to get the flick? I'm sure that angle is pre-aimed as he turns around. He's going to get scouted now by the Killjoy turret. They're not going to be able to spray him down. Nice return onto one. Zest, that's going to hold off the Killjoy. Waitan doesn't want any of that. They might just let him live.
Yeah, these young players, from the side of South Korea, their aim, their mechanical skill is just so Zest proves it once again with the triple. Unfortunately, not enough to win the round, but now you have to be careful of Zest. You know what he's capable of.
Absolutely, showing his stuff. The youngest player in our tournament here at 17 years old, and he is showing that he play and hang here with some of the older, more experienced players on his own team. Vision Strikers coming from CSGO, mainly as a team. So it's good to see him coming from the academy team now onto the main Valorant roster here for Vision Strikers.
Very flashy player. And hopefully we'll see more of him. He's still holding on towards the op. Top fragger for his side right now. Still 2-3 on towards Haven. Not the worst scoreline. There's definitely more room for both of these teams to climb up here as they are pushing down towards sewers with the Owl Drone leading the way. It's gonna be Neo King leading the charge. Already have A site.
You should run.
Oh, Zest, we get the first kill on towards Heaven. Hunter's Fury comes out trying to slow them down. It's going to kill off the lockdown. Perfect use of the ultimate. Zest really setting things up for his team.
Indeed. Vision Strikers, they have the one-man advantage now, but Blackbird, they're kind of in position here to go for the retake now on board with Aitane up in heaven. He might be able to find a peek here. The smoke dropped, providing some cover for the operator. Hold long, that's going to be Zest having long control as he will have that contested, but Poem actually getting the kill, working Cypher. Oh, Neo King with the knives out now, looking for one. He's going to miss with the right click, and he will be punished immediately, setting himself up for a 3-man crossfire there. Very ambitious play.
Oitan tries to escape with his life, but he should be able to. In the end, that retake was not enough. They did not have the breach, I believe, for the retake, so without the flashes, it was just very difficult. Neo King had to use Blaze Storm because he was just holding on to an operator, but that was just too tough.
Yeah, very tough indeed. The breach trying to go through long, but likely didn't want to try and peek against the operator. What's going on here? Oh, they're on the same team.
He's fooling around right now. They're feeling really feeling good right now. Zest still has the operator. Max money on him. He's gonna be.
He's buying.
Yeah.
It's on me this round, boys.
Who needs a gun, man?
Yeah,
I have extra crits.
You will cap out, of course, at 9k, so that eco management, usually you're on the lower end, as we see Blackbird now at going into our 7th round, a little bit lower on the credit. So a round win for them here would be absolutely massive. They'd now get that win bonus after getting the 3 times loss streak ended, as well as handing that loss streak on over to Vision Strikers, who are in no financial pinch here whatsoever.
Yeah, they are not switching up their defensive strategy for now, actually putting 2 towards C for the side of Blackbeard, but can they hold on? I mean, they have just been playing at a textbook entry level. I mean, for Vision Strikers, they have just been doing everything correct, checking all your corners, dotting your I's and crossing your T's right now, and they are going to execute into C, knowing that, we have the garage window completely secure, and B, at most C will have 3 players.
There
Rolling
we
Thunder.
go. Yeah, Rolling Thunder knocking him up. King able to finish him off. It's actually RB with the 2-man spray. Now, the rest of Blackbird are going to be rotating over. 1 from CT, the other 2 through B, but we'll see 3 versus 5 with the spike down. Vision Strikers have had plenty of time here to actually set up, get entrenched. It's going to be a very difficult retake, and already we see Blackbird. They want none of it.
Yeah, very difficult to retake the C side as well. If you already lost 2 players, and without your breach, that's your only flasher. You have Killjoy, you have Jet. Sure, you can get some information with the Sova, but the retake is just gonna be so difficult if you lose the breach, and that's one of the downsides of setting up your breach at a site that he can't hold on by himself. They just overpowered the C side, and right now 4-3 Vision Strike takes the lead in on Tourist Haven.
Yeah. On the attacker side, of course, it's not too uncommon to see, so nothing too indicative yet on this first half. Still just about neck and neck, and good eco management by both teams. We see sometimes a lot of the younger teams, a lot of the newer teams,
they just go for it.
They just go for it, and you love to see it, but you have to have as well the restraint to know, no, long game
not
here,
this
right?
round.
You have to win the war, not just the battle.
Yep, exactly. So both of these teams, you can tell from just with the way they handle their economy, they are very experienced. They know that one step at a time, we lose this round, we take the next. There's always come back.
Yeah. And same goes as well for Vision Strikers. They're not going hunting.
No, they're playing it safe.
They're playing it safe. They could. 3 versus 5 is definitely a viable option to try and get some of those exit frags, but they don't find it necessary. They say, hey, even with your rifles, we're still getting the entry frags we need, still planting and taking these rounds. As Neo King gonna go and back off. Armor just about getting demolished, but otherwise healthy.
Yeah, still just poking and prodding, trying to bait out some utilities, trying to have a gauge of where they are set up from the side of Blackbird, and right now it looks like they are setting up towards a nade. Lurk still coming from the Cypher, but other than that, just making sure, keeping BBI honest, not letting them abandon any sites so early on as they set up for an A push once again.
Yeah, indeed. They're hoping to try and get a pick long or maybe a pick short here on A. But yeah, like you said, they're playing it patient. They're letting them come to them. They know peeking against an operator, especially a very young and maybe overzealous Zest, I mean, if he's on the Jet, I think that's normal, right?
Yeah.
But no, he decides I'd rather have the recon for his team. He's that confident in his abilities that he doesn't think it's worth it.
I don't need to run away, I'll just kill you, right?
I'll just kill you. It's that easy, Zero. 30 seconds left here in this round, however. Vision Strike need to get a move on, as it looks like they're mostly going to settle for A. The Cypher now continuing to lurk through the garage. He's not going to see anyone in window, but now I think he's going to be jumping up. Killjoy could possibly have a peek on him, as right now will be committing to short A. The long peek is not going to work out for them. Instead, Blackbird finding 2, but there's still going to be a 3-on-1 here in this round. Can they get it done? Neo King through the smoke, finding 1, and BBI the second. We still have the Omen to deal with, and they will be able to dispatch of him. Jet making quick worth 1 tap from the Vandal is going to be a round win. Finally, the operator out of the hands of Zest.
BBI just played that really good. They didn't over rotate. They didn't give up any places around the map that they didn't have to, and that just forced Vision Strikers to play from the dark. I have no idea how many players are at A or at C. We're just gonna go both at the same time, try and throw some a wrench into their plans. But BBI just held on to their angles. Used their utilities perfectly. All the utilities from the Killjoy were set up at A somehow perfectly at that exact round, and they just used that to their advantage, evening things out, making it a 4-4.
Yep, a very close one at King. Operator in hand. Now he's going to be peeking long, daring anyone to show up. This time it's going to be Vision Strikers showing some restraint. We've seen them before be very aggressive, up in lobby, already in short, but now you can see they heard the operator, already 1 bullet missing out of the chamber, so they might be looking to rotate away from the Jet op.
Yeah, this is one of the more important swing rounds, because right now both the teams' economies are pretty even, and whoever wins this round will be setting themselves up to win the half at least, because right now it is very important for both these teams to make it clean, or if not, at least get the spike down from the side of Vision Strikers. Looking like they are going to commit towards C with a 4-man push towards long. Still, the Cypher looking towards the garage entrance. Repablo will be the one holding on towards this side.
Indeed, but now in they go. The Jet moving on forward, but they're not going to scout one. Oh, Tom, though. The flick right back over. RB proving their stuff as a perfect entry fragger down to 50 HP, but it's not going to matter as the Hunter's Fury looking to try and go fishing for one or two of them. That's going to allow at least for a bit more entry. Blackbird, in they go now, attempting for this retake, a 3-on-4, and this time, Zero, they're going to go for it.
Paranoia does connect, but they have the information of everyone thanks to the recon bot. And they are going to try in. The flashes are coming in. Oh no, the shock dart actually gets off Zest, making it 3 versus 3.
That's a big one with the operator. Neo King needs to swing tagged out from Long. In cubby he goes. He's now the only one alive as they're only able to trade one off with the classic, the 3-time spray. 1v1 smoking himself as well as the side off. Omen though closing the gap, walking. Pros don't fake Zero. He's gonna stick it, but gets sprayed down through the smoke. Denied.
That was perfect. King knows that you're definitely not gonna be defusing at the middle of the spot. You're gonna be at the edge. You just shot the edge. He didn't have to use too many bullets. He gets the diffuser and vision strike. Back with only one player surviving, they still get around.
Indeed. Good stuff out from these guys. And now we see why this was one of our most anticipated matches here in Group B. It's back and forth, active patience, and lots of outplays there as we saw switching to the classic there for that close range. Getting the headshot as well with the spray. No easy task, but it's going to be an eco round now for Blackbird on the attacker's side.
This is what high-level Valorant looks like. All these teams knows where to check, how to play with information you have, what to do with the information you don't, and then make the exact right call at every single round. It's just been textbook, perfect high-level Valorant coming from both of these teams, and that's what we expected, right? The best team from Japan facing out one of the best teams from Korea as well.
Indeed, and it's delivered thus far. It's going to be a bit hard for Blackbird this time around, of course, on the Eco. Vision Striker's fully kitted, so of course any kills that they can get are going to be very damaging here to the economy overall. They can go for Siege Jet into the site. Now they will again still be able to get that kill off as RB, this time returning the favor here, is into the site.
That initiation, that entry into the site, like textbook, flash into a self-smoke, into a tailwind, they get into the site, they get a recon dart to exactly know where the opponent holding is, even though she's in the smoke, RB will be able to aim directly at where the opponent is. That is just perfect execution coming from PS. If you guys want to learn how to enter in the C site, that's how you do it. Absolutely perfect.
This is how it's done. Get you and your boys and girls into the Discord together, and it's all about that communication, right?
It might take you 13, 20 rounds to get it. Practice makes perfect.
This is what it looks like. This is what it looks like, and you can see Blackbird, even on the eco round, they're going to try and save whatever armor they have left currently.
RB's chasing.
Yeah, RB is hunting this time. 5v2, he's going to be confident going for it, but he will be punished for that one. That's going to be now a Vandal in the hands. No, it's traded away immediately after by King, and Poem, the lone survivor shorty. No armor, so surprised he didn't go for it, to be honest.
Maybe he just wants to keep it, right?
He wants the shorty.
Nice skin.
You never know. Yeah, you don't want to give that skin away, right?
Alright, very important round for the side of BBI to take if they want to make this a great half for them, making it even. If they take this round, they'll be able to buy next round. If they don't, then they'll be facing up against an eco situation once again, which is not the greatest. But of course, this map being Haven, you can afford giving away a little bit more defensive sides because it is a more attacker side of the map.
Definitely. They are going to be needing a bit of action here, however, as they will again still be setting up. Do you think that maybe Blackbird Ignition need to switch up the positioning of the Killjoy? Every single round RB has been smoking in. Now he knows the spot. We saw the first time the shots were missed by Killjoy. Second time RB knew exactly where she was standing.
She needs to play somewhere else, maybe be back of C, somewhere different, because holding on towards behind that box, that's where the recon dart will connect every single time. So scout you out, you have to change it up, or even just abandon C, play somewhere else, even towards A. But from what we've seen from BBI, they like to, they'll stack up different sites every single round. Wanting to switch up their defense, keep themselves unpredictable. But somehow Vision Strikers. They seem to get the read every single time.
They've chosen C this time. Vision Strikers looking for any information. They've already used that Owl Drone. Silver Arrow is probably still available with Zest, holding the angle now with the Operator. Look at this. Just tactical movement now. It's actually PBI. They're going to be moving out of sight, abandoning A. I think they've been baited left. As one coming out of garage. Oitan will find the kill there, but that's now going to leave A site completely unoccupied. No further bodies come actually from garage, so that's going to let them know. Popogachi back right into sight up in heaven. He is going to be finding at least one person there, shooting the shock dart over now. Spike being deployed, however, and it's going to be a very hard retake indeed. Oh, a nice trap set. BBI bite, and unfortunately that's going to make the retake even harder.
Yes, 4 versus 5, and this post-plan position is just perfect. One under heaven, one turrets, the default one turret short, and this Owl Drone is going to get every single information. He knows everyone's inside there. Too bad he doesn't have a Hunter's Fury, but he...
Wow! Through the smoke. Dirty! Up in heaven, he's going to be able to turn as well, but now Zest is going to be destroyed by Rip Pablo, and look at Neoking as well, looking for one more. It's going to be the solo, and Neoking able to clutch it out. I think he will have time indeed for this defuse. And a big round there, 5-6, as they look to try and even up the score on the defensive side.
They needed this round. They needed this round. They took this round, and BBI has a chance to even things out. Oh, but that retake was just so... If he just been able to get out after the second shot, they might have not stood a chance.
And that's where the Jet Operator sometimes comes in handy, right? That's the price you pay. And now this time he's got the additional intel, which he can absolutely use for his team. And just a very nice speaking.
Yeah. Yeah, Neoking coming in big in the last round, definitely holding his own in this round.
I think still that was a very measured response from BBI, because it's not like Vision Strikers have tried a strat like that before.
Yeah.
Yes, it was a lurker, but usually the lurkers actually been really quite close with the team, especially on a map like Haven.
Yeah.
The attack has always followed the lurker, so maybe you could say they kind of felt
Shadows traveling.
I think from what we've seen, at least out of this half from Vision Strikers, I would have probably done the same.
Yeah, they've been just playing, as a unit this time. That was the only round we've seen them actually do an AC split, where they just try and bait as much utility on the other side as a decoy. But in the end, it worked out for the side of BBI thanks to some big plays coming from Neoking. Oh! Oitan switching up his positioning. Not gonna fool me once, shame on me. Fool me 3 times. No longer. No, not anymore.
You should run.
Nowhere to run.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, it is. There's just so many angles of attack that the enemy... Oh, the Nanostorm actually connects and gets him. The Hunter's Fury might get RB as well. He's down to 70 HP. He's going to try to hold his own. He does have his... Oh, the Shock Dart almost connected, but he does have his Blade Storm used. Now, he can't play close quarters. He has to hold on to this side.
One player remaining.
Yeah, perfect retake there. From attacking from both sides is how you want it. You have your smokes, you have your flashes, use all your utility, trade as much as you can because you do have the numbers advantage and you are running out of time. You have to be fast, and BBI just played it perfectly on the retake. But right now, they're gonna switch sides. We're gonna see how Vision Strikers is on the defensive side, and no Zest. Jet, can he perform as well with the Sova on the Operator in the defensive side? Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah. He's gonna play all by himself, try and delay as much as he can while the rotations are coming in. But looks like, C is one of the hardest sites to push in when you are playing against a Cypher. Without a raise, you're gonna be having a hard time clearing out all these possible trap wire places that you're just gonna give it up in the end.
take flight.
Oh. The spike just gone down, and right now it's 3 versus 5. Oh, Glow able to get things started for the side of VS as they able to get 1 kill, but Neo King will put an end to that with a kill onto his stacks. King pushing on by himself. Oh, the perfect cloud burst, but Glow coming in from heaven, getting a kill onto his Neo King, keeping things close right now. And the Nanostorm slowing things down for a little bit. The spike is running out of time. Oitan gets a kill onto his Glow, and Popogachi will finish things off with a headshot onto his King. Yeah. Yeah.
Placing alarm bot.
Yep. And that's gonna snowball them. Theoretically, that should snowball them, but unless, you know, King has something to say about it. He's holding Garage with a classic, not the best weapon to use. Oh no. That's gonna be a free sight.
Blocking sight. Spike planted. Blocking sight.
Yeah.
Revealing area.
No reason really for Vision Strikers not to attempt.
They only have pistols, you know, you keep your utility even after you die, so definitely, you know, at most you're giving away a little bit of money for the enemy side, whatever, right?
They're gonna have money survivors.
Yeah. And if you get a kill, that is even more worth it. You're taking away 1,600, 1,800 money, all stacks just in time. Gets a kill onto his poem, but it gets finished off in the end. Pretty flawless round from the attacking side, but now Vision Strikers will be able to buy out.
Armor, but that's all they're gonna get. But it's only 4 members here.
Yeah.
Right? He's gonna be only with the ghost.
He's gonna try and get a bonus round here, you know. But I don't think this is a good idea. Usually, like, you would still buy out in the 3rd round, but you know, maybe playing the long game. We'll give away a round. It's fine. We still have a full buy on round number 15. So maybe that's the mindset of them going for this buy for the side of BBI. Yeah. Yeah.
Really all that much money, then you're going to be putting a lot of economic control into the hands of Vision Strikers. Only a 1-round advantage here if they don't end up taking this, which doesn't look too likely just based on the loadouts here.
Yeah, I agree completely here. Popogachi using the Owl Drone scout things out. He did see the leg of the Sova towards A long, so he does have a little bit of information, but not too much. So they are going to try and commit into C here. Omen, dark cover, buying some time, but the rotations are already coming in. Flash out on first King, but King.
Cage trigger.
Picks up the weapon, he's a big greedy, and will be punished by stacks with the Vandal. Now,
30 seconds left.
as they do not have the sleep yet. Find the right one. Try his best to aim that one.
Spike planted.
Revealing area.
2 now.
One player remaining.
Will they move the weapon? Stacks versus Breach, low HP.
Oh,
BBI actually comes
they
out
make it
top.
work.
That's impressive, and now we see the risk they take actually pay off, and now they are really in control of this match.
They actually don't lose that much money. They lose 4 Spectres, which they had to replace eventually in the end, and they picked up a rifle for themselves. They Poem didn't even have a gun in the last round. He was just running with a ghost, and right now they have full buys. While on the other side, Vision Strikers, they committed fully for the full buy in the last round. Right now they are broke, having to only run with upgraded pistols. This is going to be a very tough hold.
Yeah, indeed, against the full buy, like you said. So, I mean, last time Black Mission, we were doubting them. They made it happen with the Spectres, with the armor, and the Vision Strikers. I'm again gonna have to doubt them here, and especially without armor.
Yeah. They are switching up a little bit, playing a little bit more aggressively towards A, wanting that long control so that they can rotate one player away from A to stack up somewhere else, because right now they are just being outgunned when they enter towards the side. BBI proving that they can do what Vision Strikers do as well, which is enter into these sites and get great post-plant positions. Oitan is playing close range against Zest with the Sheriff. Flash is gonna help out a little bit, just a classic. But the flash points are gonna help. Oh, nice headshot coming from Stacks, able to finish off Oitan with the trade. Here comes the Rolling Thunder, buying a bit of time. He's gonna push out, get the Phantom for himself, maybe get another kill. The counter flashes, he's gonna fall before he gets anything done. But King able to get a headshot onto his Poem as well, keeping things close, 3 versus 3. But still, no guns picked up here. Repablo finishes off RB towards C, and C is wide open. They are just rotating King. Can he do a little bit more? He does get Neo King keeping things close, but Repablo able to stop him in his tracks. Spike will go down in a couple of more seconds. He's running out of time though.
10 seconds left.
That was just so risky though. At that range, if he was able to right-click the classic twice and he kills the spike holder with the time remaining, that Vision Strikers might have been able to get the round, but oof, BBI makes it work, and they are rolling in dough right now. 4 rounds in a row after the switch sides. They are at double digits right now.
Yep, that's the scary side here for Vision Strikers. They definitely need to get something going in their favor, so they're going to go opt for the double operator setup down. Zest and RB on a map like Haven, but they need to at least get one opening.
Yep, and they do get that opening pick onto his Neo King. It was RB pushing out aggressively through the garage doors, and that gives them a little bit of information that the spike will die outside of garage doors. And defensive lockdown use Zest with the Hunter Fury, get Oitan, and that's gonna stop the lockdown as well. Oh, mid. RB almost gets another, but Zest answers with the kill onto his Popagachi with the operator as well. This double operator buy has been working out, and he's gonna get another one. Third for Zest. Through the door, Pablo falls to the ground, gets the 4th. What was that?
Ridiculous, but flawless as well. Zest is able to really just show himself, the youngest player. I mean, this is like almost during my deathmatch rounds.
Yeah.
This guy on the operator.
He just probably has, you know who this guy is. He just constantly gets kills, and Zest is the anchor that they need right now that's working.
Indeed. As we can see, that's going to be a big round for them, but the eco still, Blackbird Ignition definitely doing quite well for themselves.
Yep, 10-7. Zest with the awareness, knowing that the recon dart is coming, he pulls out his classic, double taps it, and goes straight back to the op and holds his angle. Right now, no one's towards A. He's gonna rotate it right away because they do have an aggressive Cypher cam out. That's gonna give them a lot of information. Long is completely clear, and they are pushing on towards garage doors, which there is only just a breach. He's being spotted out there. He has to get out. That's gonna be Stacks. He does have 2 flashes left to use as well as an aftershock, but that is garage control given away. Rolling Thunder comes out in towards C. He connects on towards 1. The Paranoia does buy a little bit of time, but Oitan will get the kill onto his Glow. Oh, Stacks gets a double. Zest as well as RB. These operators are coming into play as Zest will get another kill. That was a clean hold from the side of Vision Strikers as they will be able to start the push, and BBI, they are on an eco right now.
Yeah, what a clutch round indeed, and a flawless at that, making sure that they can still hold on to their money in case the worst were to happen here. But that doesn't even seem like that would really stop them at this point. 10-8, they're looking to make it a 10-9 at that point. there'd still be very, very good position here for that 20th round.
Yeah, the switch up into the double operators just worked wonders. I mean, you just have to save 4 rounds for double operators. They did get it. They get it to work. And right now, BBI has to work with an Nico. What can they really do with the buy that they have? Just gonna play it slow. Hopefully that the side of Vision Strikers, they do give away a free pick. That's gonna help them a lot, but bearing that, it's gonna be really tough for them to just enter these sites with only pistols.
Yeah, only pistols, no armor against double operators. A bit overkill, but obviously you're not going to just give up the operator for a round. Holding down long, Zest, he's going to find one. No, actually, as the peaks are not really able to connect there, but he is going to at least now, if they peek more, he knows that there's at least one, now 2 with the Omen smokes being dropped. So the rotation's not actually coming through quite yet, but Blackbird, they are going to be committing to this long push. No member up in heaven, only one behind box is now rotating back over to the A short site as Paranoia will come in. That should let them know now. And there go the rotations immediately from Vision Strikers. They cannot lose this round. They do have the ultimate to play with here on Neo King, but they only are able to get one onto the entry. The King in back of sight is going to be able to recover the operator. Very small losses for Vision Strikers and a big win overall, making it 10-9.
Absolute anchor coming from the side of King on towards the A side, and despite being 2 versus 5, having the gun advantage and also just the superior firepower here, they were able to secure the round, and now they are facing up against full buys coming from the side of Blackbird Ignis once again. As here we go, they might be pushing on aggressively towards A once again. It's Stacks holding on towards mid. So many recon darts towards mid, giving away a lot of information as we do have RB trying to play aggressive towards C long. Repablo does have an idea, tries to go for the jump shoulder peek. Trying to bait a shot as much as he can, but Repablo actually holding a little bit more passively than he thought as the operator is rotating in. He's going to try and make a white peek here.
Oh no! It's Oitan instead who is going to die in his place. Oitan, I think, walking with a knife out, was just not prepared for someone to be there, but that's the power of Jet, baby.
Play aggressive, get a pick, get the hell out of there.
Exactly. Now up on top of the boxes as well as the Omen smokes will be dropped. It looks like they are going to be committing now to this C long push. You got one member watching the garage, but C long definitely under siege. Vision Strikers, though, they're still playing it very patiently. They don't have any intel even with the Cypher to really know. Now faking with the smoke to try and get the Depeer up. RB, he's going to C2, not going to fire onto anyone. And actually the rotation's coming out through garage. I think they must have lurked through or something. They are actually able to pick off the 2 members holding C. That's one operator now in the hands of BBI. Most importantly, a 3v3 with the spike planted in the 20th round. Oh, it's going to be a close 1-0.
It's going to be close. They do have the Sova already having control towards long, as well as the Killjoy stopping any flanks. So he knows his back is covered. And even though if they are able to fight, they have to deal with this Sova on towards long because Baglow and Stacks gets the 2. But right now, they have to deal with the Sova. This Sova is key to holding on to the side. Keep pushing in. Stacks able to not able to hold on. Popagachi gets 2. Hunter's Fury will stop the defuse
He
even
can delay
longer.
this for so long as well. As this is going to make it so difficult now. He's going to have to deal with him one-on-one, mano on mano. He's going to run out with the pistol and still actually get the job done just with the classic. He's not going to have time for the defuse, however.
Oh, we talked about it, right? You know, we saw the Sova head towards long. We know that that was going to be the play to make for the side of BBI, and the play did they make it. Stalled up so long, Stacks was able, for the side of Popagachi was able to get 2 kills, hold on towards long, and with the Hunter's Fury even stalling even longer for the side of Zest, and they get themselves the round. Despite all odds, BBI are in 2 rounds away from taking map number 1 on Haven.
Yeah, it's really close here now, 11-9. We do have Vision Strikers here on defense. It's a bit tough. We've seen actually Blackbird Ignition really get the job done here. Let's see if they can continue to hold as we'll pull away from Zest over to Neo King, who is going to be lurking through garage. RB, though, in the window with the operator at the double peek. They will be able to get the blind. And actually the pick, as he tries to retreat, didn't want to use the dash, thought he could get away with it. Instead, that's going to be a massive kill and now a big hole in the defenses of Vision Strikers.
Perfect entry. The double peek as well as the flash just bought up so much time. Clear out garage, and that's going to be 1 man down from the side of Vision Strikers as they are still chilling on towards mid. Haven't decided which which site to execute on, but it looks like it will be either B or C. Nano Swarm to clear out garage windows. Stacked, holding on slightly behind. He does have the Aftershock. He does have the fault line as well, but looks like they will commit towards C. There is a trap wire.
Going towards B, a small correction there as the Jet warning on through is going to get destroyed, however, with a Phantom, but a nice counter peek. The Hunter's Fury now just to force him off. A very good angle from Zest is going to have to force Blackbird off of that site, buying a little bit more time for Vision Strikers to rotate appropriately. Cypher, though, running back to C. He sniffs them out. He hears them running through garage. The double smokes now to try and at least buy himself a bit more time as the rest of the team still now overthrew the connector from CT. King is going to be able to still delay this with one. The spike still not being planted as Popogachi finding the wall bang onto Slacks, but King holding it down in back of sight as we will continue to run around. He's going to just get the job done all by himself. King. They go for the kill onto Zest. I don't believe that. That was such a big round by King.
That was just King all the way. Able to stall out inside, and as well, and when the rotations came in, he just got himself to a perfect position, a position where no one expected him to be in, and he just started tapping hits. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's the 4th kill, and that for Vision Strikers. He just saved the entire round for the side of Vision Strikers, for the Korean side, as they will be able to fight back, making it 10 to 11, and with a chance to make it 11 to 11.
That was just gorgeous. I mean, not just that mechanical skill, but even the knowledge to rotate over, to drop the utility straight away, to keep them off of back of sight there, to make sure that he could buy enough time for the Zest to rotate over. Because just beautiful, because they thought they were coming B. Zest forces them off, and then he immediately knows something's up. Now, as something is up, indeed, Neo King with the classic will at least pick up a Phantom now, giving a little bit of hope now to BBI as they are still up 1. But on an eco round, Zest with a Vandal now, not enough money for the operator, is going to find 1. Now make that 2. The pistol's not going to do the job here for BBI's Vision Strikers. Just run them over with the rifles. They're going to even it up here at 11 apiece. This could be our first instance of overtime.
These two teams, their skill level is just so close. The way they play is just so similar that it's really down to, you know, the clutch plays. Whichever of these players, whoever has the clutch genes will be able to win this round. And right now it's 11-11. It can be anybody's game.
It really could be. Both teams obviously playing for that win, not playing for the time. The economy, though, definitely favoring Vision Strikers here. So BBI, a win here is almost do or die time. And I do wonder if our panel is going to talk more about that decision to not upgrade the SMGs. Right? That Spectre round going for the double. They were able to pick it up as there's the kill now onto RB. A good opening for BBI.
It's perfect timing for Killjoy because right now Hunter's Fury is off cooldown here. I mean, he doesn't have enough charges for the Hunter's Fury. The Killjoy detain will catch no one, but that's going to keep the B side completely clear. But Zaz able to hold on all by his own lonesome, able to get a kill, but he's going to back off. The B side is still completely clear. They do have the enemy Sova pushing in towards garage.
Yeah, and we have an Omen lurking around C entrance here for the attacker spawn, so he could swing around and cause some mayhem mid lane as they are going to be beat with Stacks now and Cess as well, picking off the man, trying to go and sneak through that garage, making it a 2v4 all of a sudden.
The awareness was just perfect coming from the side of Vision Strikers, especially Zest. He knows that someone
this
might
could be disastrous. The Omen swinging from around. This is going to be nearly impossible. Oh no. That they are going to get the spike down, so at least 200 more credits, but Vision Strikers with the economy control is going to pick up this 12th round. 1 round away now. BBI playing for the tie. Can they get it done, Zero?
That was the first Aftershock kill I've seen throughout the entire 2 days, and that was
one of the bigger ones,
One of the bigger ones, right? And that actually got them the round.
I mean,
even though they didn't need it,
they didn't need it, right? Because they had the Omen lurking from behind through mid lane, and they had plenty of rotations from both A and C entry there into the B side.
Still, finally, at least you can.
But they secure it.
Yeah,
they secure it, right? You
they
obviously
didn't have to
take
lose a player.
No, of course not. They're using the ultimate. That's a perfect spot to use that ulti, isn't it? Or just the utility.
Yeah. It's a rather awkward utility because of the charge time, but at least they got money's worth for it in the end.
Yeah.
And right now, Vision Strikers won on map point, in fact. And BBI, they have a rather mixed buy here.
It was just a force, whatever they could afford at the moment, right, for every single player. So it would definitely mix. We got a Vandal on some with only light armor now on board with Aitan. So he's going to now try and maybe just lurk through B. We still have the operator holding down A long, so that's not going to be an option for them, and they're very aware of that. Now the Algeron trying to scout out some more. They're going to see Cypher. That's no surprise, but there's Zest now. That might have been a surprise through the window. Hello. He's now going to back off, and maybe now go for more, as we do have King now rotating out through a big flash. They're going to find 2 as Zest will get kills in return, but here's Neo King with the knives. Is it going to pick 2 as well? 2v3, 5 knives out for Neo King. He's going to be able to clear the B site now. C is available for the taking, but there is one still. This Omen lurking around, has the smoke placed down, so he is going to reveal himself possibly. But the C site under control. Zest now make that RB stacks, able to make it a 1v1. As RB with the knife! Oh, that was dirty.
Let's go.
Getting the job done. What a clutch by Vision Strikers, and just a close game overall. 11-13 on Haven.
Yeah, definitely. You can see how close these two teams' skill levels are. Despite being on a forced buy, they were still able to get it that close. I mean, that was just anybody's game, even down towards the wire. But in the end, Zest just a monster with his operator. King able to lock down these sites all by himself. The ending site was just absolutely perfect.
Yeah, it really was just incredible. I mean, 25 kills for a top frag. Remember, 13 rounds you're winning there. So that's almost 2 kills a round, right? Equivalent to a 30 bomb in some other games. But even King, a rifle. I mean, you just can tell these guys are so experienced and tactical shooters, aren't they? Coming from the days of MVP Phoenix. And of course, the IGL definitely making a really big difference. As a play out from Vision Strikers.
Yeah, nothing to take away from BBI as well. They played fantastic rounds. Their economy control was a little bit weird. We doubted it for a few rounds.
Oh, we did.
They made it work.
They did. They did make it work. And you know what? And then they upgraded right after that. And we find themselves at 11-13, so maybe being a little bit strange on attack. These kind of maps, even though it is Haven, probably the most attack-favored map in the current rotation.
It is.
I gotta say, you're still at an inherent disadvantage just because of the nature of the game. Defenders, they get time to set up. They're gonna be entrenched. You never know how they are. You have Zest holding down long. We saw them only go down long actually twice with on their eco rounds when they had to force the issue.
True. That is true. They had strategies, these set strategies in hand already, right? They executed perfectly, but in the end, it was just down to clutch, right? King was just absolutely clutch in those moments where they needed him to step up. Zest, nothing to say about him. He was just absolutely big throughout the map, and we might see a different outcome in the second map.
We really could. I think. It's such close games, could definitely come down to some smaller things, generally speaking, like the map choice, right? If that was the map choice here of Vision Strikers, I wouldn't be that surprised. But next, I think we will be going on over to Ascent, and it looks like we will have BBI on defense here. Of course, we'll let our panel deal with the bulk of that analysis. We'll try and keep it here to the post-match and not do their jobs too much. But we will be throwing it on over to Avo Plus and the boys to break down that amazing 11-13 Vision Strikers victory.
Tired of being told to get good? Just click on their heads, not helping your KDA? Want to perfect your peaks? Check out AimLab. AimLab is a free FPS trainer that blends performance tracking and analytics with its artificial intelligence and machine learning to help improve your game. From now until the end of the tournament, tweet a screenshot, picture, or video of you doing today's hashtag AimLab challenge at ePulse Gaming for a chance of winning up to one of 3 daily prizes of 4,000 Valorant points. Today's challenge is the Spider Shot Ultimate. Time to put those flicks to the test. Make sure your aim is true as you get a penalty for each orb missed. Be sure to tune in until the end of the broadcast when we announce our 3 daily winners, and remember to enter by tweeting at ePulse Gaming using the hashtag AimLab Challenge. Train your tracking, fasten your flicks, practice your precision, all with AimLab. Download the beta for free now at aimlab.gg.
Hello guys, and welcome back to the panel. We're here in the Royal SCA Cup Valorant Ignition Series, produced of course by ePulse. And we're going to be breaking down this series between Vision, Strikers, and BBI. But before we do get into that, I just want to do a little promotion here, of course. I gotta remind any of you that are watching the stream that from now on until the end of the tournament, we're running a little mini game, a little tournament, right? In AimLab, which is an application that helps you improve your basic core FPS skills. All you have to do is you tweet a screenshot, a picture, a video, whatever you want, of you doing today's hashtag AimLab challenge at Eeples Gaming. And you will get entered into a contest for a chance to win a prize, 1 out of 3 prizes of 4,000 Valorant points. You can download the application at aimlab.pro/RoyalSEA Cup or at aimlab.gg, and you can just participate. It's very simple. I mean, you don't even have to be that good, and you'll even improve along the way. So earn some money while becoming better at Valorant, or some points, sorry. My name is Al Plus. I'm here joined by a new panel. Gideon's still here, of course, but he moved sides, and we have the Hound.
It's already been a good day today, but I think me and Hal can agree here for sure. This has to be like the gnarliest game so far. Both teams really just going back and forth at each other's throats every step of the way.
Well, when you look at what has been in store for both these teams, right? Both of these teams have quite a bit of a repertoire behind them, right? I mean, when you look at Blackbird Ignis from Japan, the Joshin Cup Valorant 2020 Summer Tournament, they got first place. The GLX Elite Asians Fights, they got first place. And when we look at Vision Strikers as well, they have quite a bit of experience coming from another tactical shooting title, and they were formerly known as MVPPK. Africa TV Asia Showdown, first place. Yeah. Clan Masters 2020, first place. So it is kind of the battle of the best between these two teams. However, there is quite a lot to pick apart basically from what we saw in that game thus far, Avo.
Yeah, and the Africa tournament actually you mentioned was just this very weekend, right? So it's actually incredibly recent. These are not old stats we're talking about. We're bringing you the brand new Valorant stats. So if we're actually talking about the game, the most recent thing we just saw, this wonderful game, 13-11, incredibly close. We almost got overtime for the first time. What did you think? What were some things that you would like to point out here, Gideon?
I mean, already in the beginning, once it was 11-11, I was sweating for both of these teams. It's really, really tough to come back from that. Once they pushed it up to that final game, that final breach flash, that flashpoint right through from B
you
connector.
Really like that.
Yeah, it was nice. It was from B connector all the way up to window, past double doors. And the moment two people walked out, double flash, they walk on through, got 2 picks off of that. And the moment that plating fell down, they just got the initial penetration, and they slowly just closed out that game really nicely.
Sorry, but can you explain it in simpler terms? I'm not that great at the game. I don't really understand you. Why was that flash so important?
Okay, so that flash was pretty important because they were dedicating a 5-stack to go through double doors.
Okay.
Immediately, that doesn't seem like the best of ideas, but they were very cautious because they knew their jet player on a VS was usually hanging around B site, and making sure that they are watching through windows through mid. And overall, it was working out for them. So I thought this play was kind of risky, and it really bit them back. Because 5 people trying to push through that door, they had to initially smoke, they got that initial kill, and when it didn't seem like everything was going well for them, they tried to pull back, and even that wasn't even a viable option. So they had no way of getting out of that situation. No versatility as well. It's just very linear, very straightforward. I'm going to push through those doors. If I die, I die. Well, too bad.
When we look at Haven as a map, right, Gideon, it has quite an ample amount of emphasis into rotations, right? Because when we look at the 3 bomb sites, it's very attacker heavy. It's very attacker heavy, very attacker based in that sense. It does give quite a bit of advantages towards attackers. So when we look at VS picking up on the defender side, and when they swapped up, right, there was kind of like a pedal to the metal kind of. Where they try to push the pace in the sense where they try to force members of BB Ignis into a situation where it's always an unfair fight for them. Like how Gideon explained, the flashes that came behind it were paramount, not just to get the real estate behind it, to be able to push into crucial points of the map that could actually get them to the high value bomb site, as the fact remains as well that when we look at the composition that BBI as well as VS took from each other, the biggest difference was the Killjoy and the Cypher. And we were talking quite a bit about this, right, weren't we, Gideon?
Yeah.
In terms of what were the options that were given for BBI, what were the options that were given for VS as well. And I do like the fact that both of them tried to be very, very, how to say, not to say countering each other, but very proactive in that sense, you know. It was very proactive in the sense that BBI had the option to basically play around with the Killjoy defensively, but when it came to an attack point, I felt like the Killjoy wasn't as greatly utilized. It was slightly underutilized in that sense, where Cypher is a little bit more versatile in that sense, can be used offensively and defensively sometimes. But then again, I mean, with the resources that you have, with a Killjoy especially, sometimes you can use it defensively, sometimes you can use it offensively, but it's very situational, whereas a Cypher is very versatile in that sense.
So did you find the problem was the Killjoy pick itself, or the way that they tried to take advantage of it?
I think it was a little bit of both in that sense. Maybe it could have been better to pick someone else that could have done more. Maybe like we were talking about the Brimstone, for example, right? But then again, there's also the issue of some of the other agents that can do better things comparatively. And when we look at it from a macro perspective, right, the Killjoy does put quite a bit of pressure onto a team, whether you're attacking or defending, especially after the post plant because of the lockdown, but it does give more emphasis on a team that just did the post plant and puts down the lockdown. So it does create that helter-skelter kind of situation for the team offensively.
It puts like a timer. Like if you don't do this within this time, it's either you back off, wait for it to finish up, and you've wasted what, 14 or 15 seconds of your time waiting for the bomb to go off, or you go in hard, you go in fast, and you make sure each bullet counts.
Is that not possible to do the same thing defensively then as well, just with a different idea of the wasting time still?
Okay, so if we're gonna look at that, you're gonna have to look at the whole picture of what both compositions had.
Okay,
you know,
yep.
both of each team had omens. They had omens, Jet, Sovas, breaches, and the only difference being Killjoy and Cypher, as Hound mentioned before. Okay. And I think, you know, both with the composition that they pulled out so far, I would have expected to see both teams play Cypher and one or the other team actually take or give up the breach. But it looks like both teams are very proactive when it comes to, I want to get this site and I want to make sure I successfully take the site. That's what Breach tells me. That's what Omen tells me. Killjoy, on the other hand, I think BBI, what was lacking from them especially was the post-plant situations. Like, we saw for a fact they were really good at retaking sites every single time. Every single time Vision, they take the site, no problem, set the bomb up. It looks good. You're at a disadvantage, 3 to 5. Not too bad. All of a sudden, BBI start pushing through, clear up the shop, make sure that they're using the Killjoy just to kind of stop those common bomb placement spots.
Well, thank you very much, Gideon, and also Hound. This was some of the more in-depth analysis we've actually managed to have. I guess that's what you get with the close series, right? So let's see if the teams can make these changes you might have been suggesting. Let's see if BBI can recover and make us tie, because this is probably the hardest matchup of the day. We have the next match about to start. The casters are ready. We are ready to watch it, and I'm sure you guys are excited to jump to it. So, after a small break, we'll jump directly to those casters that will bring you Vision Strikers versus Blackbird Ignis, Japan versus Korea, Part 2. Let's see what happens then.
Welcome to the EPOS Royal SEA Cup. On day 2, we're going to be looking at Group B and all of the teams in here. It's a nice mix of different countries in the Southeast Asia region, and with that comes a lot of background and certainly some really exciting teams. The first team I wanted to highlight is Blackbird Ignis. They come from Japan, and the Japanese region has actually got a lot of reputation for being really competitive and putting on some of the best events we've seen so far in Valorant. Blackbird have had some pretty strong results. They were 4th place at the recent Rage tournament, the biggest tournament that's really happened in this region, and they even came through to qualify to get to that tournament, but they haven't got further than a quarterfinal since then. AW Extreme Masters, which was last weekend, was certainly a big disappointment for them, and they're hoping to do a little bit better in this event. Resurgence is the second team of this region. They're from Singapore, and they've had a spattering of mixed results, but nowhere near first place titles that they're hoping for, even in some of the smaller tournaments of the Singapore region. Recently they lost to Tavs in the Rise of Legion tournament, and really there isn't too much to highlight for this team. When you look at some of the big hitters involved, Resurgence are going to be the ones struggling the most, but we have already seen some pretty surprising results in this tournament. Resurgence will be hoping to pull some of those off themselves. Vision Strikers, this is a team that doesn't really need too too much of a recap. They're from South Korea and they have won every tournament they have really been a part of. They recently won Clan Masters in the South Korea region, but also last weekend won the Africa TV Asia Showdown, beating the Japanese powerhouse Absolute Jupiter in the finals. This is a firm favourite to get out of group and also win the tournaments to nobody's surprise. But it's going to be great to see how this South Korean team play up against some of the other regions of Southeast Asia. And finally, our qualified team is Paper Rex. They're from Singapore and they've played very little of the bigger tournaments, but have had a couple of first place wins in some of the smaller gigs around the continent. The biggest event that they played in was the CGA Pacific Open, where they came bottom of their group. They did get a win against Made in Thailand, and they're a team that actually qualified out of Group A yesterday, but they really need more consistent showings. The favourites certainly to get out of groups are going to be Blackbird and Vision Strikers, but we've already seen some teams fall apart and do surprisingly well in Day 1, so let's see what Day 2 and Group B holds. Welcome to the ePulse Royal SEA Cup. Whilst we are in the group stages of this tournament, I wanted to take an opportunity to look at some of the bigger hitters when it comes to the teams involved, and who to really keep an eye on that you expect them to go out of groups, through playoffs, and to maybe even win the whole event. To do this, I'm going to go through all of the groups and highlight one of the teams that I think is going to do quite a lot. We'll start with Group A, and we'll start with Attack All Around. This is a team that's had some great results across the bigger tournaments in the Southeast Asia region. It's a team from Thailand, and they've been in the finals of the two biggest tournaments, winning the Africa TV Asia Invitational and coming second in the Cyber Games Arena Pacific Open. Both of the finals they played up against AHQ Esports, which we will talk about in a second, with a dominant win 2-0 in the Africa TV tournament and a very close loss 3-2 in a best of 5 in the CGA Pacific Open. This is a team that has a lot to prove. You could definitely tell that they've been watching both the NA and EU scene when it comes to strategies, executes, and what agents to use. And with the balance patch at the moment, I think this is a team that can really adapt and overcome any opponent, but most definitely they'll want their revenge on AHQ if they can get that far. I say that because there's a lot of really good high competition in this tournament, and when it comes to that, look no further than Group B, and the favourites over there, Vision Strikers. You've probably heard of this team. They're from South Korea, and they've pretty much won everything that they've played in. They've had some really dominant results in the Korean tournaments, most notably Clan Masters 2020, and this is a team that plays some really aggressive and exciting Valorant. It comes as no surprise that South Korea has taken a liking to a class-based FPS game, but that doesn't mean at this point that Vision Strikers are just going to have their way with everybody in this tournament. But make no mistake, this is the favourite of the tournament by a pretty large margin. Now we get onto Group C, and it's much more competitive when it comes to the teams involved, but there's not really a specific team that you look at and go, they are definitely getting out of groups and you can expect to see a lot out of them. Out of all four of the teams, Boom Esports has had the better results, but they just got to playoffs in the CGA Pacific Open and lost out to Team SMG. It's not really a solid look for this team, and really any of the four teams can come through playoffs and not be a super surprise. But since CGA Pacific Open, Boom Esports have been able to win a couple of smaller tournaments at least, and maybe with the meta changes, they might be able to find a lot more solid footing. So expect to see some pretty interesting stuff potentially out of the Indonesian team, but they're not quite at the Colossus level as Attack All Round, and certainly not when it comes to Vision Strikers. Now going over to Group D, I mentioned this team before already, and that is AHQ Esports. It's basically vice versa for Attack All Around. They came second place in the Africa TV tournament, but then won out super closely in the Cyber Games Arena Pacific Open. With that momentum, they went into the Africa TV Asia Showdown tournament, which happened last weekend, where they played up against some of the bigger teams in South Korea, like Vision Strikers, as we spoke about, but also Japan's Absolute Jupiter. Unfortunately, against this team, they lost 2-0 in the semi-finals not really having an opportunity to show their strength, losing out 13-7 and 13-8. So whilst this is a team that won the most recent tournament that they were a part of, they still have a lot to prove to really show that they're a dominant force, not only in Taiwan, where this team comes from, not even in just the Southeast Asia region, but in Asia as a whole. You'd expect this team to get out of playoffs, but if they run into a team like Vision Strikers or even an inform attack all round, things might be a little bit tough. But these are the favourites out of the groups. But no matter what happens, we're going to have some really great games and no doubt a few upsets along the way.
Welcome back, guys. Map number 2 about to get underway. It's going to be Seek and Strike and Zero bringing you the action. We're going to have BBI on attack here for Ascent. How do you think this is going to fare for them here?
If there's anything to judge from the last map, these two teams are very close against each other, and I think it's going to be close whatever the map is, whichever sides they're going to start off with. I mean, BBI and Vision Strikers, they are that good, and that their skill level is that close to each other.
Yeah, I think what's really cool is that we're seeing 2 of the more attack-sider maps, right? No split, no bind. Yeah. It's going to be a lot of action here. Yeah, so I really like to see this. And BBI, again, are going to be... This time they're starting off on attack, though. Yeah. So I can't wait to see their agent choice as we are going to be loading into the game now. How do you think Vision Strikers are going to fare now that they have to defend first?
Maybe they did look pretty well on the defensive side, but their attacking side was just, you know, absolutely perfect.
It really was. It really was.
It was just textbook. You know, everything just went the way they planned, and I think that's their strong suit on the attacking side. But I think their defensive side is no slouch as well. They can defend, they can attack. It's just that their offensive side is just so much better.
Here's the thing, right? Because if you can take a site on attack, you can take a site on defense.
Yes, exactly.
It's the same concept.
Just switch, right?
Except switch. Granted, you're approaching from different angles, and there's usually going to be more bodies in that site. But that's why we see them so easily take sites on attack. I think maybe it should actually be on BBI to recognize this. Maybe play a little bit more defensively and try and go for the retakes.
Yeah.
Right?
That might be an option.
Maybe they can play for picks, go for the retakes, and just concede control of site rather than try and hold these, you know, make or break spots. Because you end up losing very, very important agents, right? And they don't get any of their utility out because they just get rushed down by Vision Strikers.
Yeah, like we did see BBI, their attack, there are no slouches on the attacking department.
Not at all. Not at all.
They run the same or very similar entry strategies, and they can definitely play as well, or if not better, than the side of Vision Strikers. So, you know, like whatever you just said, it just completely makes sense for the side of BBI. They can go for that approach, give up the side, not lose too many bodies at the start, and then just go in together as 5.
Yeah, I'd really like to see maybe a little bit of strats to switch up, but the beautiful thing about Ascent is that mid lane control is going to make it a interesting scenario indeed here as we get underway. Taking a look at BBI's lineup, it's going to go back to that Killjoy here, starting on attack. Pablo again on the Omen, another Sova, Breach, and Jet here for Neo King.
Yeah, for the side Vision Strikers, they're not switching up that hugely as well. These do still have Zest on the Sova, Glow on the Omen stacks, playing the Breach, RB on his Jet, and King 0-0 on the Cypher as well.
So I think it's actually the exact same agent lineup we've seen previously. Interestingly, on a different map and different first sides. So each team, they think maybe it was just down to small mistakes, right? Maybe just some strategy calls, nothing to do with the map, nothing to do with the agents here, as they will be, of course, opening it up, just threatening for B with that fissure. But Zest, he's going to be holding this tight angle now with the Ghost.
Yeah, mid control is just so important on Ascent as well. When we see them not able to rush in towards B, they straight away head towards mid. No one was at short, so they are able to walk in towards the market side very closely, and with 3 members pushing in at the same time.
I think I heard that door close, did I not? I did.
Yeah.
So they closed that door early on, conceding mid control there as the Jet does not want to try and contest that. They are going to be hitting supporting them with plenty of utility, though. Also rushing in through B short. Can they take the site? One in back, one near as the rest of the team rotates on over. Nobody's have fallen quite yet. Jet into the smoke will be the first to drop, actually, by Neoking with this Ghost. Boathouse occupied by 2, but not for long, as Zest is going to be able to clear it out now with the 4K, and Stacks with the last kill of the round. That is a very strong start for the Vision Strikers.
That was just complete mayhem the moment they entered the site. Smokes everywhere, but Zest somehow able to tap on his head and get 4 kills. Hold on towards the site. And that just made the round from the side of Vision Strikers. Absolutely perfect defensive play coming from Zest.
Yeah, good stuff now. And all right, Zest was like, I got 4 kills. That's enough for a rifle. And they're like, nah, come on, dude. And he's like, okay, fine. I'll buy a Spectre. Buy a Spectre instead. But still, you know, on the attacking side, with that mid controller, you can get off to some cheeky kills here early on. It's going to be a bit hard here with the anti-eco purchases, so likely to see the second round go the way. But we do see a big stack mid, not for long, though, as they're already kicking off the action. On board now is Pogo, who will be dropped immediately. But RB, so aggressive, will drop now to the Frenzy, as they will move now, take over some weapons, but it's all up to the Omen versus 3 full HP agents.
Yeah, Pablo barely surviving here, an inch. Short that does not connect, and King will be able to clean it up. Quite a clean round, but they still lost 2 members. Definitely still able to upgrade though, as BBI will look to take this round as the first gun round goes into play.
Yep, and that's why you usually see these teams hesitant to buy full rifles, right? Because if you end up dropping it and no one's able to recover, or even worse, if you drop it, give it to an enemy,
or if you lose the round, it's even worse.
It's awful. So you'd rather stay here with the Spectres, as we see. Just one member actually upgrading. No. They lost 2, right?
Yeah, they lost 2.
So they're going to full buy, but we do still have 3 Spectres now on the defense against the full buy coming out from BBI 0. And pretty similar setup here, as they will be able to nuke down that arrow immediately. Still getting blinded, though, as RB pushing through mid, will be pushed down. Look at this aggression coming out from Vision Strikers. That's unbelievable.
That's the thing. They were expecting the aggression. They played so far back behind the garage, but somehow they still lost everyone.
That was amazing. Round. Breach waiting perfectly there for the owl drone to kind of bait him around and go, oh, he's in the drone, time to swing around. Nope, he gets peeked, had no chance, did not even see that one coming. Vision Strikers, I mean, it's been barely a few minutes and they're already 3 rounds up.
Yeah, they have been asserting dominance however they play, wherever they go, you know. They want to play aggressive. BBI was expecting the aggression. You could see from the setup, they were expecting the aggression, but somehow it still got them 4 kills in the end. And Vision Strikers just wanting to get out of the field running right now.
Should be noted that this is a map that Blackbird do pretty well on as well here. They win 56% of the time on attack, even higher, 66% of the time. So maybe defense is going to be their favorite here, but already it's not looking very good for them here. 3 rounds straight. They still have plenty of time to turn it around, as they're very early on into this map. And now we're going to take it a little bit slow.
Yeah, only pistols, maybe some upgrades. From the side of BBI, here's Zest just shoulder peeking, trying to get some information, but it's gonna be a full-on A push. As the Omens most come out.
There we go now, as they have this flash, but King, he's been waiting up into heaven. No, nothing can reach him. Finally, the ghost shot will nuke him down, but RB rotated on in through Garden, as well as A short to get 1 up kill, and the second beautifully done. Stacks in the meantime, they shut the door, so Pogo Gachi had literally nowhere to go, cutting them off and just murdering them.
The only way to go is in towards the crosshairs of the scope, and RB able to land a shot, not giving up the op. And that's the 4th round going towards the way of Vision Strikers.
Scores that one in eco, so now we have another full buy coming through. Just rifles, however, for BBI on attack.
Yeah, King did a good job holding on, getting 2 kills before being traded there. He was the only casualty, so he will be able to rebuy or at least get a drop from his teammates for his hard work.
And good patience there. He saw all the utility going down. He heard the flash, but had he been peeking, he would have gotten blasted, or at least that would have played out maybe a bit differently. As speaking of getting blasted, RB kicking it off with the operator shot on to Neo King.
Yep, conceding mid control towards the way of Vision Strikers. BBI is going to have a tough time right now. They are trying to head towards B main, but already Zest just constantly shoulder peeking, getting as much information as he can. He's going to back off the moment he sees
someone.
And RB knows he's going to hold this for another solidly 10 seconds because the only way they can go around is all the way through A main or a catwalk, but he would know that is coming, so he's holding that angle, making sure they can't rotate through as now the smoke's coming in. There's going to be the owl drone to give him information, but in they go now, just running for it. Oh, the paranoia will be able to slow this one down a little bit. Rapablo, he's going to be able to now get a little bit more damage in, but look at this. It's going to be Glow getting most of the damage, and Poem as well, able to at least find one, and finally Sight is going to be taken over by BBI. They do not have the spike, however. 3 enemy agents are around, and now, well, it's a 3v10.
Yeah, the price of entry was just way too expensive for the kids coming from the side of BBI. They had to save up a little bit more money to be able to get into these sites as RB gets his third, this time with a frenzy. His operator has just been ringing death over and over again.
It really has. Great stuff there, great rotations as he decides to make the long walk over all the way through mid to approach from CT rather than from market, so he's not too exposed. I really like that decision quite a bit. And now we see, actually, Zest, good thing he died because he was capped out anyway.
Yeah, too much money. First world problems.
First world
problems. What do I do with all my money? I'll just die and buy out.
I'll just die and buy out, I guess. I'll just play a little bit more aggressively. Yeah. Does anyone need weapons? No? You guys are capped too? Okay, well, let's win the 6th round and see what happens, right? That's the game plan as Vision Strikers on attack. They are feeling themselves 5 rounds straight. Spike not even planted once, but they don't even need it.
Oof, RB strikes where you least expect him, and even when you expect him, he still strikes. Absolutely perfect with the operator. He might get a second. They're trying to shoulder peek him.
Oh, yep, there they go. They're showing him. They're showing him just a little bit of information. RB patient as ever, though, as they will call one over. And did he get them both?
He got them both. One to the head, one with the collateral. Never challenge RB.
That was just not your ideal double peek there. Lining up for him, and he goes, yeah, I checked the subreddit this morning. You can wall through 7 people with the operator, even a bit more, as the team rotates on over, making it a flawless round. 6-0, absolute domination here from Vision Strikers. BBI looks like a completely different team here.
At this point, the moment you see RB's name pop up anywhere, you just head the other direction, man. I mean, this was just sick.
I don't understand why they needed to do that either. It's not like the spike was dropped there, Zero.
No, they wanted to recover the gun, maybe try and get an entry. Here they double peek it. There we go. They even planned it. Okay, we'll jiggle, we'll double peek at the same time. And RB was like, oh, I'll just wait for you guys.
That was absolutely brutal here as they'll send the arrow on over. RB, no, you're not allowed to hit that jumping shot. Don't you even dare, as they will now try and just force him away. They know that he's there, but it's going to be Stacks instead getting the pick onto the Omen as he's going to peek very aggressively over from Catwalk. Now RB rotating through market here as he knows they're probably going to be coming B main now. Owl Drone to give some information. He's running while scoped in, and they will be able to punish that one with a very well-placed sheriff shot from Neo King.
Yeah, moving operator, probably not the best shot. As Neo King trying to recover the operator, will get it, and we're trying to back off.
Thank you very much, he says. He's like, I'm a little disappointed. No skin. What is this?
Scrubs, you know, no Elder Flame. Not able to flex here as it's 4-4. BBI trying to push in towards B main. Everyone is gathered here.
Yep. They're going to rotate the Cypher back over. I'm surprised they even committed for him, as they will rotate very aggressively there just for the intel. Omen, he has actually completed the teleport, so they've actually accidentally conceded, but they still access with the operator to hold it down. They will get that one traded right back over, and this could be a problem. Not just kidding. Stacks is there. He's going to be able to get 2 additional kills, make it 3. Why not? He's going to get a 4K with this round and recover the operator.
Stacks has just been one of those rising stars. He's been outshadowed by RB and Zest and King, but Stacks is no slouch. He's 9-0 and he has 0 deaths so far.
It's incredible here. Zest at least able to find one. He's gonna get peeked right back by the Killjoy. I mean, I'm surprised that went so well. Cypher rotated away. Omen ulted away, and they still are able to make it work.
It was a stack show true and true towards B, and he's gonna try again. 9-0 and 8. Somebody kill him. He's been rolling in money. He's been giving charity to all his teammates.
He really has. Every round he has to.
Yeah.
He literally has
money.
to. And, well, I think they could use a little bit of that money here on the side of BBIs. They're going to stack up here for an A main push. All the way back in here in Wine, I believe it's called. It's going to be King. Setting up the camera, though, making sure no one peeks through Garden. They do have someone very aggressively peeking through Catwalk, as there they go now. Neo King, as well as the rest of the team behind him to boot. They feel like there's someone there. They're going to be able to force him out, but it's not going to matter. He's going to be able to trade at least one before his life is taken. Stacks, though, grabbing two more as he will now appear, and he is just going to clean up shop lined up there in the hallway. He is mowing him down. Even getting a little bit of damage, actually almost dying there to the turret.
But were we actually doubting that Stax was not able to hold on to his side by himself? No, we were not.
Seriously, he's going to go, oh, don't worry, guys, I got it. He jumps straight into where his teammate was just forced out and cleans it up. Unbelievable stuff from Vision Strikers, really showing why they're the favorites of the tournament.
Yeah, 4 kills by Stax, 8 rounds in a row, not conceding a single round yet on the defensive side. We'll have to see if maybe switching will force them off their groove, but right now Vision Strikers is all firing in all cylinders.
It's unbelievable just how clinical his spray control is, immediately transferring over where he knows the last member is standing. It's awareness, it's mechanical control, it's everything here for him.
And he's keeping cool as well. He doesn't panic when he sees 4 people. He shoots 2, gets 1, shoots the other 2. I'll take my time. I know I have the aim. I know how to hit hits. And right now, round number 9 might be the round that BBI is able to strike back, but Zest has something else to say.
Just the aggressive rotation out from B main. It's so easy to punish that, but they're just not in position. They're not yet ready, and now it's a 3 versus 3.
Zest has complete control towards B. They know that the only way to come towards B is towards the market. They have conceded that. Low.
Oh, he's been able to get the wall, actually. They scouted each other, but he's going to have the superior advantage there. Now, 1 very aggressively placed, or defensively placed, rather, towards the mid catwalk, as Stack's now going to lurk through mid lane. He's going to scout 1 with the Vandal, try and go for the wall through the stone, but he's not going to get it. Now, Neo King actually getting the kill onto him, and that Stack's perfect tap now finally ruined. A 1v1. This could be BBI taking it as Glow will rotate back towards the defender spawn.
Let's take a look at the read. Is the read perfect? No, it's not. As we do have the Omen rotating towards A, but once he hears the door going down, he knows lockdown is gonna go down. Just trying to secure. Oitan just wants this round. Whatever happens, I want to win. Round number 9.
Yep, he's gonna have now the smoke. Nice job there, immediately finding the bollard and destroying a Killjoy. Will they have the peak? He will! BBI, they get their first round. They will not go undefeated here through the half.
Yeah, this might be a chance for BBI to make this a competitive half. I mean, 4 rounds on Ascent on the attacking side, not the best of situations.
No, but you have to take
it.
You have to take it. I mean, you can't just, you know, GG out of this one, right?
Exactly.
You have to keep playing every single round, and that shows that they're true competitors here.
Yeah, I'm not giving up yet, despite, everyone just falling over and over again. They did manage to kill off Stacks. The money on the situation on Vision Strikers, you still have a chance to break them, but you have to make it clean. You have to win this round very convincingly for the side of BBI.
Oh, and that's not a good start. RB aggressively rotating forward. He's going to find plenty of damage now. He's actually going to force a rotation out 1 still in B main, as the team is going to be rotating on over to A quite a bit. So they will be lurking through mid lane near Catwalk. Neo King versus 1, trying to spray through the smoke. Just right, though. So he's not going to be able to find anyone there. Oh, but the spray, they have found RB. He did trade away at least 1 for the breach as well.
Every single round, it's a different different player playing aggressively. 1 round it's RB, the other round you have Zest pushing out aggressively from Garage, from B main. They are just so hard to read right now from the side of Vision Strikers, because they are firing on all cylinders. They're feeling good, they're feeling confident, and they are happy to make these aggressive plays.
Indeed. Oitan here. Here's some footsteps, but that's those of his allies. It's 3 versus 4. Currently, Vision Strikers, they're set up all around the map. 1 watching A and mid, 1 watching the garden, as well as the alternate approach to A.
30 seconds left.
1 just an A side, of course, with the Cypher. At the 30-minute mark, it looks like BBI are going to make the call to go towards B through main.
Yeah, and Recon Dart comes out. Here's 1.
That's the rotations already. Vision Strikers, but Neo King with a perfect entry frag. Now 1 man in Boathouse. They will commit the ultimate here. That's going to stun up Neo King, but they actually can't kill him. 3 HP and a dream. He can't get it done though. Stacks with the entry frag immediately traded away. Oitan, it's going to be up to Cypher. King, he's had some pretty clutch rounds before, Zero. Can he do it again?
Can he do it again? 50 HP. He does have Neuro Theft. If he wants to use it, he's not
scouted.
going to. He's gonna go in. Might get the first. Gets the first. Uses the Neuro Theft. It's gonna be a 1 versus 1 heads. Lines up perfectly with his crosshair as Vision Strikers in the end clutch it in the end. Oh,
King is just Clutch King.
Clutch King,
Clutch King here, as the Japanese casters like to call him. And well, Vision Strikers, they're gonna pick up a 9th round now here.
Things are looking dire as time goes on. As you know, this was just an absolute perfect play here. Pushes in for aggressively, gets the first Neuro Theft to bait out. You know, when you hear Neuro Theft going out, you want to play aggressive.
You have to.
Yeah, before your position is reviewed. But that just played right into the hands of King as he just placed his crosshair at the exact perfect position.
And you know, I can't fault the defense from BBI either. They did the perfect thing. They scouted him as well with the little peek. They airstrafed away. Nice KZ for sure. And they just were unable to secure. They didn't go for the double peek. Instead, decided to go for the 1v1 there, and it did not pay off.
Yeah, and it does help that, you know, Vision Strikers are just feeling so good right now. It's definitely tough to play BBI. You're facing a 9-3 scoreline at best in the first half. RB gets the opening pick.
Yep, they've also got some damage here onto the Sova, who only with a pistol and no armor. Looks like they're likely to concede this round, but we'll see if they can get some eco damage going to try and make the next one a bit easier for them. The door will be closed. There's a little bit of a mini flash there from Bogogachi. They're somehow actually still rotating away and not committing yet. They know that there's probably going to be some shenanigans here, but RB, he's going to be watching for any rotations from Catwalk with this operator.
Yeah, if they manage to get a plant, they do stand a chance there. They do have Hunter's Fury on the Sova, so they should be able to hold on to the plant if ever. Oh, aggressive play coming from Neo King, pushing aggressively against the operator. Might have think he wants the Lloyd. No, RB does have King holding his corner, and King will be the one to get the kill. This is going to be an all-out game. Can they get this?
Ooh. Through the smoke, he finds one. No flash necessary. He is going to get the flawless as King. Once again, perfect support for his team as well. What can't this guy do?
Apparently losing is the only thing he can't do.
It's just amazing. They're supporting the team, playing a very beautiful angle, because at least you're guaranteed to kill that Jet no matter what.
That positioning, you know, helping his teammate. Bait for me, got it. And goes for this 2 more on towards A side as well. That is just absolutely perfect movement coming in from King.
Zest with a bit of a flex now. He's going to go for the Odin, so we'll likely see him probably.
Yeah. And just spray through the door. Yeah, there we go. Start spraying. No, waiting for the information that someone is pushing in. He's not revealing that he has the Odin yet.
I feel like you have to do that to stop RB from lurking through B main and then sniping you Catwalk, though it's so risky as well. Getting a little bit by the Nano Swarm. That's going to take a chunk out of his armor, but otherwise he's okay. That second Nano, though, you're going to need to teleport away from that one. Still okay, though, as they might consider closing the doors. Not a whole lot of information, but A, currently being pushed through main.
These 3 players are going to be in an island before the Sova is able to rotate in. Can they make it in time? Still
expect to see a lot of ultis as well, by the way, from BBI. Last round, no point in saving them here, as the big flash there will connect onto one. King getting the opening pick onto the Killjoy. The flash, they're completely blind. No sprays coming through. They're unable to get successful trades. BBI, at least Rip Pablo, will be able to at least get the final kill onto Stacks, which evens it up at 2 apiece.
Yeah, the A main push was completely stopped by the triple flash. Here comes the Hunter's Fury, stopping the plan. He gets tagged. He gets the kill. Zest! Marksman, whether with an operator or with his ultimate, he's just hitting people left, right, and center.
Neo King is able to get this. The plant here is RB running in with the knives! Oh, you can't do that, RB. If you keep doing that, they're going to nerf the ability.
They're going to nerf Jet. You know, every single skill will be nerfed. And, but he's making a good case, you know, why Jet is one of the most overpowered operators, overpowered agents with the operator.
Yep. Well, overpowered operator, overpowered agents.
They are the same side.
They kind of go hand in hand here on the Jet, but only the best of the best are really able to make it work here. And I mean, Vision Strikers, they're proving that they are in that category here. 11-1 now is at the switch as BBI. They're going to see if they can, well, they're hoping for a repeat performance here, but they need to win every single round, including this pistol.
Yeah, very tough thing for them to do. They're between a rock and a hard place right now. They have to win this pistol round, and they have to win the anti-eco right after to even have a chance. Because if they lose this round, I mean, 12-1 and you're facing guns.
12-1, especially anti-eco guns, is going to be just very, very difficult here. So we'll see what they can get done. As Vision Strikers will stack up here towards mid. Lots of smokes going all over here.
This was the complete exact opposite, you know, round that map you expect after what you've seen them on Haven, because Haven was close, very close. It could have been anyone's game, but right now Vision Strikers, you know, they seem like they just woke up. You know, first game they were just groggy. You know, they weren't playing their best, but right now this is their 110%.
Seriously, it is. I mean, I don't even want to say it's a different team, right?
Yeah.
I kind of, to me personally, I'm a bit surprised to see BBI not really bring it to the same level that they brought it on Haven. And look at that, that's a good start there. Neo King proving you wrong, finding the Sheriff one shot there onto RB. The Jet matchup one there. Now, full assault now onto B. Poem trying to slow him down with a great flash. That's going to force him back. Buy a little bit more time now as they will finally have the Sova. 4v4. Everyone now just outside of the site, but it's going to be Vision Strikers just getting the better trades. Spike going down for the second time this game. Make that in the second half, as it's a 2v3, but we have 2 members on Vision Strikers lit.
Yeah, 2 of them very low. There is a chance for the side of BBI to have this retake. There is a shot ball, gets one for Bogachi. Perfect placement. Can he get a little bit more? Paranoia does not hit the mark. Glow, his positioning and his taps will be needed, but Pablo as well as Bogachi will be able to stave the bleeding for now and keep themselves up for another round at least.
Good stuff. I think that's great. This is the stuff you need to be doing right. You got to get that first round, reset at the half mentally, win that eco round one step at a time. Here is the only way to back into this game.
Yeah, take one round at a time and, you know, plan only ahead for what you have, because right now they should win this round. I mean, we've seen all these anti-eco rounds usually go towards the way of the victors of the last round, but we'll see. We'll see if Vision Strikers can do anything with all classics.
I mean,
I wouldn't put it past them. They have played some exceptionally
okay, there we go.
good
There's
plays.
a ghost. I was about to say, it looks like they're just going for a full save, as in next round they're going all out no matter what. They're kind of just sacrificing this one to say, hey,
we have 11 rounds. Let's just give them another.
We'll give them another, and we'll just set ourselves up to absolutely crush them. Because they know right now, BBI, with this information, they're going to realize they're only classics. They're going to be forced to full buy next round against the rifles. Otherwise, otherwise they're playing for the tie.
Yeah, it's a pretty tough place to be in right now. Hoitan holding towards B. He doesn't have any teammates, but he has all the utility he needs. Dropped across towards B. He has a turret to spot out the first peekers. And very effective for Killjoy to hold towards B thanks to all these utilities, but will it be enough? 5 members pushing towards him all alone.
We'll see. No utility being used, but they are slowly gathering here, stacking up towards B main. We do have 3 members playing near A, so it's going to be the first smoke to drop. Neo King not yet rotating on over as RB just holding the corner. Tight angle. The teleport now into sight. We heard a little bit of the shots, so the second teleport will be used right into the smoke. He goes, he's spraying through the smoke, but he will be instead shot down by Neo King and the Sheriff. Now, beautiful usage here of the utility by BBI. It's a great hold, and all of a sudden, it's a 4v1 scenario. Zest in sight is not able to get a single kill, and it's going to be a flawless round for BBI. Again, one step at a time for these guys. They know the way to get back into this one at 11-3.
That was a great confident booster as well. Not losing a single player towards the anti-eco round. That's going to help them pick up an op. No, Neo King changes his mind, goes for the safer option, which is full armor as well as a Vandal.
They're not opting to upgrade here on BBI. I think maybe they're just deliberating over it now. 3k in the bank is going to be enough for any rifle. We'll see what they want to do, but Glow just getting a bit aggressive there, TPing into the smoke. Nice placement there of the Nanoswarm as well, just to keep nuking him down. And the sprays on the money from Hoitan. He gets 3Ks that round.
Round number 15.
Oh, they're just going straight into A. Rush A, comrade here. Hoitan, he's going to need to really take a nice defense here as he just sits on down, trying to spray through the smoke. Door being closed. He's going to be able to live for now.
Just little damage taken, not too much. They still have almost 3 utilities from the defending side.
Nice pick.
Hoitan gets the first on towards RB, but gets shit off there by King.
King, great stuff here from him this game. He's going to be taking a bit of damage to the shock arrows, but look at him as they peek one by one into the crossfire from Zest and King, and the sprays through the wall stacks, picks up one. King doing the bulk of the damage, and all of a sudden it's a 1v4 scenario. If they want to play for the win, they need to take this round, and they're going to be unable to do so. King with the 3K puts them within match point.
Match point indeed, BBI. The last round, now they're thinking, should we have just bought fully? Should we have upgraded our pistols? Because right now we are at the edge of whatever they have right now. Can't even buy SMGs right now. Just light armor, a bulldog or two, stinger inside there as well, and a sheriff. This is not the place you want to be in when you are trying to fight for your life.
Backs against the wall here, and Vision Strikers, they are looking very good here. It's another full buy round here. Only FB missing the full armor, but he's got a Vandal and the light armor to boot, compared to, well, some of them a more economic round here instead.
New King knows that he has to come up big, pushing forward the drone, getting some information, but Sheriff in this location, he got spotted up there by Glow, and he's gonna get peeked. RB finishes off Kopagachi and Glow, gets headshot onto his Neo King. There goes the Neuro Theft, and they know, they see B is completely empty.
This could just be the match then, as they're gonna try and at least retake here with the breach, but beautiful stuff out from Vision Strikers. They knew the only way back in with the economy was to play aggressively, and they baited it out. Now they're going to be rewarded with a free B site, as the rest of the team will rotate back on over through CT spawn.
Spike hasn't gone down though, so that's
look at this, they're just playing so aggressively. There's the flash, the 3-man peek!
He expected the flash, he turned around, but then there was 3 people right across the smoke, and that's probably gonna be it. It's just gonna be Repablo dying at the end all by alone. That's gonna be Vision Strikers taking map number 2 very convincingly.
The 2-0, a 10-round difference compared to the 2-round difference.
Yeah.
I mean, it was really... I mean, honestly, it's a completely different scenarios here. Haven looked so close. It could have been up to the last round, and we could have been going to a tie. It was not secure either way. This time in the first half, I mean, look at this. And it was really just a team effort, wasn't it?
Yep, no single player, you know, like, fell behind. I mean, we've seen fantastic plays from Glow, from Zest, from Stacks, King. I mean, we don't even have to talk about King. And RB was just a beast with his operator, with his Vandals. And it was just a full team effort. But what a fantastic play in the end from the side of Vision Strikers.
Yeah. I mean, and I think they certainly show why they are the favorites here. I mean, standout performance, of course, to Stacks. He was playing aggressively when he needed to. He was, of course, not going for a single death that entire first half, but eventually they were able to snag around. But very well played as well to BBI. We saw definitely a lot of life in that roster. I think they were doing the right things. Unfortunately, they were just getting outgunned in key fights.
Yeah, they just, you know, were facing up against a Vision Strikers team that was firing on all cylinders. They're feeling it, you know, every single shot was just connecting on towards the heads, and that's just a very tough place to be in. What can you do about that?
And again, just quite surprising. I want to say maybe it's Haven. Maybe they play a little bit better when they have more clear choices to go to, right? Haven, the attacker side is just so stacked. It's so easy to just rotate on through to any site you need to if you don't get an ideal duel. Whereas here, we kept saying JB peek through B long, finding to pick all the way from catwalk. Sometimes even it was just death after death after death. And I mean, just what a game from Vision Strikers. But Blackbird, again, I mean, I don't think really they can blame the map here. I think instead they're going to look at the tape here, look at the VOD, and go, okay, got to win this duel. Maybe we can double peek a little bit more effectively here and there, and that could just change the way around ends up going for them.
Their strategies were solid. The ways to play were solid. It's just that they kept, you know, failing to counter these aggressive plays coming from the side of Vision Strikers. They just picked RB, just picked out aggressively. Whether it was Zest, it was RB, someone to play aggressively, and they just keep losing that trade.
Yep. I mean, and to your credit earlier, I think after Haven, you were saying, man, the squad is the team to watch if you want to learn how to take a site, because they just move in together so fluidly as one unit. And how do you stop that?
Yeah, it's pretty hard to stop. I mean, you have to see someone beat them in order to learn how to beat them, and so far we haven't seen any single team. I mean, it's the first game of the day. I mean, the second game of the day, but first game for both of these teams. So we might see, you know, whether it's RSG or whether it's a Paper Rex coming out with something that can beat this strategy. But right now they are looking absolutely solid.
Yeah, it's been a pretty unstoppable performance out there from Vision Strikers, as they will be playing later today. They do have themselves, actually they're playing it right away versus Resurgence, so that's going to be their next match. We'll let our panel talk to you a bit more about that matchup, but any other thoughts overall, maybe some tips for Resurgence as they're about to head up versus this very strong Vision Strikers team?
Yeah, they're playing against a very coordinated attacking team, right? So they have to find some way to throw a wrench into their plans, you know, try and pick off their key targets. You pick off the breach, suddenly they have no flash. Pick off their jet, no one's going to go in first. So they have to play aggressively at, you know, specific timings to pick off these key targets, or just control certain areas of the map so that they always have to constantly be looking behind their back.
All right. I like it. Try and sow some discord in there.
Yeah.
Don't let them go full on attack. Trying to get them to stagger on the back foot. Maybe that's where you can get them to fall.
Exactly.
And maybe get a round or two in on them. Maybe even get the win. We'll see, though. We'll see what our panel has to offer Resurgence, as we will be going over to a short break with Avo Plus and the boys.
Tired of being told to get good? Just click on their heads, not helping your KDA? Want to perfect your peaks? Check out AimLab. AimLab is a free FPS trainer that blends performance tracking and analytics with its artificial intelligence and machine learning to help improve your game. From now until the end of the tournament, tweet a screenshot, picture, or video of you doing today's hashtag AimLab challenge at ePulse Gaming for a chance of winning up to one of 3 daily prizes of 4,000 Valorant points. Today's challenge is the Spider Shot Ultimate. Time to put those flicks to the test. Make sure your aim is true, as you get a penalty for each orb missed. Be sure to tune in until the end of the broadcast when we announce our 3 daily winners, and remember to enter by tweeting at ePulse Gaming using the hashtag AimLab Challenge. Train your tracking, fasten your flicks, practice your precision, all with AimLab. Download the beta for free now at aimlab.gg.
Hey guys, and welcome to the Royal S. We're back on the panel discussing some of the great games that we just witnessed, and this, of course, for the Valorant Ignition series. We are part of this great, the amount of tournaments are trying to promote this wonderful esport. My name is always Mr. Avo Plus. Joining me today, again, it's Gideon Q and the Hound.
All right, we got a lot to talk about here today, and I mean, starting off, this was an absolute smacking, an absolute smackdown. 13-3. That has been brutal, but I mean, I wouldn't expect it after game 1, but Vision Strikers really took a lot of effort here, a lot of progression, a lot of adaptation, but more so, they just knew the map so much better.
What was something they did on the map, Hound? I know you were talking to me about this.
We were talking mostly about how the differentials of maps here, because when we look at the picks for the first map, it was a VS that actually picked up on Haven, and on the second part, it was BB Ignis that picked up Ascent. But the biggest determining factor here was the fact that the VS picked defenders on a map that was very defender reliant. They were able to get quite a bit of a momentum behind them, and they were able to basically smack the living life out of BB Ignis. With all due respect to BB Ignis and all of those Japanese fans out there, it was a masterclass in a sense from VS, mainly because of when we look at the differences between game number 1 and 2, there wasn't much difference in terms of agent picks. It was relatively the same across the board for both teams, but I felt that the adaptation, the pacing, as well as for the specificness of Ascent, the mid-courtyard control that was coming in from the side of VS was the main catalyst towards them getting such a dominant display. 13-3.
I mean, okay, so let's talk about this a bit. Let's talk about the momentum idea, right? They got spanked, right? Sure.
Yeah.
But most maps in Valorant are one side favored. Obviously, some more than the others. How do you deal with this then? If you're on the side that's on the losing side, right, and you know you're going to lose a fair amount of matches, are you trying to stave off the bleeding as much as possible? Are you trying to just wait for the swap to just 12-0 him as well? What's your game plan here?
Especially for maps that are more defensive heavily or even attacker heavy, your main objective is to take as many points away from your opponent as you can, and I think that's going to be the general strategy for a lot of teams who are going to feel like they are on the weaker side of the map. Try and make them bleed as much as they can. Accomplishing it is just playing the game naturally, but it's just the mindset coming into it, how they're going to be looking at it, taking away those points. And even though they are at a slight disadvantage, at least then they can kind of see the responses. Who are some of the more key players that they need to take out? What are some of their bad habits that they like to do? Do they like to jiggle peek? They need to take into account all these micro things as they go into the advantageous side. On the flip, however, I think my issue on this map, especially with Ascent, BBI was on the attack first, and they initially started off with the Killjoy. I think Killjoy might have actually really stopped the fun for them, because Killjoy really couldn't do too much on this map overall. Like, yes, you can kind of cover your flank, but in general, I don't think VS's lurkers, they didn't really have much of an issue with it. Just bop, that's done, walk in, clean up the rest. And the same also and the same doesn't go for Cypher. Cypher works great both ways.
So you should make sure to try to go for an agent that would have been working better on offense. Just try to rack up a bit more of those valuable points.
I guess, but this is just a great showing of Vision Striker's Cypher, how to actually utilize it on this map a little bit better, especially when you're comparing it to Killjoy. Yes, there are pros and cons, but I think overall, had they picked a Cypher, this probably would have looked a little bit different.
What do you think about that?
Well, I believe in the vein of agreeing with Gideon, yes, the fact remains, Cypher is one of the more effective and efficient tools in terms of his kit to be able to get the information that they are required to get. And when you want to contest something like mid, for example, mid courtyard, you need to have the pertinent information to be able to make those contests, because when you want to take on these prime real estates, you got to do your due diligence. You got to know where the operator, where the agent with the operator is lurking for, where the flanks are going to be coming in, how you're going to be slowing down some of these lurkers that are going to be coming in to stab you in the back. And I felt that every time BB Ignis was able to get a little bit of mid control and they were able to basically turn around and rotate, that was where they were able to get some of the wins. But maybe it was a little too late in those particular exchanges. Why? Because VS had a little bit more of a concrete plan. I felt that the mid control was really determining in terms of making sure that, all right, we close down one road, it forces them to take the only road that they have to take. And when that road is a blender, there's only so much that you can put into that blender that comes out not pureed in a sense.
So would you say there was nothing they could have done then? How do you steal with a blender? How do you clog up those blades?
That's the thing. It's one of those, when you look at it from a perspective of VS, right? Because they're so good at what they do, you need to basically go 100% big brain and try to look for ways around those blind spots. There's always a blind spot to be taken advantage of, whether it's a team like VS or BB Ignis. There's always some kind of a blind spot that needs to be taken advantage of. And when you neglect the information that is given to you, and when you are not able to basically make some of these contests and open up the options for you, then you're forced to play into the hands of the team that's controlling the tempo.
Well, I do think that even though that VS was very heavily favored in this map, especially for Ascent, they really strutted their stuff, yeah. And they also started off on defense. I think BBI, what really showed overall in these past two games is that they are just, when it comes to attacking, they are relatively weak when it comes to attacking. They can take sites, but holding their sites, their post plants have been a bit wonky overall. I guess when the map is a little bit more, where they're more comfortable, like Haven, that's when you can see them really start to perform a little bit more. But my guess is that if this was a best of 3, it would have looked different. Once we go into Bind, I think Bind would have been the perfect map for both of these teams to really show what they're capable of, because right now it's just heavily into map and composition, more so than like aim or even the micro or even some of the strategies that they have. That yes, it was some pretty smart stuff that we did see from BBI. However, Ascent is just VS's map. They just knew how to shut it down, especially along corridors, along A. A site is just a death zone, complete death zone for BBI.
Well, the truth is, even at the first map, which was much, much better for BBI, they still lost. Even if it was very close, they still lost. Does that imply maybe there's just better core mechanics for Vision Strikers straight up? Like they're just better at the very basic part of the game. They're just better shooters. They have better strategies for the maps. Or could have been in anyone's game? Could game 1 have been also for the Japanese team?
I think for me, how I saw it was, it's very basic, not to say basic, it's very core to the mechanics, whereby that whenever VS falls on the flank or falls on a push, right, they immediately fall back, they create some kind of crossfire, and then there's always some kind of a trade that comes in from VS. Whereas BBI, they tend to be a little bit more reactive rather than proactive. And I feel that that's a little bit of foresight that comes with the experience that VS has. So if you want to be talking about pure mechanics, sure, you can maybe make a comparison of mechanics. You can take out your flow charts and show, all right, mechanics and stats on this side, and you can just see the stats for both teams going up in a certain way, right? But when you look at the specific context of certain folds, like for example, one flank folds out, there's a lurker coming in. The communication between the two members of the team make sure that every flank, every plug in the sinking ship that is already plugged up, and they're able to basically counteract whatever new holes that come up within the map. Because when you have a split of resources, you need to be able to be efficient with those resources. You want to be able to rotate from one point to the other, or to be able to go for a flank, to be able to go for a lurk that not only gets you into a good position, but also mitigates the options that are given for a team such as BB Ignis.
So that was what VS was doing constantly. The idea that they had a much clearer, they always had a plan. No matter what happened, they always had a decision where, and of course being proactive helps you with that, right? You never feel like you're without options because you always are controlling the game in your way.
Yeah, I would definitely agree. And I mean, overall, I just, looking at this game, this is what you would expect Valorant to look like. You know, fights finish in an instant. You know, all these teams, every time they go for these retakes, whoo, it gets chaotic fast. Smoke. Next thing you know, the kill feed is like 5 kills already within the first 2 seconds of the entry.
How do you communicate with it when that happens?
This comes down to how the teams kind of format the communication, because you can't clutter the comms of, oh, you gotta kill him, you gotta kill him, you gotta kill him. No, none of that can go. You have to go in. All right, looking here. This person is Cypher is down. Next person walks through. The coordination needs to be there of peeking. 3, 2, 1. Double peek. Who do we see? All right, Sova, Jet down. What happens next? What's the next process of how they actually attack the map? And I think a lot of map knowledge is required for this, especially for these teams coming in, just so that they can make sure that they know where to look when.
So they think that the conciseness here in the comms is very valuable.
Huge. It's all about the comms.
I believe that for Visual Strikers, to give them an analogy, they're like a Rube Goldberg machine, right? All they need to do is make sure that it's like a domino effect, right? Once they get that first off, whether they get knocked down or whether they were able to push through, there was always something to basically be a contingency plan. All right, this flank has failed. We either contest it or we go around and then we try to force a move, because when you are down by one player, then it's either one, whether it's on defense or attack, it's either they hold that position or you have to re-rotate and try to contest somewhere else. And then from that side, it really depends from a defender's perspective whether or not do I push this one man behind and leave B side empty, for example. And sometimes a little bit of happy feet in that sense, you know, like going here, going there, going here, going there, and a little bit of mind games. Because time is always on the side of defenders, right? Attackers will definitely feel the pressure. So there's always a sense of urgency that's coming in from the attackers, but I feel that when it comes to VS, whether it's on the defending or the offensive, whether it's on defense or offense, they have a sense of calm behind it. It's never chaotic, and even from the way they move out and the way that they're able to move into a location is very well coordinated. Once you get the frag in, the decision is snap of a finger, and they immediately commit.
All right, I like the analogy for the Rube Goldberg, actually, because what you're saying about Vision Strikers is that they have an objective and they will get to it. Sometimes it takes longer, sometimes they have to go through a lot of roundabouts or whatever it is, but because they're playing safer, they always get to that objective. They always had a contingency plan. So very nice analogy there. And if we go back to the comms a bit, right, I want to talk about that as well, because earlier in the panel with Gideon, we're talking about the idea that most of the teams we're seeing right now are completely national, right? Everyone's from the same country. Do you think part of that is the effectiveness of the comms? If you're communicating, of course, with your native tongue, it's much easier to communicate any ideas. It's immediately ingrained to your brain. And maybe if you're not used to playing in, say, an international team in English, it makes it much harder.
Well, I think naturally, especially within the C region, we're not looking to get imports anytime soon. We want to show that we've got the stuff to actually be at the top level.
But even then, you have Thai teams playing with only Thai players. You don't have them playing with Singaporeans or with Malaysians, which are...
Of course, again, we want to show that we're on the best, but the problem is like, we're also C. We very much love our own countries. We always want to represent to show that we have what it takes. And I think, in a big sense, it brings up competitiveness, but it also kind of limits ourselves within our own region.
And I believe that when you limit, because Southeast Asia is a very big region, and a lot of the regions have their own regional differences and regional mindsets that are very different. I believe that what some of these teams really need to do, and considering with relevance towards teams such as Vision Strikers as well as Blackbird Ignis, is that they have to take into account the different playstyles. They have to always put themselves out of that comfort zone, because as we saw, the speed at which Vision Strikers make the decisions is very concise. It's very, very determining. There's a sense of confidence in the way that they play. When you look at some of the other teams from maybe other regions, or maybe some of the mid-tier teams, they tend to have a little bit of this, maybe this imposter syndrome kind of feeling where, do I want to go? Do I not want to go? Maybe there might be a problem for me to go. I might not have the confidence to basically get that kill. So I feel that that could be a problem as well in that sense, but that is not that's not directly tied towards any region. I believe it's a human factor, and there's a lot of subjective things to look about it.
Well, thank you for that interesting conversation about these two teams. Well, our next match is about to begin. We're still going to see Vision Strikers. However, this time they're going to play against Resurgence, and I mean, Gideon believed in them earlier. Do you still believe in them now? Do you think they can take a game?
It's gonna be tough, but I want to see their performance to really show like the range of the team.
What about you?
I'm a big fan of. I'm just a big fan of just good competition, and I always like to see, maybe if on paper VS looks like the stronger team, it was always great to see like a team that is not on paper stronger than VS, but is able to bring some of their high-level plays out. I believe that VS will be able to bring out the best in RSG.
Okay, well, let's see if that is the case. We will throw it now to a small break before we go with our casters. It's going to be Resurgence versus Vision Strikers. Let's see if the Korean team can muster another 2-0, or if it's the Singaporeans that actually managed to stop them. I have a plus here with this wonderful panel, Gideon and the Hound. See you guys very soon for the next match of the day.
Welcome to the EPOS Royal SEA Cup. On day 2, we're going to be looking at Group B and all of the teams in here. It's a nice mix of different countries in the Southeast Asia region, and with that comes a lot of background and certainly some really exciting teams. The first team I wanted to highlight is Blackbird Ignis. They come from Japan, and the Japanese region has actually got a lot of reputation for being really competitive and putting on some of the best events we've seen so far in Valorant. Blackbird have had some pretty strong results. They were 4th place at the recent Rage tournament, the biggest tournament that's really happened in this region, and they even came through to qualify to get to that tournament, but they haven't got further than a quarterfinal since then. AW Extreme Masters, which was last weekend, was certainly a big disappointment for them, and they're hoping to do a little bit better in this event. Resurgence is the second team of this region. They're from Singapore, and they've had a spattering of mixed results, but nowhere near first place titles that they're hoping for, even in some of the smaller tournaments of the Singapore region. Recently they lost to Tavs in the Rise of Legion tournament, and really there isn't too much to highlight for this team. When you look at some of the big hitters involved, Resurgence are going to be the ones struggling the most, but we have already seen some pretty surprising results in this tournament. Resurgence will be hoping to pull some of those off themselves. Vision Strikers, this is a team that doesn't really need too much of a recap. They're from South Korea, and they have won every tournament they have really been a part of. They recently won Clan Masters in the South Korea region, but also last weekend won the Africa TV Asia Showdown, beating the Japanese powerhouse Absolute Jupiter in the finals. This is a firm favourite to get out of group and also win the tournaments to nobody's surprise. But it's going to be great to see how this South Korean team play up against some of the other regions of Southeast Asia. And finally, our qualified team is Paper Rex. They're from Singapore, and they've played very little of the bigger tournaments, but have had a couple of first place wins in some of the smaller gigs around the continent. The biggest event that they played in was the CGA Pacific Open, where they came bottom of their group. They did get a win against Made in Thailand, and they're a team that actually qualified out of Group A yesterday, but they really need more consistent showings. The favourites certainly to get out of groups are going to be Blackbird and Vision Strikers, but we've already seen some teams fall apart and do surprisingly well in Day 1, so let's see what Day 2 and Group B holds.
Tired of being told to get good? Just click on their heads, not helping your KDA? Want to perfect your peaks? Check out AimLab. AimLab is a free FPS trainer that blends performance tracking and analytics with its artificial intelligence and machine learning to help improve your game. From now until the end of the tournament, tweet a screenshot, picture, or video of you doing today's hashtag AimLab challenge at ePulse Gaming for a chance of winning up to one of 3 daily prizes of 4,000 Valorant points. Today's challenge is the Spider Shot Ultimate. Time to put those flicks to the test. Make sure your aim is true as you get a penalty for each orb missed. Be sure to tune in until the end of the broadcast when we announce our 3 daily winners, and remember to enter by tweeting at ePulse Gaming using the hashtag AimLab Challenge. Train your tracking, fasten your flicks, practice your precision, all with AimLab. Download the beta for free now at aimlab.gg.
And agents from across Southeast Asia and across the world. This is the Valorant Royal Sea Cup, part of the Ignition series brought to you by ePulse. 16 teams from across Asia have gathered here today to fight for a slice of the 25,000 US dollars that's up for grabs. And that out of that $25,000, $13,000 is going to go to the first place winner. So more wins that they get here, the closer they're going to get to that $13,000. I'm Hound. He is Gideon Q. I'm pretty excited to be here. And you can catch all of this live on our ePulse Gaming channels on Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook on whatever language that you may so choose. Anyway, without all of that done and everything put aside, how are you today, Gideon? It's always great to be with a consummate professional such as yourself. Are you excited to be here to cast some Valorant action?
I've been waiting to cast. We've been on the panel for a while now, so now being here for instead of doing the analysis to watch the game live, finally is going to feel so great here. But we're going to go up against Resurgence versus Vision Strike. Vision Strike coming off of a really hot game against one of the other favorites in this group, Big B. I don't know. It's looking pretty bad for Resurgence overall, but at least we're going to see what they're good and bad at.
Remember, ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be the top 2 teams of each group advancing to the playoffs. All matches are going to be best of 2, so there is a lot on the line, and I think our first match is going to be in Haven. So is there anything that you would like to think about in Haven here? 3 sites, very even in terms of attackers and defenders. Do you feel that those particular, this particular map could benefit either side of the teams?
Well, we did see Vision Strike actually play on this map previously against BBI, and they initially started off on the attacker side. So I would say this still is an attacker-heavy, it is a very attacker-favored map, and I think, VS shouldn't have too many problems overall. It's just that Resurgence have to be very on the ball with their information to make the best out of the situation. But it's time to get right into the games here. 4 Ghosts coming out of Resurgence's lineup for 3 Ghosts in comparison from VS.
All right, so it seems that it is going to be a very eventful pistol round indeed. So for those of you at home, RSG did pick the map of Bind. Pick the map of Haven by Vision, and it is going to be the RSG side that picks defenders.
It's going to be pretty interesting here. Defender side is a little bit tougher, but you know they're still making sure that everything is going well. Nobody has died just yet. They look to be sitting on top of A side here, with the rest of the team looking to push through Banana.
All right, so what do you think are the options here coming in from RSG and VS as all of these utilities have been taken down? What are the most important setups here?
Yeah, I mean, it's just the pistol round, so there's not too much setup to be worried about. It's all about landing your shots, making sure everybody is double peeking and following some strong fundamentals. Unfortunately, Banap is going to be able to take 2 before he goes out, and Glow is still alive. He uses the sound cue of the teleport to hopefully trick and maybe even make RSG question their position. Spotted out initially, Cypher is going to be able to make it through, but Mordecai gets the headshot.
Very nicely done here coming in from RSG, and this is the RSG ahead with the first round in their pocket. Doesn't look good for a VS, however, it's still very early in the round here. This next few rounds will determine whether or not RSG will be able to get an economic advantage.
But I think overall, this is just, you know, winning that first round, especially against a team so strong. It's some good momentum coming into this game. They're almost guaranteed to be able to win round 2, 3, but I mean, they're looking to buy some big weapons here. So, you know, if VS kind of steps up, make sure they land their shots each and every time, trade, you know, a good trading 4 for 5 of their members and losing the round, that's still going to hurt the economy of RSG.
I can only imagine the amount of jitters that's coming in from the side of RSG in terms of the loadouts here coming in from RSG. Very much the Spectres are going to be picked up here, whereas VS won't have that much in terms of options for their loadouts here, but this could change in an instant if VS is able to cinch this round out, essentially making it even amongst themselves. We do see now coming in from the side of Resurgence a little bit of happy feet here, still trying to decide where they want to go. Mid control is the priority here coming in from the side of RSG, and we may see that double doors could be picked out by one of them, and they've got to be very, very wary indeed, as B side here is going to be contested. The good pusher coming in, going for the plant. We do see that the smokes are going to be dropped down. Ooh, that's just going to slow down the advance here coming in from the side of VS.
I mean, they traded pretty evenly for now. Jet for Sova at this point in time. Double doors is being contested by Breach. Breach goes down, unfortunately. The rest of the team sitting on site, looking to find the opportunities, but King, he hides right behind the smoke to get a free kill here, but VS is going to be able to still clear up the site. RSG walk out to pick up one more. Omen is on the run. A 1v1 between the Omens. Glow picks up the Spectre.
Alright, a one-on-one situation here, trying to go for the defuse. Goes for the sound cue, and it seems that this could be the end. Oh! RSG! So close, yet so far!
Ah, that was really close. I mean, he just needed to get that first shot to land. It was just a little bit off, but unfortunately, that's just going to tie up the score 1-1.
Well, this is going to be very interesting indeed, with VS being the attackers here and RSG playing very defensively. I do believe that that was a very, very good strategy that came from VS to slow down the push that was coming in from RSG. However, RSG seems to still be in this game. We do see a big full buy with one Spectre coming in from VLR for the side of VS.
Yep, VS is going to be able to come back into this game, no problem here, but it really is going to be a back and forth between RSG and VS so far. And more importantly, I'm kind of interested because right now the way VS plays, they kind of look out and try to gain information on their opponents and then start pushing the weaker side of the map, and normally go without saying. However, the way they do it is very efficient. They were able to exploit the hole up in B side, making sure that they block off B connector to A so that Jet didn't have vision. First pickoff coming in from King.
King, nicely done, taking up enough for the side of RSG. Now one man down for the count, and it seems that they are going to be swapping out weapons here for the side of VS, and I think it is going to be a full Vandal team here. We do see RSG right now best to basically get as much as can. We do see some utilities there being dropped out onto Heaven. Oh, we do see the push coming in towards RB taking 1, taking 2 onto Germ SG as well as Evo. Very nicely done. 2 more surviving members for the side of RSG. 4 members for the side of VS. All of the advantages point towards a victory for the side of VS in this particular turnout.
I mean, they knew they had 2 picks already, but now they got to be real careful. Mordecai, he's got to hold his ground here up in Heaven. He can't push too far, but now that the vision is gone, the smoke is finally settled. The rest of the team, he's waiting for an opportunity to get the bomb, but unfortunately he's going to get headshot by Zest from across. And finally, they didn't even get to double peek. Cypher finally finishes this off. VS take another round.
VS takes another round and takes the lead with one hit compared to RSG. It was a very great and valiant start for the side of RSG, but we do see now that VS seems to be coming into full circle here as they're going to be pushing in to some of this prime real estate very early on. Mid control seems to be quite on the menu here for the side of VS, whereas RSG seems to be very split off with one member, the Cypher, for the side of RSG, playing more of the rotation here, trying to give the assistance towards anyone that may need it, considering how big and how spread out the map is on this particular map. Excuse me. We do see that this is going to be a very, very standard thing to see for a defensive side team.
Yeah, for sure. But now they're calling in for the tactical pause here, waiting for the opportunity until that timer starts again. That's when the game is going to continue moving forward. But it looks like both sides just going to be b-hopping around. And finally, tactical pause has been down. The setup coming in from Jab the Boy.
All right, Jab the Boy now trying to get as much of his utilities down to make sure to quell the amount of pacing that comes in from the enemy team. We do see a little bit of a pause here before we begin the game. Apologies to those of you guys who can't wait for the game to start, as we do see that this is going to be where all of it is going to come to fruition for the side of RSG. Another tracker arrow recon bolt there being thrown out, trying to get as much information as they can. We do see the flash coming out. Nothing is going to be hit yet. We do see the blind out. No one has been hit. It's got to be careful though, they just get picked out. We do see the shot coming in. Stacks right into the head of Evo.
Yep, and you can see Sova, he's going to be able... Oh, wait, I'm not sure if he didn't notice it so far, but now they're pouring into A. Omen is going to be the next to fall from the connector side. Jet and Sova are going to be first through coming in contact with the enemies. The Cypher rotating now. Look at that lurk. They didn't spot him out.
Very good lurk here coming in from the side of VS. We do see that Mordecai right now, one of the members are going to be pushed quite aggressively. Look at the sidelines as it sets up from the side of VS, but VS just not allowing any of these members of RSG to get even a single kill. A flawless round for the side of VS.
A little too slow on the rotation. I mean, they started pouring in. They had a really good post-plant setup. The crossfires sit across between Hell and as well as the the right corner just outside the connector. Really nicely done overall for VS here. RSG, I think they need to start switching the position of Cypher right now because Vision Strike are completely avoiding C side. They're focusing their attentions on B and A, and the only round they lost was actually when they decided to consider C. They got the initial, they noticed the Cypher trap. They didn't really care. That pick went down. Oh no, let's go rotate.
And I think this goes to show that the level of experience that comes in from the side of VS is a really high here, considering that VS already very quickly, with this one round loss in their pocket, they were able to adapt towards the situation. We do see now King trying to get as much information as he can here onto double doors, puts out the spy cam, spots out one member, and I think it was the Jet from the side of RSG. We do see now a little bit of focus here being given towards the B side here.
Oh, I love the aggression here, but Stacks is going to first find the first frag here, a headshot into Jap the Boy. Now, Mordecai, he shouldn't have peeked it there. He should have waited for the rest of his team to pull up, coming in from A side.
Oh man, this is just a massacre here, and it is going to be a massacre conducted by members of VS. RSG seems to be in a lot of trouble here, considering we do see Benoff right now. Tries to go for one, misses. Will he be able to find home with the Blade Storm? Oh, that was a good dash out of there. The Tailwind out. Oh, we do see a cage there being dropped down onto the side of Benoff. Benoff right there just trying to stay inside as it goes down. No, he misses out and Stacks get his third kill of the round.
Rough round for RSG. Rough round indeed. I mean, Vision Strikes right now, they are just playing for picks, and it doesn't what they pick off here. They're already capped off, and look at their credits. They have plenty of economy right now. They want to really just hurt RSG, make them move out of their position, catch them off while they're being aggressive, because they know for if they wait long enough, somebody's gonna bite the bait.
Alright, so we do see a full Vandal buy here coming in from the side of VS. We do see an operator for the side of Banaf on RSG. So hopefully this could change the fortunes here. Hopefully he will be able to get that pick off, but some of the smokes have been dropped down already. He's got to take a look very carefully indeed. Be very ginger with how he wants to be pushing it. There goes Hunter's Fury for the side of Zest here, being able to take down German SG. Stacks being able to take down Evo as well. This is very good indeed. 5-man advantage for the side of VS. We do see RSG right now. Helter Skelter running towards C. As we called it, they were ignoring C. It seems that they changed the strategy here for the side of VS, going for the side of C. And the double blind. We'll be able to get the double. He does get the double. Stacks with his third kill of the game.
Really nicely done. Saving that flashpoint until absolutely necessary. He didn't engage using the flashpoint. He uses the fault lines. They were already onto site. Up on his utility before pushing. He comes into site immediately. All right, let's just drop the fault line. I didn't really have to challenge anybody to get on here. Sees takes the opportunity. He drops thunder. Then he sees two people instead. Just had an easy cleanup there.
That was just good mechanics that are coming in from the side of VS. What does RSG need to do here in order to curb the bleeding, in order to stop the amount of pain that's coming in that they're experiencing from the side of VS?
I think right now they have to start understanding that the way it plays is not only do they play for picks, but they like to take their approaches very, very slow. So, number one, on C site, you can see the Omen smokes. Don't fall for that bait. Look to rotate as many of your people over, but make sure that you're also watching the other entrances that they like to kind of push through, that being double doors.
I do like the proactive move here coming in from the side of RSG, coming in from the back here, trying to go for the flank. We do see a double flank coming in. They may be able to catch out members at C here, but we have to be very, very careful because the trap wire has been set down onto the side of Jab the Boy. Jab the Boy will be able to take it down. I don't think any of the members of VS are aware of the fact that there is someone behind him, but they have already spotted him out and throw out some of the shots towards him. The push is coming in from the side of VS, and it seems that this could be a bad side for the side of Jab the Boy as well, Mordecai, and it's going to be over for the side of RSG in this round.
Still pretty good. I mean, it was a save round coming in for SG, so at least they were able to kind of build up their economy back up. You know, sheriffs in hand, trying to make the play work. Two ops coming down. That's going to be a very big buy for RSG side. They should be finishing off with some Vandals and Phantoms for themselves.
Oh, very, very interesting indeed here coming in for the side of RSG, whereas VS seems to be very much in tune with the full Vandal setup, and I do believe that that has been working perfectly for them, and I don't believe that that's going to be changing anytime soon.
Yeah, and I think if last round they actually did do the buy, what they did as they aggressively pushed out of A, knowing that it was going to be on C, great idea. Let's hope. I'm really hoping that RSG does it again.
I'm really hoping RSG does it again too. We do see a fault line there being hit onto the side. Glow VLRT. As we do see now that B may be the focus here, but we do see a bit of a slowdown for the pace here coming in from the side of VS. A little bit of tactical oversight. Not saying tactical oversight, tactical decision making right here being made.
Yeah, they're just playing for picks. They want to find somebody, pick them off, and then look to weaken one of the sites. Because the moment you get a pick on somebody on the site, that opens up the map a lot more. One less body to be able to watch an angle, one less body to kind of use their utility.
Oh boy, we do see Rolling Thunder gonna come out, but he's gotta be careful though. We do see Banaf being able to take out Stacks. RB takes out 2 for the side of Resurgers. Resurgers right now, only 3 members left. 4 members on the side of VS. We do see that the spike is still in play here. 30 seconds left on the clock, but we do see that there is going to be a lot of control here on the side of C. Very good rotation that has come from the side of VS here, and it seems that RSG now on the phase of retaking C.
This retake is going to be tough. A 4v5. Some people are trying to go through the spawn side. They already find the first initial pick. They got to play around the boxes here, but unfortunately, they tried to push through smoke. Not that great, as C Long is completely stacked with members, gunning them down. Ooh, Vision Strike, making sure that they are crushing it on the attacker side.
Vision Strike has yet to lose the round ever since the first round here. This could be more of the same if a Vision Strike continues Vision Strikers, excuse me, continues to keep up the level of play here, but could the level of play still be the same when RSG switches over? So that has got to be taken into consideration, considering that attackers are heavily favored in this map.
They really need to start changing their setups. They keep trying to hold double doors more often than they should here. Oh, Banaf now in trouble. Unfortunately, he doesn't even have the utility to get on out of there. He gets caught out of position by Breach, finishing him off.
Stacks nicely doing what he needed to do to force out the utility, knowing that the fact that he didn't have the utility around there. RB right now may actually hear him. Oh, RB gets beat to the punch by Germ SG. Nicely done. Germ gets another one, another headshot. Stacks will be able to get the trade off, but at the cost of 2 men.
Fault line being set up here just to kind of slow the assault. It doesn't connect on anybody, but the idea definitely was there. Hunter's Fury coming out looking for info.
Mordecai being able to take down Zest with that beautiful Hunter's Fury. Will we be able to see VS right now to be able to score another win here, or will they tie it off? Excuse me, or will they lose it out and give it over to RSG? Excuse me, because we do see now that RSG is on a very different spot of the map here, as we do see the spike being planted already. Process of elimination shows that C and B have been taken away from the side of RSG. RSG knows where they are. Oh, we do see here a little bit of utility may come down. Flash has been taken down towards the side of Evo. Very good there being shown from the side of RSG. RSG now being in the smoke. Glow has been taken down onto the side of Hell here. Tries to go for some of those shots, and no, it's going to be Glow VLTR onto the side of Mordecai. Takes him down for the count, and it is going to be further and further away into the lead that VS is going to enjoy.
Yeah, I mean, really well done coming in from Glow. I think he had a really smart idea of using that ultimate to kind of buy some time. He didn't want to be planting the he didn't want to try planting the bomb while under fire. So he used this ultimate to kind of fake the fact that he was going on to C. He quickly cancels it as he hears the footsteps leaving away from him, setting up the bomb for himself.
Yeah, and when we look at it from that particular perspective, right, I do believe that when you set up for the follow-up from your team, it just goes to show that the level of coordination of VS Vision Strikers is just on another level, and it seems that RSG is in a little bit of a helter-skelter here.
Yeah, I think, you know, when it comes to playing for picks, Resurgence just aren't too sure what they should be looking for here. They get a little bit antsy. They stick out to kind of look for that information that they won't necessarily get. So my suggestion would be kind of sending the Sova towards B site, holding one of the connectors to drone out, while the rest of the team, Cypher most likely sitting on A, with a Jet or even Omen to be able to hunker down with him.
Ooh, very nice trade there, but not being able to take down Glow with a beautiful Blade Storm. However, the trade is going to go over to the side of VS. VS still has 4 members, 2 members for the side of RSG. RSG again, without any advantages here, has been taken down to the side of Jab. The boy, RB with the beautiful taps towards the head. Oh my goodness, we do see here coming in from the side of RSG. Very brave indeed, but it might not be enough. Oh! Evo being able to take down RB. Nicely done, straight to the face, but it'll be Stacks that take down Evo in revenge.
Yeah, that trade is just really impossible to deal with. Even though you're past the fault line, you already got the headshot onto the Jet. You're good. The moment that fault line is animation is finished on Breach, he is peeking out straight away.
And I totally agree on that. You immediately see that the follow-up that's coming in from the side of VS is just on a different level. We do see here on the instant replay, Evo immediately does get that, but it's going to be the follow-up that comes in from VS that is the determining factor in that round.
Yep. Things have come out here. Breach is being a little bit more aggressive with his positioning here, standing inside Garage, but A site is pushing out already, and VS still playing for picks.
Alright, so we do see there that coming in for the side of VS, they know for a fact that they will be able to make some of these picks a little bit more spread out across the map here when we look at the side of VS, slightly mirroring the side of RSG, but we do see RSG right now trying to get into some fierce territory here, coming in from the side of Mordecai, getting closer and closer to this spot, may be able to spot someone out, but he's got to be patient though. Oh, goodness gracious me, this is one of those heart-stopping moments.
Oh no, yes, they're not even going to push through the smoke. Everybody's going to be starting to pull through these corridors down by A, and Jet not going to be in position. Unfortunately, the cage drops down. Sova is the first to take off. They could try and get onto the site, but Cypher using his ultimate, playing the game right. C site now under assault.
Now we do have quite a bit of an assault here coming in from the side of RB. RB being able to take down Jet the Boy. Evo takes down RB for a revenge. Stacks takes down Evo in his revenge as well. Germ takes him down as well, as we do see coming in from the side of VS. 3 members to 2. I think this has been the lowest VS had in their roster here, considering the rounds. RSG could actually turn this around here, but they've got to be very, very wary on how they want to be taking it off. Teleport here has been taken out for the side of Glow. Glow has been able to get down. 10 more seconds left. Will be able to get that spike planted down towards the A side. Smokes have been dropped down here for the side of RSG. And oh, we do see a lurk here coming in. What do you think about this, Gideon?
I mean, he's about to die. Jet, if she walks backwards, 3, 2, 1. Right on time.
And that was just rather unfortunate here coming in from the side of RSG. VS showing what high-class Valorant is to RSG.
I haven't seen that happen too often, but it is a more common strat in CSGO. The way that they kind of played this out is they knew for a fact, they're abusing the fact that there are 3 sites. They're attacking A, they're semi-attacking A, playing for picks, while they set up 2 people getting ready to run down C long the moment they get that first pick. They find Silva, he goes down, they start pushing up into A very aggressively, might I say so myself, and then pull back out to rotate towards C. They lose 2 of their members, and they look to push through mid, using leaving Cypher through double doors as a way to be like, okay, just lag behind a little bit, push with us a little bit later.
Oh, look at that. Very nicely done there from RB. Immediately drops down the smoke and dashes into it. Gets onto Jat the Boy here. Oh, the fault line has gone down here. Spike has been planted. Very quick plant here coming in from the side of RSG, coming in from the side of VS. RSG right now has to retake the site. We do see that there is going to be a Hunter's Fury here to slow them down. Oh, a little bit of damage there coming through, but no, will not be able to take him down. Nicely done coming in from the side of VS, but we do see a shot going towards Germ SG. Zess, what are you doing? Another one goes down from the side of Mordecai. RSG bleeding out resources, bleeding out man here. Oh, another one!
Hey, he wasn't able to ace it overall, but he made sure spawn side is not a safe place to start pushing your team through, especially when Zest is on and off.
Oh my goodness, that is unfortunate. That coming in from the side of RSG. Look at that. This is the instant replay. That was 1. That was going to be the first one. There goes the shock dart. Takes down 2 onto the side of Mordecai. 1 more is going to go out. Goes for the bounce. Will he be able to get it? Nope, he doesn't. And boom, the flick onto Zest. Onto Evo.
Yeah, and at that point, you just gotta you have to double peek it. There's no way you can single peek that 1 by 1, because it doesn't necessarily mean that you throw the paranoia, therefore it is safe. That's not necessarily true. You can easily dodge the ability. You could be standing at an off angle to catch him off guard. You gotta take these things into consideration.
Very, very, very interesting beat here. Now we're going to be switching, now we're going to be swapping out, and it's going to be a pistol round here. We're going to see RSG trying to go into it. Very nice dodge there coming in from the side of Germ SG, and you see that C may be where all of our attention is going to be put into, but we do see a counter rotate here coming in from the side of RSG. This could be an opportunity for RSG to basically come back into the game. Got to be very careful of the trap wires here that is waiting for them, that may alert members of VS to their presence.
Of course, and I think that RSG are just going to be slowly moving towards that Cypher side of the map. And now, the fact that VS didn't notice anybody pushing through C, they checked through windows, making sure, alright, double check double doors, they hear it, and now Jet, unfortunately gets taken out. They know that they're mid, they have the information, and now the play is being made.
Very nicely done here, coming in from the side of RSG. RSG being able to get first blood in after the swap here. Towards the side of VS. VS down for the count, but nope, it's going to be stacked that evens out the odds here. Picks up a ghost for himself.
Yep, now they know that their only option is that they have to go through A if they're jumping through windows. They could be going C, but they have the information after that first initial kill. Look at the boy, gets 2 for himself, takes out 1 more, stacks, he finds that headshot. It's going to be a 2v1, and there we go. VS take another round.
Very nicely done here for the side of VS. More of the same here, and it's going to be match point for the side of VS. And a very dominating display for the side of VS towards RSG. Hopefully RSG will be able to learn quite a bit from this round and will be able to salvage whatever they have for the second round here. No points no shame in fighting out valiantly against members of VS, considering their dominant lead.
You can only be better players and a better team after you've been through a hotter fire, and the amount of pressure and fire that VS is throwing out, it's definitely an outclass here. They're more patient. They really take their time when they play for picks, and you know, RSG, they get a little bit antsy here. They want to get that information, but there's no way that they can do it. Even Sova trying his best, he doesn't get too much off of it.
RSG right now trying to go for the trades here. RB immediately drops down the smoke. Tries to blind down on the double doors here. Got to be very wary on how he wants to be doing this. And it seems that Zest right now trying to get as much information as can. Spots out to members.
Oh, he only sees one, and now he doesn't know that Sova, even though he does have a judge, Zest, is he going to be able to pull this off? Boom! One down, and he's going to pull on backwards, but the judge has been nerfed a little bit more, so that range isn't going to take out Jab the Boy. As they run onto site, they see two already there. Omen and Breach holding their ground. The flash comes through. Double kill for Stacks. RSG Evo going to take out Stacks, but in denial. Benaf takes out Glow, finally making it a 1v2 situation.
Very nicely done here for the side of VS. Actually, for the side of RSG being able to even out the odds here, and it seems that it's going to be in their favor, but standing in their way is going to be King right now, going very slowly indeed. There goes the fault line, not going to be able to connect. King right now jostling in between cover. We do see more and more there being thrown out. Very nicely done on the side of King, but no, Benaf gets his third kill and will send King back to the lobby and go it to the next round.
Woo, 2-12 right here. Finally, RSG take another round off of Vision Strikers. And I have to admit, Vision, they didn't exactly drop the ball, but let's look at this instant replay here. Like, Zest finding that first kill, really, really huge. However, he gets taken out, but look at that rotation from VS. So quick, so fast. They knew exactly what they had to do.
Very nicely done indeed. Beautiful double kill coming in from Stacks just now was just something to behold. Stacks with 20 on the kill charts here. Definitely going to be smiling with the amount of kills that he's been able to deliver for his team. We do see that RSG right now may actually be going to C long here. It's got to be very careful indeed that they don't actually continue.
Oh my goodness, we just missed out the greatest, the smartest play coming in from Omen here. Breach finally finishing that one off. Double doors is still contested here as the rest of RSG are going to be pushing through C side. They have to drop the bomb as Cypher sets it up one more time. VS really struggling when it comes to this C side defense.
Alright, so we do see here coming in from members of RSG. They do have 3 members. Zest only with the 2-shot dump. Looking towards moving into the side here. Some shots coming towards it. He's got to be very careful. It doesn't get caught out. Oh, he does get caught out as Benaf gets his 3rd kill onto the side of VS, as we do see salvaging coming in. A salvaging attempt coming in from the side of RSG onto VS.
Only naturally, and now VS, they've got another buy in them. If they lose this round again, they're going to be at a slight disadvantage for the next round as their economy is starting to crumble.
The crumbling of the economy doesn't allow for versatile loadouts. So we do see that this could actually prove a very, very detrimental game for the side of VS if they lose this out, but I doubt, considering that
I mean, it's a 12 round lead.
It's a 12 round lead, yes. I mean a 9-round lead to be exact, but we've seen crazier things happen in esports, and as much as the odds are very much stacked against our neighbors on the causeway, we can't count that out yet. Oh, but rolling the thunder onto the mid side here, but they will be able to get it. Mordecai gets one, as well as Jab the Boy, but Stacks will be able to get Evo in that first exchange. Though Zest now holding out, gets a little bit shocked by that shock dot. Tries to go towards behind the middle box here. Goes for the out drone, tries to get as much information as he can. Good exchange there coming in from the side of Jim as he onto Glow.
Too late. They were on B. Now they quickly rotated out into the C side. They've got 2 in back spawn, 1 sitting by windows, knowing that they'd be on B side. Sova is all by themselves. RSG have found the momentum that they need to turn this around.
Very nicely done here, and it seems that the momentum may actually work in their favor. There's got to be very wary on how they want to be playing this, but where Could VS's last man standing be? Maybe actually saving it out, but it's going to be on towards the right side doors of B. So this could be very interesting indeed here, because we do see one member towards A, and if he rotates through the right place towards the middle side of B here, could actually catch out that last surviving Sova in Zest in Sova for VS.
I mean, RSG, they're on a hunting mission. They're hoping to look for the Sova, but Sova refuses to be going down, picks up a Vandal for himself with a sweet skin on it as they move on to the next round.
Very nicely done here, coming in from the side of RSG, and it seems that there could be a very big opportunity for the side of RSG to come back into this game. However, the odds are definitely stacked against them. The deck is not shuffled in their favor, but we have seen time and time again in the past where the comeback kings are able to come back. And will RSG be able to live up to that? Will RSG be able to take away that name, comeback king, in this tournament? We shall have to wait and see. Still quite a bit of exchanges here. Oh, very aggressive indeed from Jack the Boy, being able to take down Glow VLRT, excuse me.
Yeah, but they do actually have to use the Cypher. They trade one. I mean, they traded one off. Cypher used his ultimate. I don't think that wasn't necessary, especially against the round on VS, who doesn't exactly have much economy at this point of time. They're going to be running on to A here, looking to make sure that they don't get too high up. And even if they do, let's see what VS is going to. How is VS going to handle the situation?
All right, very nicely done here. Jab the Boy right now hanging at the boxes next to Hell here. Very interesting to see how members of the side of VS are going to be responding to this. We do hear the two members right now are going to be on the outside. Some good shots that are being thrown up from the side Jad the Boy. And we do see that Evo will be able to take down King. In exchange there, again, Jad the Boy with another one. Goes to switch.
Come on!
Oh! 4 kills for Jab the Boy!
Jab the Boy able to make sure that his land shot a lot better than his opponents here. That's going to be round 5 going over to another round, bringing them up to 5 rounds on their side. Let's look at that replay time, because Jab the Boy, he held his position, went into Hell after whiffing the first initial shot here. Oh, that didn't go out. He gets flash. Boom! Jet comes dipping into the smoke, misses the shot again, and this is where I got a little bit clustered.
Very interesting indeed here. Goes, shoots it dry, and has to switch to his secondary to end it for that round, netting him a nice 4K in that aspect. RB right now may actually go for a very interesting spot here. Looking towards getting a snipe off. Oh, almost gets it. Very scary indeed here, as some of the shots are going to go towards the double doors here, trying to stop RB from very cheekily picking into that. And we do see that Hunter's Fury are now going to go out, not going to be able to land onto anyone from the side of Zest towards members of RSG, as we do see the game has slowed down tremendously in this past few rounds coming in from the side of Resurgence. I do like the fact that Resurgence is actually being a little bit more deliberate with their actions, Gideon.
For sure, like they're playing for picks just like how VS did it when they were on the attacker side. They played it slow, they're making sure that they're getting that information. They're about to, they already know that on A site is where Cypher is going to be, so they're going to take their time, look for those tripwires. More importantly, the flash comes out, but unfortunately, that's going to be King taking out Jab the Boy.
Jab the Boy now, first casualty of the game, doesn't look very good. Another 3 members down for the count. 1 more left here, and it could be over. While the hope's done, and it's going to be over as Zest gets the last kill credit onto Evo, ending this game 13-5 in favor of VS.
Yeah, that was a really brutal round altogether for the side of RSG. I think, you know, it's becoming very clear where their weaknesses are on Haven, especially, you know, over dedicating resources to one side of the map where they do suspect it in the earlier rounds. They gave up C that one time, and the rest of VS, the moment they see that weakness, boom, call the rotation. Everybody, we got to get onto C. Start pulling back, rotate towards the safe side, sit on site, and force RSG out.
Now, with that being said, for the side of Haven, that was picked up for the side of VS, what do you think that RSG needs to change now that they're going to be heading on to the next map?
Well, I think overall, composition-wise, they had the exact same thing as VS overall. They had the Sova, the Cypher, the Omen, the Jet, the Breach, all the same. I think the one thing that's going to make a huge difference here is if they can find something that kind of suits them. I think, you know, they wanted to be aggressive. They really wanted to be aggressive, and it's very counterintuitive, especially against VS, who likes to play for picks. They play it very slow and methodical. So I think they have to just kind of buckle up, stand their ground, wait until they have the information, and then start playing off of that.
Now let's take a look at the scoreboard here. Very interesting indeed, as we do see Stacks as well as King will be getting some of the highest KDAs in the game. Econ ratings of 102. Some crazy first bloods, as you can see, with a total of 5 for Stacks, 3 for King, 1 for Zed. We do see that Zest, excuse me. It was quite interesting to see that they were able to get some of these initial picks off, but we have to tip our hats off to Banaf, as well as Jap the Boy. They were able to basically do quite a bit of the heavy lifting fairly early on, but it was just VS that just outclassed members of RSG, and they were just on a different level.
Yeah, I think Glow in particular is a really, really smart player overall. His fakes are really good. He likes to use those sound cues to kind of juke people out of their positions. Even though it is like something very simple, but at high level, using your ultimate like that, like how they did on the A side, faking as if they were teleporting to C, really smart idea.
It was a very smart idea indeed, coming in from the side of RSG, excuse me, from VS. But man, wasn't it a crazy game? Do you have anything to say to our viewers before we pass it off to the analyst panel?
Well, I hope the analyst is going to give us a little bit more insight into this game, because RSG, they're going to have to step up if they want to maintain themselves in the group.
All right, so I guess that's all.
Tired of being told to get good? Just click on their heads, not helping your KDA? Want to perfect your peaks? Check out AimLab. AimLab is a free FPS trainer that blends performance tracking and analytics with its artificial intelligence and machine learning to help improve your game. From now until the end of the tournament, tweet a screenshot, picture, or video of you doing today's hashtag AimLab challenge at ePulse Gaming for a chance of winning up to one of 3 daily prizes of 4,000 Valorant points. Today's challenge is the Spider Shot Ultimate. Time to put those flicks to the test. Make sure your aim is true, as you get a penalty for each orb missed. Be sure to tune in until the end of the broadcast when we announce our 3 daily winners, and remember to enter by tweeting at ePulse Gaming using the hashtag AimLab Challenge. Train your tracking, fasten your flicks, practice your precision, all with AimLab. Download the beta for free now at aimlab.gg.
Hello guys, and welcome right back as we're in the panel. My favorite place to be. They don't let me out. Honestly, I have to sit on this chair in the meantime. But hey, we're back here to talk about Vision Strikers versus Resurgence. That is the game we just saw. But of course, before we talk about this game, we have something to tell you about the Royal SC Cup, which is that here in the Royal SC Cup, here at ePulse, we're compromised. You know, we really want to help you guys improve your aim, which is why we've partnered up with AimLab, which is a little application that helps you FPS noobs become FPS pros. And to incentivize you to stop ruining my ranked games, we have a special challenge where you can even win prizes just by participating. How easy is that? Look, Leonard is so interested here.
Yeah, exactly, because I am a total noob when it comes down to Valorant. So.
Exactly, and he knows you can improve and even win some prizes with it.
No way.
See, yes. From now, this precise moment, and actually at the beginning of the day, until the end of the tournament, if you guys tweet a screenshot, a picture, which are the same thing, or a video of you doing today's hashtag AimLab challenge at ePulse Gaming, you have a chance at winning 1 out of 3 prizes, which is 4,000 Valorant points.
So that's crazy, man.
That's how you buy your agents. Yeah, you make them slick. If you win enough with these challenges, you can make your gun a dragon. Imagine. Wow. Yes, exactly. If you guys want to participate, all you need to do is download this application at aimlab.pro/RoyalSCA or at aimlab.gg. And you can both partake in the challenge. Of course, follow us on social media to figure out each daily challenge, as you can participate every day if you want to. I know Leonard is going to do that, right?
Oh, yeah, definitely. Right now, I'm going to install it right now, but of course, we're on the panel, so I will do it later on.
Also, it does not work on phones.
So you just say download it.
Yes, exactly. Download it on your phone.
PC.
Yes, on the PC. Thank you very much. So, as I've spoken, my panel, myself, Mr. Owl Plus, I'm here with Yolo Lee, which I keep calling Leonard by accident, and then Play of the J. How are you doing, friends?
Doing swimmingly, looking like we're having a great day 2 here, and Group B is looking like it's got some top drawer stuff, I have to say.
Oh yes, like totally top of the line, seriously. As well, like the first game was absolutely insane, but now this one coming out action-packed, happening back and forth. I'm like, this is currently like the biggest highlight, Vision Strikes. Right? I mean, I'm not sure about you guys. Like for me, when I saw a Korean team coming in, especially in this Group B stage, I'm like, yo, Korea versus Japan, that's gonna be amazing. But after seeing Vision Strike, who has like a long history when it comes to FPS, sniper skill, has been like been the best snipers in like for how many years now? So really excited to see how's their gameplay, and they never fail to impress.
Yeah, and we got a good taste of Vision Strikers as well, of course, in the last game. But now they are moving here into Game 3 and taking it quite swimmingly against Resurgence. But at the same time, Resurgence still showing a little bit of fight here, as of course first map is still going to be very much on the pick of Vision Strikers. So we would expect them to have a little bit more of emphasis on they want to try and take control of the game.
We saw the last series as well, where once Vision Strikers got their pick, which was on the second map of the series, they absolutely dominated, right? So it seems like there are a couple maps that they're just incredibly, I say couple, there's 4, but like there's some maps they're incredibly comfortable with, and they come in with a game plan, right?
Yes.
And this is what happened. I mean, even towards the end, right, they were actually, like 11-1 or so, right? And or even 12-1, I don't remember the score more or less.
Yep. Yeah.
And actually, when the side swap happened, Resurgence started to take some games off, or some rounds off them. But it was a bit too late at that point, right?
Yeah, a little bit too late. I think, when we look at Resurgence, they picked the defensive side first, but they look a little bit uncomfortable, to say the least. I think they always had struggled a little bit after the initial pistol round win. It came down to, probably the playing style that they like to have, which is a bit more on the aggressive side of things, So they're a bit thrown off balance, when they are going to be starting on the defensive side first. But they managed to flip that around later on, I mean, they still dropped one round, the pistol round, when they swapped over to the attack, but then they managed to get something back. But when the score is 12-1, it's like there's only so much that you can do to work with. There's no buffer room left at all.
Yeah.
How do you erase that from your mind?
Ooh.
How do you work with that kind of like differential though? Because it's true, like it happens often, especially when you're playing a map as very one side or the other favor, right? And a team is looking for that. It can't be that they can just steamroll you like that. Sometimes you just can't get the points when you're on the offside.
Yeah.
What do you do to recover that way?
I mean, the most important thing, like one of the few things you can actually, any player can actually do, is just try to maintain that mentality. Like, it's fine. You're at 12-1, not the end of the world, that kind of thing. Sure, it looks like it's about to hit the end by just a single mistake made by us, but just maintain the mentality. Like, we just have to take this one step at a time. Win one round. Think about the next round again. Don't think about like winning 10 or 11 rounds straight. Just get that one round first, and then we worry about like claiming the remaining rounds later on. I strongly believe it's like that.
It's building that solid foundation, and I know it looks difficult to build something, when you're standing on quicksand, it would seem, but at the end of the day, it's exactly what you say, and I mean, this might be a common bit of advice that people would give, but that's exactly what they focus on and didn't really allow it to get to them. It's easy to get completely dumbfounded by the monumental task that you have on your doorstep, so you just got to take it bit by bit.
How do you think you pick up your pace now, if you're Resurgence in game number 2? Because now is your map pick, right? Does that give you the confidence to search forward? Are you going to try to look for the steamroll as well?
Well, I think given that I would say that they finished out strongly when it came to the first map. It was regrettable what happened in the first half, but definitely they're going to go into their map pick, which is on Bind, and they're going to think, hey, we can really take something from that. These guys are not invincible, we can show here in this previous match that they can bleed, So I think they're going to go in there, play their game, and they're going to try and get the results that they need as well, And I think it looks like a rough road ahead, but they weren't phased, as you could see in those very final rounds of the last map.
Yeah,
anything particular you want to see in terms of agents?
Honestly, for me, like the thing is, when it comes down to agent, especially for Bind, we have seen like various kind of combination and line composition as well. But in this case, after witnessing Resurgence playing, especially on the first game against Paper Rex, we noticed that the kind of lineup they like to go for has been very tactical. It will show some people, I believe some people who was watching that game, they'll be like, hey, why are they playing Sage? You know, that kind of thing. Sage got nerfed, why is he playing? And the thing is, the way they played it was very tactical. They used the wall to really set up a really fast placement on that spike towards that A side. We also saw Rev, which is a typical pick as well, coming in with the Brimstone as well, which is totally fine, coming from the side of Resurgence. But for our different Vision Strikers, on the other hand, I would love to see them to play, especially like Zest. Like, it was really amazing the fact that when he's playing Sova, he has been playing Sova the entire time. He has not dropped, yes, very incredible. He has not dropped it at all, nor did he even drop the obstacle, even if he wanted to, even if Zest wanted to pass it to his own teammate Jet, but the Jet just was like, no, just take it. You're so good at it. Just maintain it, right? So it'd be pretty interesting to see like even King or Zest is trying other kind of like classics to fit their dueling play styles.
Yeah, I mean that could come into play here. I think you know, you touched on how the tactical choices were made by Resurgence in the first match. You know, I mean they brought the Sage, which is kind of out of the meta. Usually we only see it at the very most on Split, where it does tend to feature in the middle of the park. But I mean, let's not forget they also didn't bring Jet as well.
Oh, yes.
They didn't bring Jet on Bind, which is a little bit strange. You know, every single team is going to pretty much bring Jet as your designated operator wheel user, and it's not only that. You know, I mean, I think with the combination of the Brimstone as well, which only seems to feature on Bind, I think that's what we've seen so far over the course of Group A and Group B so far. You know, it's going to make for interesting attacking side, and they're starting on attack first. So this will allow them to, you know, just really carry forward what they were closing things out in the last map. And I'm not sure whether or not that Vision Striker is going to be paying too close attention to that, because they're fielding the same lineup, so they're pretty much going to be focused on that, unless, as you say, they're going to give into more duelist tendencies.
Yeah, I mean, it's always going to be really excited to see, for sure.
I do want to ask though about the whole Sova thing. What do you? Never mind. I don't want to ask anything. I'm a liar. We have a game on the way. I don't know why. I want to keep talking to this beautiful plan. I want to discover more. You guys are teaching me so much. But guys, we gotta figure out what happens, right? This is the second game of the series. Vision Strikers versus Resurgence. Predictions.
Oh man, like prediction.
No. I'm starting with Pele the J. Prediction first for you.
Well, I think it's going to be a much closer game, but I still think that Vision Striker is going to be able to close it out 2-0 here in the series.
Okay. Now, Leonard. Okay, they informed me that you only have a couple seconds, so you can only say yes or no.
I totally agree with Predator J. So it's gonna be Vision Strikers.
Oh wow! Hit me with a curveball there. I like it. I like it. All right. So now that we have the predictions by our analysts, we both of them are agreeing that it's gonna be Vision Strikers, but a closer game indeed. Let's see if their prediction becomes a reality, or if Resurgence can surge from the flames and prove us all wrong. I'd love to hear an underdog story. We're going to find out any second now as we throw away to our casters. Please take it away, Mr. Seek and Strike.
Welcome to the ePulse Royal SEA Cup. Whilst we are in the group stages of this tournament, I wanted to take an opportunity to look at some of the bigger hitters when it comes to the teams involved, and who to really keep an eye on that you expect them to go out of groups, through playoffs, and to maybe even win the whole event. To do this, I'm going to go through all of the groups and highlight one of the teams that I think is going to do quite a lot. We'll start with Group A, and we'll start with Attack All Around. This is a team that's had some great results across the bigger tournaments in the Southeast Asia region. It's a team from Thailand and have been in the finals of the two biggest tournaments, winning the Africa TV Asia Invitational and coming second in the Cyber Games Arena Pacific Open. Both of the finals they played up against AHQ Esports, which we will talk about in a second, with a dominant win 2-0 in the Africa TV tournament and a very close loss 3-2 in a best of 5 in the CGA Pacific Open. This is a team that has a lot to prove. You could definitely tell that they've been watching both the NA and EU scene when it comes to strategies, executes, and what agents to use. And with the balance patch at the moment, I think this is a team that can really adapt and overcome any opponent, but most definitely they'll want their revenge on AHQ if they can get that far. I say that because there's a lot of really good high competition in this tournament, and when it comes to that, look no further than Group B, And the favourites over there, Vision Strikers. You've probably heard of this team. They're from South Korea, and they've pretty much won everything that they've played in. They've had some really dominant results in the Korean tournaments, most notably Clan Masters 2020, and this is a team that plays some really aggressive and exciting Valorant. It comes as no surprise that South Korea has taken a liking to a class-based FPS game, but that doesn't mean at this point that Vision Strikers are just going to have their way with everybody in this tournament. But make no mistake, this is the favourite of the tournament by a pretty large margin. Now we get onto Group C, and it's much more competitive when it comes to the teams involved, but there's not really a specific team that you look at and go, they are definitely getting out of groups and you can expect to see a lot out of them. Out of all 4 of the teams, Boom Esports has had the better results, but they just got to playoffs in the CGA Pacific Open and lost out to Team SMG. It's not really a solid look for this team, and really any of the 4 teams can come through playoffs and not be a super surprise. But since CGA Pacific Open, Boom Esports have been able to win a couple of smaller tournaments at least, and maybe with the meta changes, they might be able to find a lot more solid footing. So expect to see some pretty interesting stuff potentially out of the Indonesian team, but they're not quite at the Colossus level as Attack All Round, and certainly not when it comes to Vision Strikers. Now going over to Group D, I mentioned this team before already, and that is AHQ Esports. It's basically vice versa for Attack All Around. They came second place in the Africa TV tournament, but then won out super closely in the Cyber Games Arena Pacific Open. With that momentum, they went into the Africa TV Asia Showdown tournament, which happened last weekend, where they played up against some of the bigger teams in South Korea, like Vision Strikers as we spoke about, but also Japan's Absolute Jupiter. Unfortunately, against this team, they lost 2-0 in the semi-finals, not really having an opportunity to show their strength, losing out 13-7 and 13-8. So whilst this is a team that won the most recent tournament that they were a part of, they still have a lot to prove to really show that they're a dominant force, not only in Taiwan, where this team comes from, not even in just the Southeast Asia region, but in Asia as a whole. You'd expect this team to get out of playoffs, but if they run into a team like Vision Strikers or even an Inform Attack All Round, things might be a little bit tough. But these are the favourites out of the groups. But no matter what happens, we're going to have some really great games and no doubt a few upsets along the way.
Welcome back, agents. We're on Game 2 for some more exciting action here in preparation with the 2020 Ignition Series here. You are watching, if you're just tuning in, the Royal C Cup. And so far, these games have been an absolute banger here. My name's Getting Q. This is the Hound here at the Codecasters table as we move into the second game.
Well, we've got tons of action to cover for you guys as we are going to be witnessing researchers from Singapore going up against Vision Strikers from South Korea. And we have quite a bit of information for you guys. If you want to know, Vision Strikers is a former CSGO, are from former CSGO, and they were formerly known as MVPPX. They were also the Africa TV Asia Showdown first place winners, Clan Masters 2020 first place. So that's quite a bit of experience that they have here. For those of you guys who want to know, we are going to be playing on Bind. And it is going to be VS that picks defenders first.
Ooh, VS is the ones who are picking defenders. Okay, all right. Overall, I do think Bind is rather neutral despite people's opinions. And I think, this is where RSG might be able to start shining out. Especially against this team that so far has been absolutely crushing in their past 2 games. Some of their biggest competitions, BBI, they've taken them down 2-0 as well. So they're looking to be the favorites of this group and even arguably the tournament itself.
Well, one thing that we have to also note about Resurgence, despite the fact that they had quite a game against VS in the previous round, going 5-13, or with 13 points going towards VS, it is to be said that Resurgence from Singapore has been is a gigantic esports organization spanning multiple titles and has been established since 2017, if I'm not mistaken. So they do have experience of their own, but Valorant, they're still relatively new in this sense. So whether they win or whether they lose, winning is great for sure, right? But whether they win or whether they're on the opposite spectrum of winning, you would think that they will be able to benefit quite a bit from competing against teams such as Vision Strikers with all of their experience, because those experiences that they had in the past really shows in terms of their coordination, in terms of their call-outs, in terms of how they actually approach a site or approach a spot where they're able to conduct. It has been very consistent for the side of Vision Strikers.
But now the game is about to begin. Vision Strikers with the first point out of this best of 2 against RSG, looking to try and tie them up on this map. Beautiful as it is, welcome to Bind.
Bind is going to be our map of choice for today. So for those of you guys who don't know, I think the biggest defining features for Bind is the fact that they do have it does create quite a bit of opportunities for quick rotations with the teleporters. And I do believe that when you play on Bind, right, sometimes it's a very, very scary thing to be able to go to a teleporter and you end up being shot down in the face, or someone ends up behind you. So that's going to be a very interesting mechanic that's going to be taken into consideration here. But we're going to be watching from the side of RSG. RSG now attacking, holding on to Hookah here.
They're going to be looking to try and get onto the B side. There comes the spray cans coming out pretty quick. Bomb Buddy doesn't get over the wall, unfortunately, and has to Roomba its way to success. First kill coming into Terms as he calls pull through. Derby Boy Glow as well, getting 2 headshots. Stack Glow, finishing off the rest of the team of RSG.
I'm not gonna lie, that transpired really quickly and it was really hard to follow. And it seems that members of VS were able to shut down the advance that was coming in from the side of RSG. Big props towards members of VS here. What can RSG do differently in this round, Gideon?
Well, I think they're going to have to execute a little bit better if they wanted to make this work. They have to be really, really fast when they're trying to get onto the site, because again, once they lose vision of Hookah, dropping down that movement speed slow once you touch the ground is already going to be a problem. But Glow, he's already now saw 3 people coming through a main here. They're going to have to put up a good defense as the rest from B are going to rotate over.
All right, so we do see here that there is going to be quite a bit of smokes that are being dropped down onto the front of Teleporter here. We do see the push coming in from the side of VS. Excuse me, from the side of RSG being very, very aggressive. RB being able to take down 3 of Resurgence. And it is Mordecai that is the last surviving member here, pushing it out. Goes for the shot, will not be able to take him down, as Zest will be able to take down Mordecai with some really good shots.
Oh, 3 headshots in a row coming out of VS's Jets RB, putting himself on top of the leaderboard when it comes to that KDA. He's absolutely crushing it. But more importantly, they have to be a little bit more careful of certain spots. But well played to VS. They initially started off the defense by dropping off vision, and now coming into the next one, RSG coming in with some real weapons.
Ooh, RSG now being pretty aggressive with their buy-ups here, whereas members of VS right now, only 2 members are going to be with rifles, whereas the rest of them are going to be with Spectres, if I'm not mistaken. So this is going to be very interesting indeed, as the loadout advantage is not in favor of the side of VS. We do see here RSG right now keeping it close. 1 shot down onto Zest, 2 shots down, and it's going to be very interesting indeed, as Zest will be able to take down 1, as well as King being able to take down 1 as well. 2 down for the side of RSG, 5-man advantage for the side of VS. We do see that there is going to be a rotation here coming in from the side of RSG. All 3 members moving in towards a different side here. Some fire coming in to the window. No one is going to be on the receiving end, though. Very sneaky indeed, coming in from the side of Stacks, but no one will be there for him.
Yeah, unfortunately, it was a failed attempt to push through Garden, and unfortunately, 2 members are going to bite the dust because of that. They lose both their Cypher and their Breach, so they can't really get that extra information on Lurkers, but they most importantly can't really muscle their way onto sites.
All right, so we do see RSG right now going for the spike plant inside the smoke.
No.
Will they be able to get this though? It is going to be King that takes out Mordecai. Some shots coming in through the wall. King being able to take up enough with his third kill of the day. Very nicely done there coming in from the side of Germs, but it's not going to be enough as RB will take it down, picks up a Vandal for himself, and it seems that members of VS are going to be heavily kitted for the next round.
Yep, they're going to be quite kitted here, and they're also going to have access to Zest's Sova, Alt the Hunter's Fury for this defensive round. It's going to be going over to a replay here to watch that one more time on how exactly they started off this game.
Well, as we can see here, a big hit onto Zest. Zest being able to take down one was impressive, but the follow-up onto King as well was a pretty good one. We can see that the crossfire is working out very well for the side of VS. Now we do see 2 Sheriffs, 1 Ghost, and 2 Classics for the side of RSG.
Yep. All right, let's see what the setup is this time here, because now I'm looking at VS. They're getting a little bit more aggressive. They're positioning themselves up, but they mix it up every single time. They hear the initial fault line, 2 members rotating towards A.
All right, so we do see here RB has his... Ooh, there goes one from the side of RB. Will he be able to get another one? There goes another one for the side of Zest. Zest gets 2. Oh my goodness gracious me. What was RSG doing walking into that meat grinder, Gideon?
Unfortunately, they didn't know how many people were on site, and the people who were supposed to be checking the elevated areas couldn't really see the breach flashpoint coming through. And unfortunately for that side, as they were pushing up, somebody just happened to have their peripheral vision get affected by the flash.
Man, oh man, I do believe that this could be a very one-sided hit here from the side of VS if RSG keeps pulling off some of these very off-color plays. But we do see Mordecai right now, if I'm not mistaken, holding on towards the operator. I think something that members of VS really want to take King right now, being able to get him back. But it seems that Germ as well as Mordecai will be able to take down 2 as well. VS 2 down for the count. Whoa! Ooh. There goes the Hunter's Fury being able to take down a Germ SG. There goes another recon ball, if I'm not mistaken. And oh, Glow comes in with a double kill out the Mordecai and Evo, taking them down for the count despite the deficit.
Yep, just a little slow on that tripwire shot there. Had they done it a little bit faster, they might have been able to save all their members, save one of their members from that Hunter's Fury. Really nice play coming in from VS overall. I will say this is the first time we've seen them actually come out of the site to actually take the fight to RSG.
And as we see it here, it's going to be another stack up towards a hookah, if I'm not mistaken. So I don't know about you, but this could be very scary indeed here.
I think they should have started playing for picks first initially, just to see if VS was going to be aggressive again. But now, oh, getting hit by the up. RB making sure that Showers takes the shot, secures the shot. Cypher, don't do it. Don't do it, buddy.
RB reporting for duty, looking for another villain, looking for another casualty to take down. Misses on that shot. Decides to tailwind it out of there. Falls back, and we do see now that the follow-up after the Rolling Thunder was good, as Stax will be able to take down Evo. A shot onto RB, will be able to take down another shot again. Jab the boy, the latest and 3rd victim of RB and his operator.
Just nicely done overall from VS, coming in with a big ult, limiting RSG's movement before taking the rest of the squad out. Good overall play. Let's watch that one more time to see how they set this up, because again, you can already see Breach. He drops down the ultimate, making sure that he's clearing out the rest of A main. The only person left they had to watch was just the Cypher coming out of the smoke.
Oh, that was very nicely done there, coming in from the side of RB to take down Jab the Boy. 3rd kill of that game. We do see now coming in from the side of coming in from the side of VS again. What are they going to be working on? Another one goes down. Mordecai, what were you doing?
Yep, he was just making sure, checking it again and again, and now the information is out as the rest of the team rotate towards B site, locked down by this Cypher. They have both Sova as well as Brimstone dropping down the smokes.
All right, we do see here Germ SG right now trying to go towards the window. Could be an opportunity for him to go into the fight. We do see an owl drone there coming out. It could be an opportunity for VS to get as much intel as they can. Smoke screens smokes have been dropped down for the side of Glow VLRT, excuse me. May actually drop down the stim beacon. That's going to give him a lot of rate of fire, boost here, as we do see more and more kills coming in from the side of VS. Glow being able to take down one more member for the side of RSG, as we do see 4 members versus 3. As the spike has been picked up. Oh, fault line has been initiated onto him. Banaf will be able to take down Zest as well as another RSG member. Oh, Jab the boy take those stacks, but nope, RB will be able to deny Banaf. Third man down by the cut. Oh! So close yet so far coming in from the side of VS.
I don't think he's gonna miss again. He's already dropping. He's gonna bait out with the bomb tap here. Someone's gonna walk up. He connects the shots there. RB clutching it out once again.
RB is a monster. 4 kills. And the clutch going over to RB. Give the man the cookie. Give the man a pat in the back. Because that was some crazy gameplay.
He is making sure he is landing every single one of these shots. Let's look at the replay one more time to see how they initially got onto site. I mean, yes, he missed those shots, and Cypher really needed to hit them, but that tailwind, it's so hard to track somebody down.
Didn't even need to reload, just so you know. Popped it dry, and he was done for the count.
Missed that last shot. He was like, you know what? I'm bringing out the ultimate. Have to use it.
Yep, and I totally agree with you. 7-0 here doesn't look good for the futures of RE and their hopes of getting closer and closer towards that $13,000 US grand prize here. It seems that RSG right now going for the bot out, rolls it out, but Roombas to no one.
Yeah, I mean, it basically acted a Roomba, became a Roomba at that point. It didn't really get any information. It didn't go into showers. They got to make sure that that placement is correct. But just the fear of RB looking down through showers is going to be enough to make any player start to shake.
Stim Beacon being dropped out from the side of RSG. Stacks now going for the fault line, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh no! Looks like he's got 2 more seconds. 2 more seconds until he actually has it. Glow. He's gonna be shooting through the smoke with that Vandal in hopes to make something connect here. He's gonna have to start cutting off vision again. Smokes coming through, being placed onto A main to cut them off. But the traditional bomb areas are still exposed.
All right, so we do see here. Still 5 on 5. There goes the Rolling Thunder on the side of GMSG. GMSG have been taken up on the count here.
30 seconds
left. Man, oh man, very, very unfortunate. As we do see the attack here for GMSG being able to take down Stacks. Some of the shots coming in from the higher part of the map is going to go towards Germs right now. Holding on to this spot here. 15 seconds, 10 seconds left. Sense of urgency definitely being felt from the side of VS. As we do see Zest right now, last surviving member for the side of RSG. Could there be an opportunity for the side of... Oh, no! There goes one! But finally, RSG being able to cinch 1 win over VS.
Oh my goodness, thank God the hit scan hit first for the side of RSG, because you could literally see that crosshair lining up for that shot, and he was just a click away to getting a double kill there.
Oh, and it seems that the hopes of Vision Strikers to be able to get a flawless, not just a round, but a flawless game has been denied from them with a beautiful, beautiful attack that came from RSG in that particular turn. And I do feel that RSG could actually come back from this, but then again, I'm trying to be as optimistic, I'm trying to be as nice as possible. Realistically, RSG has a mountain to climb.
Yeah, it's tough. Ooh, they find the initial pick here with the Op and Binaf on to B long here. They're gonna start pushing up through Garden side. Cypher has used all of his tripwires onto Hookah side. He could take one and switch it up and put it onto Gardens in hopes to slow them down.
Yeah, Gardens would be actually a very good opportunity for him to actually put down the wire and basically slow them down. However, we've seen VS actually work without them, and they were still able to bring the pain towards RSG. So I don't think that slowing them down is going to be that much of an issue. I do believe that it does give them a safer and a little bit more of a set thing, but oh, RB, that was very uncharacteristic of you, missing out like that.
Oh, he really whiffed that shot, and now they're gonna back on out of there. They have 2 picks to VS's 3, so it's a 3v5. RSG gonna go for their default A-site bomb plant. Very comfortable with it. They drop the cage as well, and that truck, it's gonna be so hard to look around. U-Haul, dangerous as well.
All right, Stacks right now lining up.
No way.
Oh my goodness, Jim, as he has well jabbed the boy, going for it. That was just high IQ plays that coming in from Stacks. Oh, Mordecai coming in, and RSG gets that flawless.
Oh, yeah. Really smart coming in from VS, using some, you know, map specifics to allow you to get a double penetration there here coming in, especially on U-Haul side, because there is that wall where you can actually blow right through it.
Yeah, very, very smart there coming in from Stacks, lining up onto the specific site, onto the specific placement of his crosshairs, to the specific pixel of where he was, excuse me, not specific pixel, specific line on the floor where he was supposed to be at. Definitely plays there. Oh my goodness, RB in a bit of a hot place here.
Oh, now he's getting chased. Now he's getting chased by the enemy jet this time around. Mordecai, manages to land the shot onto RB peeking real quick, but that's going to be a 1-for-1 trade so far. Jet down for VS, while Brimstone down for G.
Very nicely done here, coming in from the side of RSG, and it seems that this could be an opportunity for them to get and closer towards members of VS. We do see now smokes being dropped down for the side of RSG's Mordecai. As we do see, all hell's about to break loose here, as they might actually come back for the flag side onto the teleporter side. Oh, we do see it, but no, Zest will be able to take it down King as well. But Evo goes for the kill via Glow. Gets the kill onto Banaf. It's going to be a 1-for-1. And no dice, baby, as RSG gets the 3rd game.
And Evo still has one more flash in his back pocket just in case that didn't work. That 1v1, really well done. They saved their utility as much as they could, and they managed to pull it off at the end.
All right, so what is RSG doing? Excuse me, what is VS doing wrongly that RSG is taking advantage of?
Well, I mean, number one, RB hasn't been, in those rounds itself, RB hasn't been able to get his, you know, typical, op somebody, get that initial pick, that tailwind out of the way for the past couple of rounds, for the past 2 rounds, actually, is where he whiffed both of those shots. But overall, I do think VS, they need to start switching it up in terms of how aggressive they start pushing, because they know for a fact that RS really like to actually do this default plant on A, locking off half the site.
As we do see here, RSG right now trying to push off onto Gardens. One shot there coming in from King. Mordecai takes down King. Zest takes down 2. Will he be able to take down 3?
Oh my god!
Oh my goodness gracious me! The orbital strike has been taken down from Glow, and Zest will be the casualty. The coordination was great, but the execution wasn't.
I mean, I guess he was hoping that, you know, his buddy would either get out of the way or bait so hard that Banaf would eventually either die to the orbital strike or just die to his friend, but he managed to pull himself backwards into the teleporter, and it ended up being friendly fire.
This is something I really like here. Look at how out members of VS are guided to take care of the spike. I don't think that Banaf is going to actually risk it out here.
No.
He does have an operator, so I don't think that's going to be a wise choice for him. But when you look at how even the way that they're taking care of the spike also is very, very smart indeed. Why? Mainly because that when you look at it from this point of view, it's either they are able to take it out and they get it either from one spot or the other. Oh, Banaf there goes for the exchange.
Yeah.
Will not be able to take him down.
But at least Banaf was able to save the op, and I think at the end of the day, that's the most important. And how much currency can you bring over to the next game? Saving that op means that you don't die, which means you don't have to rebuy. But let's look at this replay one more time to see how that went down, because number one, VS did an absolutely phenomenal job here, making sure that every one of the shots landed. Headshot, 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 headshot again. And finally, that strike came down and Raze bailed on out of there.
Very wise choice there coming in from the side of RSG to actually save it out. Smokes there being dropped down side of Glow, destroys the spy cam and decides to drop back. May actually go down and drop more smokes. Very interested to see how members of VS are going to be defending this spot here, and it seems that A is going to be the priority and where the list of all the fights are going to transpire, Gideon.
Yeah, great use of the brim smokes. He triple smokes number 1 in A main, one in the entrance of showers or bats, depending on what you call it, and one at U-Haul just in case they push through, pushing down the breach ult as well as the orbital strike as well. They're using everything to get on.
Oh, Mordecai right now in a little bit of a bother here. May actually be losing a little bit of HP. We do see RB right now from the back. Very sneaky indeed. Some Hunter Fury there. Going down for the count. RB being able to take down 3. All members have been taken out for the count. Now it's only left for the defuse.
Yep. And a quick lurk coming in from VS's side. Now they're utilizing a different way to actually deal with this push. And initially they used to take them head on, but the amount of utility coming out from RSG was a little too much. So now they switched things up went into the back flank. I mean, look at this. She got all the way there by her side on through the teleporter. She made sure she double checked. Through cave, not the teleporter. She made sure she double back showers just in case someone was peeking out there before she went to A main and cleaned up house.
Alright, so we're going to go back into the matchup here after the replay. Some very nice mechanics being shown by the team, but it seems that VS has more compared to RSG, despite the fact that RSG is showing a very brave and valiant effort. However, it is going to be pistol round again after the swap. Could be an opportunity for the side of RSG to even the playing field here. Now that members of RSG are going to be on the defensive.
Yep. And here's the thing. They have a Cypher, that's great, but they don't have a Sova either. So getting that info is going to be hard as he gets chased down, but now slowly pushing back out of U-Haul as RB with the frenzy just wanted to close that distance.
Zez right now being able to get first blood on to jab the boy here and immediately gets the signal cue, the audio cue that the spike has been planted already. Jim SG trying to go down for the smoke, and oh my goodness, don't know whether or not that could have been a smart choice for him, could have been a bad choice, but nope. It's going to be Stacks to take him down. Another one kill for the side of Mordecai. Banaf will be able to take down Stacks in a revenge. RB takes down Banaf as well as Evo for the double and gets the 10th win for the side of Vision Strikers.
Yep. Great round coming in. Pistol round going well for Vision Strikers. They're doing a very great job at pushing onto the sites, especially even with pistols. They are the better aimers here, and you can tell they're just outgunning RSG.
Man, oh man, the outguns that are coming in, and the fact that members of VS were able to focus on the picks here, were able to get the picks, is just short of amazing and good. Mainly because of the amount of points that is in favor of VS compared to RSG.
Yeah, and RSG now, their defense are looking to have 3 on A, 2 on B. Very interesting. I would have expected to see their Cypher sitting by himself on site while 3 members would be on the opposite end. But now you can see the aggressive push here. This is normal for RSG. The shoddy landing single hit. Pushes through with the updraft. 2 shots again, but again, way too far.
Way too far. Mordecai should have actually got in his face or at least bailed out on that initial fight off, and King will be able to take down Germ as well as Stacks, and it's a flawless round for the side of VS.
Yeah, that was just a really bad move there. Why would you want to actually waste your tailwind and updraft, especially when you're holding a shorty? You want those tight angles. You want them to be point blank. So he could have gone for the initial peek. He should have gone for an initial jiggle peek to get the information, shoulder peek it even, and then arguably look to kind of tailwind into his face. If not, just hold your side of hookah.
Yeah, that was a very, very... I guess it's one of those mental fart moments coming in from the side of Mordecai. When we look at it that way, I felt that maybe he had a little bit too much confidence, or maybe, not to say confidence, maybe he was a little bit too sure of the fact that the push was coming in from the side of Vision Strikers, but it was really unfortunate indeed that he decided to commit to that. However, the pass, as we do see here coming in from the side of Vision Strikers, may actually try to get into the back of U-Haul here, but we do see that members of VS already going for the spike plant, but Glow has been taken off with the count. Very nicely done here, coming in from the side of Stacks, being able to get down the shot off. Goes for the fault line here, goes for the flash as well. Goes for the flash. Will he be able to get anyone from it? He's very sneaky about it. One last member alive here.
Wait, did he cross? No, he didn't. It looks like Benaf is going to be the last one here. Looking at the bomb, he needs to look at his right. Breach, unfortunately, gets onto his flank side. Stacks comes up on top. That's going to be one more win going in Vision and Strike as they look to go into potentially the final round here. RSG are forced to buy.
Potential last round for the side of Vision Strikers. RSG now bleeding out in terms of the points as well. So we do see a sense of hope may actually inspire them, like how they did in the previous round. But it is going to be quite a mountain to climb for the side of Resurgence. VS, however, is all cool and collected and confident as they head into this potential final round. Some shots that are being whiffed from the side of RB, not being able to get that shot off and land it accordingly. But we do see here coming in from members of Vision Strikers, rather deliberate and rather slow the pace comparatively.
Yeah, you can see Breach aggressively pushing out of B long here. He's going to be able to see the first person. He does not win that fight. Stacks takes him out. RSG Easbo goes down, and another one on RSG Germs as well.
Germs SG has been taken down, and we do see there is 2 surviving members for the side of RSG, the Cypher and the Jet. So will they be able to make a difference with such the odds working against their favor? Mordecai looking towards moving towards the spot here. They may have to do whatever they can to try to salvage this out.
Yep. And I mean, they even have the spy camera pushed all the way back into elbow side, but RB is gonna find the first hit. Unfortunately, Mordecai wins the trade-off, but that Hunter's Fury is in a really tough position. There's only one place to go, and they're funneled down. GG, well played. Vision Strikers are gonna be ending this 13-3.
Now that was a smash coming in from the side of VS. 13-3 in match number 2 of this best of 5. And man, was it schooling indeed. Now let's take a look at the scoreboards here, Gideon. Stacks, Zess, RB, close to 20 kills all around. 4-4-3 are the first bloods. Germ SG, despite the fact that he did do pretty okay for his team, it wasn't as great as he wanted it to be, like it was in the previous round. 8-7-7-6-3 are going to be the KDA kills for the side of RSG. Not many in terms of first blood, only 2 for Banaf as well as 1 for Jab. So I do believe that it just goes to show that members of VS were able to get some of this pick up very early on for the first bloods, and that immediately gives them so much advantages in terms of the information that they collect or the decisions that they want to make to move from one point to the other.
Well, I think, the biggest difference coming in from both RSG and VS in this particular case here is just, number 1, patience. VS can wait literally until the 10th second of the game before starting to push into the site and dropping the bomb as soon as they can. I think clearly their discipline is very top notch. They take things very slow and methodical. They like to kind of poke around the sites at first. Play for picks is their strongest suit, and I think RSG, they gotta learn to be a little bit more patient, although I do like it when they get aggressive on the defense.
I do like the fact that RSG did play a little bit aggressively, but it seems that like when we were at the analyst panel, it just goes to show that members of Vision Strikers are just on a different level. Their understanding and their experience just elevates them to a core mechanic that is consistent, that is concise, decision making that is very great, and overall singular mechanics on a singular and collective scale that just goes to show why they are one of the favorites to win this entire tournament.
Although I am very interested to know whether or not the team doesn't get picks with the utilization of RB, who somehow always seems to be able to find these entry frags, especially, I mean, looking at the first bloods, it's been evenly distributed. I can't remember who the second person was, but it was 4-4. I think it might have been. No, never mind. I'm not even going to guess at this point. I'm going to double check it in a little bit. But yeah, if they don't have RB getting that first initial pick, how does the team work out? Because overall, I think they just wait for that pick before going in to do anything.
And that's the thing. I feel that there has to be a way for some of these teams like RSG to basically curb that overall advantage that comes in that is being forced on the side of VS. But I guess that should be all from us here at the casters table. He's Gideon Q, I am Hound, and we're going to be passing it over towards our analyst to break down all of the scientific stats and the numbers for you guys.
Tired of being told to get good? Just click on their heads, not helping your KDA? Want to perfect your peaks? Check out AimLab. AimLab is a free FPS trainer that blends performance tracking and analytics with its artificial intelligence and machine learning to help improve your game. From now until the end of the tournament, tweet a screenshot, picture, or video of you doing today's hashtag AimLab challenge at ePulse Gaming for a chance of winning up to one of 3 daily prizes of 4,000 Valorant points. Today's challenge is the Spider Shot Ultimate. Time to put those flicks to the test. Make sure your aim is true as you get a penalty for each orb missed. Be sure to tune in until the end of the broadcast when we announce our 3 daily winners, and remember to enter by tweeting at ePulse Gaming using the hashtag AimLabChallenge. Train your tracking, fasten your flicks, practice your precision, all with AimLab. Download the beta for free now at aimlab.gg.
Hello guys, and welcome back to the Royal SCA Cup panel. We're here with this wonderful Ignition series created by ePulse, of course, as we support this wonderful esport that is Valorant. And today we're talking about the series we just witnessed. It was Vision Strikers versus Resurgence, and Resurgence got spanked. My name is Mr. Alpaz. Joining me is Yoli and Play the J. Guys, what happened there to Resurgence?
You wanna go? You wanna start with this one, or you wanna start with me? Because I'm trying to understand whether I'm the good cop or the bad cop here.
Well, I mean, when we looked at that, I think I'd like to say that Resurgence put in a fight, but I think it was a little bit beyond them. I think when they, tried to really get something going, is the individual plays from the likes of RB, from Zest that. Going to shut them down, and yeah, I think they kind of folded at when those kind of things happen to them even on their map pick.
So I guess I am the good cop then, right?
Yeah.
So like after witnessing that game as well, like sure, Resurgence does have a general idea. I'm pretty sure as well, like after witnessing the first game against Paper Rex as well, they came in with a certain plan, with a certain tactical strategy to which they want to try to go for. But then at the same time, they provided it, they executed perfectly as well. It's just that it doesn't really work against like a team where they are so, what's the right word to say? Mechanically prepared for this. Like like Vision Strikers, they are set in stone. They got everything right. Like sure, maybe firepower, they may not be as aggressive compared to the other teams. But when we talk about like getting all that utility and mechanical plays down to like 100% precision, I can tell you this: Vision Strikers is really well played for that one.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard. Right? They're the best team, not just in Group B, but a lot of people are claiming they're the best team overall. Yeah. They're coming from a 2-0 win in the Africa Invitational as well, so they're coming in hot as well. It's tough. I think many people probably didn't expect Resurgence to even take a game off them, and they did their best, right? Is there a chance for them still? Do you guys think?
Well, I think it really will come down to how things are going to be panning out in our next game, which... in a way, it's going to rely on BBI to be able to take it, and then they still have to win in their final game against BBI as well. Assuming that we get the likes of a Vision Striker who are going to deliver on the final game against Paper Rex, which, as much as we've been talking up Vision Striker, it's a distinct possibility, So we could have this interesting scenario, definitely, but it's going to be a little bit out of the hands, of course, of Resurgence, but they can have the chance to do their part.
when you only have a chance to get 1 point, as he mentions, the only way that you can really pass here is with a 3-way tie. That's just how maths works. We're sorry to tell you this. So what they're kind of hoping right now is that, like, the inkling of hope that they're holding on to is, as we mentioned, BBI losing this matchup. Sorry, BBI winning this matchup and then losing towards later Resurgence, and also Vision Strikers beating Paper Rex, right? Because the moment that anyone gets those 2 points, they're pretty much out because they know they can only manage to get that 1 point towards the end.
Yes, but at the same time, I'm just also really concerned for Resurgence based on, I wouldn't say mental health. It's just that because of the amount of games they've been playing. The first game was already pretty intense for them, and after they follow up with another even more intensifying when they go against Vision Strikers. And remember, they are the last team to be playing tonight here, and that's like way more hours to go here. So I hope they just don't tire themselves out too much, like after experiencing such an intense game like the first 2 games here. But like you said, like Bobby, you said as well, it all comes down to this game between BBI and Paper Rex.
Yeah, and I think you know, when we look at this next game, both of these teams are going to fancy their chances, I feel. I mean, like Paper Rex might be considered a bit of the underdog, you know, in this next matchup. But I think, you know, we were casting the very first game of the day, you know, Paper Rex versus Resurgence, and Paper Rex was showing a lot of good signs there that you know we can try and take heart from. And in the case of BBI, you know, sure, they lost both of their maps against Vision Striker, but I think you know, the manner in which they were able to at times stand toe-to-toe and also take the lead to a certain extent over Vision Strikers, you know, does also give credence to that idea that, you know, that they still got quite a lot left in the tank.
That's why I was really amazed at the fact that after like experiencing so many losses in a row, right, they still maintain that mentality, right? They're like, you know, it's fine. We lose 5 rounds, 7 rounds in a row. We still got this game. We can still try to turn things around. And there were so many times in the round, even Jab the boy, who was playing the Cypher, he made it happen. So I'm like, yo, that is absolutely amazing coming from both of these teams here.
For sure, BBI played a really good game, and what ended up happening was, well, very similar to what we saw here. You know, you went into the good map that Vision Strikers knows how to play, and it just seems impossible, right? Like that. That is very similar to yesterday's AAA with, what map was it that had a 100% win rate? Was it Reach?
I believe it was.
Or Haven.
Haven, right?
Could be Haven.
Should be Haven.
I think it was Haven.
Should be Haven.
One of the 4 maps they had a 100% win rate with, and terrible commentators. We're sorry, but it's very similar, right? With Vision Strikers, they just seem to be unbeatable there, right? They know how to play. They have a very clear strategy, and it almost seems like Vision Strikers plays in a way to smother their opponents, right? To leave you without options, and immediately you feel very desperate that, like, I have to make an incredible comeback or I'm not making it in the game.
That's why I'm really thinking of the fact that maybe at this point that Resurgence sort of did their research on Vision Strikers, because of the fact that of all the 4 maps, out of the 4 maps here, Vision Strikers has like a 100% win rate on both Heaven, Split, and Ascent. Bind, on the other hand,
Are you kidding me? This is a joke. What options do you have?
Exactly.
Just don't beat this team.
No, that's what I'm saying. Bind is the only map which they played the most, and they only had a 63% win rate. So I think in this case, Resurgence sort of tell themselves, like, this is such a strong, prominent team here. But seeing that the fact that, all right, maybe this is the map. This is the one we might be able to turn things around. Since they have such a tactical strategy prepared for themselves, they might just take a chance here. Although sadly the results is a little bit different, not according to what Richardson was hoping for, but they still managed to pull through a couple of rounds for themselves.
I mean, it's not bad, but it's one of the difficulties you have when the game is new and you still have very little maps. You know, you can't really do other rotations, quote unquote, right? You can't hope to surprise them with their bad map, because honestly, being good at 4 maps is not that difficult for these teams.
Yes.
Yeah. I think, like, when we consider, you know, the repertoire that they should be having, you know, there should be something that each team can deliver so far. And I mean, of course, there are some maps here which are maybe slightly underplayed. I think Split has only featured a few times so far that we've seen, but each team seems to be able to have enough strategies for that. I mean, it's indicated by the fact that Split, even though it's a defender-sided map, you know, you get a lot of attacking wins happening even when it is featured, you know. So I don't know. I think Resurgence, you know, they must have thought, like, yeah, they definitely had a chance. It was also the same map that they picked when they played against Paper Rex as well, you know. So fortunately, it just didn't work out, as you said. You know, it's like when you have 2 teams which are, you know, well drilled in terms of, you know, how they want to attack and defend the site, then it's going to come down to the nitty-gritty details on who's going to be able to get the shots to land for them.
Yeah, and when it just comes down to those details as well, especially when it comes to those agent skills classes or even those utilities as well, they cannot outmatch Business Strikers because they are so methodical about this. They're like, if there's anything class related, utilities, skill wise, they make sure they get it right on point, regardless of whether they're attacking or defending.
Well, here's where the exciting style Paper X might be able to beat him. Right? It's very similar to yesterday with AAA. You know, AAA very similar, methodical yet aggressive. With in the case with Vision Striker, sorry. Maybe the chaotic style Paper X brings to the table is just what they need to put a wrench in their plans.
Yeah. That's what pretty much what I was telling, like me and Jay, we were discussing when we were casting between Paper Rex and Resurgence. We were saying like it will be very interesting to see two very aggressive play style going against like BBI and Vision Strikers because they have been playing, not to say like I wouldn't say like super passive. They were aggressive, but they were very calculative. They were always making sure like if they have a high chance, they maybe hold back. Whereas Paper Rex and Resurgence, they're like 3v5, but we have weapons. Let's take this chance. Let's just force it back in and see if we can take that fight for ourselves here. So first game against Resurgence and Vision Strikers, interesting, very fun for sure. But now this one, BBI versus Paper Rex, this is the one which we were very anticipated to watch right after this.
Because honestly, I think everyone can kind of guess, you know, that Vision Strikers is going to be emerging from the groups. Yes, I know it's a shocker, but when we consider that, you know, it's going to be a fight as well to see who is going to qualify next, this is pretty much the match that we're going to see, you know, who's going to be able to get to the playoffs starting this Friday. Now, Paper Rex, you know, with the kind of aggression that Vision Striker is able to bring to BBI in match number 2, you know, I think Paper Rex, you know, when we looked at them in match number 1, they were really way more aggressive than I think Resurgence was, you know, and that might be, you know, encouraging for them to see how BBI were able to put rounds on the board at the expense of Vision Striker, as well as having that aggressive playstyle. Don't let them have a chance to set up or to rotate their defense into place, you know, whenever there's a site take.
Yeah. Oh, let's see if that's going to be the case. Honestly, Paper Rex, when we were first talking about them, they were kind of like the more of the question mark than Resurgence, right? Resurgence, we came about them and we said, yes, they're well known, they deserve to be in this tournament, but unfortunately, it's a really tough group. They got the toughest group. Honestly, we would probably argue. However, Paper X, they do have a good, solid chance of making it out of here. And I want to realize, okay, so aggression is one of their tools. What other tools they could use, Leonard? YOLO Lee, sorry.
It's totally fine, though. YOLO Lee, Leonard, I still love you anyway. So does the crowd as well, and even Jay and the rest of the casters. But what other tools that
that was a freebie. People do freebie drive-by insults, right? Leonard does drive-by compliments.
Yeah, I mean, I do drive-bys and I like throw freebies at the same time. And I give like a free plane ticket too. It's like, here, take a flight ticket to freaking Korea or something. But what else can Paper Rex can really bring to the table? Yeah, sure. I believe aggressiveness and their personality really plays a huge part in this. But also at the same time, with their aggressiveness, their map knowledge is so on point. Every time we see them being aggressive, they're always checking corners, right? Is that they're not like G2 that just run straight to the smoke and just like, hey, we see a guy that's popping off, you know, that kind of thing. Paper Rex they have this goal, like if they're gonna be aggressive to a certain point, they'll check every angle very quickly. Like I don't know, there was so many times where we thought there was like a potential flick. There was just like it's not like a 180 flick, it was just like instant turning. It's like, oh, there's a guy here, there's a guy there, that kind of thing. So Paper Rex, map knowledge wise, is really on point as well. So how well they're going to be able to pick their maps, I think it's going to be really crucial when it comes down against BB8.
Yeah, I think, well, of course, we always talk about how they don't have too much choices in that sense, but I think, you know, if they're a very methodical, systematic team, they got their pre-site take checklist, you know, so that is going to be essential for them to make sure that the well-oiled machine that, you know, they've been trying to build together here is going to be working out. And I mean, they've been in these kind of high-pressure situations. This is a do-or-die game for them, you know. If they don't get this, it's going to be really out of their hands. The three-way tie comes to mind as well, you know, which you know, is something that they would want to avoid and really keep it within their own control.
But I mean, even worse than that, honestly, if you leave this game to BBI, their last opponent is Resurgence, right? Which is again, the team that's not doing too well, right? And yes, Resurgence will be fighting for a lot, but BBI could just win that game and that's it. You know, Paper Rex has 0 chances. So this is why, assuming they don't win against Vision Strikers. So this is why this game is so valuable to them, because it is not only a beatable opponent, but also it saves them from the pressure of saying we have to win against Vision Strikers or we lose, which is the position that we saw yesterday for Ambu, right? With their last game against AAA. Yeah. It was like, oh, we have to win against the monsters, or we don't qualify, and they didn't end up qualifying because of that.
But it was a little bit too late in that case. I think, of course, they did have the chance to win their second game, but then when you pin it all on your hopes to beat against the most likely team to qualify from the group, it's a tall order. The pressure can be crushing.
Let's see if they manage to relieve some of that pressure by winning this game, though. At least map 1 will already be a saving grace for them, because we've only seen 2-0s until now. But we should remind people that 1-1s are possible. Teams, you don't have to win both games. You can lose one. You can be fair. You can share all your points with your fellow teammates. And we're gonna watch if this is possible between BBI and Paper Rex, who takes map number 1 of this series. Your panel for this analysis has been Mr. Play of the J, Yoli, and of course Mr. Owl Plus. Actually, Play of the J is going to be your caster as well, so imagine the enjoyment. Yeah, you get to keep watching this guy. He follows you everywhere, So let's see if Paper Rex can surprise this methodical team, or if it's going to be BBI that continue with their streak. We're going to see very shortly after a quick break.
Welcome to the ePulse Royal SEA Cup. Whilst we are in the group stages of this tournament, I wanted to take an opportunity to look at some of the bigger hitters when it comes to the teams involved, and who to really keep an eye on that you expect them to go out of groups, through playoffs, and to maybe even win the whole event. To do this, I'm going to go through all of the groups and highlight one of the teams that I think is going to do quite a lot. We'll start with Group A, and we'll start with Attack All Around. This is a team that's had some great results across the bigger tournaments in the Southeast Asia region. It's a team from Thailand, and they've been in the finals of the 2 biggest tournaments, winning the Africa TV Asia Invitational and coming second in the Cyber Games Arena Pacific Open. Both of the finals they played up against AHQ Esports, which we will talk about in a second, with a dominant win 2-0 in the Africa TV tournament and a very close loss 3-2 in a best of 5 in the CGA Pacific Open. This is a team that has a lot to prove. You could definitely tell that they've been watching both the NA and EU scene when it comes to strategies, executes, and what agents to use. And with the balance patch at the moment, I think this is a team that can really adapt and overcome any opponent, but most definitely they'll want their revenge on AHQ if they can get that far. I say that because there's a lot of really good high competition in this tournament, and when it comes to that, look no further than Group B, and the favourites over there, Vision Strikers. You've probably heard of this team. They're from South Korea, and they've pretty much won everything that they've played in. They've had some really dominant results in the Korean tournaments, most notably Clan Masters 2020, and this is a team that plays some really aggressive and exciting Valorant. It comes as no surprise that South Korea has taken a liking to a class-based FPS game, but that doesn't mean at this point that Vision Strikers are just going to have their way with everybody in this tournament. But make no mistake, this is the favourite of the tournament by a pretty large margin. Now we get onto Group C, and it's much more competitive when it comes to the teams involved, but there's not really a specific team that you look at and go, they are definitely getting out of groups and you can expect to see a lot out of them. Out of all 4 of the teams, Boom Esports has had the better results, but they just got to playoffs in the CGA Pacific Open and lost out to Team SMG. It's not really a solid look for this team, and really any of the 4 teams can come through playoffs and not be a super surprise. But since CGA Pacific Open, Boom Esports have been able to win a couple of smaller tournaments at least, and maybe with the meta changes, they might be able to find a lot more solid footing. So expect to see some pretty interesting stuff potentially out of the Indonesian team, but they're not quite at the Colossus level as Attack All Round, and certainly not when it comes to Vision Strikers. Now going over to Group D, I mentioned this team before already, and that is AHQ Esports. It's basically vice versa for Attack All Around. They came second place in the Africa TV tournament, but then won out super closely in the Cyber Games Arena Pacific Open. With that momentum, they went into the Africa TV Asia Showdown tournament, which happened last weekend, where they played up against some of the bigger teams in South Korea, like Vision Strikers, as we spoke about, but also Japan's Absolute Jupiter. Unfortunately, against this team, they lost 2-0 in the semi-finals, not really having an opportunity to show their strength, losing out 13-7 and 13-8. So whilst this is a team that won the most recent tournament that they were a part of, they still have a lot to prove to really show that they're a dominant force, not only in Taiwan, where this team comes from, not even in just the Southeast Asia region, but in Asia as a whole. You'd expect this team to get out of playoffs, but if they run into a team like Vision Strikers or even an Inform Attack all round, things might be a little bit tough. But these are the favourites out of the groups. But no matter what happens, we're going to have some really great games and no doubt a few upsets along the way.
Tired of being told to get good? Just click on their heads, not helping your KDA? Want to perfect your peaks? Check out AimLab. AimLab is a free FPS trainer that blends performance tracking and analytics with its artificial intelligence and machine learning to help improve your game. From now until the end of the tournament, tweet a screenshot, picture, or video of you doing today's hashtag AimLab challenge at ePulse Gaming for a chance of winning up to one of 3 daily prizes of 4,000 Valorant points. Today's challenge is the Spider Shot Ultimate. Time to put those flicks to the test. Make sure your aim is true as you get a penalty for each orb missed. Be sure to tune in until the end of the broadcast when we announce our 3 daily winners, and remember to enter by tweeting at ePulse Gaming using the hashtag AimLabChallenge. Train your tracking, fasten your flicks, practice your precision, all with AimLab. Download the beta for free now at aimlab.gg.
Hey guys, welcome back. Our 4th match about to get underway. Seeking Strike and with me here, Play of the J to bring you through the action. PRX versus BBI. We're going to be going to Ascent. Who's on defense? Remind me again, Jay.
Oh, well, we're going to be having BBI choosing defense first. So not quite their map pick, so they're definitely going to get that defensive side first. And I think so far over the course of this Royal C Cup, you know, we have been seeing defensive side really shining through on Ascent as we would expect.
Yeah, it's been a lot about the mid control, especially in Group A, attack all around. Even Vision Strikers here in our first match that we got to see them in, they were all about just lurking through mid, lurking through B, being nice and aggressive here. It's a little bit difficult for you to try and rotate away once you commit to a site. Once that utility is used, it's very important on a map like this. So I expect to see a lot of action there between these two teams here.
Yeah, and it's whether or not that they can garner enough information on their team members. And let's not forget, as we were discussing on the panel, ladies and gentlemen, this is potentially which could settle who is going to be the second team that's going to emerge from this group, assuming Vision Strikers, who have been looking absolutely scintillating, are going to qualify first.
Yeah, I think, I mean, hey, you never know, right? FPS, in one single round, a few rounds going your way can really, really start to build quite the snowball effect here. Yeah. But from what we've seen, I'd be very shocked if Vision Strikers, because they've given respect to all their opponents, taking it nice and easy, and just playing for the win every single time. So that would be quite shocking here as we get into game. Taking a look here at our lineups, BBI, they're going to be the first defense, as we've said already. Breach and the Killjoy already. No Cypher interesting. Instead, they opt for the Jet, Sova, and Omen.
Yeah, and well, looking at this, the Killjoy definitely being a favorite pick that we've been seeing coming out here from BBI as well. So they're going to try and make it work here. And yeah, I think in some lineups, definitely taking the place of Cypher quite successfully, as definitely fulfilling some of those roles, especially on Ascent. But we'll see how it's going to be shaping up here. Didn't work out too well against Vision Strikers.
No, it didn't. It didn't. It's Oitan, though. That's going to be his favorite. To see if they can get it to work a little bit better than it is in their first match. We're already getting just defensively, right? You got to defend against those early rushes in the pistol round. You don't want to drop that first round and potentially even the second round for a silly mistake like that.
Yeah, the knock-on effect is just going to be so detrimental for these teams, really trying to do all the best that they can to take it away. But of course, now we're seeing the push coming down here through the lower mid side of things. They're going to be in front of Pizza, slowly clearing the corners here. Going to spot out the utility, but Neo King going to be able to get the one tap there with the Sheriff.
Nice job there, immediately dropping back. Now, they have shot that door open, but we can see patience from BBI. Not rotating anyone yet over from A. as they continue using plenty of utility now. Still not taking the bite, though. They know that they have mid control. It could very easily become a push back towards that A site through the catwalk. But in they go now to B.
Oh, the rotation coming in here. The defenders are really getting into the thick of things. They've dropped the spike here, but Brandon and Relta, they're going to get 2 quick picks there. And now this is going to be descending into a spam fest here through the cyber cage. But Redla going to pop up through the center of it. And now he's going to pick off one. It's a 1v2 here against Brandon. Not sure what he can do.
He's trying to close the door, Jay, but it's already been blasted through. They're the ones that opened that up. But there we go. Now down to a 1v1. Trying to spray through the smoke there with the Sheriff was a bit of a risky call there. 6 shots, and well, it's not really the gun you'd be using to spray with. 10 seconds as the spike will be recovered now. Can they get the plant off? It looks like they will. So we're going to have to see a little bit of fighting over here. Oh, a little early, I think, on the paranoia.
A little bit early here. Not ready to take advantage of the space that's going to create. But yeah, he's actually going to mind game his opponent a little bit. But little does he know that he is going to get absolutely flanked here. Brandon, though, not able to land the shots. And looks like RI Pablo here is going to be able to take it away. BBI, just by the skin of their teeth, is going to take advantage here in this tie.
Yeah, nice job. And I think that duel just coming down to faster reflexes there. I mean, him turning around, equal footiness, and in terms of weapons, right, it's just missing that first shot, unfortunately, really costing him quite heavily. You do need to land those headshots in those scenarios. And now we could see that knock-on effect, like you said, really come in handy here for BBI as they're going to equip for some anti-eco. Back, actually, for Neoking, back to the Sheriff. Okay, I like it. So preferring to maybe save a little bit of money now, as I expect we'll see that Jet operator online soon.
Oh yeah, in round 3, definitely want to get it on time, and the response here is PRX going to be stacking up, trying to bring as many of those classics to bear here against the defense, but they are still trying to gather a little bit of intel at the start of the game here, and you can see there's not a lot of presence going on B. It's only going to be the presence of the Killjoy, but does have the Nano Swarm here ready to rock and roll.
And the Stinger as well, actually, which performs very nicely at this up close and personal range, but Jet into the site. They have not been scouted. The Nanostorm, he's gonna catch 1 and 2 before he needs to reload. He's gonna get a 3rd with the classic, maybe even a 4th before they finally put him down. But Neoking rotates on through with the Sheriff and picks off the last 2 members standing. There's the 2-0.
Oh, the choke point absolutely devastating against PRX, and yeah, that was not a lot that they could do, but they didn't check off the checklist, and yeah, they're going to be missing out someone playing at logs here, and that's really not working out in their favor. But yeah, the Stinger, really a good choice in these close-up encounters that just absolutely melt through the opposition.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of luck, as you say. They didn't check it, but Jet, hard to really check when you're dashing on through. I think really that comes down to the patience there on Killjoy, not to actually fire at that. Just take your time, bide your shots, find your shots, right? And call out to the team, let the reinforcements come in. You got to get the numbers advantage when you're attacking in sites in here on a sense. But now 2-0, we got a full buy out from PRX, and this time they're going to try something other than B.
Yeah, let's see whether cool heads are going to continue to prevail for BBI, but they're going to be relatively scattered out here for this first gun buy, and now they're going to be taking that mid control, but it's kind of being relinquished here a little bit by BBI, not wanting to really stay too long in the middle of the park themselves. Instead, they're going to be gambling a little bit more on the A side of things, but there are 2 people ready here on the door side of things, and also Garden, but the stack is coming here on the A main. There's going to be an operator lying in wait here.
I like this. They fake with the smokes mid lane as a breach flash will come through. Careful with that Jet as they will tag him through the box. Smoke to cover the retreat now. So reinforcements will be coming in. Killjoy rather, from mid lane. Might get peeked there by the Cypher holding the angle, but the rest of the team now coming back over to assist in retaking the site.
Oh, and we're going to be having the numbers advantage still working for the time being.
Wow.
Poem and Neoking moving in here. They're going to really shut down the attack. Just not able to even get the plant down right now. But there's going to be a couple of trades, but there's only going to be Retla who's left, and he's still got 2 players to worry about coming from tree. He's going to be none the wiser at that fact.
Left.
Oh, no way he gets his plant. It's only SMGs. They can't wall him.
Spike planted.
This is actually going to be an easy 2v1 situation, but no! Retla A at least gets one down, and he's at least going to get the $300 for the plant.
Yeah, not bad. That adds up to for the rest of your team, right? So that turns into a cool crisp 1,500 in terms of your eco, and that can try and help. Actually, when you add that into your 2,900 that you get for your third consecutive loss, that should be enough for PRX to hopefully full buy here. BBI as well, taking a little bit of the eco damage. They saved that operator though, so for the most part, they're A-okay.
Yeah, PRX definitely with those moves are going to have to be thinking about the longer game because, yeah, they're going to be in a little bit of a rut here. So
go for
how
eco.
they want to try and deal with this is going to be a bit awkward. And you can already see that there's going to be at least one sheriff being invested here. Actually, it looks like it's going to be the full spectrum as they really do want to try and do some damage here before the economy gets a little bit out of control.
Yeah, it's a bit difficult here. They have to try and just avoid. Wow, nice shot. There's the Jet getting a bit too aggressive there. I think the knives were out actually.
Yeah.
So the Blade Storm I heard, and immediately shot down there trying to peek over towards the mid link outside of B lobby. But they have to try and guess wherever this breach is not, because the breach completely screws them over. Luckily, they've guessed correctly. Two members trying to hold A for the door. Will be shut. He actually tries to walk on through in the spray from the Phantom on through. Will pick up two. The Vandal picks up a third.
Wow, the spray's really working out wonders for BBI, but now there's only going to be Pandemonia that is left. Might be able to catch one, but no, Neo King is not even going to give him that chance, and that's a flawless round as BBI, they are completely stomping it here at the start. But again, you know, this is something that PRX can still come back from. They were on the eco round, but albeit they didn't do a lot of damage for all the shares they invested.
That must have been Rapablo tossing down that Omen smoke. It's always a little bit hard to tell when you have the same agents on both sides, but very great Omen smoke. He knew that they have pistols, maybe even scouted the fact they had sheriffs. We saw first round for Neo King. You cannot spray through smokes with that sheriffs, so nice advantage there, and then it becomes a pretty easy 4v1.
And now it looks like we're going to see how they want to deal with this. But look at their aggression here coming out from Neo King. No respect given at all. Going to completely rush in. And that didn't even take 5 seconds here before BBI was all over the Singaporeans. And yeah, that was a little bit ugly to say the least.
My goodness. What an attack out from this Japanese squad. That, I mean, the buy round, or the high time was even longer. Really, this is a replay. This is the replay.
The replay is the buy. It's the score screen.
They just a very easy flash, and the aggression, as you say, they line up perfectly for the smoke. But most importantly, they had that. That was a set play, my friend, and perfectly executed. They played right into the hand of that. I think it's going to be maybe even back to another eco round then.
Yeah, and that was really calculated on their buy round, and really that's going to really put the spanner into the works there for PRX. They're going to have to, again, go for the sheriffs here.
They've been scouted by Killjoy. Alright, so the turret is only going to see one at the very least, so they still don't have additional information. Omen lurking through the connector here from Catwalk. He's got to be careful for this double peek, though, as he's got two members. He can pick off the first one quite easily. That should be sight taken. Spike now going down, but the team rotating on through as they will get the trade there with the Phantom.
Oh, and at least the spike is down here at the moment, but what else can they do from this? Currently, they are holding their positions as much as they can. 3-player stack coming up here for the defenders.
Oh,
on
no.
to heaven. Oh, but Tree getting cleared out, and Neo King getting the headshot on the jumping JD Faker. But now, there's only one left. Breach going to be all the way here in Wind, and really looking to try and use whatever utility he has remaining, but it doesn't look good.
No, to delay this, especially against people that are expecting him to be there. They're going to start the defuse. Oh my god, Pogo. Bogachi, he was like, oh, I saw him. I heard those footsteps. And immediately they are able to coordinate and make sure they get that defuse. 6th round in the bag.
Oh, he's going to make him sit down straight away. And now this is looking very much like an Imperious lead. BBI as they are just really able to get the retakes on point when they actually get down here. But yeah, it has been a few and far between for PRX.
Yeah, definitely, and they're gonna maybe change things up again, going with the operator again here onto Brandon. That didn't work out too well last time. We saw him, the rush actually come through from mid lane to really never even got the chance. I mean, the buy wall went down. He was immediately flashed. Next thing you knew, he was dead. Yeah. So we'll see. Hopefully you can get off to a bit of a better start here on the Jet operator, but unfortunately it's not been working out too well. Knives being immediately killed the one time on the eco round, and well, the operator as well being taken out of commission immediately. So this time we'll see what he can get done on our 7th round.
Yeah, kind of a U-turn or 180 for BBI in terms of this playstyle that they want to approach this. Of course, they're throwing PRX really off guard and going to be playing a bit more on the passive side. Look at how slow the advancement is from PRX. We've seen them have a little bit more of aggressive playstyle in the first match of the day. This is such a far cry from it. Wow. King is going to punish Redla for peeking down that lower mid side.
Yeah, that's a bit greedy, I would say. Especially, I mean, they do have the rifles, but you gotta expect. I mean, a Jet operator, you know, is going to be either there. They're going to be coming from outside of the B lobby, you know. So a bit aggressive there, but a nice pickup there for BBI rather is going to make this round a bit easier for them, as now the Jet will back off defensively. Ball's in their court.
Oh, and it looks as though they're congregating here onto the B main side of things, but look at the stack already coming out here. They have got plenty of utility on A. Left. They're going to desert that for now. Oh, wow. Oh, now it looks like Rolling Thunder is going to be popping out. This is going to be the go sign, but we're kind of seeing the brakes being put on here.
Yeah. They Rolling Thunder didn't return as well to nullify that push there, so we're just about even. Rotation still not being made, actually. Omen maybe has the ulti, that's why he's still lurking over by Wine, but finally he's going to stop sipping on the wine, head on over as it is popping off in Boathouse. Bogachi is going to be able to draw him out long enough for NeoKing to land the off shot. Brandon will return the favor, but it doesn't look like he's going to be able to do much more. Oh, the exit frag! Nicely done. That's not the operator, unfortunately, but a good kill regardless, even when especially when you're playing from behind. A, you save that operator, and B, you force him to buy a bit more.
Yeah, it's going to do a little bit of damage here to BBI, but look at the bank that they have managed to build up over the course of 7 rounds. It's looking absolutely insurmountable at the moment here, but Brandon off the back of still having the operator, they're going to be able to have this full buy going in, so that's going to be at least something that they can deal with. They just have to try and not drop a player early on.
Definitely. Yep, we'll see how aggressively they want to peak here with this Jet operator yet again. Maybe a little bit of confidence now that you find a kill or two, and who knows, maybe that can be enough to change it. They have not scouted that Jet there, just not get the peek, however, onto the breach. He was lurking on over aggressively, but they have the information now, and still no one rotating over. They know that they've not yet committed, not too much utility use, so it's not really worth going over quite yet. Now they might go for it. The Paranoia to force back Pagachi and Poem into the boathouse.
Well, and I think this is going to be a big overload coming in here for them, but Pagachi is going to be able to get the first one there, but it's going to be a 2-2 quick trade here, and now they're trying to take the back B side here. Ego is trying to land the shots. They're finally going to take down Poem. Now it's 2v2, but it's going to be a positive retake scenario here if they can really work it out.
So they got a great angle here onto Market. They know that there's no way they're coming from B short quite yet, as we'll see how long it'll take. Repablo TPing up, trying to maybe just spam a few spots there, as you might get hit there by that utility coming out from the breach, but for now they're going to just bide their time.
And this is them just going to now use the appropriate timing here with the Paranoia. They're going to be able to take down Brandon. And look at the trade coming out there. Rip Pablo here is going to be able to finish off Egoist. And PRX, what do they have to do to win around here?
Man, 8 straight. It's not looking great, but I mean, credit as well to BBI. That was a great double peek there, baiting him out with the footsteps of your ally to make sure that one of able to get the kill too many times, especially here around B site. On Ascent, we've seen teams go for a 2v1 in which should be a definite win for them, only for them to peek one by one and end up missing out on the round.
Yeah, and not only that, you know, or peek out the same side. I think we've seen some shish kebab kind of scenario so far today, and yeah, they don't want to be on that highlight reel.
No, they don't.
You know, we'll see how things are going to shape up here, and we're already here into round number 9, and it's going to be another round that they have to play a little bit on the precarious side.
Yeah, NeoKing's not forced back by this, so he might be able to lurk forward a bit, as there they go, just shooting the cameras. As in comes our Hawk Drone. On Hawk Drone action, however, nicely done. That's the counter to a Hawk Drone. Oh, but now, Hunter's Fury. It's a bit hard to catch him. Look at that, forcing out all of the movement, but 70 HP and a Dream blinded and killed by Neo King as well. And that's going to be, again, a 5v4 scenario. Another uphill battle for PRX.
Oh, Neo King just makes it look so easy. Usually you get tagged with a recon bull in that manner, and you know you're dead with the Hunter's Fury, but he dodges every single one of them. And now we're going to have to see a little bit of repositioning coming out here from PRX, but it's going to be a short push, it would seem, but there is still going to be the presence from Oitan.
Oh, that smoke not very well placed, unfortunately. 2 HP and a Dream now for Relta as they force it back up by this Omen with the spray control all the way on the pillar. Unfortunately, will not be able to get 4, but does get a 3rd before he drops. Now it's going to be down to a 1v4. He's got plenty. He knows that they're all in garden. He's able to at least take the site. Might do well to at least, you know, get the spike down and some additional money for your team. But again, it's looking like a 9th round for BBI at this point.
Yeah, and Brandon, he's going to go for it, sticks down the Cloud Burst, but this is going to be prompting the complete envelopment by the rest of BBI, looking to try and get him, but this is going to look like a little bit of a lost cause here. The best that he can try and hope for is try to take down one or two of the players.
He looked into health. That's going to be the operator down at the very least, so they're going to be forced to rebuy a Vandal, but I don't think you could have hoped for much better in this scenario.
Yeah, and unfortunately, that's how it's been going a little bit here for PRX, but I mean, like, after the start, you know, you invested the ult, you know, from the Hunter's Fury to try and make some ground into B. It just didn't pan out, and yeah, I think that they're going to have to come up with some other ideas to really make some headway in this time.
That's amazing. And then that peak, I have to question that kind of charge in. I mean, maybe they were like, you know, maybe the call was, I lit her, Jet's lit, go get her, and he was just feeling a bit too confident, running on over, but there's plenty of support there. He knew there was at least a Sova. I don't know. I think you have to be aggressive against a team like this. That's how you get back into these games, but I don't think that was the right call in that scenario.
Yeah, and I think, you know, when we talk about PRX, you know, in the pre-game matchup discussion at the panel, you know, we're talking about they need to bring the aggression, but we're not really seeing enough of that here. But it's going to be a little bit unorganized, and it looks like Brandon here, he's going to dash straight in, gets taken down by Oitan, but now Repablo, he's going to be a great position, but not much he could do at that range against the Stinger. Now, does look like PRX will have a little bit of control.
Good one there. They actually wall one as well. Neo King up in heaven. It's going to be Egoist +1 versus a 2. Are they going to drop the ulti there? Maybe just to check if anyone's there. Careful for that shock dart. It's not able to connect. Actually, it does connect onto the breach as the spike will be implanted. They know that they're both up. Coming from Elba. Look at that. They actually connect the second shock dart, and they're not able to get the spray as well through heaven. There we go. Nicely done, but he is going to be stunned up for a bit. He's able to dodge out behind the boxes, but it's over. He's got the high ground. What are you going to do about it? Recovering the operator. And that's going to be a 10th round for BBI.
Oh, great utility usage there. Poem just coming down from the heaven side, and the fault line proving to be decisive. And yeah, it's again, how many rounds have we had that BBI have managed to win at the skin of their teeth? So PRX really doing quite a bit of work against BBI, but just not able to get that final bit of luck there to go their way.
Man, shoutouts as well again to this Killjoy. I can't believe they even got a single pick. That was a hard and fast into A, blinded for about half of the round there. Still able to at least get a 1v1, delaying the push by that extra. Could have really been the difference maker. More bodies in sight, man. I'm telling you, it makes one heck of a difference.
Oh yeah, and I think, you know, the delay tactics coming out here, the paranoia, which just, you know, it's just going to delay entire pushes, proves why Omen is just such a valuable pick to really lock down the fort.
Indeed. Fault line making a bit of an interesting noise there out of one ear, but we'll see. They're going to be chilling in B. The Jet holding a very tight angle, not really willing to go any further as PRX, I'm not sure where they're going to go. It looks like catwalk is going to be the call in towards a link, but they are going to be very upset to find 3 members of BBI waiting here for them. Oh no, this could be bad. The paranoia is a good start.
Oh my goodness, look at the meat grinder as Rip Pablo and an Oitan just going to absolutely tear through them here, but Oitan will fall in the end, and now we have Poem just trying to lock it down. He does have the Killjoy turret, but Rolling Thunder is going to burst out, but he's not going to hit anyone as he's going to see the dash all the way over to that B side as they try and take this 2v1 situation.
We still have someone here though, actually. I think it's the Cypher. Or is it the Jet? It's the Sova.
Yeah.
Sova out from BBI with the shot dart, trying to at least force him out. Nice job there, Relta, with the very aggressive peek, putting this at 2v1. This could be the first round as the spike about to get planted. Home. He's going to pick up the Vandal now. Relta might be scouted out here. They're both not expecting him from this angle.
Oh dear, he might be able to get the jump on them. He's given away his position a little bit. He's waiting for the fault line to work wonders, but he is currently scoped on here by the last member. They're in the back house, but there's still going to be one on the boost. They have to be a little bit careful, can afford to take a bit of time here, but he's going to give away his position. Rella with the 4K. He's finally going to get around here for PRX as they get that successful plant down here at B.
Nice job there. Maybe they can try and convert this into a second win for them here before the switch. Unfortunately, the economy is in a bit of a rough state here. We do have at least all rifles and that stolen operator, but we only have light armor on 2 against a double operator lineup for BBI. I mean, it's just been BBI, man. The BBI show here on Ascent. We've seen some really one-sided games here today on this map, haven't we?
Yeah, Ascent really polarizing, and yeah, 10 rounds in a row. That is quite something. Maybe not quite as much as the 11 in a row that we did see a bit earlier on, but now looking at how this round is going to be panning out, the final one of the half here, looks like Brandon will get the first pick. A good change here for PRX, but there's going to be the straight trade.
Yep. Onto your Omen as well, who's a very useful utility carrier for you at this point. The Cypher on attack, yes, stops the lurks, but unfortunately simply does not have the same amount. There you go, just scouting. Hello, friend. Don't mind me. Just stopping in to say hello. I see you're having a bad day, so I will leave and come back later.
Oh yeah, he's gonna say hello to them, and now someone else is saying hi, as Poem is gonna be able to shut down that idea. As yeah, they're already gonna be rotating all the way towards that mid side, see whether or not they can make new inroads.
We have one in market here. Relta, 1v1 here, as they do have the numbers advantage here. HP not in favor here of that Sova. He's also carrying the spike, so the team to rotate around to him. He could really use his help. Instead, they're going to lurk through A. Pardon me. That was not the Sova. That was the Cypher who was in mid-market. But he's going to delay, allow his team to set up here for the A plant. We'll see if they can convert a second round now.
Well, he's going to hang out in hell here, see if he can get the dart, and he's going to be moving away straight away. He does not want to get wall banged through the floor there. Now, there's going to be the 2-person stack here. What can they do with this currently? PRX still going to have 1 person in tree. He's going to be able to close things in.
Oh, but careful though from Link. Oh, Poem will find one. BBI finds the other. Beautifully executed. How did they know?
Oh, fantastic retake, and they really took the time to really try and eliminate all the possibilities there. Did work out well here for BBI. Repablo is going to be pretty chuffed with that performance there, as now we swap sides here, and they are only 2 points away from getting the first map.
That's absolutely right. In these scenarios, it's so unfortunate when you kind of just... I mean, an 11-1 is essentially a 12-0, right? Considering the damage and the snowball effect that an eco round or your pistol round has. So it's going to be full buys from here on out from PRX, and we'll see if they're able to convert here. If the attacker side really is what makes a difference, I'd love to see some aggression come through here. You know, it's been BBI all day here in terms of on a sense here in this matchup, and we'll see if they can mentally reset here and get the ball rolling.
Yeah, and PRX, they have looked good when they have chances to exert that aggression. It won't be as natural here, but hopefully it will be offset, of course, by the kind of map differences that we could have statistically. But now we have 3 players pushing here for BBI down the lower mid side of things. They do have their dark cover to work with, and they're going to actually just be waiting their time out, as currently there's still going to be that one player always playing by the spawn side of things.
Yep, good flash there, but the smoke to counters. They will have control over mid-market rotations. No one's actually in B site. They were expecting them to maybe rush through mid, so they're all the way back, but look at that. Where are you going? There we go. That's how you spray through smoke, not with the Sheriff.
Oh, and this take here onto B might be good, but there is still going to be that numerical disadvantage here. PRX could really take the time to try and eliminate all the possibilities. We are seeing the darts here just not going to land. They have 10 seconds before another recon bolt might be available.
Yeah, good fault line. It's not going to connect into anyone. Great opening by Oitan, however. That's going to make it one less member to deal with as he's going to get a second one. What is going on? Finally, they're able to put down the Killjoy. It's down to a 2v2 as well as Topogachi as well. From the box, is able to make it happen. In Boathouse, I don't believe what I'm seeing. BBI are able to hold on.
Oh my goodness, that 3v5 push, or rather defense of that post plant was absolutely sublime coming out from BB. We wouldn't have given them too much of a chance there.
No.
It's always going to be a difficult proposition.
I was going to say, they paid quite a heavy price to take that site, especially with the jet down, and you know, there goes a lot of your smokes, a lot of your utility, but it didn't end up really making that much of a difference in the end.
Yeah, and look at the contributions here from all of the BBI players. I think everyone has been standing tall in general. So this is really a team effort, not one single player really going to be waiting in for this one.
It's a good start from PRX. It's not going to really give them too much intel, but they're going hard and fast. They know that they've got the anti-eco load up as we're on board with JD, and he can't even see much. He will at least be able to continue to fight here. As BBI, they're already in sight, and they've already taken control.
Oh, this is not looking too good here. They might be shut out. Neo King is going to be able to take down Pandemonia, and now it's only going to be 3 players coming out here from the spawn side. But look at the chaining here off the cloud burst, and they got no choice but to go through it. It's not looking good. There's only 1 player left here. Retla, I don't think he's going to be able to do it alone. Attacker's going to win this one out, and we have our most one-sided map of the competition, I do believe, here with the 13-1.
That was very surprising. I think we all thought going into it, these two teams are going to be the closest match, I think, of the group. That's going to be one of our closest games, but no, it's a 13-1 here. My goodness. I mean, and like you said, a team performance from everyone here on BBI. We see Oitan maybe wasn't on the ball there in B, but they made a very early call to rotate over to A instead. I really did like that early call out from BBI to try and maximize that defense side of it. I mean, it paid off. 11-1 is one heck of a victory.
Yeah, and I think while we did see quite a number of different setups coming out from Oitan as the Killjoy, I think a lot of the time was spreading out the utility across the site, so it wasn't very much focused on one particular area that generally you would see Killjoy getting those kills and whatnot. So I think overall, you know, it's still going to be a value contribution, and I think BBI is definitely one of the teams that we've seen here at the Royal Sea Cup that is successfully using Killjoy.
Yeah, that's definitely true. It's most certainly a favor of Oitan. It's either going to be the Kill or the Raze. However, they got a different Raze player for them now on the roster, so that's been deemed unnecessary. So it's nice. Just besides, it's the Cypher all the time, isn't it? We've seen how the Cypher can be played. We know how powerful it is. Killjoy as well used to be kind of OP, kind of gotten balanced, right? And it's nice to see a little bit of a different agent in the pool.
Yeah, and I think, you know, when we consider, you know, that everyone, you know, kind of knows how to play against Killjoy, other teams, they're still going to bring that factor in that, okay, you know that there's still going to be stuff here, but it's still going to be usable. And it's just like the Cypher tripwires, even though people can find them out, you know, I mean, they're still going to fulfill their purpose at the end of the day. And yeah, everyone is probably sick and tired of seeing Cypher anyway, so they want to try and bring something new to the table.
That's exactly right. Be the change you want to see in the world. You want more Killjoy? You got to pick more Killjoys, isn't that right?
Yep.
But I mean, just look at the stats. BBI, excluding their loss earlier versus Vision Strikers, Ascent is their best map, especially on defense. They've won, again, before that Vision Strikers match. They've won 2/3 of the rounds, all rounds they've played on defense on Ascent. That's a very, very impressive rating. So I think that was going to be their map pick, and a very good pick indeed. So we'll see. It looks like we're going to be heading over to Bind next with PRX on the defense.
Oh yeah, so I think, you know, when we have Bind coming into play here, it's going to offer these teams, you know, that little bit of balance that they like to have to be able to exert their play. It's not going to be as polarizing as we see on Ascent, and definitely not like Split. But I think we haven't even seen a Split being picked out here by Group B.
No one really likes to go for Split. I mean, we've had Polarized and Opinions. Gideon, not a fan of it. I'm kind of in the same boat in terms of playing. I do think it's really fun to watch, but of course the players might have different opinions there. But yeah, I mean, what do you think? What do you think they need to do here going into the second match? Obviously, it's got to be a reset. All right, guys. FPX, you know, that was their map. Let's go to our map now. And how do you think they need to change?
Well, I think FPX, you know, they have to go back to the basics of what they are good at, and that's definitely going to be having those very cohesive site takes that work so well for them when they played against RSG in the first match. And when we consider the abilities that they have, you know, it's really then going to come down to the gunfights. But so far, BBI does look good for it. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to breather here at the caster desk, and we're going to toss it back to the analysts. And when we return, we'll be back for that second match on Bind. So you're listening to Seek and Strike and Play of the J. We'll see you in just a little bit.
Welcome to the EPOS Royal SEA Cup. On day 2, we're going to be looking at Group B and all of the teams in here. It's a nice mix of different countries in the Southeast Asia region, and with that comes a lot of background and certainly some really exciting teams. The first team I wanted to highlight is Blackbird Ignis. They come from Japan, and the Japanese region has actually got a lot of reputation for being really competitive and putting on some of the best events we've seen so far in Valorant. Blackbird have had some pretty strong results. They were 4th place at the recent Rage tournament, the biggest tournament that's really happened in this region, and they even came through to qualify to get to that tournament, but they haven't got further than a quarterfinal since then. AW Extreme Masters, which was last weekend, was certainly a big disappointment for them, and they're hoping to do a little bit better in this event. Resurgence is the second team of this region. They're from Singapore, and they've had a spattering of mixed results, but nowhere near first place titles that they're hoping for, even in some of the smaller tournaments of the Singapore region. Recently, they lost to Tavs in the Rise of Legion tournament, and really there isn't too much to highlight for this team. When you look at some of the big hitters involved, Resurgence are going to be the ones struggling the most, but we have already seen some pretty surprising results in this tournament. Resurgence will be hoping to pull some of those off themselves. Vision Strikers, this is a team that doesn't really need too much of a recap. They're from South Korea, and they have won every tournament they have really been a part of. They recently won Clan Masters in the South Korea region, but also last weekend won the Africa TV Asia Showdown, beating the Japanese powerhouse Absolute Jupiter in the finals. This is a firm favourite to get out of group and also win the tournaments to nobody's surprise. But it's going to be great to see how this South Korean team play up against some of the other regions of Southeast Asia. And finally, our qualified team is Paper Rex. They're from Singapore, and they've played very little of the bigger tournaments, but have had a couple of first place wins in some of the smaller gigs around the continent. The biggest event that they played in was the CGA Pacific Open, where they came bottom of their group. They did get a win against Made in Thailand, and they're a team that actually qualified out of Group A yesterday, but they really need more consistent showings. The favourites certainly to get out of groups are going to be Blackbird and Vision Strikers, but we've already seen some teams fall apart and do surprisingly well in day 1, so let's see what day 2 and Group B holds.
Tired of being told to get good? Just click on their heads, not helping your KDA? Want to perfect your peaks? Check out AimLab. AimLab is a free FPS trainer that blends performance tracking and analytics with its artificial intelligence and machine learning to help improve your game. From now until the end of the tournament, tweet a screenshot, picture, or video of you doing today's hashtag AimLab challenge at ePulse Gaming for a chance of winning up to one of 3 daily prizes of 4,000 Valorant points. Today's challenge is the Spider Shot Ultimate. Time to put those flicks to the test. Make sure your aim is true as you get a penalty for each orb missed. Be sure to tune in until the end of the broadcast when we announce our 3 daily winners, and remember to enter by tweeting at ePulse Gaming using the hashtag AimLabChallenge. Train your tracking, fasten your flicks, practice your precision, all with AimLab. Download the beta for free now at aimlab.gg.
Hello and welcome back to the Royal SE. This wonderful Ignition series, of course, created by EPOS. My name is Mr. Avo Plus. Joining me is YOLO Lee and Zero.
Boys are back again?
Yeah,
Boys are back. This is the OG panel, guys.
Yeah, man, we're like the Backstreet Boys, but for Valorant, right? For the game.
Yeah. Yes, for Valorant indeed. Yes, yes. Korea. All right.
Long live esports.
Before we start, though, I do have to do a little promo, guys, because we are running a little contest here for AimLab.
No
AimLab
way.
is a nice little application that will help you go from noob to pro in a long time.
You're
'Cause it
kidding
takes
me.
Effort and dedication. Yes.
You're serious?
Yes, yes.
I can be
yes.
a pro.
You can be a pro.
Oh my God,
I
guys.
believe in you, mate. Yeah. But to do so, you have to practice every day. Consistency is key, right? And AimLab provides you the tools to do so. It is a wonderful application that will allow you to practice your aim. And to encourage you guys to actually practice even further, we're running a little tournament, a little, game, a mini game here. Yes. If you follow us on social media, you can actually find out what the daily challenges are. But every day on AimLab, we'll be running a daily challenge. If you participate, send us a screenshot, send us a video, send us any kind of proof, really. If you wanna take a picture with your phone, you wanna draw, sure, mate. As long as it's proof, I don't really care. At Eeples Gaming, and you will enter into a raffle to earn a potential prize out of the 3 prizes every day of 4,000 Valorant points.
I know what I'm gonna do after work.
Yeah, I'll join you too. Like, seriously, thank you so much, AimLab. Now I can be a pro.
Exactly. And all you have to do is go to aimlab.gg or aimlab.com/Royal SEA Cup, and you can download the application there. And then you can participate. So, if you guys want to leave the panel now and just go participate, that's
I
fine.
think we got better things to do, right?
Yeah, we have better things to do, but so much for giving such an opportunity, right?
Indeed. What a positive panel. But let's talk about something negative, which was that game.
Oh, no.
Sorry. Which was the Paper Rex's performance there was unfortunately not the one we were looking for, right?
Yeah.
We were talking in the beginning of the day very much about the whole idea of Paper Rex being quite an interesting team. They were loose, they were creative, they could have beaten these perhaps more stable teams.
Yes.
But it wasn't the case in this first map. What happened?
No, I guess we could definitely tell that instantly. It's not the problem about Paper Rex. It's the question is what did BBI did?
Thank you.
Because in this game, right, BBI they stepped up because they realized like, all right, we lost to Vision Strikers, and the fact that if we were to lose this one, then we're gonna be put in a more perilous situation where we cannot be one of the top 2 teams to enter towards this playoff. So instantly, this game they're like, all right, time to wake up. Sure, first game maybe we were just still warming up against them, but now against Paper Rex, we will not give no quarter.
Yeah.
And according to the gameplay as well, they not only fully utilized their skills and utilities, but they were a little bit more aggressive than
yes,
usual.
exactly. Yeah, this was definitely one of the changes they made versus Strike. VS, and then against Paper Rex, they were just so aggressive, pushing out all the angles. They wanted to take the first fight, and did you see the plays coming from Neo King on his jet? That when I saw him avoid every single Hunter's Fury, my mind just blew. And he got a kill right after that. When they were trying to punish him while still being in the air, he just took out his AWP, got a shot, and that was just history. That just made that day for me.
Yeah, no, that's the thing. It's just Jet, right? When not just Neo King, like just any team, right? You just see like a guy tailwind pass by there. Oh, it's Jet. It's
Yeah,
like,
but it was an impressive performance.
It
Our
was.
hatred of Jet aside, it was an impressive performance.
True.
I think that one of the things that really stood out to me was that we were talking about many potential weaknesses, right, that EBI had. But because their core mechanics are so solid, adapting to the bad matchups is not so hard for them.
Yes.
Yeah. But Paper Rex, all credits to them, they did make a lot of rounds very close. It's just that in the end, BBI, they were just too methodical. They were just too consistent with clearing out the corners on this retake, on their discipline. They don't go in one by one. Okay, I'm waiting for, they plant, I'm gonna wait for my buddy to get here. You're ready? You got your flash? Alright, here we go. We get 1 kill, we get 2 kills, maybe you get traded, whatever. I defuse the spike, there we go. 11 rounds, 10 rounds in the first half. That was just absolutely beautiful retaking play coming from the side of BBI.
Yeah, absolutely. Seriously, like BBI just like really stepped up for this game. Like sure, core wise, all core skills and everything, definitely on point for sure. Because this is not just any tournament. This is the Royal Sea Cup. But also at the same time that this is group stage, so realizing that they have to gain that spot, right? They had to step up, which they did. Paper Rex, on the other hand, it wasn't like they underperformed. They performed to their best. That's why I thought it was really amazing. It's just that in this case, BBI just realized they had so much more to lose here. So they just really forced Paper Rex in such a position where like, okay, we're no longer in our comfort zone because we have BBI just constantly just hammering us time and time every round.
Yep, and this was one of the most important matchups of the day for both of these teams. Whichever wins this best of 2 series, if they get a 2-0, whoever gets a 2-0 is pretty much secured to move on towards the next stage.
Yes.
right? So
If it
BBI
was
right now,
Paper Rex, 100% was secure.
Yeah.
Like, they wouldn't have just passed.
Yep. But right now they are 1-0 down. Their best bet is they tie this, and they 2-0 VS. Do you see that happening? It's a very tough mountain to climb.
Yep.
I mean, like, you know, hashtag Korean pride. You know, yes, 2-0 for the VS, but still.
Yeah, but it's hard to root for Paper Rex, right?
Yes,
it
Because
is.
these guys just there's something about they have attitude, right? And this is what you were talking about. The rounds were close.
Yeah.
And sometimes the scores didn't quite tell the whole story.
Yeah.
Yes, they lost that by a lot, and they didn't manage to win many rounds. In fact, it was the biggest stomp we've had in terms of score.
It is.
But if we compared, for example, to yesterday, right? Say the AAA versus Myth game.
Those weren't even close.
No, right? That game was not close
Yep.
whatsoever.
Nope.
Paper Rex, until the very last moment, they were trying, and there's something that wants to make you root for that kind of.
Their tenacity, you
Yes.
know, not giving up.
Yes.
A lot of rounds. It could have very well been a 7-5 round, but in the end, you know, BBI just being the better team just came out on top.
I'm still rooting for you, Paper Rex. You guys got this for sure.
Okay, has nothing to do with that they're fighting as a Japanese team. No. Well, guys, we found out what the storyline is here. So we have this perfect, this artistic, as their logo shows, team that are actually changing their playstyle and adapting and destroy Paper Rex because of it, justifiably so. But Paper Rex, they still have a lot to say because their tenacity might show themselves better in game number 2. Let's see if they're able to create that tie or if BBI will just run with the win and continue with our streaks of 2-0s. We're going to have to find out from our casters now as we throw it to them. And they're going to delight you with a wonderful narration for game number 2 of Paper Rex versus Blackbird Ignis.
Welcome to the EPOS Royal SEA Cup. On day 2, we're going to be looking at Group B and all of the teams in here. It's a nice mix of different countries in the Southeast Asia region, and with that comes a lot of background and certainly some really exciting teams. The first team I wanted to highlight is Blackbird Ignis. They come from Japan, and the Japanese region has actually got a lot of reputation for being really competitive and putting on some of the best events we've seen so far in Valorant. Blackbird have had some pretty strong results. They were 4th place at the recent Rage tournament, the biggest tournament that's really happened in this region, and they even came through to qualify to get to that tournament. But they haven't got further than a quarterfinal since then. AW Extreme Masters, which was last weekend, was certainly a big disappointment for them, and they're hoping to do a little bit better in this event. Resurgence is the second team of this region. They're from Singapore, and they've had a spattering of mixed results, but nowhere near first place titles that they're hoping for, even in some of the smaller tournaments of the Singapore region. Recently, they lost to Tavs in the Rise of Legion tournament, and really there isn't too much to highlight for this team. When you look at some of the big hitters involved, Resurgence are going to be the ones struggling the most, but we have already seen some pretty surprising results in this tournament. Resurgence will be hoping to pull some of those off themselves. Vision Strikers, this is a team that doesn't really need too much of a recap. They're from South Korea, and they have won every tournament they have really been a part of. They recently won Clan Masters in the South Korea region, but also last weekend won the Africa TV Asia Showdown, beating the Japanese powerhouse Absolute Jupiter in the finals. This is a firm favourite to get out of group and also win the tournaments to nobody's surprise. But it's going to be great to see how this South Korean team play up against some of the other regions of Southeast Asia. And finally, our qualified team is Paper Rex. They're from Singapore, and they've played very little of the bigger tournaments, but have had a couple of first place wins in some of the smaller gigs around the continent. The biggest event that they played in was the CGA Pacific Open, where they came bottom of their group. They did get a win against Made in Thailand, and they're a team that actually qualified out of Group A yesterday, but they really need more consistent showings. The favourites certainly to get out of groups are going to be Blackbird and Vision Strikers, but we've already seen some teams fall apart and do surprisingly well in day 1, so let's see what day 2 and Group B holds.
Tired of being told to get good? Just click on their heads, not helping your KDA? Want to perfect your peaks? Check out AimLab. AimLab is a free FPS trainer that blends performance tracking and analytics with its artificial intelligence and machine learning to help improve your game. From now until the end of the tournament, tweet a screenshot, picture, or video of you doing today's hashtag AimLab challenge at ePulse Gaming for a chance of winning up to one of 3 daily prizes of 4,000 Valorant points. Today's challenge is the Spider Shot Ultimate. Time to put those flicks to the test. Make sure your aim is true as you get a penalty for each orb missed. Be sure to tune in until the end of the broadcast when we announce our 3 daily winners, and remember to enter by tweeting at ePolsGaming using the hashtag AimLabChallenge. Train your tracking, fasten your flicks, practice your precision, all with AimLab. Download the beta for free now at aimlab.gg.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're ready here for the Royal Sea Cup for our second map here, as we're going to see BBI take on PRX once again, and it was a little bit lopsided just now. I'm Play the J, and he's Seek and Strike, and looking forward to bringing you more action here.
Yeah, and we'll see as we move on over to a much different map. Ascent is quite polarizing. Split is quite polarizing. I think most teams can settle on Bind and Haven. We're only going to get to see Bind here between these two, and hopefully we get to see a bit of a closer matchup, as that was our biggest defeat in terms of the round differential, at 12 round differential with one single match.
Yeah, and I think, you know, when all these teams are trying to see how they're going to be able to graduate from Group B, as they're really going to have to scrape for whatever they can. Now, of course, PRX would love to take this match. That they did actually do that earlier today against our Resurgence, so this is going to have to be something that they keep in the back of their mind, but they also have to be a little bit on the realistic side of things too.
Yeah, definitely. We were just discussing that before we went live, you know, trying to make sure that you can convert as many rounds as you can here, if not get the win, because, or at least make sure you win as many rounds as you can. Sometimes it's going to be worth looking for that maybe greedy exit frag, just to make sure that maybe next round they don't have that extra rifle or two, and you can try and run that map differential in your favor, as who knows, some ties could be in our future today, as we are just about loading into our map. BBI running some pretty standard stuff here. The Cypher, both a Breach and a Brim, as well as the Sova and Jet to round up our attacking side.
Yeah, and I think looking at these lineups are going to be absolutely identical, and this is exactly the same lineup that we saw from PRX takeout in the match versus Resurgence, so definitely going to be well practice on this map for it. So they're going to be starting on defense here, so it might be a little bit not playing to their strengths here based on what we've seen earlier.
Yeah, it just really seems like this map was made for Cypher, doesn't it? He's so good on defense, he's so good on attack, because if you're looking to lurk back, it's going to take forever for you to rotate around sites. Hold that thought, actually. Look how aggressive they're getting already! The Jet finds one before they're traded away, but my goodness, nearly got that second 10 HP left on Pome.
Oh, and yeah, they are actually playing up to their advantages that they do like to play out in terms of aggression. They are starting to tempt it a little bit on the hookah side of things, not committing just yet. We are going to be seeing the rotation coming out here to weight it a bit more, but they might actually decide to overload it here going towards A.
Yeah, we'll see if that's the decision they make. On the pistol round, sometimes aggression is your best friend. Just to overwhelm it's a numbers game, right, at the end of the day with pistols. You don't have to be concerned about the Vandal or any SMGs coming out. But like I said, the rotations are going to take a long time. PRX, they're going to take note of that and go ahead and rotate bodies right back over, as they will be scouted right by Truck. Into U-Haul they go, as Cypher going to get the opening pick. Dart is going to be removed, but they have one more in U-Haul that they're able to rotate back in time. One standing near Showers. They're going to trade a few shots as into the site they go.
Oh, they have the numbers here, but they are not making full use of it. Currently, the smoke's working against them. JD Faker is going to take down 2 of them as they're trying to get away from it inside the teleport. Oitan, the last player left alive, and might actually go around back towards short.
But he's running. His footsteps are going to be picked up now. Remember the enemy Cypher, his evil twin, Jay. Is he going to get the killer? I think he actually shot and reloaded. Oh, well, let's get to hear that, and now just try and back up as far as he can, and I guess save the ghost?
Yeah, well, it's better than having all classics in your next round, but he is still going to be chased here. There's no respite for him at all. PRX, they're going to start off excellent, really reversing the order of from the first map.
Definitely. I'd be interested as to how late the call to save really went there, because he was making an effort to get back into sight. He was running over and actually got heard, which is the reason that they knew to chase him that way. So, but unfortunately, like here, they just weren't able to convert. They definitely had the numbers, but just weren't feeling confident. Those smokes really nullifying that push potential here, and it's going to be PRX taking the pistol round.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of conflicting communications there, but yeah, we can see that you know, after you lose 2 people straight away, you know, that can definitely alter your plan. But we'll see how this is going to be panning out here for the next stage. As we can see, Anti-Eco coming out here for PRX. They want to continue snowballing this as best they can.
Here.
Yeah, maybe trying to peek through window here for BBI. Of course, that Jets with the Classic is going to make a very, very difficult decision to run. I like this, though. Going for the Bulldog here if you're going to be holding an elbow for the long-range advantage.
And, of course, Anti-Eco is going to be excellent here for the one-tap potential against no armor here. But now they're starting to commit to the side here. They're going to spray through Egoist just like that. He's going to be able to nail 2 members straight away.
Nice trade, at least, for the Jet. But already the last player standing, it's going to be not a 3K, as instead it's going to be the Spectre of Relta to pick up the remaining Jet. 2-0, just like that.
Yeah, and with the guns that they have, PRX can continue to try and roll around with this, but of course it's a full buy coming out here for BBI, and this could be their chance to really try and swing it back in their favor. But PRX, all they have to do, they have to just take down a few of the members, and that's going to be quite a significant damage to them, and they will be able to full buy in the next round as well.
Yeah, we do have an operator here now on offense here, so be aware of that. Red Jet of BBI to be getting a bit aggressive now, but Brandon, he might know that it's coming, so he's not choosing to peek mid-short, but it's going to be, look at that, the Breaches battling it out.
Oh, Pandemonia going for the lurking play right there by the shower entrance. Going to get wall banged there for good measure, a decent pre-fire spot, and that's going to mean that PRX is going to be down now 2.
Yeah, BBI, the lurker, is going to find the man playing in hookah as he rotates over there. Actually going to make the call to rotate over towards B site, which is now completely cleared as they're going to pick off another kill here with that operator, looking like they're going to be able to take their first round.
Oh, and these players being picked off left and right are going to be opening things up. As now, look at PRX. They're going to be a little bit paralyzed. They're bunching up together here. If the push is not going to come on A side, at the very least, they might be able to protect these weapons as best they can. But it's probably the best they can hope for. But with the amount of time that's being expended here, I think we might see some hunting coming out from BBI later.
Could be, yeah. They might be tempted to save because they know at best it's going to be a Spectre and a Bulldog, right? You don't mind. I mean, if they're going to have to upgrade, right? So that is essentially the money gone anyway at that point. So, yeah, I mean, maybe for that extra money in their pocket, they might be looking to go for it, but I think they shouldn't be super concerned with it here, considering the caliber of weapons. I mean, it's from the eco round that they can carry it over. So I think they're happy to just take their win here, and if they can come across an exit frag, I'll take the extra money.
Yeah, and they're already putting themselves in position as well to claim said exit frag here, as we're going to have the Brimstone starting to move down here on the B short side of things. Just missing Egoist, but Neo King will not, and Relthar's going down, but finally gets that shot there onto Neo King, so that's going to be substantial damage here. He's moving in to see what he can do, but Repablo will be able to take him down, and 4 players to the good here as BBI reverse the order of play.
There we go, so it goes both ways, right? We're going to upgrade these guns next round anyway, might as well go for an exit frag. And actually, it works out better for them in that favor, the math. You trade a Bulldog and essentially for a Phantom. So that little bit of extra money being forced to be spent, you never know when that could really come in handy. That could be one less rifle down the line as they're going to have to drop one. Brandon's going to have to drop a Phantom for his ally.
Yeah, and BBI, they don't exactly have a huge bank after this set of rounds that's been played, so we'll see if they're going to continue to build on that at all. But PRX, they've been good at the very least, been able to take down some members even in that previous round, and we'll see how they want to try and defend on the A. Going to be stacking 3 players here.
Yeah, indeed. They're actually kind of just pushing, making sure no one is lurking out of B long, looking for that ultimate orb, looking to try and punish any over-aggression there, but we do actually have 3 members holding A currently, kind of set up very nicely, very defensively, making sure that they're not going to be able to get peeked right away. But speaking of getting peeked, look at Brandon, the IGL here for PRX, ready with the operator, the Jet flying, doesn't matter, got him anyway.
Oh, he's just gonna know his opposite numbers, tricks there. He's gonna take down the second here for good measure. Repablo though, moving inside, using his Sky Smoke for cover. He's gonna surprise JD Faker, who's none the wiser.
Oh, and he's gonna maybe get a second one. He will actually. Nicely done, going for the plant, and that is a very clean take. Brandon now into the Hellfire is gonna have no choice but to run right into the Cypher, who is gonna gun him down now. Heaven left. Is currently being contested though. They might still be able to attempt a retake.
Oh yeah, and it does look like they don't have the orbital strike anymore open to them, but they do have the numerical advantage to work with, as they're trying to find out where the push is going to be coming from. Currently, Redla is trying to push down from the Heaven side of things, creeping into sight, and very tight angles being held.
Indeed, now even up at 2 apiece. A blind, not going to connect on anyone. One and U-Haul will get peeked down here. PRX now a 2v1 in their favor. It looks like they're going to go in and back off. Pros don't fake, but this one will, as it might just help him secure the round. And I think he's got it.
Yeah, PRX comes out big there. It's the 2v3 situation and the defuse in the nick of time. So looks like they're gonna head back to winning ways. And yeah, I think despite the fact that BBI was giving a lot of respect, you know, and holding those tight angles, they still are not able to deal with it. But it was a nice wallbang idea to stop the defuse.
Definitely good commit there. Actually, they realize where he is, what he's trying to do with that first fake, and then they send one man after him the second time to punish the wallbang. So well done using the numbers advantage there to bait him out and secure the kill to get the round. 3-1 then, heading into our 5th round.
And PRX gonna change it up a little bit again here, and BBI just taking very cautious and measured approaches here. Just want to try and feel out their opponents. Now, of course, both teams are utilizing Sova. Going to be excellent here for intel gathering, as we see that Popagachi is going to be using the Owl drone. See if he can spot out how much presence is going to be devoted here by PRX to A.
Smokes down. Yeah, already the smokes being deployed defensively, just in case there's anyone coming through showers. But my goodness, winning the Battle of the Jets is going to be Brandon here. That is going to help the confidence of PRX, who got absolutely demolished last time. I mean, they've already won 2 more rounds than they had in the entire last map. We're only 5 rounds in.
Yeah, I think you know, they can really draw some good heart from that, especially when they get some of their key players like Brandon performing like how he did against Resurgence. But now Sky Smoke's moving down here for the execute onto A.
Great
Looks
Molly.
Like now the Molly is gonna shut it down here from showers.
And just like that, they're gonna actually be able to get kills through A short, continuing to trade. We've got one lurking in the smoke. It's gonna be the Sova. He's stimmed up. He hears the plant and Nick dinks him immediately. Jay didn't have a chance.
Oh my goodness, the plays coming out from the Sova here. It's going to be absolutely on point. JD Faker gets his 3rd of the round, and PRX with the flawless. And this is an absolute turnaround of events. We could not have imagined that this is the same team we saw in the first Met.
Man, shout outs to that Molly going out. Completely nullifies the double push. They actually slowed down. They hit the brakes there, not wanting to push through the Molly, wanted to keep the armor, and instead they left their teammates pushing through short all alone. Then they were able to just divide and conquer after the numbers game were up, and it's flawless just like that. Well done to PRX, just delaying that push.
Yeah, and I think this just goes to show why teams decide to bring Brimstone here on this map, really able to shut things down. Not quite like a paranoia, but at the same time, it's going to add a new dimension to it. Now, it looks like attackers will be stacking up a bit more on this B side.
And that's a good point you raise, actually. The paranoia might stop you. I think, actually, the paranoia will stop you from pushing in, just because you can't see all the way to Heaven, you can't see all the way to Truck, you can barely see to boxes, whereas with a Molly, I can run through that. I just take a little bit of damage and get the entry frag, right? No, it's enough just to make you stop and think, and that few seconds really cost them, giving PRX the round. But now in they go. They've actually got the knives out. Oh no, too many targets for that Jet, and PRX cleaned up. Look at the Cypher looking for the ace. Will get it as well, and with the Phantom, 1 mag is all he needs. Well done, Relta.
Oh wow, the insane plays coming out from PRX. Rella especially doing quite the number off the back of Egoist Rolling Thunder, excuse me, that decimated the attack. They're coming through arches, and just not a whole lot they can do with that as they get absolutely mowed down.
Yeah, beautiful stuff. And this is looking like a completely different PRX. This is their map. 10-1-1.
Wow, Retla is really carrying his team here and really being that rock in defense on the B side of things, and no wonder we're going to be seeing BBI starting to weight again more towards that A, but they're still going to poke and prod a little bit on this hookah side and see if there's going to be any movement from the Cypher.
Man, I gotta give a lot of credit to Brandon here, not really pushing too far up, right? Sometimes you see the Jet very, very far up. Now she's going for the lurks. This is a bit different, but you see him really in these exposed positions. Not really been pushing too much through hookah there, as well, that's going to be where Neo King is currently trying to draw out any shots, find any information, but nothing so far.
Oh, it's going to be hopping on the boxes in hookah and not giving a lot away here. Egoist is going to be hanging out here by Metal, and of course Relta here is going to be hanging inside as well while he waits for the rotate. But look at the positions that are being taken here by JD Faker, and this could actually be quite devastating for them as the execute starting to come down.
Yep, and they go through Garden as well through main. I actually canceled that bomb plant very aggressively. It's going to be Relta yet again now, who will not get traded. Actually, it's going to be the Brim instead for the breach. Down goes the spike now as they set up for the defense.
Oh, and now it looks like BBI here, they have got the advantage. Plant down, and it's going to be 4v3, so this could still be a precarious situation, but we can't put it past PRX after some of the heroics. They still got Redla after all, and he was the hero from the last round.
And we could see some really sick crossfires as well. I got one in window, one in elbow, but the one in back of sight has been murdered now, and look at that, 1 by 1. PRX will fall, yielding the second round of the map here to BBI.
Oh, a few too many angles there to really pay too much caution there. But yeah, I guess it's going to be happening in those situations sometimes, but they are still going to be able to buy quite handsomely here. But again, they're going to have to deal with that fully armed BBI squad. They do have the 4 players surviving, and that's going to be a lot of firepower.
Oh, nice shot by BBI. They knew only where one was, so you still had plenty of reason to be checking other spots, which they were doing. So divide and conquer just like that. They all won their duels, and it turns into a pretty easy hold after that.
Yeah, and now we will be seeing them trying to push down the A side. Of course, we see this more aggressive push coming out again here from Brandon and JD Faker, but they are going to be a little bit wise of the presence down that short side, so they are going to be backing out. Brandon, again, still going to be looking for these aggressive peaks. I'm not sure that this is going to be too useful. When he gets one here, he's going to be able to dash away just in the nick of time.
10 HP, man. He nearly lost his life for that, but the entirety of PRX is actually here to back it up. And BBI, they still got a minute, plenty of time to use, plenty of utility. They've not quite yet made the call, as now they're going to bring in the orbital strike.
Oh, and looks like the pick here is going to be good here from Brandon, and Pandemonium. Ripavo is going to be biting the dust, and look at Retla using the cyber cages to great effect.
Alright, they're actually able to only get one out of the round, at least stopping the Flawless from showing up on screen, but I mean, still PRX, they'll take that one with a big smile on their face. 6-2 now, plenty of money to rebuy that rifle for the breach, and you are a very happy boy indeed.
Oh, and now we're seeing the double op setup coming out here from PRX. They're going to be comfortable with this one, and they're going to give it to Retla as well as Brandon. Now, of course, with the kind of heroics we're seeing out from him, he's definitely going to be feeling quite confident.
Yeah, I mean, no reason not to at this point. I think full confidence right back after that pretty rough map there on Ascent, so he's feeling much better. You got to remember, the first time he bought the Operator on Ascent, he had it for maybe 1 second before he got killed.
Yeah,
quite literally. That can really shake your confidence, especially as a Jet operator. You really need to be cocky and just know that, no, I'm going to shoot the first guy, immediately back off. There's nothing they can do about it.
Yeah, and, you know, having the players to also step up, you know, when they're not able to deal with it. That's something that we saw from Zest when RB wasn't playing very well in the other match earlier on. But yeah, anyways, besides that, coming back to here, we are going to see that the pick is being sold here, and they're actually going to take down Neo King. That might be a little costly here, as that might be Operator going to be down in the dirt.
How does Redlock get that kill? He's just like walking on through the site. He's not behind any cover, and he's like, oh, look, a Jet.
Oh yes, yeah. Well, Jet appeared and is going to be extinguished straight away. But now, looking at this, the high-level tactics coming out from here, as we can see the pings coming out for their intention to push onto the U-Haul side of things.
Oh, not taking the bite there on the initial shot, but forced to back off. And look at that, perfectly done. Now got twisted around, blinded, dashing straight into the corner. Unfortunately, is going to be absolutely murdered. They're going to not try and go for the plant, but that's going to be pushed off of sight by the Hunter's Fury. Nice job here, buying more time for the rotations, as it is going to be a 3 versus 3 scenario. But straight back into the plant he goes. Can they get it done? Ego is trying to go back in. Rapablo back of sight, but Poem currently in some trouble. Has to back off from his current spot. Jay, he is going to get 1 frag though.
Oh man, and looks like the trade finally coming out. 2v2 situation, and now lots of utility being expended. But Redla, he has a neural that is going to be able to spot him, and he was already pretty much zeroed in on that position. He's going to be chasing his opponent, and now I think they can kind of guess where the other one is going to be. But I do believe he's got a molly. No, he doesn't have a molly, but he's still going to have quite a good angle.
They double committed for this. I don't think he needed to peek. Rapablo doesn't matter. He's going to actually win the duel anyway. The pistol as well versus the Vandals not going to stack up. They're going to lose the round and the operator. BBI, a big win there for them.
Oh my goodness. And PRX, yeah, they're not going to be able to get anything from that round. Now, of course, they can afford to buy, but this is really eating into the bank. And yeah, this might be allowing BBI to creep back into it. Now, of course, there are only 3 rounds left in the half, but you don't want to really give up the kind of lead that you managed to build up for yourself.
No, exactly. I mean, luckily they had built themselves up a lead, so PRX, the eco is still in their favor. They're able to full buy yet again, but they can't really loosen too many of those, right?
Yeah, and I think, you know, of course, PRX, they do want to try and take this map very decisively here. Every round is going to count, but now our drone coming out here, going to be able to tag him up, but luckily for him, no Hunter's Fury to punish.
Oh, yeah. PND. Ammonia is just going to hold them off for now, keep them off of the ultimate orb, as they did commit one of the smokes, maybe trying to force the over-rotation. Instead, they're gonna actually go opposite now. You see the Jet rotating on over to B. The Cypher, that's his home, so he's been there basically all game.
Yeah, Redla, he is going to be continuing to defend his home front as best he can. There's going to be this stack coming in here from the garden side. I wonder if they are going to actually go for a bit of teleporter play here if they find out that the resistance is a little bit too high. And,
sorry, just seeing the 5-men turn away immediately as the flash came through. I don't think any of them ran, or if they did, I'm not sure if they were within audible range for those footsteps, but I think they know something's up. PRX, their spidey senses are tingling, and they know something's going on there. We still have the 1-man in A in case they do choose to take the port, but no! Oh, what a peek by BBI. That's one heck of an opening.
Oh, yeah, and now they're starting to stream onto the site, but Rella is going to get 1, and he gets 2, but Neo King will finally be able to do it. Pops off the blade storm here, might be able to catch him out. The orbital strike is coming down as well to add insult to injury.
Did manage to find the headshot on the knife onto 1, but unfortunately he forgot to check the angle. Beautiful positioning there by PRX to take that round now, as they are currently up 7-3 on number 11.
Oh, and what is with these two teams really putting in quite the shift on the other's map pick. So this is exactly the kind of stuff that we love to see here. But see how this is going to be continued onwards, as only got the 2 more rounds left in the half here before we see PRX in their full aggressive glory. But yeah, there's still going to be quite a bit of work involved here. But at the very least, it's going to be quite a poor round here coming out from BBI.
Yeah, they can't afford to full buy here. They're not going to go for the force. Obviously, it's not really necessary in this point, so they're going to opt. Oh, nice. Oh, I thought that was the shock dart.
Yeah.
Either way, I like the decision here to go for the eco, right? It's going to allow them to full buy. Really unlikely to get very much done here, even if, I mean, if they win the round, it's not going to matter. PRX, they're still going to come back with full guns the next, but it will at least give you a bit of a confidence boost, an extra round maybe, and you're going to be able to full buy for the next one. So I like the call here.
Yeah, and now it looks as though they are hard set here on trying to push onto this B site. It hasn't really been working out for them so well.
Yeah, they're trying window. They haven't really tried window all game. They've always tried to go through arches and garden, and now with the pistols on the eco round, wow, blind kill there onto 1 as they're trying to force him up, but no, Red Light, he's gonna get a 4K again through window. They've come B, they've come for his home, and every single time he's defended the homeland.
Rella has been a rock here for PRX. He's really laying claim down to that B site. Oh my goodness, the heroics coming out from him. Not to say that it wasn't set up by his teammates as well, forcing them down those angles, but expertly tapping on those heads. Look at that, will not be denied. It's going to take out all of them with one mag.
Yeah, that's not an easy thing to do as well, recovering from the spray control directly into the one tap there, further back near into Hookah. Nice stuff there as Brandon. Ooh, that could have been a scary situation from here from the full buy. Oh wow, Jet on Jet action. Actually both gonna miss. So a bit of a rare situation. A bit of a rare sight.
This is like Matrix type stuff coming
yeah,
out from
exactly.
these guys.
But we did get the dash out of, so I believe we still have got that one on Brandon.
Yeah, so that could prove to be the difference maker here, but we'll find out if that is going to be how they want to try and deal with it. They have actually moved away here from that potential altercation, but as a result, we do see 3 others starting to stack up, and we still have 2 ults available here in the form of the Blade Storm and the Neural Theft for PRX, but whether they can bring those to bear over on the other side, Execute coming down.
Yeah, a nice job there. They just always PRX. They just can read this map so easily. They've already got 3 here for the hold. Neoking looking for a pick, but the smoke's perfectly placed, preventing that long-range operator. There we go. Finally, they're able to hold it, and they get 1 now as... What is going on here? It's all popping off now. Back of sight. It's going to be JD Faker with the kill on the Oiton now before Pablo is not traded. He gets the kill on the Faker. Retla now onto 1 with the Hellfire coming through. Can he still get the kill? Unbelievable. He does stunned up, but he can't clutch the round. PRX, they're going to get 9 of the first 12.
Wow, PRX looks like a shadow of them. Well, not really a shadow, but really completely different from what we saw in the previous round, as they look indomitable, as they're taking things here in the first half. But now they're going to have to continue maintaining the pace, and I wonder what's going to be going through the heads of BBI.
Yeah, you can see that aggression. They want to keep up this pace, like you're saying. Nearly, I mean, everyone always kind of goes all out, but look at that. No credits available whatsoever on the team. Everyone buying full utility, buying full pistols, upgrading, hoping to at least get the easy, well, win the pistol round and get the easy next round to put you 2 within victory. And as you said, though, I completely agree with you. I mean, they look like a whole different team. It looks like the map on Ascent, that was their shadow, and this is their real form.
Oh, yeah, and really hope that we can see more of this here from PRX, as they're definitely looking promising, but now I think they're going to be spotted out. Oh, the one tap from Neoking, and we've been seeing Neoking and Brandon here going at it, and yeah, it's not been any short of the entertainment.
You know, some would say the best defense is a good offense, but for BBI, the best defense is a good defense.
Oh, yeah, I mean, yeah, it's going to do the work here, but look at this push. It's going straight on the site. They're going to get the crucial picks initially, but Repablo is playing ring around the rosy. Wow. He gets 2 here for his trouble.
Maybe even 3. He will before he's finally killed, making it an easy 1-for-1, and it's still going to be PRX in the very end. They even get that plant bonus. Thank you very much. Yoink.
Oh, Ego is going to claim the double there. Looking pretty good here, even though the halves is switching, the gears are changing, but they're still moving forwards here. And Repablo with a nice 3K, but it's not going to be enough for BBI.
That was actually great. I can't believe he kept his cool there. Did you see what, something I just noticed that they did to mess with his footsteps? They were running all over the top of that shipping container to make him confused. Didn't even buy it for a second. Ice in his veins. He just went for the easy 1v1 engagement. They never really got the double peek onto him.
No, exactly. And yeah, Cool's a cucumber, and now it looks as though that the aggression is still going to be coming here from this B long side. They want to try and get this anti-eco to go down here very swimmingly, and looks like they're going to be betting quite well onto that B side. Normally you would try and have these long angles, but this is going to be a little bit
they need to get into sight though, and that's not the start you need, unfortunately. PRX up 2 already.
Oh man, and yeah, the super shorty not working out as intended, but the sky smokes are going to continue to obstruct things, but they're going to wait to pounce here, and right now they're going to have their chance to get some kills. The right click going to work out for Neoking. Repablo actually takes the ghost here. Not enough, and only get 2 kills for their trouble.
Again, the bomb going down. It's going to be a little bit of extra money. We just heard that sound cue. PRX, well, are they going to upgrade? I don't know. That's a bit of a tough call here to make. I mean, they actually just kind of went glass cannon. They're light armor at the most, but they don't even need to upgrade, actually, because they actually went for full rifles, looking for this 12th round now to close out this map. I love this aggression we're seeing. This is kind of what I was hoping for when I was going, we need this aggression, we need this aggression. This is this aggression we were talking about, Jay.
No, this is the hunger that they want to qualify for the playoffs, and they're not going to let any team, even BBI, to tell them otherwise. And what kind of grit and determination do you need to do this after going down 1-0 in the previous map?
13-1, that is.
Oh,
13-1 to even add on, but Neoking, he's not making it easy. Through showers, 2 will fall. They're going to keep going. It's a bit of a slippery situation in there. They just keep falling over right in front of him.
Yeah, and that's a little bit unfortunate. So, yeah, singing the praises here. Going to be bringing upon the dreaded caster's curse, but the JD Faker is going to be able to slap one back here on the Popogotchi.
I don't know, man. He's got 3, could even find the ace now with this operator. We'll need to reload at the very least for this one, but Neoking swinging over wide next to the port. Of course, hitting behind that corner will be one of his enemies, but he is ready to go now with the reload instead. But at 4v2, PRX still with the spike, at least in their possession, could potentially still convert.
Yeah, they're kind of playing it nice and patient here, as though they're trying to sell the rotation, but Retla is going to spot out Neoking, not going to be able to get that ace anymore, but Pablo is going to bring the manpower advantage here to BBI, and the Ego is looking for more here, and he's actually not going to be able to land the shots there. Kind of got the inkling that Pablo was hanging out in showers.
That was a nice setup there by BBI. It was kind of a damned if you do, damned if you don't check. Both heaven, both showers, right, just because of the layout of the map. So great hold there by BBI to make sure that they were able to take that round for themselves.
Yeah, yeah, unfortunate that not able to continue the momentum that they have. But I think they're still pleased with how they have managed to, what they managed to achieve so far in this game. They just don't have to. They should not rest on their laurels, I do dare say.
No, I agree. Yeah, PRX, of course, they're gonna have to reset. Luckily, they got plenty of rounds to play with here, right? That's not to say they should not be keeping in mind that they were routed, so their round difference against them is still going to be in the negative here. So they do need to try and close this up relatively quickly in case it comes out of the tiebreaker. As the smoke breaks, it's going to be a very nice pick out from Neoking. Blinded now, it hits the jump away. Wow, look at that. Completely blind, is perfectly able to dash as well as place the smoke in retreat. Impressive stuff.
Situational awareness absolutely top-notch amongst these pros, and now we're seeing Pandemonia going to be returning the favor here in terms of the molly placement, but they're going to be waiting nice and patiently. I think they can kind of guess that they're all going to be lined up here, but of course Neoking is going to be lining up, but Rip Pablo, he's going to get 2 for his troubles there in showers.
Yeah, indeed. We do have the knives out, but it's not going to matter. The flawless round out from BBI. This could just be a very defense-heavy map, as BBI are showing. PRX, though, they're going to have a bye this time around.
Oh, and this is going to be swinging momentum very much in the favor of the Japanese team, but I do think that it was going to be, of course, a little bit of a weak buy in the previous round, and now they are going to be having another gun round, but the plays around shower definitely not going to stop BBI from that round.
Yeah, we'll see if they try to through shower a bit more, we just got wrecked there. Let's go again. They'll never see it coming, that sort of play.
Yeah, exactly. And I think in some of the other games we had A attack again and again and again, but it looks like Neoking, he is going to be the stalwart to defend against the darkness over on the A side. But now, what's going to happen on B?
They already got a pick here. They still have the numbers in this site for now, so they're doing a good job just to take it, trying to get the plant. BBI, though, from Gardens, doing quite well. They've got long control. Why not take the orb as well while you've got the time? Garden is going to be peeked down by Retla. He's not able to find both. However, now it's up to a 1v4 scenario. Spike did not get planted yet, and he's going to get the money at least. But that's not a round that PRX were looking to be losing there, as they will be able to finish them off. Oitan, and the 6th round now for BBI on the defense.
Yeah, the plant is going to be a nice consolidation prize, I dare say, but again, yeah, it's not going to be too influential. We could probably expect to see pistols again coming out here, and now because BBI is stringing together quite a number of rounds together, we could see quite a number of sheriffs coming out here just to try and hold them as long as they can. But yeah, PRX, I think he kind of not been able to translate it over after winning the first 2 rounds on the attack here, after taking that pistol round. What do you think that they have to do here to try and string a few wins together?
I feel like it's going to be really hard now that BBI have got that 3 win in a row bonus, right? You do have that loss bonus at least for yourself, so they're going for the half buy. Because if they win here, I think they just need to, obviously, they're going to upgrade with that win bonus on top of their existing money that they've padded themselves with now. So a win here is absolutely necessary. Because if not, BBI, they're going to have a lot of money saved up in the bank. 5 HP there is so unlucky. That's going to be a dink outside of 1 top range with the Sheriff. Very frustrating as they will stay alive on that Cypher. And look, from elbow, Poem just making it happen, holding on there, completely blinded and lost his Egoist. Didn't have a chance. Retlo, though, is finally able to finish off 1, but it's still going to be a 2v4, and just like that, it's all over.
Wow, and they're just doing it holding 2 angles here, and they're super standard here from the elbow and CT side. But yeah, I mean, when you've got Poem using his utility and every single flash in his arsenal and not allowing any of the players here from PRX to play, it's always going to be an absolute meat grinder to try and push through that window.
Yeah, this is getting tough now. This is getting really tough for PRX. They really just, they need 1 for safety. They really need 1 for safety. At this point, the 1 round is not going to snowball you the second. BBI, rather, they're going to have too much money in the banks. They already have existing equipment. Even if you completely wipe them, it's really difficult here. I'm getting, I dare say, a bit nervous.
Yeah, and we haven't actually seen them have a proper gun round win on the attacking side of
This
things.
is a good start. Look at this, they've already got a few picks.
And from this look of things here, this could be a little bit of the difference maker. Currently, there's only going to be 1 player left here, but Poem, he's getting spotted out. There's nothing he can do as the Hunter's Fury and the bullets all coming his direction.
Still a 2v4, a nice take by BBI. Oh, and an even better, nice usage there of the hat, throwing that one on the ground. It's just going to tell him there's 4 people alive, so we'll now rotate on through near U-Hall.
And this push here might be a little bit ill-advised, but BBI might feel that they need to take this here. They do have the bank to work with, so they can afford to lose the guns, but they cannot afford to go down to match point without a fight, as they're going to be pushing through this U-Haul. Not sure if they have the tools to try and deal with this Oiton moving in here with no info, but there's going to be a hail of bullets.
Wow. Nice job by Retlo there. Beautifully done, as they're going to bait him out with that peek out from U-Haul, only for someone. What the heck? When did this guy get here? Nicely done. That's that 12th round. They actually keep 4 alive, so they can very easily repurchase a rifle. Again, money in the bank for BBI, so this is not a free game for them. In fact, look at that. Popogachi is actually capped at 9K.
Yeah, so I mean, that is quite a bit, you know. It's like all of your money to achieve not a whole lot, it would seem, but BBI, at least, if they are going to be able to take this map, they have to utilize that to the max. They have to win every single round here and bring us to our first overtime just to be able to do that.
Yeah, if you're PRX, you don't really have to go all out on this round. If anything, if it comes down to it, you have to save here. Otherwise, you're going to be given a 2 rounds if you lose probably the majority of your equipment and your rifles. You're going to be in a very, very bad position here moving forward into what would then be the 20th round here. 21st, that is.
Yeah, and with this kind of stack that they have here, this is playing with fire here, but Neo King, he's still trying to see what opportunities arise and try and delay as much as possible with the light utility, but now it does look like the execute is going to be coming down here, all coming from the H-Road side, but the Rolling Thunder not hitting anyone.
Nice job there, forcing them out of U-Haul. The peak is not going to catch Retla, instead looking to try and finish one off with the 3K. He's trying to do it himself, but Poem going to shut him down, say, no, 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 sir, this is a team game. Only I can get the aces.
Oh yeah, and now this is looking incredibly difficult here for BBI. Poem and Oiton have got a world to do. Oiton trying to come in for the long flank here, but Brandon knows what's up. He's gonna get the Blade Storm. He wants to try and seal the deal here. He still thinks that he's gonna try and off him. He gets completely sideswiped by 5 knives.
Indeed, it's all going to be up to 1 here to try and hold him up a bit longer. Poem into the showers he goes. Going to get the kill onto 1 against 3. He's going to find another pick through the smoke. Can he get another one? He will. That's the 4K, but the bomb ticking on down will not be able to do the impossible. Really got close there, getting 4 kills by his lonesome. But in the end, it will be PRX striking back 13-7 on Bind. Very well done.
Hey, that was an amazing game. Poem is going to feel hard done by the fact that he wasn't able to get more from that. He got 2 kills through the smoke, but not enough here. And PRX will not be denied from taking their map win here. And yeah, that's going to be a bit of a weird scenario that we have.
Just not enough time there. He actually pulled out the ult. He was looking to use it probably to cover himself there. Look at Retla, 34-11. Okay, let me put this in perspective for you. Most of you would say, oh, it's just 30 bomb. Like, that's just a really good game. Sure, but in other games, there are 16 rounds that you need to win.
Yeah,
so that is very impressive. That's well over 2 kills around, maybe even close to 2.25.
That is absolutely insane. Honestly, I don't recall seeing a higher kills total from any single player so far over the course of yesterday and today in Group A and B competition. And, you know, doing it on ranked is one thing. Doing it here in a competitive setting, that's a whole nother one. Retla, his back must be built like the Hulk.
At this point, yeah, he's like Atlas holding up the entire world. But not to downplay the effort that that was put through there by the FPX as well. I mean, they really outperformed, and to come back from a 13-1 defeat, I mean, that's got to take some mental strength there, isn't that right, Jay?
Yeah, tons of character shown here by the Singaporean team, and they will be fancying their chances of edging out BBI when it comes to the overall qualification, as they need to try and have as big of a game as possible coming up here in the later stages of today against Vision Striker. It's going to be a tall order, but again, there's also going to be the chance that we see BBI maybe not being able to collect as many points as they would like as well in their final game as well.
Yeah, that might be it. Again, just so impressive. Nice defensive side there from FPX. Maybe defense first is going to be the way to go for them. So something to keep in mind if you ever have to play against them. But that's going to be it for this match. Jay and Seek and Strike having brought you this match, we're going to throw it over to Avo Blauis and the boys for that breakdown.
Tired of being told to get good? Just click on their heads, not helping your KDA? Want to perfect your peaks? Check out AimLab. AimLab is a free FPS trainer that blends performance tracking and analytics with its artificial intelligence and machine learning to help improve your game. From now until the end of the tournament, tweet a screenshot, picture, or video of you doing today's hashtag AimLab challenge at ePulse Gaming for a chance of winning up to one of 3 daily prizes of 4,000 Valorant points. Today's challenge is the Spider Shot Ultimate. Time to put those flicks to the test. Make sure your aim is true as you get a penalty for each orb missed. Be sure to tune in until the end of the broadcast when we announce our 3 daily winners, and remember to enter by tweeting at ePulse Gaming using the hashtag AimLabChallenge. Train your tracking, fasten your flicks, practice your precision, all with AimLab. Download the beta for free now at aimlab.gg.
Welcome back to the Royal SEA Cup panel. And this is the most special panel we've done until now because something special has happened, guys.
Yeah. Oh,
something very, very special. By the way, my name is Mr. Owl Plus. I'm here with Yoli and Zero.
Yep.
And we just got a tie.
Our first ever tie in the Royal SEA Cup.
Yep, first ever tie and second ace as well in the very same game too.
And definitely not one of those matches where we expected it to tie.
Oh yes, exactly.
No. Paper Rex, man.
Yeah.
It's hard not to root for them because their resilience and their effort is showing, man.
And it's paid off. I mean, Redla from Paper Rex actually just carried his entire team throughout in this series. He got 25 and 8 when the rest of his team total is barely 28. That's impressive.
I mean, I told you guys too, I was like, they can do it too before we quickly switched it back to the Western Castle for this second game. Like, Paper Rex has what it takes. It's just in this case, they at the same time, after realizing the same threat, the same danger that Paper Rex is also going to be facing, same goes for BBI. I believe, although yes, unfortunately, Paper Rex figured things out a little bit too late after experiencing the first game. The second game, they're like, all right, guys, we got to step up. They stepped up, so do we.
Yeah.
And they finally did it. But of course, the score wasn't really one-sided. It was 13-7. BBI wasn't like lagging behind or like underperforming.
It's just that Paper Rex just brought it to the next level.
Yes.
I think they did that was so special. Name some of the things that you saw that you really want to point out.
I think they just kept trying to push through Redla on his Cypher,
Yes.
Especially on B side way too much. He just showed up. He just played out of his mind. Him 5 against 1. He gets 3 kills, stalls enough time for his team to come back, and then comes to retake the site. That just happened so many times, and that just completely destroyed the economy of BBI. They just couldn't get a good buy together for a couple of rounds, and that just set the whole tempo of the first half.
Don't forget, there was so many times as well. Like BBI, just like as they rushed towards him, it wasn't like rushed together or coordinated attacks.
Yeah.
It was just one by one. That just gave so much space for Red Art. Just like, oh, thanks for just coming
Just
in.
one headshot.
One headshot here, one second headshot there, third one here, fourth one here. Why not get an ace at the
thanks
same
for the
time,
ace.
right?
Yeah.
The man was not missing. Like all his shots, he just went directly. Well, let's talk about this, right? Valorant does have a bit of an RNG in the first shot.
Yeah.
So having the courage to go for headshots every single time does speak about your confidence.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, definitely. I think their confidence got reboosted, right? And they need that confidence because they're facing Vision Strikers in the last series of the day, and this series actually just made the whole group very interesting.
Yes.
Yep, the first tie ever for these 2 days, of course, has just made the group anybody's game. I mean, BBI, they need to 2-0 this.
Yes.
To even stand a chance to, or at least get one, and hope that Vision Strikers finishes up.
No, they have to 2-0 because
they have to
2-0 is
2-0.
3 points, right?
Yes.
Oh yeah. So they have to take this 2-0, and imagine if Vision Strikers actually drop the ball and Paper Rex, like they did in the last game, we might have our first ever 3-way tie in this entire group.
Ooh, I mean, honestly, yesterday we almost had the
two-way tie.
The two-way tie. Yesterday we almost had a 3-way tie. Today now a potential 2-way tie. But the thing is, this one looks a little bit more realistic because we had the first 1-to-1 tie here.
Yeah.
So it all comes down to this game and the next. I mean, next game is gonna be. I'm not to be saying like too bad or anything, but Vision Strikers looking really great. So I'm expecting a 2-0. But there's always a but, of course. After experiencing Paper Rex really coming back into this game.
They resurged.
Oh yeah, resurged. Yes. Oh man, loving the wordplay today, man. After resurging and everything, so I'm having a lot of high hopes and expectation this
They
time.
proved that they could do it when the stakes are high, and the stakes can't be higher than the last match of the day.
Oh yes, that is going to be super high.
And the variants we were talking about at the beginning of the day, I think that really played in their favor, right? Because this team, it's really hard to pinpoint exactly where their skill level lies compared to other teams, because some days their skill level is
up there.
Man. Some days, I mean, I don't know, maybe their variance is high enough that they actually can beat Vision Strikers. I'm very excited about this.
The other days they are 13-1 against BBI,
Yeah, that's that is true. Now this is where it brings me to my concern, right, for both BBI and Paper Rex as well, because sure, great performance in the second game, but what happened in the first game? BBI first game was amazing. Second game, I wouldn't say they were underperforming, but it just like most of our viewers as well, they're gonna be like, what happened? So consistency is important for both of this team. In this game, in Valorant, when it comes not just in the group stage, later in the future for the playoffs, consistency is gonna be really key here. And so far in this group stage, Vision Strikes, or VS in this case, has been very, very consistent.
Yep.
But specifically, tell me what happened in that game, though, because I mean, if we actually break down a bit of the nerves, right?
Yep.
It is true that if you have a team who just beat 13-1, and all of a sudden they start winning the second map, you're like, okay, what's going on, right? It does affect you a bit.
We just stomped them, right? What happened to us?
Yes,
you always think about us. You never think that the opponents actually had it in them, but they just had a bad game, or maybe their communication had a breakdown. But remember, the first match wasn't as a stomp as it seemed, because the scoreline is very deceiving.
Close, yes.
Do you think that that might have messed with them a bit? Because I was actually noticing Did you notice their econ in that round for BBI? They keep control over it, because it seems like a couple times they were going for like half-buy rounds where they made Shernov, they're trying to force the envelope a bit because they just want to stave off the bleeding, right?
Yeah. This is exactly what you were saying just now before you asked me this question as well. Like, I think it's just a little bit of that underestimation, right? So maybe they just sort of forgot, like, sure, we won 13-1, but they also forgot that it was
every round was down to one versus one, two versus twos.
1 versus 1, 1 versus 2. There's always going to be like a great trade coming for the side here of Paper Rex. So now coming to a game where literally Paper Rex decided, like, we are going to be the killing stroke, especially Red Light. Especially, I think that's pretty much when, like, I wouldn't say drop the ball, just like a little bit of overconfidence and just overestimation. Like, maybe we'll win. But then again, the mentality was still very strong, because they're like, you know what, we lost this first round, maybe we'll get them in the second round. Let's go for this partial buy. Let's not go for this full eco. Go with the proper strategy. So I think that's sort of like backfired a little bit for them. But I don't think they're going to be repeating this mistake later on, for sure.
Yeah, because I mean, if you think you're going to win the duels, partial buy seems like a much better idea. Than if you are like, nah, these guys, like, we did not see this from Resurgence earlier when they were playing against Vision Strikers. They were going either full buy or econ. It was not really half ever. So now talking about this next matchup today.
It's very important for BBI to take a 2-0.
Very.
Resurgence is guaranteed to be out. Even if they were to win this matchup completely, they wouldn't be able to beat, unfortunately, the score that.
But Singaporean Pride, they can set up, that situation for their fellow countrymen to actually qualify towards the next stage.
There's never been a time where we've seen a single Singaporean, even though they know they're not going to make it, they still will perform.
They will never give up.
Yeah, they never give up. They'll just be like, hey, if we're going down anyway, we're going out with a bang. So
we're taking you with us.
Pretty much, yes. We're gonna be like, we're gonna drag it to the depths of hell with us, regardless. And the best part about it, it's gonna be so graceful.
There's a saying about Singaporeans that they are, kiasu. They're afraid to lose. They're afraid to lose.
Afraid to lose.
Yeah. Okay. So when they're at this stage, we're gonna give it all we have. And if we lose, so be it. But we're not going to go out without a fight. And that is a very admirable trait to have.
Yes, long live esports, everybody. Woo!
And also, I mean, we saw Resurgence, they did a different feat this tournament, which was they were the first team to teabag their opponents after they won. When they won
during the first round.
Yes, exactly. During the first round, they were already shooting corpses and teabagging them.
No, this is where I bring up the subject where, like, no one beats Singaporeans when it comes to trash talking. Oh my God, the mind games and the wordplay they always bring. That's why I'm super excited if Repulse, like, Royal C Cup decide to bring like the player interview, because let me tell you something, if there should be a player interview, we're gonna see all kinds of unique wordplays coming up from the Singaporean teams to the other teams. So really
see why
fun.
you watch this sport, and it's not for the Valorant, right?
Not for the Valorant play, of course, but if it comes out too, I'm like, yo, that's like a freaking bonus.
Actually, you guys didn't see the behind the scenes of when the first teabagging started just a year later. Whoa! Oh my God! Yes, teabag more!
I was casting that game, dude. Me and Jamie were like, yes, the teabagging.
This is what we wanted, right? Actual player feelings going to the game, bringing the feelings to the game. That just hypes it up to a different level.
Yes, the storylines are important, right? And today we've seen some very interesting ones. I guess because this group is so stacked, and a lot of the teams are well known, right? We see the Dark Horse that is Paper Rex, the underdog Resurgence, and BBI for now still remains a bit of an enigma. We're not really sure where they stand, because their standing in Japanese Valorant has been variant, right? Team Jupiter has looked overall a bit stronger than them.
True.
But in international tournaments, actually BBI has looked far stronger than their counterparts. So what do you guys think? Where do they stand against Resurgence? Do you think this should be an easy game for them?
It would be if they can play at their maximum potential. Like we did see them play against VS, Vision Strikers, in the first game. They were neck and neck. Every single round was a coin flip, whoever would win the round. But then the next map happened, and they got 13. They got completely stomped as well in the second half.
And the thing is this, you must also take into account as well, like BBI, they have been always taking first place in their own region among other Japanese professional teams, and they were representing Japan as well. But when it comes down to the recent global cups as well, global tournaments which they have been participating, sure, they didn't get first place, but if you see the total difference, 9 to 16 place, suddenly elevated to 7 to 8 place in another tournament, you can definitely tell they're improving, they are learning, and they're slowly preparing. So in this case, in this game, so they're going to be getting a lot of experience, and most importantly, they're getting a lot of aggressive play. And I think that's a very important lesson for them, because there are other teams as well. For example, Triple A we saw yesterday, it's very aggressive. Of course, not as aggressive as Resurgence or Paper Rex, but that is still a lesson that's going to be really opportune for them to learn.
I like that you mentioned AAA, because I would like to draw a comparison between them and BBI, because AAA, we saw them being pretty solid overall.
Oh, yes.
Aggressive, yes, but also kind of rigid, right? Their strategies were not very changing. Whereas BBI, we actually saw kind of a lot of variance for them today already.
Yes.
They're quite an adaptable team.
Yes. Yeah, they can pull out, you know, tricks from their back pocket whenever they need it. We've seen it multiple times, you know, with the Brimstone and Brimstone strategies coming in Split. So they are definitely a team that can adapt, and they definitely have a high ceiling, as we can see from their first series of the day.
Yep.
But inconsistency is plaguing them. Like we can see so far throughout this day that they have trouble maintaining the consistency of performing at that high level.
Yeah. No, maybe in this case they were just maybe at that game in particular as well, they just decided to try something different, maybe something out of their comfort zone. Maybe they'll just
You mean the last map?
Yeah, in the last map. Maybe they just decided, like, you know what, let's try not going for this full eco here. Let's just try going for partial buy, full buy, see if we can try to turn things around, turn the favor back into, or turn the tables around. Or in this case, maybe just try a different line composition. Although still, line composition is still very similar. They're still going with the meta picks. But then again, they are trying different strats here.
What was the difference then?
Well, mostly the difference is just the point of engagement, right? Because like the way they were playing against Team VS in particular was very calculated. Although sure there is some aggression when the situation calls for it, but in this game there were some points where we just realized, like, all right, they didn't actually do this. It's more like they're a little bit playing a little bit more aggressive, playing a little bit uncoordinated, or maybe at that case, maybe they were just so confident in their teammate, they were able to get the kill on Redla. But because of that, Redla was able to get a beautiful ace. So trying things out, and failure has always been a great teacher and lesson. So I think BBI, sorry, BBI will be able to take this as a great lesson for themselves. Should they be the second team to qualify for the playoffs?
Okay. And what do you think the chances of those are? Because for now, you need to get the 2-0 right against Resurgence. Let's concentrate on that. If I were to put you on the spot, and I'm taking your fence away, Leonard.
Take it away, seriously.
I take it. It's on my side. I mean, actually, I'm the fence because I'm the host. So, would you say the 2-0 is likely here for BBI?
I'll be full honest. I don't think I'll be expecting a 2-0 from this team.
Okay.
I seriously won't be expecting a 2-0 because, like I said, Singaporean pride. They are going to really show their utmost respect and aggression, especially inside this game here.
Nothing to lose.
Yeah, they have nothing to lose at all. Nothing to lose. Nothing to hold them back either. So they're going to give their all towards BBI. And should BBI take the win for 2-0, it's definitely not going to be an easy game for them.
Okay, so you think it's a 1-1 then?
Yes, 1-1.
Okay.
I'm looking at 1-1.
I think it's going to be a 2-0. I mean, BBI
smacked
at their best day.
Should you start like pre-slapping me first before we enter?
No,
the
we'll
second
see.
game?
I might lose. It might be a 1-1, and then you'll be slapping me.
Or it could be a 2-0 Resurgence.
Then we both get slapped by
Valorant.
Yeah.
I win no matter what, so I don't care.
But yeah, BBI, they have been, their best day is miles ahead of what Resurgence have shown us today. So in terms of raw skill level, as well as the ability to have that discipline to execute to a side, it has been BBI all along. Resurgence still plays that fast, loose style where they just, have your teammates just roaming around, do whatever they want, You have free reign until I tell you to go to a side.
Yeah.
So I think, BBI, especially with their aim mechanical skill in terms of aiming, they are one step ahead of Resurgence. So I think it's going to be a 2-0. I think it's going to be close, at least for one of the maps. The second map might be a complete stomp, but I think it's going to be a 2-0.
Yeah.
What maps do you think we're going to see that they're going to pick? Actually, I want to hear your BBI pick, and then you for Resurgence.
All right.
I think they might stick to Haven, not to towards Haven. They did pretty well against for BBI, they did pretty well against VS in Haven. So I think they might stick to Haven.
What about you?
very interesting as well. Like, I.
You can't pick Haven, of course.
Yeah, I can't pick Haven because I'm like research. I'm like, if I was researchers, I would definitely want to play on a map which I'm very comfortable with. Let's be honest.
Haven.
Yeah, which was Haven because let's be honest.
Wasn't the split the one they picked before?
No, I believe they went for the split because they just wanted to make things a little bit unique, right?
So
but
you don't think it was their comfort zone?
Not sure whether it was a comfort zone or not. But the thing is Haven has always been one of those maps. It's pretty much like the bread and butter for all of us Valorant players, right? Because it's pretty much the single map we start on, and we just constantly keep playing. A lot of stress has already been developed. A lot of things you can learn from corners and angles. But
why is Haven such the basic map?
Because it's pretty much the map we all pretty much just start off with.
No, of course, but like, why is it? Do you think it's the more bare bones map?
I wouldn't say the most like the backbone of all the 4 maps for sure. Because the rest of the maps also did come out at the same time with.
No, but I mean, like, do you think the other maps have more gimmicks?
Oh, gimmicks wise, if we're talking about gimmicks and situation and positioning as well, then I believe Split will be the one with the most one. Because Split, the thing is, even there is. It's not just corners and angles. We're talking about 90 degrees where
Split is all that.
Yes, it literally forces you to. You cannot just like casually just take a slight peek and assume that the guy's not there. He is definitely going to be there if you don't, and you have to fully check that and risk your life to do it. That's pretty much why even from yesterday's Group A stage, we see them picking like Phoenix, Reynas, because they know they're going to be having a lot of frontal confrontations. And if they win the confrontation, they sort of get an advantage for it. So Reyna being picked on that map, or even Sage as well. I believe Sage is the only agent that is viable to be picked on that map, even after the nerf.
So it's the only map where Sage is viable, you mean, right?
The other way around.
He's like, you go there, you only pick Sage.
10 Sages.
So yes, it is viable. It is definitely a viable pick compared to the rest of the map. I mean, you can play on the other maps, but preferably Split has the better option.
That's an interesting question. Going aside from the analysis for a second, I'm sorry, viewers, that are looking for the competitive. If you could repick heroes in this, or if you could repick agents in this game, if you could repick agents in this game,
here we go again, folks.
What would you actually want to do that? Is there any team that you think would be ridiculous if you could repick? Like you could pick like 5 of the same.
I think 5 Cyphers would be definitely.
5 Cyphers? Are you kidding me? I'm calling it right now. 5 Jets. No one is gonna be.
Oh no!
Everyone's gonna be dashing all over the place.
5 Jets? 10 Jets.
Oh god.
5 Jets versus 5 Jets. Here's my counter offer. 5 Brimstones, and you don't see anything. The whole game, you just drop smoke.
Sky smokes
every. Okay, we're talking about like that, then we might say bring 10 breaches, right? No one will be able to see probably because
Exactly.
being
Yeah. That's my strategy. You go 5 Brimstones, everyone buys shotguns, and you see who can guess where the other person is in the smoke cloud.
I think that will be the only time where the aftershock will be able to land 100% for sure because everyone keeps
5 of them. Right?
Yeah, exactly. 5, then followed by all that fault line that's just constantly going to make you get staggered. It's like I see the freaking aftershock coming, but I can't move.
I still think 10 Jets. Imagine 10 Jets having aerial battles. It's like Dragon Ball Z. People flying around, smokes everywhere. You got random people with daggers flying out.
That's true, but if you put the team like VS against one of those Jets, let's be honest, they're all gonna land all their shots for sure, regardless of whether you're flying or dashing for sure.
That'd be nasty, actually. If I was playing against 5 Jets, I would uninstall it.
Where do I look? Are you in the sky? Are you in the ground?
I'm playing like Breach, and these guys are just. You just hear all the operators.
Like, can you imagine just one jet just baits on it, use an air drop to baits, but 4 will just like freaking wind blow towards you. Just like, why? Why would you do this tailwind towards me? You know?
Well, I'm glad you guys engaged me on this really dumb question.
It's not dumb. I think it's actually pretty fun.
Food for thought. Food for thought.
I'd like to have these game
mini game, right?
Yeah, I'd like to have these little mini games. In fact, if you guys stick with a tournament, there might be some mini games we'll be displaying.
Yeah, true. But anyway, Ryan, we just gave you a fantastic idea, right?
10 Jets.
10 Jets.
Coming to a mini game near you.
10 breaches.
that is the next game mode. It's just big tits. Jettisoned away, something like that, right?
Yeah, for ceremonial purposes.
Yeah, for
ceremonial purposes.
Okay, so we've gone over the matches, we've gone over the predictions. I kind of also want to talk, since I got you guys on panel. You guys are the OG panel, so I'll tell the other guys, but I love you guys more. So the final match of the day, you guys think it's possible that Paper Rex takes 1 game off Vision Strikers?
Oh man,
we talked about them having a very high ceiling. Yes. Right? Do you think that ceiling? I throw this question back to you.
Yeah.
Do you think their tallest ceiling, the best that they can perform, can match that of Vision Strikers' consistency?
Oh no, that's a really interesting question too, because like we've seen the Vision Strikers gameplay has always been, yes, I'm definitely not gonna question their utility usage and mastery over their mechanical skills at all, because they hands down just literally, I put my hand on the table for this. No one beats them when it comes down to mastery.
2-0.
Usage. Nope, not 2-0. Not 2-0. I'm just pointing out first. But the thing is this: VS is very calculated, more calculated than BBI, because there was even that one moment where even though it's a 3v5, they're still fully stacked. They still have their ultimates as well, but they choose to back off. I know some people are questioning. Maybe even like I remember Gideon also was telling me as well, they still have enough money to buy in the next round, so maybe they want to go with a full buy and ensure that teams win will be more successful, which is true. That's what I'm trying to say. They are very calculated to the smallest of detail, whereas Paper Rex,
they don't care.
Yeah, they don't care. I mean, they're like the Asian G2. The only difference is that they are doing the right things while being very aggressive. G2, they don't care. They're like,
just lame, just free.
Yeah, exactly. They're like, I know this strategy is wrong, but we make it work anyway, right?
They probably aren't even on voice comms or Discord, you know.
Yeah, so that's why
this is going into a game. You do you, I do you.
Yeah, exactly. So that's why I'm saying this game might be a potential 1-1.
I don't think so.
1-1.
I think it's all about the skill level.
Yeah, or
if the highest you can perform is not even up to the consistency of someone else's, there's no way you can take a map off them.
That's that's where
tough words.
Yeah? No, in other words, then what you're saying is that we're
don't at me.
Yeah, no. I mean, this is the panel. We're supposed to be like discussing and trying to debating on this.
His name
right?
is Zero. That's Yoli, just in case you want to at them.
But still, like, this is since you pointed that out, that means you're not really comparing on like team strategies or mechanicals anymore. You're comparing based on personal play,
paper,
like guns, firepower in this case. Yeah. So if you're talking about firepower, like 1v1 dueling, then hands down, of course, VS.
But can you surpass that? If I have a team that just like, let's say I give you two teams, right? One team has studied the tactics of the other. They have a special plan prepared. They might even have a cheese, right?
Yes.
Can they realistically, this team, beat a team that's superior to them in the basic mechanics, just the gunplay?
That's why I'm trying. That's why Valorant is such a unique game, right? Where they have, even though a person may not have the strongest gunplay, but there are existing pointers to make up for that weakness, because there is the term, the weak has its own way to fight against the strong. So for in this case, even if you have you have the most powerful gunplay, right? There is still team play. There's still synergy. There is still usage of utility. And with the aggressiveness coming from the side here of Paper Rex, I believe they should be able to force VS in certain rounds into a certain corner and push them outside of their comfort zone to take that win for themselves.
Just kill them, lol.
That's your analysis?
Yeah, just win for it.
I mean, he's not wrong. He's technically not wrong.
Would you agree with that, though? Do you think you can surpass the individual skill involved in gunplay with better tactics?
It's pretty difficult to say. I mean, you can take a couple of rounds just by.
No, I mean like actually win the map.
Yeah, that's very difficult.
Oh yes. If win rounds, then we can debate. Win the map.
Yeah, win rounds. I believe you. Yeah, for sure.
You can't do the same.
Cheese only works like once or twice. You can't cheese 13 rounds.
You can. You can try.
You can try. Exactly.
We learn from history. We learn from anime as well. Brute force tends to win over strategy any time of the week.
That's what
it's worrisome. Those are your two teachers, history and anime. For some reason.
I mean, that's the definition of insanity.
We all
love
animes, right?
You just keep doing the same thing over and over again and expect something to change. That's the definition of insanity. And if you just keep doing the same thing over and over again and expect they're not gonna change, that's gonna be tough.
Yeah, but I'm really gonna be really excited for this game for sure.
Okay, this game is exciting. Before we go to the game itself, final predictions so that people can hear and laugh at you.
All right, I'm gonna call it right now, 1-1. Resurgent taking 1 point away from BBA.
It's gonna be 2-0.
Okay, I like that you keep consistent, so you don't make me look bad. Thank you for that. So thank you guys, panel Zero and Yololi, of course. Don't forget your H2O, Mr. Al Plus over here. We're gonna send out to the casters to see who can take map number 1 between Resurgence and Blackbird Ignis. This map will determine essentially if BBI has a chance to actually qualify and if Resurgence can help out their Singaporean brethren. Let's see what happens. Please take it away. Break time, actually, because the casters need to get ready.
Welcome to the ePulse Royal SEA Cup. Whilst we are in the group stages of this tournament, I wanted to take an opportunity to look at some of the bigger hitters when it comes to the teams involved, and who to really keep an eye on that you expect them to go out of groups, through playoffs, and to maybe even win the whole event. To do this, I'm going to go through all of the groups and highlight one of the teams that I think is going to do quite a lot. We'll start with Group A, and we'll start with Attack All Around. This is a team that's had some great results across the bigger tournaments in the Southeast Asia region. It's a team from Thailand, and they've been in the finals of the two biggest tournaments, winning the Africa TV Asia Invitational and coming second in the Cyber Games Arena Pacific Open. Both of the finals they played up against AHQ Esports, which we will talk about in a second, with a dominant win 2-0 in the Africa TV tournament and a very close loss 3-2 in a best of 5 in the CGA Pacific Open. This is a team that has a lot to prove. You could definitely tell that they've been watching both the NA and EU scene when it comes to strategies, executes, and what agents to use, and with the balance patch at the moment, I think this is a team that can really adapt and overcome any opponent, but most definitely they'll want their revenge on AHQ if they can get that far. I say that because there's a lot of really good high competition in this tournament, and when it comes to that, look no further than Group B, and the favourites over there, Vision Strikers. You've probably heard of this team. They're from South Korea, and they've pretty much won everything that they've played in. They've had some really dominant results in the Korean tournaments, most notably Clan Masters 2020, and this is a team that plays some really aggressive and exciting Valorant. It comes as no surprise that South Korea has taken a liking to a class-based FPS game, but that doesn't mean at this point that Vision Strikers are just going to have their way with everybody in this tournament. But make no mistake, this is the favourite of the tournament by a pretty large margin. Now we get onto Group C, and it's much more competitive when it comes to the teams involved, but there's not really a specific team that you look at and go, they are definitely getting out of groups and you can expect to see a lot out of them. Out of all four of the teams, Boom Esports has had the better results, but they just got to playoffs in the CGA Pacific Open and lost out to Team SMG. It's not really a solid look for this team, and really any of the four teams can come through playoffs and not be a super surprise. But since CGA Pacific Open, Boom Esports have been able to win a couple of smaller tournaments at least, and maybe with the meta changes, they might be able to find a lot more solid footing. So expect to see some pretty interesting stuff potentially out of the Indonesian team, but they're not quite at the Colossus level as Attack All Round, and certainly not when it comes to Vision Strikers. Now going over to Group D, I mentioned this team before already, and that is AHQ Esports. It's basically vice versa for Attack All Around. They came second place in the Africa TV tournament, but then won out super closely in the Cyber Games Arena Pacific Open. With that momentum, they went into the Africa TV Asia Showdown tournament, which happened last weekend, where they played up against some of the bigger teams in South Korea, like Vision Strikers as we spoke about, but also Japan's Absolute Jupiter. Unfortunately, against this team, they lost 2-0 in the semi-finals, not really having an opportunity to show their strength, losing out 13-7 and 13-8. So whilst this is a team that won the most recent tournament that they were a part of, they still have a lot to prove to really show that they're a dominant force, not only in Taiwan, where this team comes from, not even in just the Southeast Asia region, but in Asia as a whole. You'd expect this team to get out of playoffs, but if they run into a team like Vision Strikers or even an inform Attack All Round, things might be a little bit tough. But these are the favourites out of the groups. But no matter what happens, we're going to have some really great games and no doubt a few upsets along the way.
Tired of being told to get good? Just click on their heads, not helping your KDA? Want to perfect your peaks? Check out AimLab. AimLab is a free FPS trainer that blends performance tracking and analytics with its artificial intelligence and machine learning to help improve your game. From now until the end of the tournament, tweet a screenshot, picture, or video of you doing today's hashtag AimLab challenge at ePulse Gaming for a chance of winning up to one of 3 daily prizes of 4,000 Valorant points. Today's challenge is the Spider Shot Ultimate. Time to put those flicks to the test. Make sure your aim is true as you get a penalty for each orb missed. Be sure to tune in until the end of the broadcast when we announce our 3 daily winners, and remember to enter by tweeting at ePulse Gaming using the hashtag AimLabChallenge. Train your tracking, fasten your flicks, practice your precision, all with AimLab. Download the beta for free now at aimlab.gg.
And welcome agents from across Southeast Asia and the world. This is the Valorant Royal C Cup, part of the Ignition series, where 16 teams from across Asia have gathered here today to fight off against one another for a cut of the $25,000 prize pool that's up for grabs. For those of you who don't know, you can check us all out on ePulse Gaming, Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook. I'm Hound. He is a Zero, and we are going to be your commentary duo for this particular matchup. And Zero, it's a pleasure to just be here, to be able to cast with you for the first time. What are you looking forward to for this matchup? It's going to be a matchup between Resurgence, that has been effectively eliminated from this game already, and Blackbird Ignis from Japan.
This is definitely a do-or-die situation right now for the side of BBI. If they don't win 2-0, they have a chance to just get kicked out from the side of the other Singaporean team, which is, I just can't remember the name.
PRX.
PRX. PaperX. Their name just eluded me for a second there, because right now they tied against PaperX in the last round, so they need to take this 2-0. But Resurgence, you know, them being Singaporeans, they're a bit kiasu. They're not gonna go out without a fight, so they are going to give everything they have to at least try and make this close.
I do believe that going out with a whimper or a bang is definitely on the agenda for the side of Resurgence. However, a lot more time for BB Ignis, whereas Resurgence could serve to be the team that eliminated BB Ignis and could be the anticlimactic factor here for BB Ignis. In terms of what we have been watching thus far, are there any particular what's the word for it? Are there any particular like styles of gameplay that RSG has shown you that really sticks out, as well as BB Ignis?
BB Ignis just plays it very methodical, very safe. You know, even though when they killed two people on the site, when another teammate, the lurker, calls that, you know, A side is open, they would just rotate to the other side. They don't want to take the risk of them running into 3 people and just get completely destroyed there. So that might prove to be something exploitable from the side of RSG. They can play it aggressive, maybe hopefully get some early picks, and that might just throw BBI completely off their tangent.
Well, that could be a factor most certain to show itself as we head into the first round. It's going to be pistol rounds here between RSG and BBI. BBI being the attackers and RSG on defense. What do you think about this particular map, though?
Yeah, Ascent is definitely going to be more defender-sided, but it's not that much in favor of the defenders. There is a lot of hallways that you can utilize to cut off quick rotations, especially if you take control of mid, like what BBI is doing right now. So they took control of mid, and so they can just determine where to go from there, and looks like it's going to be an A hit. The spike is already in position.
Well, we do see BBI right now being able to get the first drop onto GMSG. RSG already experiencing their first casualty as the push onto A is going to be a good one from the side of BBI. BBI still has 5 healthy members, as we do see some of the smokes not going to the optimal locations onto Heaven, as we do see Hell already has somebody, another smoke being dropped down from the side of Bina. We do see more of the same, as we do see very aggressive gameplay here from the side of BBI. Neo King has been taken down, but it is going to be a 2-on-2 between BBI and RSG.
And this retake is getting harder and harder. The time is ticking out. Paranoia does connect. Repablo, he gets 1 kill. It's 1 versus 2 right now. And Banaf, oh, he's able to do it. 1 versus 2. Gets the defuse as well. This was definitely not the ending that we all expected. It was 4 versus 5, but RSG with the quick rotations was able to get it in time, and they get the first round.
Banaf right now serving as a savior and the rallying cry of the spoiler for the side of RSG. BBI definitely will feel a little bit of this early hit, but I believe that this round could be the determining factor of whether RSG will get an even bigger lead, or will it be a BBI that evens out the score between themselves and RSG? Now, what do you think about the loadout here? We do have quite an interesting loadout coming in from the side of RSG.
Yeah, quite a bit of frenzies here. Means that they want to play these close corners, hopefully get a kill or 2, and just get these Spectres out of the hands of RSG. But if they just play it really back on the side, play passive for themselves, RSG, they are just going to negate the power of these frenzies, because as good as they are in close range, they are just pitifully like BB guns in a long range fight. So they're just going to run down mid, it seems.
Ooh, a little bit of exchanges there between Banaf. Banaf being able to take down one takes a little bit too much of the commitment there, as Pablo will be able to take down Banaf. A 1-for-1 exchange there, as we do see on the market. Oh my god! Mordecai, 1, 2, and 3, and 4. We do see RSG really coming into fruition with the spoiler game here. 2 rounds for RSG.
And they actually just prepared for that. There was actually just 3 players towards B, and the rotations came in so quickly once they found out it was going to be a market play, and that just made it just a grind from the side of RSG, because that against Spectres at that close range, they stood no chance at all.
And this was the replay here onto Banaf as he was taken down for the count, and this was the market play that changed all of the outlook for the side of a BBI. 1, 2, and 3 beautifully done by Mordecai, as well as other members of RSG taking the credit. We do see now the attack coming in from Jim. Jim gets blinded himself, as we do see BBI being able to take down 2 in this exchange with only 1 member down for the count. We do see more area denial being dropped down from the Killjoy for the side of BBI. BBI going down, Spike plants it, and now it is going to be a retake coming in from the side of RSG. RSG coming in from the top side. Banaf coming with the Vandal, looking to put in some vandalous damage onto members of BBI.
This is gonna be a tough retake. I mean, they are stuck all coming in from heaven. They can just keep throwing their utility at this corner and hold towards the A main as well. This is gonna be tough, and these 1-for-1 trades are just going to favor BBI in the end.
Now Poem right now looking towards getting some beautiful poetry. Only a few more seconds left. There goes the tracking stick, or the tracking bolt, recon bolt, for those of you who are sticklers for the terms. We do see now that it is going to be an explosion, the first explosion of the game, as BBI will be able to cinch it out with Mordecai getting Rip Pablo, sending him back into the waiting screen.
Yep, 2-1. That was the first full buy round, and thanks to RSG's first 2 rounds, and also being able to save 2 guns, they can buy up in the in round number 4. BBI, they lost 3 members. They have to go for a quasi buy here. They have a couple of rifles, but Oitan is stuck with a Spectre here. Definitely still it worked, but it's gonna be slightly harder than it was.
Well, Boplek right now is going to be holding on towards the Sheriff. Sheriff is definitely in town, going to be waiting on towards this outside part. It could be another market play here coming in from the side of BBI. We did see that market play didn't turn out well for them. Paranoia comes in and hits, and Neo King, excuse me, right now goes onto the side. 1, 2, beautiful stuff coming in. 2 immediate kills coming in, as well as a 3rd for the side of BBI, as we do see members of RSG in disarray as they rotate with a sense of desperation towards the B side.
Yeah, the entry was perfect from Neo King, catching the 2 defenders off guard, and that just set up the whole tempo. Right now, RSG is facing a very impossible retake here. And German takes 1, but he's gonna get traded off there by Neo King, who finishes his 4th kill in round number 4.
Poetry is definitely on the beautiful words for the side of Poem right now, arranging those shots beautifully, as we see here from the previous replay coming out towards that market play. Beautifully done from the side of BBI, as Neo King was able to get that initial push, getting 1, getting 2, as well as Otain being able to get being able to get 1 for himself to open up that attacking phase. Beautiful stuff being shown by the Japanese team of Blackbird Ignis.
Yeah, so right now RSG, this is going to be a swing round for them. They are broke in cash. They do have a hero Vandal, but that's pretty much it. They have to try their best to hold on to these sides, and we can see they have already completely given up the B side, and they are going to focus stacking on towards A short. But little do they know, 5 players already poised to push out towards A main. The first kill has to be important. Banaf holding the corner with his Blade Storm. Can he get the opening pick?
Now the opening pick is going to be determinant on whether or not Neo King will be able to go through it. I guess there is a sense of hesitation here. Blade Storm coming out. There goes 1, almost gets 2, but goes into switch mode, stuck in animation, and will be taken down. Popogachi with the beautiful reply, but we do see RSG right now keeping it tender and keeping it tight in terms of the formation. Enemy Killjoy, the lockdown has been put down. Only a few more seconds left before people get stuck in the middle of it. The spike carrier has been taken down for the count, and the spike is going to be in limbo, but no enemies, no players are going to be detained by the Killjoy. Does slow down a little bit of the push coming in. Ooh, the one little tap coming in from Jab the Boy.
They are making it work here despite being on a very bad buy. Repablo, the only one surviving here, and he's up against 1 vs 2. 15 seconds, definitely no time for him to rotate. And Jab the Boy with his second right hook, able to get off Repablo, and they saved themselves the round.
Very nicely done from Jab the Boy, and we do see now that there is going to be a bit of a swing towards members of RSG, and economy is definitely picking up on the side of RSG with Banaf with 7,100 credits. Definitely will be able to buy out quite a bit for his teammates if they are not too economically friendly, but will be spending that money on the operator.
Yeah, I really like the tempo that RSG is playing, you know. Even though they had a bad buy, they just bought whatever they can, try and keep up the tempo of BBI, and that has been showing work. Neo King though, speaking of tempo, he's way too fast inside. Mordecai able to get the first kill, and that's going to slow down tempo quite a bit. He kills off Bowfleck. Can he get more?
I did not like how Neo King actually went into that. No smokes, just dashed in. A bit reckless there. However, it is going to be BBI that gets onto the site with 2 members here. 3 members side of RSG trying to push in. SG leading the charge here onto the other side, but we do see on this side as well, the other side of Market, we do see quite a bit. Oiten will be able to take that Jab the Boy. SG will be able to take that Oiten. Rip Pablo gets taken down as well, but Naf becomes the savior and will be able to defuse without much contest.
Shadow Step just at a bad timing when Banaf actually already pushed in. That just gave him the kill, and that gave them a round for RSG as well. So right now, BBI, they might be forced to just go underneath. BBI has something to say about it. It's not the end of the first map yet. 5-2, definitely a defender favorite map. We might still see BBI coming back from it on the other half.
Yeah, there is a possibility for a BBI to come back once the swap starts, and it could be very interesting indeed. Banaf, very, very aggressive with the peak with the operator. I do like G right now, putting in some area denial with a bit of the utility that has been brought down, and that's definitely going to slow down the push here. A little bit aggressive from the side of Neo King, gets taken out by Banaf. Oiten will be able to take down SG, but Banaf as well as Mordecai will be able to take down 2 members of BBI. Another one gets taken out, 3 kills for Banaf, and Mordecai gets the crescendo with the final kill on Rip Pablo.
RSG, their side holding is just absolutely perfect. The moment they know that one side is being committed to, they just rotate everyone, and I mean almost everyone was there, just preparing the crosshairs, preparing the counter initiation, and that just reaped the benefits from the side of RSG. They barely lost anyone in the last round.
We do see now that there could be a change of strategy here coming in from the side of a BBI. I do believe that there isn't that much there isn't that much priority being given from the side of BBI towards the mid-side courtyard. And isn't that a little bit of revealing in terms of either the knowledge or either the opportunities for them to make some of these rotations?
Yeah, definitely. Without the mid control, you cannot switch up your strategy as quickly. But right now, looking at the kills, Oitan able to open up with SG and make it a 4 versus 3. That's going to be beneficial for the attacking side, definitely, as they look like they want to go for A again.
Another A shot here is definitely going to communicate a little bit of intel. Very good choice being shown from the side of a BBI. Enemy Killjoy here, a little bit not the greatest of Killjoys. However, it does actually open up quite a bit of spot here. It's got to be careful. There goes some of the shots of the operator towards members of BBI. Banaf with another one. Banaf really working really hard, but gets hit with an ultimate from the side of Breacher, and we do see a 2v2 exchange here. There goes the plant. Spike has been dropped, but from hell! Oh my goodness, Banaf! Can he get the 4th?
He gets the
4 goes over to Banaf. What is up with Banaf today, Zero?
He is absolutely firing on all cylinders, and he is just carrying the team right now. 4 kills in this round. What an absolute fantastic hold coming from the side of RSG, and he gets the well-deserved defuse there. Give him the defuse, give him everything that they can, because he is on fire right now. 14, 3, and 2 with the operator in hand. He is an absolute beast.
Well, we do see Banaf right now, 14 kills thus far We do see that the Singaporean standouts of RSG, despite the fact that they are eliminated from the game, they want to be known as the team that spoiled the hopes for Blackbird Ignis. A little bit of a revenge as well, considering that there was a 1-for-1 between BB Ignis as well as PRX in the previous game.
Yeah, BB Ignis definitely sweating out right now, and Jab the boy, he has just been landing these shots, somehow getting the first kill on those Repablo, of course traded there by Neo King, but that gives Blazestorm up for the other Jet. That's gonna be an issue.
Banaf right now, again, 1 shot, 1 kill onto Popogachi. Oh my goodness, what was that? What was that, GermSG? Oiten just popped you in the face. That was really unfortunate coming in from the side of RSG. It's going to be a 3v3 with a slight advantage towards RSG, but nope, that advantage has been taken away from the side of Banaf. Banaf is the operator with the plan here, looking to operate outways towards members of BBI.
Yeah, Banaf has just been firing lights out so far, but they have A control. They have A control right now. Mordecai will stop them in their tracks as he gets the last 2 kills. 8-2. This half looks completely done here for the side of BBI. Can they at least get 2 more?
Well, I would like to think that BBI wants to get a little bit more up here, considering that they did manage to get it. Let's take a look at the replay. Beautiful stuff being shown from the side of BBI, from the side of RSG, coming up from the top of heaven. Some good shots being exchanged. Boom, shakalaka from Mordecai, and another one from Mordecai onto Poem, as well as Oiten, to take them down for the count.
Yeah, stealing the show there from Banaf. That was definitely all Mordecai here, stopping all by his lonesome. Jack, can he get another one?
Oh,
a little
really
bit.
good
He tried.
Some really good ones there coming in from Banaf. Looking towards getting one of those cheeky 1-taps. Oh, tries to go for the shot, but it was a turret.
Yeah, Oitan again takes it ahead. BBI Poem gets a kill on this Jab, so that's going to be an opportunity for BBI to actually take this round, trying to take mid control here. But now still holding on towards from A Heaven. Mordecai holding on towards mid. Can he get 1 pick here to make it all even?
Ooh, a little bit of commitment there from Mordecai. No. Luckily enough, it was Neo King that whiffed that shot, if I'm not mistaken. So that was a really dangerous one to take. Luckily enough, he wasn't punished too hard for it. 3 members of the side of RSG. This could be BBI's game if they play it well.
Yep, only Banaf holding on towards A side all by his lonesome. His teammates are stuck in the rotation. They cannot rotate without meeting the breach towards mid, so they have to be careful. 4 players already in, and they're gonna sell the defense. This retake is looking very impossible.
Alright, there might be a meetup here, and it seems that Mordecai will be able to get onto Poem. It's going to be a 4v3. We do members of the side of BBI underneath onto Hell here. We do see some utilities being put up. Banaf very sneaky, very quiet, trying to move as quietly as he can, trying to eliminate whatever sound cues he has, but has to be very wary on how he takes it. Takes down the turret, and it seems that the information has been pertinently communicated towards members of RSG. RSG's Neo King right now being able to take the bomb play. Mordecai takes out the Neo King, but Oiten deads it down for the count, as well as Rip Pablo gets the last remaining member of the side of RSG, getting them this very much needed 3rd round for themselves.
Definitely much needed here. If they can get themselves 4 rounds, that is still a salvageable half for them to move on. But if they don't, if they drop this 9-3 scoreline on Ascent, it's very difficult to come back from. Let's see how they can do it. Neo King has finally awoken. His op is in his hands. Can he do a little bit more just to push them over the edge?
Well, it's really interesting to see that RSG right now has put quite a bit here. All the buys have come out, and we would like to see a little bit more from the side of BBI to be as efficient, to be as competitive as they can. Oh, Popogochi might be punished from this. He's got to be very, very patient on how he does this. Let them push out, and it sees that Banaf decides to just bug out of there. A bit of an exchange between Mordecai as well as a Boplek will be able to take down 2 from the side of BBI.
Way too early before they even get any of the map control. Seems that RSG wants to take the map control away from BBI, and that just forces BBI to just commit towards this A side. But without the breach, without the Jet, how are they going to initiate and enter into these sites?
Alright, we do see the enemy Killjoy now has, the Killjoy lockdown has been dropped off on the side of BBI. could actually open up quite a bit. Don't actually really agree much with that placement. I think it could have been benefiting a little bit better if it was put up a little bit more. However, I do understand that they want to be creating as much, but Banaf right now denying Rip Pablo entry, as well as Oiten being able to get the return kill onto the side of BBI. But final member is going to be onto Oiten.
Oiten, can he get this kill? No, he cannot. And Boblek with the triple, able to finish off the first half with a strong resurgence lead, 9-3. That's going to be tough. If they lose this pistol round, RSG definitely will be taking away the first map.
Well, this is going to be very interesting indeed here, as BBI is definitely feeling the heat underneath the soul, feeling the heat underneath the soles of their feet, mainly because of the amount of pressure that's being applied from the side of RSG. Whether or not the same level of pressure is going to be applied by RSG on the offensive side, we shall have to wait and see about that, Zero.
Yeah, they are definitely not expecting all these aggressive plays coming from the side of RSG, and it's showing. BBI doesn't even have the time to set up the way they want, and they're just falling into the tempo of RSG. They are just being forced to play fast, and that's not how they usually play. And you can see them really knocked off their pedestal here. Can they actually win this map? It all is up to this pistol round.
Well, RSG right now being very aggressive indeed onto A, not going to be split off onto anyone. We did see the Cypher from the side of RSG go onto the other side to make a little bit of noise, but this is going to be where the difference is going to make between winning and losing this round. BBI's Poem will be able to take down a Mordecai from the side of RSG. There goes a shot ball from the side of Popogochi on to the spot here. We do see some shots being exchanged. Spike has been planted from the side of RSG, and it's all about BBI and the tempo that they decide to make here when they want to go for the retake. Zero.
Yeah, way too hard, way too fast. Still, it is a 4 versus 5. It is definitely possible. They got the first kill. Can they get a little bit more recon ball, revealing a lot of information? BBI gets all 3, and that's going to help them a lot. They might take this pistol round, but Nav might have something to say about it, but not before Neo King finishes him off in the head, and that just gives BBI a little bit of a breather here. They can still fight back in this half.
Very open with his shots is going to be Banaf. However, his opinions don't matter with the shots right in the head from the side of BBI, and it seems that Resurgence right now is going to be on the receiving end of an anti-eco that is coming from the side of BBI.
RSG though, they look confident. They're just going to try again and again. They are aggressive and fast plays really threw BBI off guard, but they just had slightly better aim from the side of BBI, so they managed to retake. Let's see if they can replicate the same success as they did in the last round. Round number 14 here.
Round 14 could be a very interesting one here as they're going to be going into the marker. There goes the fault line on to the side of BBI, onto the side of RSG. Good little exchange there from the side of Neo King onto Jab the Boy. Jab the Boy has been taken down, not being able to throw hands. Oiten gets his second kill for this game, for this round, Another one going over to Neo King. 5 members down for the count, and it is over for the side of RSG. As quickly as they started, as quickly as it ended for the side of RSG.
Very good, clean round from them. They didn't lose any big guns. Neo King only had a sheriff, so he's gonna be able to buy out the operator if he wants to, and that's gonna set a tempo for them. 9-5. They look to be coming back from this. Neo King looks like he wants to save another round. I think that might be a mistake.
Well, very interesting indeed here coming in from Neo King. I do believe that Neo King's how to say a loadout is definitely going to be very important, considering RSG right now playing very aggressive. We do see quite a bit of
he tried.
Neo King trying to keep it very aggressive indeed with the initial push, but it seems that he was defeated with the crazy amount of fire that was coming in towards him. He's got to be careful from the side of Germ SG, trying to go into these double doors here. Could be hit with the flash. Oh, there goes one. There goes two for the side of Poem, as well as Repablo for the side of BBI. RSG losing out 2 members already.
Yeah, this is not a great start for RSG here. They might feel themselves losing control of this game as they just full buy here, and BBI actually just lost that player with the sheriff. Neo King didn't really full buy, and they might still be able to hold on through this round. Poem still holding on towards this corner, and RSG, they cannot push in.
Poem right now dropping out the flash, will not decide to go for it, and no one has been hit. And we do see a counter rotation here coming in from the side of RSG, moving towards the mid-side courtyard from Gardens, from Tree, excuse me, may actually be very interesting indeed. Whether or not they decide to go for it, nope, they're not going to go for it. They might actually go for B here instead of going and committing it to A, considering that there are only 3 members for the side of RSG. That is, actually for the side of BBI that is holding on to it. This could be an opportunity for RSG to get another win.
Yep, Oitan spots the rotation. That's going to sound the rotation right away. And Popagachi, he does have the machine gun with the LMG. Can he get some? No, he cannot. Bowflag gets to Oitan, but Popagachi will stop him in his tracks. The spike will go down. The retake starts now.
Alright, with 5 seconds on the clock, it seems that Resurgence was able to come back and salvage this round in the nick of time here. But Banaf right now, trying to be very sneaky indeed, gets hit with the shock dart. Could be in a bit of a bother here, and it seems that the recon,
he didn't come. He didn't see him.
Crew did not see him. This is going to be paramount here. Oh, he looked away at the wrong time. Poem right now, Mordecai to defend, and it's going to be over for the side of RSG in this round. They will have enough time to defuse, and this is going to go another round towards BBI 0.
This is starting to look like a possible comeback from the side of BBI. They are 9-6 right now, with a possible eco coming from RSG, but looking at the Singaporean boys, they're not gonna go on eco. They're just gonna force it up and just play it faster and faster until they break.
Well, I'm really excited to see what members of RSG are going to be bringing to the table, despite the fact that they did have a very, very a crazy good game against teams like VS. I think that they were basically motivated by the fact that, they lost quite hard, right, against teams like this. So this is where they want to make sure that BBI earns where they go. Oh,
Neo King.
Neo King might have got another one. Unfortunate for him. Drops down the smoke and decides to bug out of there. Get out of dodge and looks to keep it safe. Doesn't want to lose that operator, but we do see Oitan right now getting some of these shots off onto Jab Boy and takes him down.
Yeah, right now they do not have the side control here. Oitan still playing around the doors. The Omen dark cover is there. They're trying to retake the side, and Oitan gets to kill those Mordecai. That's gonna sound the retreat, and that's gonna be RSG definitely not able to get any single round here. Maybe a kill? No, Repablo has something else to say, but Naf does fall.
A flawless round coming in. Round 16 has been done and dusted. Now we're going to go into round 17, and we do see that the score differential is getting closer and closer for BBI. RSG, despite the fact that they don't have nothing to lose, are definitely feeling a little bit of the heat.
Yeah, definitely losing 4 rounds in a row. That's going to start putting them on their toes here. They have to play a little bit more serious, you know, the ways that gotten them to win in the previous first half. Definitely BBI has adapted, and they have to switch up their game plan right now.
What we do see here coming in from the side of BBI, oh my goodness, Banaf will be able to get a Neo King, and it seems that there's going to be an exchange there onto the side of Banaf. Rip Pablo gets the credit for that revenge there for the side of BBI, but we do see more and more of members of BBI. Oh, that's one! Being able to stay down through the smoke. Nicely done from the side of Oitan. Will get the ally Killjoy, and this is a very good Killjoy in this particular timing. But there goes the blaze coming in from the side of RSG to deny whatever it is. And look at that, all 4 members are out. Oh my goodness, that was just great. Immediately the smokes have been dropped out. A very good flag coming in from the side of a BBI. Recon bolt has been taken out for the Count Paranoia, has hit onto the side of Popogochi. Popogochi goes for the spray, but will be able to take down Oitan. And there goes the fault line. 1 more member remaining, and there it goes. Defenders winning it for this round 0.
RSG definitely in trouble right now. BBI taken 5 in a row, and the economy is looking completely bleak here from RSG. They just keep trying brute force their way into these sites, and it's obviously not happening. They have to try some way to switch it up, maybe slow things down a little bit, but that might just play into BBI's hand, because Blackbird Ignis is known for their slow methodical play, and their fast tempo of RSG definitely caught them off guard. But looks like BBI, they have made their ways to just balance things out, and right now 9-8 from a 9-3 scoreline.
Wow, nicely done here coming in, and there goes the shock ball. Will not be able to land onto anybody. Fault line has been taken out for the count here. Excuse me, fault line has been spammed out. We do see the nanobot swarm has been put out to slow down the offense here coming in from the side of RSG. They might actually re-rotate and go elsewhere. Market may not be on the menu, and A could be the beneficial spot for them to go, but mid control right now is going to be where they want to get the most out of it. But Poem says, hello, Jab the boy!
He got the kill, switched back to the Vandal, and gave it to Neo King once again. So that was an unexpected play there, but Poem, feeling himself, says, give me the up, I want to kill on it. Dex gets a kill and just trades it right back.
And that was just brilliant there coming in from the side of BBI. There was quite a bit of, oh, but wait, Pablo. There goes one, two. Nicely done coming in from the side of Boplik as well as JMSG. But enough, we'll be able to take down Neo King. Last two members on the side of RSG, whereas BBI will be able to get into the fight. Oh my goodness, we do see some more of these shots coming in, but none of them land as Mordecai goes for the spike plants, as we do see 4 members are going to converge onto the A site with at least 2 members at Heaven.
There is still one more flash, I believe, on the breach, as well as the Omen Dart cover. That's going to make their job really easy, and the fault lines connect perfectly on Mordecai. He almost dies, but he managed to actually shadow step away, but now gets a kill onto his Pablo. But he is finished off there by Poem. Can he get one? No, he cannot. Oitan will finish him off, and that's going to be the retake. Even things out here. BBI climbs back from below. 9-9 scoreline.
Very nicely done here coming in to the side of BBI from a 9-3 will be able to come up to a 9-9. Let's take a look at that again. Beautiful stuff being shown by Rip Pablo here, getting the blind that was set up beautifully from his other teammate and follows it up with just a thing of beauty. Look at that. The blind comes in and there goes 2 on to the side of RSG. Very sad indeed, despite the fact that the push was pretty much coordinated on both sides.
Definitely the counter flashes was just on point, but can RSG switch things up? We've seen them try, we've seen them fail once again. RSG, are they going to just keep hammering at this until it works? Oh, Popagachi, his turn to take the up, but he misses.
Oh, he mucked up his was a little bit too short there. Could have been able to take down at least one or damage one of them. But we do see Banaf as well. This could be a bad side here for the side of BBI. As we do see, it is fairly even between both of them. RSG right now trying their best to move onto the mid-side courtyard. Will be able to either go towards B or A, really dependent on how they're going to be taking this route here, but they seem that they're going to be being very cheeky indeed. Goes towards the B side, towards Market as well. So we do see, Papagochi takes that one onto JMSG, just outside of the Market here. That's quite a bit of them. Oh no, misses out on some of those shots. Boom, being able to get the poetry right. Oh no! And it seems that lead will be stolen away with Poem getting the crescendo and the shot onto Boplek, and it seems that the conductor has swung our tune in favor of BBI.
Exactly, BBI just turned it up a notch once the half just switched, and Popagachi was able to get that first kill and then just help out his teammates, just created so much tempo. The Rolling Thunder was just perfect, and that just made things so easy for Poem to clean things up.
That was very clean coming in from the side of RSG as well as BBI. Both of these teams are definitely playing at a very good pace. However, we did see the glaring... there it goes. A Rolling Thunder, but takes a little bit of damage there. Neo King will not be able to get anyone down for the count here. He's very sneaky with that smoke and decides to smoke that entrance just before Market. We do see, will he be able to get through? Gets onto B side here, looking towards getting into B side, excuse me.
And they are actually falling back after using the Rolling Thunder. They just fall back. Hopefully, they were hopeful to try and force out some utilities. Popagachi pushes out aggressively, gets the kill onto his Boplek. And JMSG actually using run it back, gets a kill onto his Popagachi, evening things out.
Very nicely done there, coming in from RSG, using the ultimate on Phoenix there to run it back, get as much information as they can, was able to get a kill. A very effective and efficient use of the ultimate. But Jap the Boy being able to get Pablo, and we do see that BBI right now has 3 members compared to RSG 4, but Cypher on RSG very, very low indeed. One little hit and he gets taken down, but BBI's Neo King evens out the score here, 3-4-3.
A side has been completely given up, so BBI actually ping on the retake. Oitan just peeks at the exact right moment, gets a kill, and is able to survive as well with an inch of his health. So they are trying. Both players playing under heaven. Can they actually hold on? I don't think so. Fallout has connected. Oh no, actually able to do this. Oh, RSG able to even things out. That was an important swing round as well. RSG able to hold on.
RSG showing that you can't count out the Lions from across the continent.
Yeah.
You do show that our dear friends and neighbors are very fierce indeed. Banaf right now in possession of his much loved operator here with 23 kills in his pocket is definitely showing some of the highest kill ratios in this matchup between RSG and BBI.
Yeah, this was definitely not the scoreline we expected coming in towards this series, but definitely it has been a fantastic show. Benav with the fantastic shot off angle, able to get Neo King, and that just sets out the tempo. You lost your operator towards mid, and right now you lost mid control.
Oh my goodness, this is where RSG will be able to get quite a bit of control here and does allow a little bit of diversity in their plans. Got to be careful for Repablo though, as well as Oitzid holding on towards Garden and part of mid side out of Cubby. Oh, there goes one. Looks like he's going to be falling back a little bit of blind shots into the smoke. Will not be able to hit onto Oitzid. We do see a 4v4 here besides RSG as well as BBI. Slight advantage towards RSG right now as they will be able to hold on towards this particular spot. Very nicely done. Ally Killjoy has been taken down, and this could be a very interesting turn of event here from the side of BBI.
Yeah, the defensive down is going to force them out of the side. Detains actually jabbed the boy. He might be in trouble, but they have no idea where he is. Trying to snap through the smoke. Oitan gets a kill on this Banap, and this retake looking more possible and possible as Bobagachi gets a kill. Jab the boy falls. Germ SG will fall. And then it's just one more player remaining. Mordecai actually stops defending Oitan, but Repablo will be able to finish him off. They do get a defuse in time, and what is going on there?
A little bit of a visual bug right there. It seems that the action was too fast that Phoenix wasn't able to fall down properly. But what was the double-edged knife that spelled the doom for the side of RSG? The badly placed blaze that came out from Germ SG.
Definitely.
I felt that was really, really in favor for the side of BBI, and if they actually put a little bit more thought into that blaze, it could have actually worked out really well for RSG.
Yeah, just blocked out so much they needed to stop the defuse, and right now just points away from the match point. Two more points away from the side of BBI, whereas RSG needs to claw up with 3 more wins. I don't think any losses will benefit members of RSG anymore. They have to be able to score this one out, but we do see that it is very, very interesting indeed, as some members, I think most of the members for the side of RSG are going to be holding on to Phantoms as well, but I think I did see one member as well not going to be a full buy, so this is going to be very interesting indeed to see how they are going to be working this around with substandard loadouts. Yeah, they're definitely just playing for the last round here, mostly just running around with ghosts. There is a Blade Storm coming from the Jet, but that's the only arsenal they have working with, and they're rushing in right away.
Alright, so we do see Market right now being held from the side of Germ SG. Germ SG takes some of those shots off, but gets taken out from Oitan. Oitan gets the double. We'll get another one here on to this side, because we do see that Oitan right now holding on to the top of box on site. RSG does have 2 on Market. Oh, Neo King as well. Oh, Banaf! Not 1, not 2, but it's going to be the last man standing for Banaf, and gets taken out for the count by Neo King.
Oh, BBI on match point right now. What an improbable comeback, 9-3. Right now they are 10 and 12. BBI managed to rally themselves and 1 point away from taking this much needed map. This is going to be a very good show going on.
Alright, so let's take a look at the replay here. The flash was good, but he was looking out the other way as Bopla gets taken down. There goes one, there goes the other one, but it's not going to be enough, as the final one will be the determining factor for the side of BBI to win that round.
Neo King.
Oh, Repablo! But look at that, BBI! BBI closing it out, saying we don't want any more, we have had enough, and that is going to be the game for the side of RSG and BBI, with BBI coming out the victor in the Ascent map. Beautiful stuff being shown from the side of BBI and RSG, one of the more competitive matchups that we have seen thus far. What do you think about these stats that you see on the screen thus far, Zero? I think it's really impressive to see Banaf as well as Oiten and Repablo.
Yeah, Oiten, Repablo, they all held their own. But then RSG, they just had so many players that did not do their jobs. Like Boplek, GermSG, they had their moments, but you know they always fall short when they were needed to step up. And Banaf can't carry a team full of 4 players. She's a jet. She looks really skinny. Doesn't look like she can lift too much. So that just was the tempo of the second half. You know, she did fantastically in the first half, but in the second half it was just too tough on the attacking side.
Okay, what I need to also take into account, what needs to be taken into account is also the fact that Banaf was, I think, the highest leader in terms of first bloods.
Yeah.
So he did get quite a bit of picks, and I think that was something that they really need to play around.
Mm-hmm.
But however, we did see that BBI was a little bit more well-rounded in terms of what they offered, and they were a little bit better with some of the rotations. But I think the biggest glaring thing that was very revealing for the side of BBI was the fact that they were very bad in defense.
Yes,
on offense. Excuse me.
Yeah, and not to take away from BBI as well. I mean, like you said, their rotations were on point. They just know how to retake these sites. And the tempo in the second half, RSG tried to keep up with that fast tempo play, but BBI had none of it, you know. They just stopped them at their roots, not letting them take these sites so easily, and that just completely threw RSG off. The second half was just a runaway for the side of our BBI.
And I think coming in for the side of BBI, they were able to adapt fairly quickly as soon as the swap happened, and I felt that that was the determining factor for them to be able to steal away the victory from RSG. RSG, rather unfortunate for them to actually see our neighbors from across the causeway to be handed a steady defeat. However, it wasn't a dominant defeat.
Wasn't a stomp?
It wasn't a stomp, thankfully. And one of the things that I felt that was really great for RSG was the fact that this is a team that is, I think this was ever Valorant I think at this level, international tournament, right? So it definitely goes to show that I tip my hat off, my proverbial hat off to all those guys at RSG, mainly because of, well, they are esports organization, a huge one that spans multiple titles, and they've been around, I think, maybe for the past 3-4 years.
Couple of years already.
So I believe that with the proper training and the proper infrastructure and resources which they already have, and coaching, I believe that Resurgence is going to, for the lack of a better word, resurge.
Yeah, they can go far. We've seen these players, they have the spark in them, they have the potential. So it's just up to, more experience being gained from all these different tournaments they join. But looks like the panel is ready. They're going to talk about, what went wrong for Resurgence in the second half and what they can do to continue on with this tournament. Take it away, panel.
Tired of being told to get good? Just click on their heads, not helping your KDA? Want to perfect your peaks? Check out AimLab. AimLab is a free FPS trainer that blends performance tracking and analytics with its artificial intelligence and machine learning to help improve your game. From now until the end of the tournament, tweet a screenshot, picture, or video of you doing today's hashtag AimLab challenge at ePulse Gaming for a chance of winning up to one of 3 daily prizes of 4,000 Valorant points. Today's challenge is the Spider Shot Ultimate. Time to put those flicks to the test. Make sure your aim is true as you get a penalty for each orb missed. Be sure to tune in until the end of the broadcast when we announce our 3 daily winners, and remember to enter by tweeting at ePulse Gaming using the hashtag AimLab Challenge. Train your tracking, fasten your flicks, practice your precision, all with AimLab. Download the beta for free now at aimlab.gg.
Hello and welcome back to the Royal SCA Cup panel. This wonderful tournament, of course, made by ePulse, part of the Ignition series to promote the wonderful esport that is Valorant. We're watching the top SCA teams and we watched a wonderful match just now. My name is Owl Plus. I'm here with Gideon Q and Seek and Strike, but they don't get to speak yet because we have a little promotion that we got to talk about, which is our little tournament, the AIM Lab tournament, or little mini game, I guess, the contest we're running. See, right now we've partnered with AIM Lab because we saw a problem in the Valorant scene, which is that everybody I play with sucks. And I talked to my bosses, and I said, I mean, I know I'm in Iron 2, but is that enough justification for why everyone around me sucks? And I said, no, let's do something about it. So we contacted AIM Lab. AIM Lab are this wonderful company, and what they do is they help improve FPS players' aim by, you know, a diversity of minigames. So it's fun at the same time as you're improving. And we're doing a contest for them right now. See, if you go to the hashtag daily challenge for AIM Lab, which you can find on our social media at Epulse Gaming, and then you tweet a picture at Epulse Gaming with a screenshot, a picture, a video of you completing that AIM Lab challenge, you enter into a raffle to win a potential prize of 4,000 Valorant points.
It's a lot of Valorant points.
That is a lot of Valorant points. Don't speak, please. My God. Jesus, this panel. 4,000 Valorant points for you to take up to 3 winners every single day. And right now, we don't have many contestants. So there's actually a really large chance that you can win. There's not much time left. So if you are interested in participating, you should film it now. Don't watch this panel. It's not worth it. Go to AIM Lab and try to download this application at either aimlab.gg or aimlab.com/Royal SEA Cup. And you guys will be able to participate and potentially earn a lot of Valorant coins. Now that said, what happened with that game, guys?
Oh, finally. Because this game was an absolute head turner, because initially it starts off with RSG really ramping things up. They start off slow. Okay, we play it slow. We're going to be a little bit aggressive. We get 1 or 2 kills. We start pushing in. It's looking good. Get 2 rounds in. Still looking good. Get 4 rounds in. Okay, this is really starting to ramp up. 5th, 6th round, and finally it's 6-1. Not looking good for BBI overall, and then it just turns. 9 games in, 9 rounds coming in from RSG, and BBI something just turns in them. They go on the defensive, and they come out on top.
Yeah, with the exception of Haven, actually. So this is a little bit surprising. BBI much better on the defensive end, specifically on Ascent. That they are Ascent specialists. Before today, before their matches, they've been winning 2/3 of all rounds on defense, which is absolutely amazing. We saw that come into effect here. They were down, I believe, by 6 rounds at the half, and they still come out and win by 3. Not the biggest margin, but still a comfortable margin.
Yeah. I don't know. I definitely thought that momentum was going to come into play. We did see that match previously, BBI against VS, and VS at the time had a significant lead on Ascent, and they just couldn't pull that one back. I guess they just didn't have enough leeway, but against RSG, even at the slimmest of margins, they still were able to kind of clutch and pull through.
Yeah, and I mean, real quick, just to really show this off, Oitan, he's really the only one that's playing Killjoy now. Usually it's going to be the Cypher, Omen. They still have Repablo on this Omen, as well as the Breach, Sova, and Jet. So everything's pretty standard. Usually you almost always have the Cypher. Even on attack, it can be really useful on a map like this, where aggressive lurks from the defenders can be quite deadly to your game. I mean, we saw how Resurgence ended that. We saw how BBI ended that one. Just an aggressive push out from B was incredible. It was literally a 5-second round to take the win, completely snuffing out Resurgence at the end. What a finish.
Why are they so good in defense? Why do you think? If you're watching this team, I mean, you're right though. Even in maps where defense is not even favored, they're actually better at defense and offense. Why do you think that is?
Do you want to take this? Because my opinion is firmly because they are one of the only teams who are just dedicated, no matter what map it's going to be. If they want to, we're going to throw Killjoy in there.
You think it's a Killjoy factor? Would you agree, Seek and Strike?
I don't know. Actually. That's interesting, because they will run the Cypher on some maps. Oitan is kind of a flex in that scenario where they're either going to go with the Cypher, or for that Killjoy. They both provide a lot of information. I think it depends. I would say more so on the map. I think this is just kind of their home field. They really feel comfortable on the defense, and well played to them. I mean, like you were saying, that first half, even especially the first 6 rounds, were not going their way, but they stayed level headed. And hey, we just got to get as many rounds as we can. Remember that split map we casted?
Yes.
That was Group A yesterday, of course, but it's got to be that same mentality of, hey, we just got to get our rounds in, and we'll play our half. And I think that's kind of more of what makes the difference here. I think since not many people run this Killjoy, it could be a little bit of that surprise factor. It's more utility that's somewhat hidden. It gives you a lot of information that the Cypher kind of doesn't. So could be some of that, but usually we still see the Cypher more often. I don't think we're going to see the meta switch to Killjoy unless we see Cypher nerfed, which I think is incoming anyway.
Yeah.
But we'll see. Maybe they're ahead of it. Maybe they're playing post-nerf already.
Could be. I mean, I do think that Killjoy overall is an odd pick, and especially on attack, she really struggles until you get that until you get the plant down. Then it becomes, okay, now I have a very clear idea of what I need to be doing. In comparison to Cypher, who at least has the spy cam to just go, okay, block tripwire the back of me just to make sure lurkers don't catch up. Drop the spy cam just to get information on certain angles, and then it's more clear cut than Killjoy's role.
I see where you're coming from, but I feel like the Killjoy still fills a very similar role, right? You're going to have the Nano Swarm, right, which you can pick back up in case you lurk back on through and decide to use it aggressively. You're going to have the turret especially that does a very similar role. Yes, it's not as good as the camera because it doesn't give you the information of how many. You can't switch to it on, but it lets you know, hey, someone's there, and that's additional information, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. I really think it's the map. I think they stay calm and they play their game and they take Series 1. Really impressive stuff.
Honestly, if this was a best of 5, we might actually have more data to kind of really talk about, because these best of 2s, the engagements are really short. They're in on the site, they're dead on the site, or they win the site.
Well, it's not just the map though, because we have been watching BBI the whole day. Maybe even saying they're so strong in defense is not the right angle. Because the reality is that there's a massive difference between them on offense and them on defense. Their offense has been incredibly weak. Earlier today, we saw this completely in that map where they got absolutely destroyed by VS. Part of that was the weak offense in general.
I'm gonna contest that a bit. I think other teams in their group have just been really good at the lane. Right?
Okay.
You see them play, I mean, what's his name? King, right? He is a specialist at this. He's got the information, so he's there. He's mechanically skilled enough to find these picks, but more importantly, even use his utility just to prevent teams like BBI from really setting in. Because I think they're so good on defense because they can really dig in. They can get entrenched. They have that 30 seconds of buy time to figure out the game plan and to get it going. But on attack, I think that's where it doesn't quite come together for them because they get interrupted. They don't get a perfect engagement. You very rarely do get a perfect engagement where you just kill the defenders and get to entrench yourself. I think that's really the issue here, is that they've been playing against some strong performers here that are just challenging them. And yes, you can't always expect such a clear entrance, but I don't know. I think it has more to do with the enemies than it does just due to the nature of the attack.
I think we also have to talk a little bit about RSG's performance as well, because, I mean, initially they started off the day not too bad. They were really contesting the points, ending the game at 13-10 on their game 2 in bind against PRX, which is the next map they're going to be going in. Is going to be the next map that they're going to be into against BBI. So that's something to keep watch out for, because they really gave a run for their money for PRX. Almost the exact same situation, pushing it up to about 10-10 before PRX pushed through for the final extra 3 rounds.
I think another big difference to look at is if you look at who's the first death, which is a pretty cool stat, the Spike GG will give you. Looking at the side of Blackbird, it's going to be Neo King. That makes a lot of sense. He's on the jet, right?
Yeah.
But if we could try and frame this over to the defensive side, it very rarely is anyone else. He is absorbing the brunt of these deaths. He's playing always very aggressive, usually mid lane, usually going for these quick operator kills, especially on a map like Ascent. We've seen teams not really wanting to challenge, but the fact that he's getting so aggressive means that they got that early information. Information is everything in this game. Being able to rotate, making sure that maybe we shouldn't rotate that much. And this shows that they're probably using a lot of utility on Neo King in the mid lane due to the fact that he's simply dying so much. I think this is a kind of an underrated thing about this team, is Neo King. He dies 9 times, first death in the round. That's not amazing.
That's what matters.
I mean, he literally has
It's
to
not-
bite the bullet for his team.
Right. It's not a literal trade for a person always, but it's always a trade for utility, which is a trade within itself. Most teams are actually not looking to do that, especially if you're looking at Resurgence, for example, which is a team that actually took a fair amount of trades in the first matches we saw earlier today. It was always person for person. They're not looking so much at the tactical area. They're looking to make, very simple maths, right? And maybe you are onto something. The BBI is playing this game in a different way. Maybe they see the value in kind of the distraction that provides.
Yeah, because Neoking, I think it's unfair to say he's boom or bust, right? Because, sometimes he tries to go for a pick mid and he gets operated back, or sometimes he dies, but sometimes he dies because there's 3 people there, right? That's information. I think really Black BBI, they do very well with this, and maybe we can say that they're rotation specialists perhaps, because they're all about getting bodies in the site. I think so frequently you take a look at that minimap and I find myself going, oh man, Resurgence, they're going to hate to find 4 people here somehow, just like it's so difficult. I think that's what really sets them apart.
I think BBI for a fact when it comes down to defending a lot of these situations, they're really good at going for they initiate the fight, get onto the site, but I think what they're also pretty weak at is their post-plant situations, because if it's not a map that favors them and they're very comfortable with, you can definitely see like the setups for the crossfires just aren't aligned perfectly. Some of them are just happen to be looking at the wrong direction. Sometimes it's definitely something to keep an eye out for.
By the way, I have to point out this stat because it's kind of incredible, right?
Oh.
We got Benoff on the Jet. 6 first bloods of the match, right? On a Jet. Never died first in a round ever, right?
Huh.
That's quite significant. So they got an entry success rate of 100%, right? That means that they're always, at least if they're the entry fragger, they're always picking someone off and they're never dying first in those trades. That is massive, right? That is some way that they can stop Neoking. Maybe that's why he's having such a bad map, but even still, he gets that information. I think you're on the ball there with that post-plant scenario, because if we kind of look, I mean, you never really, it's a team game, right? It's never down to one player, but some of the kill numbers are just simply lower. A Phoenix, right? You'd expect them to be at least a little bit higher, not towards a 1 KDA. No one really cares about KDA, right? It's not that important, but it still should be approaching the 1 level. Gurmag on the Phoenix this game, 9 and 18. Not having a very good, and that's your entry fragger, right? That's the guy that should be looking for information, just not on the ball here.
Okay, I mean, we are going now, though, for Resurgence to their, I don't know, favorite map, but they've been trying to pick it every single time. Every time they've lost, they've picked it. They went directly to this. Do you think this is going to get in the... Actually, first of all, why? Why do they keep relying on Split?
Oof, I don't know. That's a tough one, because I feel like they can definitely perform. If I was the enemy team and I was a point down, I'd be looking for the map that heavily favors a side of which I'm very comfortable with. I know the map, and especially if there's a very clear advantage, like it's very defender favorite or it's very attacker favorite. Depending on how my team plays, one of those 2 maps are usually going to be selected. But in this case, they go for something that's relatively neutral, Bind. And I think it comes down to just how prepared RSG is for this tournament, because for a fact we know that on Bind itself, they really like doing that setup on A. Three smokes, rush into site, get that spike down, look to kind of cover U-Haul, have one a little bit down A main, and another one just pushing back after they drop that Sage Wall. So it's something that they consistently do.
Yep, I agree. Sorry, I'm just continuing to look through some stats.
All right, but I want to hear your thoughts though on the map choice here as well, because if you're going you bring up some really good points. Going for a neutral map is not the first time they do this. It's actually I think the 3rd, I want to say.
This is the 3rd time.
Because they've already lost the other 2 series as well. The first game they lose, and they still always go for this kind of neutral map. Is it perhaps the idea that in a neutral map you can never get snowballed, or it's harder to get snowballed, and you can always gain back momentum?
I don't think it's because it's harder to gain a snowball or easier, because at the end of the day, if you're winning rounds, you're naturally going to snowball, If you're breaking your opponent's economy, no choice, the next 2 rounds they're going to have to save. I just feel that, I guess they are more comfortable in a map. They could be more comfortable on the map of Bind, or they just really like fair competition. It could be a thing, They just like, okay, I want you guys to play at your best. You better be beating us at our best, or we're gonna beat you.
What a wholesome analysis.
They want everyone to have fun.
Yeah, they're like, we might be out of the tournament, but we're at least gonna go out in the sportsman-like fashion.
Well, I wasn't really thinking more of the sportsman-like. I wasn't even thinking about the fun factor. It's like, you better be ready because we're bringing our A game.
Yeah, I mean, on a map like Bind...
No fun here. Nobody's friends.
Maybe outside of it, but in-game, all enemies.
I think really the defense choice is going to be a bit annoying for Resurgence, right? Looking at their attack stats, it's not good. Half of the actually, Venoff is the only one to have higher than a 0.5 KDA, right? Which is just brutal, right?
And this is for the whole tournament, right?
This is just for attack in this last round. Because I'm thinking of the mental game. Going into, yes, it's a neutral map, much like Haven, right? But these guys are just, they really are the defense experts. I don't know how you break this. You have your Phoenix with only 4 kills on attack, which is okay, but in what, across, I think they must have played, how many rounds total? 11, it seems? It's not amazing. They just can never seem to really get the information correctly, and they're just getting out-rotated by Blackbird, and it's a really cool defensive game to see. I love watching the minimap during this game, and yeah, I think that's something to pay attention to.
All right. I mean, that's a good point, but you know what? I'm going to hold it and see whether or not they're going to change it up, because the question for me is whether or not they're going to be picking Sova just because of that lack of info.
But I want to hear right now, though, before we go and throw into the game, what are your predictions? Do you think Resurgence can tie the series? Gideon?
The way BBI has been playing so far, I think they're coming off of a lot of momentum here. I'm going to have to give it to BBI.
Seek and Strike?
Yeah, I don't think so. I think we're going to see something close to like, probably like a 10-2 first half. I'm going to be a little bit bold here.
For BBI, I presume.
For BBI, I think Neo King's really going to pop off. I think we're going to see really the utility of the Killjoy as well. I'm all in on BBI. I'd love to see a close match. Don't get me wrong, but I think on defense here, I think they are totally in their comfort zone to secure this 2-0.
All right, panel is going for BBI, but let's see if reality agrees with them, because Resurgence, they still have a chance. This means nothing to them, but it means a lot for the group. For if they manage to tie this series, it takes away the chances for BBI to even qualify at all. They really need this point. Let's see if they can bring their A game. Let's go now with game number 2 between Resurgence and Blackbird Ignis.
Tired of being told to get good? Just click on their heads, not helping your KDA? Want to perfect your peaks? Check out AimLab. AimLab is a free FPS trainer that blends performance tracking and analytics with its artificial intelligence and machine learning to help improve your game. From now until the end of the tournament, tweet a screenshot, picture, or video of you doing today's hashtag AimLab challenge at ePulse Gaming for a chance of winning up to one of 3 daily prizes of 4,000 Valorant points. Today's challenge is the Spider Shot Ultimate. Time to put those flicks to the test. Make sure your aim is true as you get a penalty for each orb missed. Be sure to tune in until the end of the broadcast when we announce our 3 daily winners, and remember to enter by tweeting at ePulse Gaming using the hashtag AimLab Challenge. Train your tracking, fasten your flicks, practice your precision, all with AimLab. Download the beta for free now at aimlab.gg.
Okay. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to another exciting match in the Royal C Cup for Valorant. This is Mia. My name is Zero, and of course, joining me is the Hound, and we are going to watch map 2 of the match between Blackbird Ignis and Resurgence, where we did just see Blackbird Ignis had a fantastic comeback in the first map. But right now, we're talking about Bind, the second map of the series. What do you think? What are your expectations coming into this map?
Well, I believe that we're going to be seeing a lot more aggression. That could be the playstyle that Resurgence decides to actually adopt and use moving forward against members of BBI. And I do believe that Bind is the map. For those of you who are a little bit unclear which one is Bind, is the one with the teleporter, right? Exactly. So there's going to be quite a bit of rotation-heavy plays, and I do believe that certain parts of the map are very dangerous to walk through without that much utility. So it has to have, there's an element of crucial timing behind it that I feel that is needed to make sure that it creates avenues of safety for teams that are playing on defense or offense, for the offensive side. So judging from what we have seen thus far in this second round, it was RSG that picks up Bind, and it is going to be Ignis that plays on the defense first.
So this is a more defensive-sided map because there's just so many ways you can defend, and also there are just so many potentials for you to just
lurk around or wrap around, come from them from behind or different angles. So it's a very defender-sided map. Probably 8-4 on the defending side is a good scoreline to start off with. I mean, we did see RSG start off with 9-3 in the first half, but that didn't mean anything because they didn't know how to attack, or maybe BBI was just way too good in attacking.
Yeah, and that's the thing that I feel that is going to be very, very important to note. I do believe that it was a BBI that really likes to use the killjoy, offensively and defensively, and I think that could be a very interesting wild card that they could use out to clear out some of the more important and more dangerous parts of the map as we get into this determining game. Whether BBI stays or whether BBI goes, it all depends on whether or not RSG will be able to be the spoiler here. Remember, ladies and gents, BBI has to win this best of 2 if they want to proceed.
Yep, exactly. They are just one win away. If they win this match, they have a very good chance to move on because their opponents, which is Power Rex, is facing Vision Strikers in the next round, which, to be honest, they are one of the toughest teams to face in this tournament. They are expected to lose out 2-0, but of course, there might be an upset there. We never know. Right now, BBI can only do what they can, which is to try and defend against RSG. They are so fast going down towards Hookah.
Oh, fault line coming out towards Popogochi. Doesn't land onto him, but lands on his teammate. We do see Hookah right now is where all of them is going to go through. Oh, immediately into box there. Very nicely done there. Coming in from the side of BBI. We do see that RSG already losing out 2 members. Goes for the plant. Plant has been denied. Coming in from the side of Popogochi. Banaf gets onto the revenge onto Popogochi. There goes another one. One more left as BBI gets the win in this opening round.
Yeah, BBI looked completely prepared for that push. They just stacked 3 players there, and when they pushed in, the remaining 2 players from A just rotated over, and they just made it so clean. They barely lost any members, and they can buy in this round. They're not gonna buy on Neo King. He always likes to save for that operator. He's just gonna go for a sheriff, while everyone else goes for their specters as well as their LMGs.
Well, wise choice here coming in from the side of RSG to just save it out. They want to be able to build up an economy towards the next round to be able to come out fully kitted. However, I do believe that there is going to be a little bit of expenditure here of a utility that could come from the side of BBI. We do see U-Haul right now. Could be very interesting here with the push that's coming in. Immediately, RSG Germs going for it, but this did not. Oh, Popogachi gets Germs SG down.
Yep, absolutely perfect. And he's gonna get even more with his LMG. Gets the 3rd kill. Janta Boy gets the kill on this Neo King, but the spike is not planted down. They made that play just to get the spike down, but Popogochi, as well as the breach with the aftershock, was able to stop the plant, and RSG is stuck right now in U-Haul. Can they actually get out of this chokehold?
Oh boy, one last one here. On to this particular spot, tries to go for it. Oh, Banaf, very sneaky and very cheeky indeed, being able to take down Poem, as we do see a little bit of a rotation here, and it seems that the spike will not. It's going to be pretty tough for him to get the. Oh, some good shots there being exchanged for the side of Banaf. Tries to go for some of the long range shots, goes for the reload. He's got to be careful that he doesn't get taken down, and he does get taken down by Oiten with the quick movement onto the flank.
Yep, still a pretty good round from RSG. They managed to take away 2 guns from the side of BBI. Right now, the gun round will be the one that sets the tempo for the remaining. If RSG takes this round, we're back to ground 0. If BBI takes this, though, they might be facing, for the side of RSG, they might be facing a very tough scoreline to come back from. As Popogachi with the 3 kills with the LMG, he decides, I'm gonna stick to it. I'm gonna get even more in this round.
Alright, so we do see full buys here coming across the full all teams. A lot of Vandals as well as Phantoms being picked up. Oh, we do see Boplek right now being able to get that first kill onto Neo King, as Neo King rushed out a little bit too fast, a little bit too recklessly. But we do see Repablo will be able to get one for himself, evening out between the numbers of BBI and RSG.
Yeah, unfortunately, he was not able to retrieve the Vandal that he got from the kill, so he's to start with the Spectre. Right now, looks like for the side of RG, they are going to make a B push, or are they just going to wrap around towards the long side of their spawn and hopefully catch someone off guard? Looks like that is their plan right now.
Very interesting to see members of Resurgence now being very ginger with the steps, moving towards the A side here, may actually spot out the enemy team's Cypher by Oiten right now, just hanging out on the corner here, being very sneaky and cheeky indeed, and apparently it does seem to get a little bit of info there, and showers could be where they could be coming from, or they could be coming from the teleporter side. Very interesting indeed, as smoke here has been dropped. Left. We do see 30 seconds left. Urgency is definitely going to be felt. There goes the fault line onto Banaf. Banaf immediately drops down the smoke onto U-Haul as Jap the Boy, as well as Boplek has been taken down by Rip Pablo as well. So this is going to be a very, very tough turn of events here. Oh, good from Banaf.
The RSG has just been facing against a brick wall that is BBI. They have just been able to stop this bomb, the spike plant over and over again, and they just got another kill here. Not the cleanest of rounds, but BBI gets it done. Despite RSG coming up with that huge rotational play, BBI was able to make the read in time, and it was all up to Oitan, who got the information. He put the cam at the right place at the right time, got the information. His teammates were able to rotate, and they stopped the bomb plant.
Very good here coming in from the side of BBI, getting 3-0 here in 3 rounds thus far. Fourth round could potentially go either way, but judging from the lack of funding that members of RSG are facing, this could be a round that is heavily favored in BBI's standing. So I do believe that RSG has got to be very ginger with how they want to approach some of the situations. So we do see Hookah right now, quite a bit of action here, as we do see Banaf goes into the air slightly, but we do see Poem as well as Oiten getting 2 kills and 1 kill respectively for him, as we do see 3 members for the side of RSG taken down for the count.
Yeah, Oiten was just so efficient in holding on towards this side, and right now Banaf as well as his teammate just stuck in the side, not really able to do anything else, but now still holding on to his blades. Oh, he gets 2, he might be able to get a little bit more. He's just been on point with these blades, and he has been the lone shining star of an RSG team that has been struggling to close on maps. He gets a 3rd.
Oitan has been taken down for the count here. BBI looking towards being very ginger with how they approach this, and will be able to take the Banaf, but Banaf, as expected from round number 1, has been fragging up kills left, right, center, back with the jet pickup, and as we see it here, Poem right now just hanging out, and we do see Oitan right now being able to take down Mordecai off our view, but this was where Banaf was very cheeky and very, very good with those Blade Furies. However, it wasn't enough though for 2 kills. It was going to be the 3rd, that the creme de la creme.
Yeah, this is going to be the swing around though. Whatever just happened, it all boils down to this. Can RSG finally get a round on the board, or will BBI extend the lead even more? Neo King, 6 shot with the operator, makes it fast, gets 1. Oh, but Boplek were able to answer with the kill onto Neo King. Ripablo gets killed. Jap the Boy. Popagashi will be able to get kill Dream SG, and Ripablo with the ultimate, with the orbital strike, kills off Boplek, and it's down to Banaf. The spike is in an awkward situation. He gets scouted out there. He has to run. He has the operator in hand. He does not want to give it away.
Alright, he's got to be careful though. A little bit of smoke there being put down. BBI Gochi goes immediately for the chase. Got to be very careful on how they want to approach this, because it's going to be a double aim here. One gets taken down. Make sure he doesn't get taken down as well. Will be able to take up the operator for his team. Very nicely done indeed here, coming in from the side of Popo. Gochi immediately drops down to the ground, the operator, and gives it on to Neo King, who I believe isn't doing that well in this round.
Yeah, he hasn't been really presented with the opportunities. He got a kill. He tried to fall back. He got shot in the head from the side of, I think it was Boplek, but right now, he's 3-3. He doesn't really need to step up as much, as Oitan has just been an absolute beast in this round. So has Popagachi holding on to his A side. Both of these anchors in their individual sides has been absolutely huge. So Oitan gets the information. He's going to fall back right away off Hooker. He's going to give up Hooker, but he gives the information. Hey, there is at least 2 guys pushing on towards B.
Alright, fault line there going on to Banaf. Hits onto 3. Luckily enough, it isn't going to follow up with any members lost there. Got to be very careful indeed indeed does signify quite a bit. The Lear has gone down, and we do see that the Cyber Cage has been dropped down from the side of BBI to deny whatever push that's coming in. Hunter's Fury going once, going twice, manages to hit, and will go out with the shock dart. Will it hit one? It does! Onto Mordecai, goes for another one. It's got to be very careful indeed here, but Jab the Boy will be able to take him down, but not right now being revealed with the recon ball, and we do see BBI right now following up really well, flawlessly for 6 rounds. This could potentially go their way.
Yeah, the Sova was huge with the Hunter's Fury into his shock bot there, and Jab the Boy has to try and run for dear life. He does have the Neuro Theft, but definitely not the round to use it. Maybe he gets a kill. No, Oitan has something else to say, and that word is no, as BBI takes 6 rounds in a row. RSG yet to get themselves on the board in this first half.
6,000 credits there going over towards Oitan. Could actually buy his whole team everything here. Very, very good stuff being shown from the side of BBI. Let's take a look at that play again, coming in from the side of Resurgence as well as BBI. Very good stuff here, but man, oh man, was this Hunter's Fury from Popogochi very good. The shock dart comes out, manages to take down Mordecai, and it was just beauty in terms of just getting that off. But oh no, Neo King right now goes off, decides to fall back, gets 1, and will not be punished for it. Only 9 HP lost in that exchange.
He's gonna be able to back off to a safer position, but the spike will be going down. Can he get a quick? Yes, he can. He stops the spike plan, but he gets finished off. Here comes the Rolling Thunder trying to buy a little bit more time, but Nav not able to get the trade. But Mordecai and Jab the Boy will be able to, though, leaving it to a 2 versus 1. This is finding the chance for RSG to strike in. They have the complete bomb site, they have heaven control, and right now, despite only one member having full health, Oitan will have a very tough push into it. He does have Neuro Theft though, so that is that one advantage he has, but looks like he's not going to even try for it.
Oh, Jab the Boy pretty low indeed here. I do believe that coming in for the side of BBI, they may actually want to play this a little bit safe. However, we do see that a little bit of risk of being taken from the side of Oitan. Very interesting here, coming in from a spot, may be able to get one. Oh, gets one.
He got only the low one though, as there is one player towards heaven. Can he clear out in time? Yes, he can.
Does. But does he have enough time to defuse? Yes, he does. Luckily enough, but will it be enough? He goes and clutches it. Nicely done coming in from Oitan, and it seems that Oitan looking to be the savior in this round.
That was the round that RSG had to win, and it somehow slipped through the fingers. It was just perfect retake play coming from Oitan, getting the low HP player first, and then checking towards heaven after seeing where the spike was planted. He read it perfectly, he got the kill, and he just got BBI the 7th round on the board. RSG must be feeling very, very bad right now.
RSG does have quite an ample opportunity there. Nicely done from the side of Oitan to be able to turn this around, despite the fact that we do see the attacking side for the, the defending side for the side of BBI doing pretty well. Will it be the case here? But do we see it? No, we don't, as we do see a little bit of exchanges here happening. Already 2 members on each side being taken down, as well as GMSG being the latest casualty, but the return coming in from RSG.
Once again, this is a very familiar situation. Oitan against the role, but this time he does have his teammate along with him. For the side of RSG, their breach is low on health. They can't slay too aggressively or too close. He has to try and back off. He gets hit by the recon dart, and they have complete information of where he is.
Very nicely done here, coming in from the side of RSG. Scouts it out, but there goes the big Rolling Thunder. Oh, Papagochi! Oh my goodness, 1-on-1. Will it be enough? Oh, BBI looking towards keeping it crisp, and another clutch play here coming in from the side of BBI, being able to get it off just before the explosion comes through.
Yeah, RSG definitely trying to make BBI work for all these rounds, but having the economy they have, BBI can just keep buying every single round as long as they keep winning here. But now finally able to pick up his operator once again. They are relying on him. They need him to step up. They need him to get a little bit more and maybe we'll see in round number 9. We don't know, but right now they're preparing for it. The AWP in their hands against Neo King against Manaf. Who will be the one to come out on top?
Very nicely done in the replay. As we see here, we do see that coming in from the side of BBI as well as RSG, there is going to be a very interesting turn of events here, as BBI's Neo King will be able to take down one member for the side of RSG with a tap to the body. Will we see another one? Oh, it's Banaf that says no, Neo King. And I have to say, Neo King hasn't been performing on this map. This map doesn't seem to favor Neo King comparatively. And it is rather disappointing to see that he can't contribute to his team as much. But Banaf right now, still, give that man an operator on any map and he will decimate you.
Yep, Banaf definitely gonna give the favor towards RSG, but Boplek will fall towards the B side. Neurotest gonna give them complete information of where everyone is coming in. The Hunter's Fury gonna connect once, he's gonna do a little bit more damage. He's gonna connect one more time, and Popagachi will take the lead for the side. He kills off Jab the boy. And that's going to be the retake that's going to happen right now. Popagachi towards the heaven. Can he get the opening pick? There is still Jet with the operator as well as the Reynar playing towards short. They need to go in right now because time is running out. Germ actually gets a kill. Banaf is going to be left to Popagachi all alone. And he's trying to land his shots. He gets one. Time is running out though. He's going to have to make it or die. And he's going to die in the end. Banaf with his 4th kill in the round as well, getting the first round on board for the side of RSG.
Very nicely done here, coming in for the side of RSG, being able to get their first win of this series, of this matchup, excuse me. And we do see that BBI right now immediately changes their strategy a little bit, going out for a more assault rifle composition here with Vandals and Phantoms. However, we do see Banaf is still going to be the ruthless person that he is, still holding on to the operator, and 4,000 credits waiting on the back here. We do see Neo King right now being very aggressive indeed. It's going to be very interesting to see how he's going to be turning this around and helping out his team. We do see Germ SG right now may actually go for the lair. Oh, what were you doing? You don't peek like that,
You can flash your corners, and he does not gives BBI a free kill. Oitan still holding on towards the corner. He's going to get a second though. Jab the boy was able to get Popagachi before he falls. Noya does connect, but no one was pushing through at the same time. RSG finds himself one man down to get a little bit more.
Very nicely done here, coming in from the side of Mordecai, but he'll be taken down. Oitan, excuse me, being able to take down 3. Banaf looking for another victim here. Some of those shots coming through. Oh, he misses out, and Oitan will be able to get 4 kills in this round. Oitan is being the man right now, the man with the plan, and the man with the highest amount of kills for the side of BBI.
Usually you don't expect, heroes like Cypher to get all these amount of kills, but Oitan and Popagachi, these 2 anchors on 2 different sides, they have been the ones to set the tempo. They have been the ones to take away all these sites from the side of RSG, and BBI looks like they are hungry to move on towards the next stage of the Royal C Cup.
Well, the next phase will be awaiting them only if they get past RSG. However, it seems to me that that story may come true for the side of BBI if they keep this up. Good smoke there being shown from the side of Banaf. Banaf coming in towards the U-Haul here, looking towards being very sneaky indeed. Will he be able to get someone? He waits on the side here, goes for the spike plant, as we do see BBI's Rip Pablo will be able to take down one more. It's going to be about BBI Popagachi will be able to take down Mordecai, as well as Poem takes down the last remaining member in Banaf, and they will go for the defuse.
Yep, pretty much the last round after this. BBI, plenty of money. The orbital strike was just to ensure the victory. And RSG, they made this scoreline possible because BBI was just way too fast, and RSG is not being able to win all these gunfights. Only Banaf has the positive KDA. Everyone else is looking at their KDA. It's all in the less than ones. Jap the Boy has 6-11, Woplex 4-11, Mordecai 3-11 as well. GMSG not really doing well himself. Only Banaf has been hitting these shots, and that is not enough. It is a 5-person game.
It is a 5-person game indeed, and it is pretty impressive to see that Oiten as well as Popogochi are playing to the whole team is playing around their strengths, and I do believe that that is going to be helping. But Neo King showing a little bit of that prowess that he showed very well in the previous round, and it seems that that's going to be working out for him as Neo King will be taken off at the count here for the side of RSG. RSG right now moving forward pretty hard and aggressive, but Rip Pablo will be able to take down 1, will be able to take down 2, does not take down 3 as Mordecai will be able to get the revenge. He does have the spike, a Rolling Thunder comes in, the push will not be good as we do see another shock dart coming in, does not land according to where they want it to go. No damage being taken from the side of Mordecai from that shock dart, but we do see that information has been communicated for the side of BBI. No movements from the Cypher that is waiting in the droves though.
They know that Pom was playing at the corner. They finally managed to clear him out, so it's only left to Popogachi to hold on to the side as the Cypher is rotating in. He's gonna go through the portal, no, thinks about it and just changes his mind, goes through the long way, but will this actually work here? A site completely given up here, as it looks like BBI wants to play for the retake. 30 seconds remaining, and the spike will go down very soon.
Alright, we do see here coming in from the side of RSG going in to the darkness as they go for the spike plant. There goes a spike plant, there goes a shock dart on to the spike, but will not be able to get anything out of it. It's going to be a 2v2 with slight advantage with BBI. As we say it again, a slight advantage has been given, a full-on advantage with Popogachi as well as the last other remaining survivor for the side of BBI. We do see some good shots there coming in. Oh, right next to each other.
Can Mordecai do this? He's quite low on health. One tap to the head, or any body shot should do it, but Popogachi better than him, faster than him, more accurate than him, and will defuse the spike as BBI will take the first half with a convincing 11-1 scoreline. RSG, they have one chance, which is to win the pistol round, or else they will be facing pretty much inevitable defeat in the second map.
Well, we do see that the BBI right now has gotten a little bit of a strong tempo here, considering that Bind was the map that was picked up from the side of RSG. Yeah. However, the defender pickup, the decision to make for the side of BBI to pick up defense on Bind was definitely a very well calculated and precise one, considering the tremendous lead that they have over RSG. But we've seen it again from BBI. They were able to actually cinch basically steal away the lead from RSG. Whether or not RSG can do this, we shall have to wait and see how this pistol round will determine it.
Yep, this is pretty much the most important pistol round of RSG's life. If they win this, they have a chance, but if they don't, they are basically staring down the gun barrel of match point for the next 11 rounds, even if they continuously win. So Banaf, he has to come up big. He gets the first, that's the start. He might be able to get a second, deals a little bit of damage on towards Poem, but he has given up a short there. Cyber Cage goes down, buys some time. Cybercam will be immediately destroyed, and Banaf gets flash. He gets the second. Can he get a third? No, he cannot, but he has done work. GMSG gets the kill over Oitan. Jab the Boy will bring down Popogachi, and it's 4 versus 1 right now. One player stuck in the corner. Pablo not giving up yet. And he might still be able to do this fault line. Not going to connect. Oh, the Dingle to his head onto his Moblak. Keep things alive. And it's 2 versus 1. Oh, but Mordecai will be able to finish things off and give themselves another chance as they take the pistol round for the side of RSG.
Very nicely done here, coming in from the side of RSG, being able to get back into the game here. A very strong anti-eco presence being shown in the loadout of RSG, whereas BBI has to save up as much as they can here in order to not end up with too much of a lost cause here. I do think this is a very smart choice coming in from BBI. They don't want to be
they don't want to be putting themselves further and further down the sinkhole.
Yep.
And I do believe that they do have a little bit of leeway in terms of the mistakes that they make for these next few rounds.
Yeah, they are 11-2. They can definitely throw away a few rounds just to establish the economy for the future rounds, as long as they win. The round difference doesn't really matter right now, as long as they take this 2-0. And they did buy some economy, some utilities to maybe try and make this round work, but they're not really expecting it to. But Neo Kingdom has something else to say about it, but now able to finish him off before he does any more damage. And they are getting the spike down, which is already a bonus from the side of BBI. Extra 200 gold credits in the pocket.
Very nicely done here coming in from the side of BBI, and it seems that Popogachi will be able to get quite a bit here with the Spectre pickup. However, we do see Banaf with the Bulldog just now was able to be very sneaky about it, but we do see a very strong defensive outlook here coming in from the side of BBI. Last player standing here. Oh my goodness! It's going to be a 1-for-1.
Might be able to do this. They made it down to 1 versus 1 despite on a full eco, but Jab the boy will be able to buy enough time with the trap wire, gets the defuse, and he's trying to escape with his life. So is Popogachi. They both run away with Spectres, but BBI definitely happy with the result. They made it expensive, they made it work, and right now they can full buy with knowing the fact that they made RSG spend so much money in the last round, and they don't have a full buy themselves.
Well, this is going to be a very smart move here coming in from the side of BBI. They kind of knew that they needed, that RSG was going to spend quite a bit, and it goes to show that RSG needs to have that advantage. They needed to take some of these unfair fights. However, it seems to me that with the full buy coming in from the side of BBI, it's going to be more in favor for the side of BBI. So RSG has got to be very wily and cunning with how they pick some of their fights here. Make sure that none of these fights are ever in the favor of BBI.
Yep. Banaf does have his Blade Storm up and running, and we've seen how lethal he can be with that skill. So let's see if he's able to make it work there. Jab the boy holding on to his showers. Neo King finishes off German SG, but he's gonna push aggressively. Gets one kill. Can he get the second? Yes, he can. Gets off Repablo as well, and that leaves it to a 3 versus 4 situation right now. And looks like for the side of BBI, they are gonna book it towards the B bomb site. And Neo King, can he get the opening here? Does have the Vandal waiting for his teammates to set up, get ready, get some information. Oh, gets flashed though.
Very nicely done here coming in from the side of members of BBI being able to take down one, but it seems that RSG turns it around with Mordecai being the top killer, as well as Banaf getting that final kill on to Neo King of BBI.
Yeah, what a fantastic win for them. They weren't on a forced buy situation, but they managed to make it to win the round pretty convincingly and clean. They only lost one player, which was Jad the boy, but before he fell, he actually got 2 kills, which was pretty impressive, playing alone in this shower area. And oh no, he didn't die. It was Germ SG that fell, but still, only one player falling. That's gonna work out very well for RSG, and BBI once again forced on an eco.
Well, it seems that BBI right now is on RSG right now may be in a bit of a predicament here, as it is going to be an A mid push, and this could be a very, very scary spot here, as we do see members of RSG being able to take down one. Lear has gone out for the count here. Will they be able to take down one? RSG takes down 2, another one gets taken down. A flawless victory here for the side of RSG. Doesn't look good for the side of BBI if this keeps up. 0.
Yeah, definitely. This is definitely a possible comeback from the side of RSG. This looks very similar from the first game where we had, RSG taking the first half convincingly, but BBI striking back in the second half. Right now, the tables have turned. BBI might find themselves losing control of this game. They have to put a stop to RSG's tempo, because 4 rounds in a row, that's going to cause a very strong economical lead for the Singaporean side, as they are going to start off with a full buy, but not the best of utilities and and armor as well.
Yeah, and that's the thing I feel that could be a very, very, not to say determining factor, excuse me, could be very detrimental towards any side, any team, when you don't have the full utilities, you don't have the full loadout that could benefit you. Neo King right now goes for the tailwind, goes for the drops as well. We do see Germ SG going for the Lear. We do see a trade here coming in with BBI coming out on top,
3 members left standing for the side of RSG. Very nicely done here. The coordination that came from the side of BBI definitely worked wonders for them, as we do see that BBI and RSG looking to standing up against one another. Oh, gotta be careful though. Gets hit, tagged a little bit. Oh, there goes one, there goes two, but RSG Banaf will be able to get down on 2 here. One more enemy remains for the side of BBI. Looking towards ending this round convincingly. Beautifully done from Banaf. But tries, why didn't he just go for it? But goes for into it. Gotta be careful.
He has no time. He's not gonna get defused. Repablo will stop him before he even gets to that stage, as BBI will put themselves on match and map point, as they are 12 and 5. RSG, they can't buy, and looks like they're gonna go for the Hail Mary. Goes for 2 operators. Hopefully this will work, but right now this is do or die for the Singaporean side. If they want to hold on, they have to take this round.
Would like to see Banaf as well as Mordecai be impactful for this round if they're able to take down Oiten as well as Popogacci as well as Repablo. This could be very interesting indeed. But Neo King as well as Poem have had their share of ups and downs. So it is going to be noted that each member of BBI are dangerous in their own rights.
Definitely so. And right now, looks like RSG, they have stacked 3 men towards the A side, 2 towards the B. Sage rotating in, the Jet rotating in. They're gonna go for a hookah as well as a B main split here. Like, will it make it work? Pushing in aggressively with the drone is the way to go. Oh, he stops the drone before he gets any information. That was a pretty weird play coming from the side of Popogacci. They're gonna go in right away here. The operator shot does not connect. Neo King, he needs to go in, and he needs to go in right about after this paranoia ends.
Yeah, and that's the thing with the paranoia as well, the smoke coming in. Oiten immediately goes for the spray, does get a little bit of the shot onto Oiten, but Popogacci will be able to set up Boplet with a beautiful Hunter's Fury, evening out the team, and it seems that BBI, have been able to drive the spike into the ground. Very nice wallbang they're coming in for the side of Neo King as well to take down GMSG.
Yeah, their hopes and dreams are slowly but surely being dashed away here as RSG is down to the last 2 members. Can they make this work? Banaf, he does have an operator. He is lethal with it. There's no tailwind for a quick get me out of jail free card. But Banaf, if he gets this opening shot, there is a chance. There is a chance. He needs this shot. Time is ticking out as players, they're gonna double peek him maybe. Oh, Neo King gets a kill. Oh, it's all over here. Banaf not able to do anything as BBI will secure their spot. Might secure the spot, in the main event, but it is not up to them right now because the next match is gonna be Vision Strikers facing up against Paper Racks, and still, it was credits to BBI was able to hold on to this match despite Banaf's best, their best abilities. BBI was just the better team in this map.
Yeah, and I believe that was just something to consider. But what is very impressive to note is the fact that regardless of how RSG performed, Banaf was able to climb up with a very impressive KDA. But I have to say that despite the numbers favoring Popogacci as well as Repablo, one of the things I feel is really important to know is Neo King and his propensity to get those first bloods. I think those are very, very important. If you are able to consistently get first bloods and you're able to basically what's the word for it? Get as much get as much real estate as possible by clearing out opposition. It goes to show that Neo King will definitely be enjoying that position as that opening fragger, and it definitely shows inside of BBI.
Yeah. So he played very well, but in the end, it was BBI that might be able to secure the slot. It's not up to us right now, but it's not up to them right now. It's actually down to Vision Strikers and how they will play against Paper Rex. I mean, what do you think? I mean, in this match, were they just completely outgunned, or maybe the strategies just needed a little bit more tuning for it to work?
I would think it's a little bit more of both, and I think that there is a relative inexperience that's coming in from Resurgence. I think that competing with someone like Blackbird Ignis
can actually put a little bit of jitters onto anybody, and I believe that Resurgence, they're still relatively young in the Valorant scene, and they need to basically scrape their knees a little bit before they are able to climb up to higher positions. And I don't think that is going to be a bad thing for the side of RSG, no way, because we have seen time and time again from some of the other titles that they have competed in, they are a factory where they make champions regardless.
They are.
And I do believe that with the right coaching and the right mentality, they will be able to climb up higher. And it sucks to say. I mean, it's regretful to say that Resurgence right now is out of the game. But we do hope to see them back again, stronger, and hopefully, like their namesake, Resurge.
This was definitely one of the best, learning experiences they can have. Playing in the Royal Sea Cup, but. Enough from us. Let the panelists, let the panel be able to talk about this game and what it means for the future of this group as we head towards the panel. This is Zero and Hound signing out.
Tired of being told to get good? Just click on their heads, not helping your KDA? Want to perfect your peaks? Check out AimLab. AimLab is a free FPS trainer that blends performance tracking and analytics with its artificial intelligence and machine learning to help improve your game. From now until the end of the tournament, tweet a screenshot, picture, or video of you doing today's hashtag AimLab challenge at ePulse Gaming for a chance of winning up to one of 3 daily prizes of 4,000 Valorant points. Today's challenge is the Spider Shot Ultimate. Time to put those flicks to the test. Make sure your aim is true as you get a penalty for each orb missed. Be sure to tune in until the end of the broadcast when we announce our 3 daily winners, and remember to enter by tweeting at ePulse Gaming using the hashtag AimLab Challenge. Train your tracking, fasten your flicks, practice your precision, all with AimLab. Download the beta for free now at aimlab.gg.
Hey now, and welcome back to the Royal SEA Cup. We had an all-star match here between Resurgence and BBI, and we're going to be able to break this down for you because this was one of the most important matchups of the day. My name is Mr. Apple Plus, here joined by Gideon Q and Seek and Strike.
Yes. Yes, it's me.
It's Seek and Strike.
Yeah, and we really saw these teams go out and play. It's going to be the 13-5 though. Like I predicted, it was a 11-1 first half here on the defense for BBI, and I'm telling you, man, they really can get stuff done. Taking a look here at their round by round, I'm making sure I'm doing my math correctly. They had to only defuse actually the bomb 4 times, so of 11 wins, 1 loss, that's going to leave 6 times when they bomb never even got planted. So that's a lot of economy denied from your enemies, first of all, right? Because it's 300 extra credits per teammate. So you're going to be denying 1,500 per time that the bomb is not planted. I mean, and it just goes to show you that once they're set up, once they're able to get that initial pickoff, they are just so good on the defensive.
Yeah, and honestly, you were spot on with your prediction about 11-5, but 11-3 was your prediction, correct?
No, it was 10-2.
10-2. 11-1. That is not an easy number to come from. It's even better than the prediction, and I mean, they knocked it out of the park, and best of all, they didn't have Killjoy in their composition.
Well, you know what? That is true.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is true. They actually, interestingly enough, they put Oitan back on the Cypher, so that makes sense because it's kind of a flex there on the Agent, and everything else was fairly normal.
You liked it more. We were talking earlier. You liked the Cypher more.
I think it makes sense on this map though, because rotations take forever. So here's the special thing about Bind, right? There's no mid lane, right? So you can't really control mid lane. Instead, there's 2 big teleporters. So the danger on a map like Haven is that the attackers have so many different avenues. They can lurk through B, they can go through the garage, they can go through A short. All of these 3 they can rotate through in about 5 to 10 seconds, right? Whereas on this map, it's not that easy. The connector is massive. Sometimes you have to take the safe route through the caves or go all the way around through attacker spawn. The quick way, you might ask, is teleporters. But teleporters are very, very, very loud. Everyone knows exactly where they are. A lot of the times, they're being pre-fired anyway. So it's like that's just a death sentence in professional matches, right? So making sure that you can stop the lurkers with a Cypher on this map is sometimes very, very important because you're not going to have that information. They're just going to be missing off the map for that much longer.
Yeah, but some teams actually like to take different approaches to this, where they like to hard engage onto these sites. You know, bring a breach, make sure you have like another flasher to come with you, whether it be the Phoenix or more importantly Reyna, which actually RSG brought in this time, but their attack just seemed to be completely shut down by BBI, and they just made sure that every single time that it comes out, they were just on the ball, taking out those Leers without too much of an issue, and making sure that they are slightly on-off angle so they don't actually get affected by the Leers.
Yeah, and I mean, just going to show yet again, I'm going to say 2 KDAs. Again, KDAs are not everything. This is not Call of Duty. This is Valorant. It's a competitive team round-based game, right?
Don't even know what other game you're talking about.
You're right, my bad. But Benoff, 14 and 11 on attack. Next highest was Mordecai, 6 and 12 on attack, right? So you're dying half the rounds before you're even trading. Compare that here to BBI on defense. Popagachi, 15 and 6, right? Oitan on the Cypher, 17 and 5. Just incredible. These are incredible stats. Most importantly, if we take a look at how many times Oitan on the Cypher was first death, right? Because think about it. It makes sense for your Jet to be a first death, right? Because they're going to be peeking aggressively, looking for a quick pick, right? Sure. If a Cypher is a first death, Cypher plays in sight, wants to stay alive as long as possible, use the camera to get as much information. If a Cypher is your first death, very bad sign for you in that round. Cypher, never the first death. We take a look here at Breach. Breach as well, never the first death in a round. In fact, BBI, actually, they only got first blooded one time in that entire second half.
Wow, that's honestly really impressive here, and I think, you know, BBI really are on the ball in terms of consistency. They managed to pull through against some of the other, you know, heavier teams. That's when they really start to show their weaknesses on their attacking side, because a lot of these teams have been taking advantage of that. It's unfortunate that RSG weren't able to kind of beat them on the defense, because that is BBI's strong point right now.
Yes.
They are just rock solid.
How do you think teams should look to then exploit that? Do you think it's map draft? Do you think it's maybe a different kind of play style?
I think it's, number one, I do think map does play a significant factor here, because you can definitely tell there is a bit of a pattern with BBI and how they choose their maps. They more so have chosen, where is it? Looking back at my notes. They've done Haven quite a number. They've done Haven.
They do very well on Ascent, even though they don't like picking it, actually. It's mostly going to be, I think, Split, which is generally banned, I believe.
Overall,
the problem with Ascent as well is that the statistics are skewed because of the lower sample size.
Of course, yeah,
of course.
Yeah.
But, you know, besides that fact, it's just they are good at defense just all around in general. It doesn't matter what map. If it's defender-sided, then it's even more so. But it just shows that they really need to start working on their attack before some of these bigger teams start pouncing down on them, because they can't expect to win 13-0 on defense every time.
Yeah. Wouldn't it be better then if you pick a map that's more offensive-sided? Then if you have the advantage on defense, and you know your defense is better than your opponents, right? You can beat an offensive-sided map with your extra defense. However, that would give you the edge on the offensive side that you might need to win.
And I think that's what we saw here, right? I think that's the strategy for BBI in general, why they chose to go here for the bind, why they chose, or maybe...
They didn't choose it, it was Resurgence.
Oh, but then that's why they chose defense first.
Yeah, that's true. But it's actually a point I wanted to bring up. Like, Resurgence chose this map, right? It's again been their comfort pick once they've lost, which of course they lost again every single time. Do you guys think this is just the skill level is not the same between Resurgence and the rest of the teams? Or do you think maybe Mind is not the map they think it is? They have way too much confidence here. What's the mistake? Like, this map was actually worse than the first map, and they chose this one. So usually this shouldn't be the case.
Personally, I think that RSG, what they're lacking in is confidence and in just the inconsistency of some of their players here, because we have seen them pop off, making sure they're hitting every one of those easy shots. Coming into this game, there's definitely some really big whiffs here, and that just shows that either it's mentality or just confidence in making the play. One of them is affected right now. I don't personally like it, because that just shows that they need more and more time to really harden themselves. They need that ice in their veins.
Do you agree, Lucy?
Yeah, so I think they had the Reyna, right? So I think if you take a look at the way BBI generally set up, they are more willing to give up a site in preparation to retake, right? They're not going to let you set up for the entire site. For example, right? They go after A, they're going to be playing behind truck, maybe even behind U-Haul, very defensive positions. They're not going to be peeking for you, waiting right outside of showers. You're not going to really see them in A short. They're generally going to play very, very defensive. They're going to pop utility, slow you down. They're going to force you to plant near the attacker side of spawn, and then just kind of reinforce back of site, make sure heaven is under control, make sure no one sneaks into hell. I think that's why they were going for the Reyna, right? Because a Reyna is this, and I like this actually a lot. Reyna, ideally, right, is I get a pick, I can re-heal, or I can go invulnerable and reposition myself much more aggressively, try and push them back a bit further, let us actually dig in for this site hold. I think that's actually a really big key here. I don't know what other agent you might be able to draft that can kind of boot and trying to really force agents out of sight and further away, or just agents that can dive more. Maybe the Jet, instead of looking to peek mid, aggressively dash forward. What do you think?
I mean, the breach is a great way, but the thing is that he's a very, he's very linear when he's going. If he's going to use his utility, it's either he's using half of all his utility and saving one flashpoint for himself, or he's using everything to get everybody on site safely. That is problematic, but I do think the not bringing in. The use of Sova as well is going to be very helpful in these situations, because yes, you want to get that initial information, but if you are playing that Reyna, the fundamental problem of it is, oh, I need to get that first initial kill. You don't set up for that kill, it's not going to get off, and I think that snowball really took a huge turn after that 11-1 lead.
We did see that actually yesterday a lot more so with, for example, AAA, who is very much a teamwork kind of team, right? They would always take the right trades, and Reyna, whenever they played it against them, it was completely useless, because they were always there ready. If you were gonna try to fight Reyna one-on-one, someone was there to cover you and would kill Reyna immediately as she was trying to kill you. And that made it very difficult to play that character. It's like one of the reasons why that agent is less seen in competitive, particularly, because there is a relatively easy way of countering it.
Kind of a silly idea, especially because Sage not really playing more of an aggressive Sage, even on attack. And hear me out here for a second, right? You got those self heals for you to try and go with those entry frags, but most importantly, I'm thinking of the slow orbs, right? Pretty long-lasting Molly effect. It's not going to do damage. It's not really going to stop your enemies from wanting to run in too aggressively. But what it can do is dissuade them from actually running back up in heaven, running back and trying to just add more bodies here for the retake, right? You're going to force them to hold their ground, maybe try and make a last stand in U-Haul, and actually, just as the AoE, and just kind of run in, because you can throw those things pretty far compared to most mollies, right? You can throw hot hands far. The problem is it doesn't really last that long, right? I don't know. I'm just trying to think of what else can you do to try and literally stop them from retreating so easily. I think you need to get those entry kills into the site.
I think the way that RSG handled it most of the time is that they didn't kind of diversify their strategy. They were just very, I'm either going to 5-stack going through, B long, which didn't exactly work out for them, or do it on their general. I would call it a default. Just don't get confused with the term. This is specific for RSG, as they go onto A side, triple smoke that area, look to plant the bomb really fast.
Saw that one a lot.
Yeah, they do it a lot, very, very commonly. And the moment they are, any team looks at them and researches, oh, these are their two general strategies, it's very easy to start dealing with them. They get pushed back into the U-Haul section and get blown out in that game
because they never had heaven control.
Exactly. In that game against PRX, that's exactly what happened. And in many cases, in many cases, they haven't been able to kind of get a lurker down into a spawn site or even been able to get anywhere near it.
Well, guys, we have analyzed this game so much that we completely forgot to talk about the last match of the day.
Ah, that's right.
So you don't get to talk about it. Sorry, you wasted your time. It's done. But there is something very important happening in this last match of the day, which is that this last match, for those of you that aren't really following the tournament, will essentially determine the second qualified team for Group B. It is already guaranteed that VS will make it through. No matter what happens in the second matchup, they are making it as the top contender. However, there is a chance for Paper Rex to make it as a second one. If they don't win a single match here, if they don't win a single map, they will still be tied, and then we'll have to do the maths, which, I don't know. There's magic, right? Someone with a calculator behind the screen is going to do those. But right now, if they manage to take just a single map off VS, they will be able to pass through Group B, which is the group of death, really. And over BBI, which is one of the more favored contenders in this whole tournament. So now I'm asking you. I don't want predictions for score overall. I just want to ask, do you think it's possible for Paper Rex to win one map? Sorry, do you think it's going to happen?
No.
Okay.
I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what. It's kind of weird, right? You have to kind of, when you're in these situations, you have to play for picks, right? This sort of strategy. You have to just try and win as many rounds as you can to try and whittle down that map differential in your favor, right? I think that's the way they should be playing this one. maybe you go all out for a regular strategy, but if it starts falling apart and your eco is looking horrible, we've seen how well Vision Strikers can do there, so I'd recommend doing just playing for rounds.
Yeah, I think I would agree. I would definitely agree. However, I do think map choice is going to play a bit more of a factor here. So, you know, PRX just decide on a really comfortable map that they can be on and really take it to them. They might be able to take a round.
Okay. Well, not a round, a whole.
No, a round.
Okay.
A round.
Oh, wow. Okay. Very little confidence in PRX. Then.
It's not so much confidence in PRX, it's just confidence in Vision Strikers.
Okay. You just think they're the clearly superior team?
They're a strong team.
Okay.
Very.
Let's see if the analysts are right, because for now, we're going to have the first game of this series between PRX and VS. This decides absolutely everything. Let's see if PRX can do the impossible and beat the top contender in this tournament. Please enjoy a break while we wait for the caster setup and for this incredible matchup to begin.
Welcome to the EPOS Royal SEA Cup. On day 2, we're going to be looking at Group B and all of the teams in here. It's a nice mix of different countries in the Southeast Asia region, and with that comes a lot of background and certainly some really exciting teams. The first team I wanted to highlight is Blackbird Ignis. They come from Japan, and the Japanese region has actually got a lot of reputation for being really competitive and putting on some of the best events we've seen so far in Valorant. Blackbird have had some pretty strong results. They were 4th place at the recent Rage tournament, the biggest tournament that's really happened in this region, and they even came through to qualify to get to that tournament, but they haven't got further than a quarterfinal since then. AW Extreme Masters, which was last weekend, was certainly a big disappointment for them, and they're hoping to do a little bit better in this event. Resurgence is the second team of this region. They're from Singapore, and they've had a spattering of mixed results, but nowhere near first place titles that they're hoping for, even in some of the smaller tournaments of the Singapore region. Recently they lost to Tavs in the Rise of Legion tournament, and really there isn't too much to highlight for this team. When you look at some of the big hitters involved, Resurgence are going to be the ones struggling the most, but we have already seen some pretty surprising results in this tournament. Resurgence will be hoping to pull some of those off themselves. Vision Strikers, this is a team that doesn't really need too much of a recap. They're from South Korea, and they have won every tournament they have really been a part of. They recently won Clan Masters in the South Korea region, but also last weekend won the Africa TV Asia Showdown, beating the Japanese powerhouse Absolute Jupiter in the finals. This is a firm favourite to get out of group and also win the tournaments to nobody's surprise. But it's going to be great to see how this South Korean team play up against some of the other regions of Southeast Asia. And finally, our qualified team is Paper Rex. They're from Singapore, and they've played very little of the bigger tournaments, but have had a couple of first place wins in some of the smaller gigs around the continent. The biggest event that they played in was the CGA Pacific Open, where they came bottom of their group. They did get a win against Made in Thailand, and they're a team that actually qualified out of Group A yesterday, but they really need more consistent showings. The favourites certainly to get out of groups are going to be Blackbird and Vision Strikers, but we've already seen some teams fall apart and do surprisingly well in day 1, so let's see what day 2 and Group B holds.
Welcome back, agents from across Southeast Asia and across the world. This is the Valorant Royal C Cup, part of the Ignition series brought to you by ePulse. 16 teams from across Asia have gathered to fight against one another for a cut of that $25,000 prize pool. I'm the Hound, he is Seek and Strike, and we are going to be your casting duo for this final series of games that's about to transpire here today. So Seek, what do you got in store for us, and what are you looking forward to seeing from these two teams that are going to be competing against one another in the form of Vision Strikers from South Korea against Paper Rex from Singapore?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how many rounds they can take here. To be honest, Vision Strikers, they're looking pretty unstoppable right now. They're currently sitting with a plus 30 round differential in their favor. You know, if this ends up as a 2-0 in favor of Vision Strikers, the tiebreaker will come down to the map differential between Paper Rex and Blackbird Ignis. Currently, it's +1 in favor. Sorry, it's +5 in favor for Blackbird Ignis, and it's only a +1 in favor for Paper Rex. So this means actually they have to at least tie Vision Strikers if they want to move on. So they have quite a tall task ahead of them, Hound, because Vision Strikers, they've been looking good today.
All right, with the first map being a Haven and PRX going on the defenders, what are some of the biggest key factors that enable success for either team, whether it's offense or defense?
So it's going to be about that mid control right here. For Paper Rex, Brandon is a pretty good jet operator. I'd be very surprised if we didn't see him there. Could you remind me one more time who's going to be starting on the defense here?
All right, it's going to be PRX is going to be on defense for the first map of Haven.
They got a tall ask ahead of them here because Vision Strikers, they really like to bring it on defense here on this map. They are more than willing to actually leave the site, especially through B. They'll come out of B main and try and lurk through the connector there into the mid lane to try and fight them in lower mid as we now load into a map here. We'll get to see what our lineups currently looking like. Any surprises here? No, not really. RB back on that jet.
Similar agents here across the board for both these players, and I believe that that's going to be mirrored in terms of the utilities that are going to be going against one another as we start off this pistol round in another 18 seconds. So what are some of the strategies that imply? Because when you look at it, it is a very heavily attacker-based map, considering that there are 3 bombs, there are 3 sites, and it does mean that rotations are going to be paramount for defending teams to work on it.
Yeah, a lot of it's going to be about the Cypher stopping those rotations, right? Omens on both sides, so beware of those teleports. But the problem is really the attackers just have so much luxury. The time's always in their favor because they can always rotate very, very quickly to the other sites, as we're about to see here in the mid lane.
All right, some good stuff here, but it seems that JD Faker will be able to take down 2 in the form of RB and Stacks here for the side of VS. Doesn't look good for the Japanese team.
The rest of the side has taken C, though. Vision Strikers, they baited them over. They're going to be able to get the plant off at the very least. They've actually lurked in here. And now we have one coming through garage. It's going to be the Cypher, but Retla winning that duel.
Very nicely done from Retla here, and it seems that this could be a very interesting spot here for double doors. Garage right now, both of them flashed out. Where is the kills? And it is going to be flawless for the side of PRX. No downs coming in for the side of VS. A very unfortunate start of the round. Immediately going to go for the eco is definitely going to be the case for the side of VS. Let's take a look at that replay here, Seek, and see how that transpired for that final few moments.
Yeah, I'm really surprised. They made the call there to go to the garage pretty late, and then they never decided to plant the spike. I'm not really sure what the plan was there. 3v5 in the pistol round. I mean, at that point, it's come down to a number advantage, or maybe they were just feeling really, really confident in themselves. Either way, it's going to be the first round here for FPX. We do have that jet saving, so it's only going to be the classic for her, saving up for that operator, but wow, through the smoke. JD Faker, actually, that happened elsewhere on the map, not here.
Very nicely done there, coming in from the side of JD Faker to get that first pick off onto the side of VS, as we do see Zest right now has been taken out from Brandon. RB gets onto Brandon for the revenge. Egoist gets the shot up onto Stacks, but nicely done coming in from King to take down JD Faker with the reply. We do see a 3-4-1 advantage favoring for the side of Paper Rex, and Paper Rex showing that they ain't no Paper Tiger, or are they a Paper Rex? They are definitely gonna go for a more advantage play out here. Oh, there goes the rolling thunder, and do we see a hit? No, it's not gonna be hitting out. The flash is hit onto the side of RB, as we do see it. RB gets taken down. Egoist beautifully done with that tap to the head, and they will be able to secure this second round for themselves.
Yep, pretty standard stuff there. Of course, winning the anti-eco round quite nicely. They did get the plant off, though, 5 Vision Strikers, so nice job there. I think they forgot to plant it last time, so there's going to be an extra 1,500 in terms of the team eco coming their way. So round number 3 here, we're finally going to get to see our first real round, and this is, I think, going to be the first real test here to see how PRX can actually hold up against this pretty scary Vision Strikers lineup, as we see how they mount up, looking to be lurking through A, probably one garage and one poking around C, trying to find that operator, which is actually not going to come through. Maybe not having the funds there for Brandon.
Well, pretty early on here, coming in from the side of PRX, actually invest into the operators, so that might not be a feasible round. This might not be a feasible round for them. Both the Omens on C throw out their smokes simultaneously here, and we do see that one member of VS has been taken out from the side of Brandon, but Brandon gets taken down in revenge from Zest with a beautiful tap from his Vandal, and we do see that the camera right now gonna communicate quite a bit of information, as we do see Zest very gingerly silently stepping in, but oh my goodness, it's a Red Flood that gets him down for the count with a beautiful shot to the head.
Yeah, RB might be next here, so he's going to peek the corner. See, I think Retla in the camera? Not really sure. Either way, RB going to be faster there on the mouse. There's another one lurking through window. RB, he might have an idea. Does he have the reaction time? No. 1v3.
1v3 in favor of PRX. Paper Rex seeming to steamroll out of the gate, looking towards being the spoilers here for the side of VS. However, we do see King right now navigating the map with a little bit of care. Nice wallbang there on the side of Pandemonia, as we do see the kill has come very good. Shock dart has come out. No damage going to go through to him. We do see the cage has come down, as King right now being very, very proactive with his attempts here, but no, will not be enough. His egos will be able to get him with the fault line, and it is going to be an easy defuse here for JD Faker.
Yeah, I get the point of playing aggressively there, especially when you are down 1v2, but when you know exactly where both of them are, that's asking quite a bit of yourself there to expect to be able to win the crossfire that they're no doubtedly going to be able to set up. Again, I'm still very surprised not to see a third round operator, especially after the first eco win in the pistol round, because Brandon did not buy a gun in the second round, so still doing pretty well on the eco. Getting that opening pick off certainly helping, but not a very strong showing here for Vision Strikers. King, though, is still leading with 2, 3, and 0s, as we're going to be going into, it looks like a save round here.
Very interesting indeed here, coming in from the side of VS right now, trying to mitigate whatever losses that they have incurred in the past 3 rounds that they have fought off against members of PRX. However, on the attack here, it's going to be VS slowly and surely moving in, and it's going to be a full C rush here, with one coming in from the double doors for the side of VS. Good stuff here being shown. RB immediately dashes off,
good stuff,
gets that one onto Pandemonia with the beautiful Blade Fury and gets it off. Will there be the plant? The plant has been started. The audio cue has been heard by the members here, and we do see that retake phase will start pretty soon, as we do see members of PRX right now moving into position to get the retake.
Yeah, there we go with the ultimate out from Breach. Can they actually try and convert this? There's no immediate follow-up because no one wants to speak RB now. That's his third kill with the Odin. Shut down, though. 4 kills. RB, can he grab the ace? No, he's just shy, unfortunately, which is going to be the 4th round in a row here for PRX.
Nicely done from Egoist to deny that a bit, but I don't think that round is going to go over. Oh, yes, it will. Sorry, excuse me. We do see that members of PRX were very adamant at getting that push off, as members of VS, despite there was quite a very impressive play coming in from RB to get 4. It was really unfortunate to see that he was not able to close it out with the ace. Very, very unfortunate. However, we do see PRX right now poised to work their lead ahead. Zest right now with the first operator buy of the match.
Yeah, I think another reason that's so surprising that it went so well is you almost always expect a rush there after an eco round, right? You knew that the economy there for VS was not in a good spot. You saw a lot of utility being dropped C. You heard the knives come out. And you can safely assume that they're going to be pushing C. No one even rotated over from A. It's not too unlikely to have at least one rotate over to B, maybe Garage, but it was all alone. Only one member holding C against the full 5-man roster. So a bit of a rough start there. Bad read by PRX as the round's already kicking off.
Very nicely done here from Redla to get some of these exchanges. Will not be punished too hard from that shot. We do see that there is going to be a down here coming in. One man down coming in from the side of VS, but returned in favor for the side of Zez onto Brandon. Oh, another nice one done from Glow, but will be returned in favor for the side of Pandemonia. Evens out the odds and the numbers here. Some good shots coming in from King. Will not hit the mark as he is going to be holding on to C as he has control of C. Does give a little bit of cues here to his team to come back, and very nicely done from the side of JD Faker to be able to get that.
Oh, the arrow
for a very nice shock arrow. Will it land clean?
Nice.
And it does onto Stacks. Beautifully done. The timing of the observer as well have to be given praise and props for that. Good shot there coming in from King onto Pandemonia.
The garage
denied
lurker,
the
though.
push, but the garage push onto Redla onto King has taken him down. There goes 2, and it is going to be another defuse and the 5th win for the side of Paper Rec. What does Vision Strikers need to do in this particular circumstance to be able to turn this around and try to basically get a semblance of a lead back for themselves?
I don't know. This is a really weird outing from Vision Strikers. It doesn't really look like the Vision Strikers we've been seeing all day. The ones that went 11-1 here versus the team that tied PRX here. I'm very, very shocked to say the least here at their performance. They're just not really seeming to commit to these to commit to the sites. I mean, they're rotating quite nicely. They're going to the right sites. The sites are open. They're getting these initial picks, and then they kind of just let the site be taken. I'm very, very shocked to see this. 5 rounds in a row for PRX is more than I thought they would be getting here, to be honest.
Well, I do believe that PaperX as well, looking to see one of their fellow Singaporean teams fall out of the game, are pretty much inspired to basically try to be the only Singaporean team within this tournament to continue. So will that be the case? We shall have to wait to see. A very good bounce there coming in from the side of VS. Will not land onto Egoist, but does give him a little bit of information that where his teammates are. Okay, let's see where the enemy team is, excuse me. So we do see here that Egoist right now getting in a little bit of information here, and may actually be in a very interesting spot within Garage.
Yeah, for right now, though, the action is going to be happening towards A short here in the sewers. We do have a Jet there peeking. Brandon getting the kill onto the Omen. They still have a few more people here, so they're going to be going for the A rush. Brandon in a bit of a rough spot as A is now compromised, but he's got Redla to hold him down from heaven.
Very nicely done there. Redla from Heaven being able to take down some members of the side of VS. A very, very good push there with the Leer to follow up onto the, with a flash to follow up onto the side of PRX. To get that off is definitely going to work for themselves. Stacks decides to bug out with only 10 seconds left. It is over for this round, and Stacks wants to at least salvage whatever weaponry and funds that he has for the next round. To live to fight another day.
It's going to be the Vandal. That's the 6th round conceded, however, here in a row versus Vision Strikers. Again, very surprising to see them go down this easily. I mean, 13-11. Maybe this is just a really weak map for them. This was the closest that Ignis got to beating them here. It was 13-11 in their first showing. Ascent then, the second map was 13-3.
Yes.
So this could just be maybe a bit of an anomaly. I don't think this is going to be the choice map here for Vision Strikers moving forward. But hey, it's something for other teams to take note of. You can definitely really just slap around Vision Strikers on the attack at the very least here. That's not proven to be difficult.
Very, very shocking indeed, coming from the former former team that was known as MVPPK and the Africa TV Asia Showdown and Clan Masters 2020 first place winners. But we do see PRX Redla right now getting some of those shots off, and look at that, Redla again with another one, but Zest gets the revenge onto Redla. Stacks as well gets it off onto JD Faker. Zest returns the favor onto Brandon as well. This could be a semblance of comeback here coming in from the side of VS, but it seems that it could be in a very, very interesting spot here because Spike is back on base and C is open.
We're gonna have two duels breaking out. One's in A lower, one's in B main. Looking over to window here. Actually now in mid. Now Zest actually, oh my goodness, just turning the corner with the knife. The confidence. That was...
Oh, Egoist takes down RB, and it seems that more and more members of VS seem to me that it does communicate, to me at least, that this is not the best map for the side of VS, but I think it's a very wise choice coming in from the side of PRX, excuse me, for the side of VS to be able to get this off onto C, and this is a very, very good start off here, as he will be able to get that plant on to C long, and this could be an opportunity for him.
Yeah, they just can't take it one at a time here, especially with the oh, well, they took it one at a time, Hound.
Well, as you said it seems that that's not going to be the case. He is going to go back here and go towards Cubby and long, and could be an opportunity for him to get it. Got to be very careful on how he does it. Goes for the paranoia. Goes for the smoke, excuse me. Does get it off. Goes for the recon bolt. Recon bolt will be destroyed.
Yeah, he's not going to be able to get this done now. Hunter's Fury as well.
Oh, the clutch and the 4-man kill coming in with the side of Zest. Beautifully done, and it was all planned coming in from VS. And could this be a shift in the tides for the side of Vision Strikers?
That was an eco round, by the way. Zest started off with a ghost that round, and I'm not even sure if he had armor, to be honest with you. Ends up with an operator and a 4K, not to mention the 1v2 clutch scenario. So I think PRX, they just really, I mean, they knew he had the operator. I'm so shocked that they decided to go in 1-by-1. Just needed to communicate, lurk through garage at the same time, lurk through the connector, and that round should be theirs. But now it's always going to be a learning lesson for them. We'll see how they can recover here. They have plenty of money here to full buy. 5-round advantage here in the first half, so they're still in a good spot.
Alright, some of the cover there going out for the side of PRX, for the side of VS, excuse me. Smoking off all of the spots at C long after Cubby as well, and before Cubby. So we do see that C already empty. I don't think members of VS are aware of the fact that C is empty, but we do see that other members of VS right now are going to be moving from garage onto the spot here, onto the site. And this could be a very sneaky way of them to play. However, the spike is not with them, so they have to have a little bit more time here. 55 seconds left of the round, and it does create a little sense of urgency for them. We do see. Oh,
I was about to say, Stack's about to find the opening one, just running around like that, a little recklessly without any information, is going to get him picked off. But they have a really strong upper here for the retake. Everyone gathering around near garage. Looks like that's going to be the avenue of attack. But VS really dug in here. It's going to be one heck of a difficult retake, Hound.
All right, so the garage has been has already been smoked out. We do see that trying to go for a very sneaky shadow step there will not be allowed the opportunity to go for that. And we do see Brandon right now being able to take down Zest. Wow. There goes one, there goes two on the side of RB. Redlaw being able to take down one. However, Stacks and Glow will be able to reply and get the 5-man down for the count. And it's going to be the second round in a row going over towards VS. And although this could be the start of something scary for the side of PRX.
Yeah, it's going to be... Actually, they're half buying, it looks like, for PRX. Yes, indeed, that will be the case. They don't really have the eco here after that 1-round loss bonus. Not really providing them the money. They didn't have the coffers full of credits either. So yeah, VS really could start to snowball from here. Zest did recover that operator, and just good stuff there. Denying the shadow step immediately to not give any additional information. So PRX forced to basically just go in blind, and they pay the price.
All right, there goes the fault line there. Onto the side of VS. RB right now, slowly but surely trying to make his way towards the double doors, or decides to go against it. May actually take the mid courtyard and move on to B. That could be an option for them. Oh, Fire might actually go towards him. Luckily enough, there wasn't a peek after the flash, as we do see Owl Drone there gonna be going out, as we do believe that A could be where they are going, because there is a high frequency of players moving on A long.
Yeah, that's an interesting position as well that the Cypher is holding, with the Jet as well, holding down that A short entrance. So it's a very dangerous area to be peeking. The Omen is lurking from behind, but he's not too confident to continue going. But now they're going to smoke off Heaven, and it's about to kick off.
Alright, some good shots there coming in. A location has been revealed by the recon bot. The spike carrier has been taken out for the count here. As we do see VS right now, 4 members against 3. 2 members left on the side of PRX, and we do see that VS right now has awakened, and Vision Strikers are striking down members of PRX. Beautifully done here, as JD Faker is going to be holding on to Heaven. He's got to be very careful on how he's going to be approaching this.
I think they're considering a save here, Hound. I think that is very, very smart move to be making. They're looking to just line up for some exit frags. RB, we've seen him done this multiple times in the C side. Turns out he can do it A as well. Just a simple smoke, dashing into the smoke, and immediately flicking the member, holding a tight angle, then assisting for the take. Great stuff. Doesn't even need vision. He was fully flashed and picks up the 3rd kill. This guy is insane.
That's some world-class muscle memory for you, that's for sure. And I guess a little bit of the factor of luck there, being able to find the target where your crosshair is supposed to be. So I do believe that that was practiced really hard by him. However, it works for the most part, and sometimes it just doesn't work out. And when it works out, it's a thing of beauty, and when it doesn't work out, it ends up with him either down for the count or at least wasting a few clips or wasting a few bullets of his ammunition. So let's take a look at this replay right here, coming in from members of VS being able to get it off. Nicely done with double onto RB, from RB to get that, and the 3rd onto Egoist. That was just beautiful stuff.
He's crazy. Real quick, PRX have half bots, so they're going to be looking to play aggressive rush after that, but nope, they're going to get counter flash. That's going to stop that one. That might key them in. The fact that they have actually bought for this round, and they're going to get walled right back. He is going to be able to pick up at least 1, however, as they are playing very aggressively here.
Very aggressive indeed. Oh, very nicely done there from Brandon to be able to get King with the tap to the dome with the Blade Fury that came in, and I believe that this is where the tides may turn and shift in favor for the side of PRX, but I spoke too soon here, as RB right now doing a lot of the heavy lifting, takes down 2 and gets the numbers advantage to the side of VS, as PRX right now may be poised to come back for the retake, as C is going to be where they all are to plant the spike.
Yeah, indeed. They're going to be waiting a little bit as there's Glow, and they're going to go hunting for this last one. He's going to come for them though. Retla finding the kill onto 2 though. He's not going to be able to get the last one. Stacked, clutching the 1v1. It's going to be the 4th round in a row now for Vision Strikers, and PRX, they've got no money. Actually, I lied. They do. It's a 3-round loss bonus in a row. They're going to buy an Odin here and probably look to be walling yet again through the garage, but a fantastic round again from the Vision Strikers, holding on against the very, very aggressive plays out from PRX. I do like that. They had the Blade Fury as well to use on Brandon. He utilizes that nicely, as we see here in the replay. Unfortunately, RB finds 2 kills going in the garage, and the C side is theirs.
Well, excuse me. Looking at how VS has been doing thus far, it seems to me that they have been very aggressive with some of the plays. RB right now taking a little bit of shots through the wall here. Rather unfortunate. Some of the shots coming in, fault line will not hit anything but air, as we do see here. Recon ball goes out from quite far off, will not be able to detect anyone if I'm not mistaken. So this is going to be very interesting to see, as the owl drone right now is going to be towards a long, not going to get as much information as he would like. As we do see here, coming in from the side of C Long, 2 members on the side of PRX holding it down, and it seems that coming in from the side of VS, they are bugging out and going to go abandon the plan of going for C and may choose A or B depending on the pathing of the spike carrier.
I like this for PRX though. They knew that there was recon bolts falling towards A long. They know that's just an Omen using his utility to try and bait rotations, but they don't bite. They're going to stick with the 2A, 1 in B site, and 1 continuing to lurk around through C. As no one showed, but with 30 seconds, VS, they're going to have to commit to 1 site here sooner or later. RB, their initiator, a little bit lower. 1 tappable here. Let's see if they can get it done.
Alright, some good stuff here being going. Rolling Thunder going to go off onto the side of Egoist, but Egoist receives his 1 himself, but Zest takes down 2. Not a very good spot here for them to push out from there, so they got to be very careful. Another one could be, nope, whiffs the shot, goes to the recon arrow, goes to the recon bolt, goes to the shot bolt. Will it land onto what he is aiming for? No, it will not glow right now. Onto hell. On top of him is no one thus far, so we do see that there is a good spread of angles that's been covered from the side of VS, and I don't think PRX will want to risk this.
No way. They can really only come from 1 or 2 angles here, and now actually they know where JD Faker is, so he's probably way more scared than he needs to be at this moment. VS, they're not going to want to risk anything here. They play very, very clean, especially when from behind. But good stuff, though. You don't want to pick a peek against Zess. He gets 2 of those kills super easily. This guy's insane. 17 years old, and he can aim like that, man. Incredible stuff.
Well, I don't know about you, but that kind of aim is definitely something to be frightful of, and definitely is going to cause a fear for those on the receiving end. However, this is going to be the last round in this particular match before we swap sides, and we're going to be seeing any changes here. What do you feel is going to be happening in this final round here? Considering this final round, everyone has to buy off and just get rid of all the credits that they have. Do you believe that this could be the opportunity for the side of PRX to just get a bigger score here? Because the score differential is by 1, and VS has a big opportunity to basically tie it out.
I'm not so sure about that, to be honest. I think we're seeing Zest now back into his confidence. I mean, he's young, he's very confident here, and he's got great aim to back it up. He's on a jet as well, and he's got so many things going for him, as well as RB here on the jet. So I think these 2 players really, if they get some kills early on in the round, VS, they just really seem unstoppable after those entry frags. So we'll see. PRX, they're holding nice, pretty standard setup yet again. The Cypher out in C, 1 rotating around Garage to B, and actually it's 3A setup this time. But VS have yet to commit to any site thus far, Hound.
All right, so let's take a look at how some of this is going to be working out for the side of PRX, whether or not the Justice is going to go. We do see that there is going to be a very aggressive push here coming in from the Jet on the side of PRX, but he may actually walk into a little bit of trouble here. Zest right now. What was that? Oh my goodness! Oh, whoa! That was a big IQ moment there coming in from Brandon.
30 seconds left.
Just a bit unfortunate there. Zest, lucky to be alive. He's going to drop that operator now. Instead, pick up the Vandal, it looks like here. And, oh, now can he defend against 2? The Odin is actually going to be able to peek him down to a 3v3 Hound.
Oh, this is going to be very interesting. His Stacks will be able to take his 3rd kill off the game, but nope, it's not going to be enough as VS ties off the round before the swap. It's anybody's game as the round ends, and we are going to be switching sides. Now, it is going to be a very different ball game here, as it is going to be VS on the reply. Now, take a look at this replay right here, Seek. This was where we saw the feet come up, and luckily enough, I thought the knife hit through, because immediately when the knife animation completed was when Stacks was able to take him off. So that's going to be a meme right there, that's for sure.
He actually did get the knife hit. You can see the blood did come out after the knife, but it's only going to be probably about 60-70 damage there with the knife, so not nearly enough. Don't worry, 1 shot from the Vandal will solve that real quick, Hound.
That was just beautiful stuff there. Some of the timing that came in was just incredible coming in from members of PRX as well as VS. Gotta give the hats off towards members of PRX. The Singaporean standout team is definitely showing up.
Oh, yeah.
Showing why the Singaporeans roar as loud as lions.
Most definitely here is we'll see how Vision Strikers, our Korean favorites of the tournament, can respond now on defense, as they will scout 1 and maybe 2 now going in. Zest is going to be able to finish 1 off. Omen quite low as well. He's flashed in B. Let's see what they can turn this into.
All right, so let's take a look now on how members of PRX are going to be doing with a 1-man deficit, as we do see that members of VS will be evened out, but no, King will be able to get it off. Oh my goodness gracious me. PRX with the taps onto Zest as well as Glow. We do see that Pandemonia moving up pretty well here. It's got to be careful. That double doors does have the Cypher. Oh, Cypher very, very sneaky lead with King with the shot onto Pandemonia. Just flicks him down.
They didn't get the spike carry. RB is going to scout him heading towards C, although he's in a bit of a pickle against 2. They can double peek him. Look at the coordination. They don't even need it. RB's there baiting him out and is going to find the kill with the Ghost. They finally take the lead here. Vision Strikers up by 1 after 1 round on the defense.
All right, so it seems that Vision Strikers will be able to get the cadence off, and it seems that they will be getting the lead. And let's take a look at the replay right here. Some of the impressive aim work that has been coming from the side of Pandemonia. As we do see some of the shots. There goes 1, there goes 2. Beautiful stuff being shown from the side of PRX.
Oh boy, Retlo, I was about to say, he sold the shorty now, sticking instead with the classic. We'll see what he can make use of it now, but RB actually going to be lurking quite aggressively through A long. There is going to be one to rotate now back to scout him. A shock dart, now make that a recon bolt instead.
All right, so let's, Stacked right now takes down Brandon. Beautifully done here, coming in from the side of PRX. Excuse me, from the side of VS.
Oh, Stacks.
4. Will he get 5? Nope. Denied by his own teammate. All of those shots were headshots there coming in from the side of VS. Beautiful stuff being shown to just deny whatever aspirations they had. Now let's take a look at this replay here. Coming in from Stacks. Stacks right now takes down 1. Pandemonia right now will be most likely the next victim here. Beautifully done. Next victim is going to be right in our eyes as Stacks was able to get some good shots off.
Yeah, quite surprising, to be honest, to see them actually go for the B rush there against anti-eco after losing the pistol round. Very, very aggressive move, and it's kind of hard to execute here, as you had one lurking from behind. You didn't really have anyone watching the rotation from A short, and everyone's just able to collapse on you from C as well as A. But hey, I admire the confidence, and those are the types of plays you need to be making against a team like Vision Strikers. They do have that double operator set up, so let's hear those shots ring out and see if they can connect any shot sound.
All right, so let's take a look at how members of PRX are going to be adapting to this situation. Mid doors, double doors could be a fight between the 2 ciphers here. And this could be an interesting one, as we do see King right now is going to be back against the wall, whereas Retla is a little bit shy towards pushing in, but he is going to push it anyway. Could be very interesting indeed. The jiggle picks are going to be coming in, but King right now may actually go for it. Oh, King gets it. King gets another one onto Pandemonia as well. Beautifully done.
It's a value Spectre. Unfortunately, they just have to go through middle, whether it be the A short, whether it be mid, or whether it be through garage. They know that there's operators holding down A and C, and these guys do not miss Hound.
Hey, they don't miss at all, and man, oh man, it's something to watch at. RB right now, another one gets taken down, another one bites the dust, will not be able to contest that, and goes for the tailwind, and will be holding down from the side. It's all a matter of time here, as PRX,
10 seconds
the friend of PRX, is definitely not that time here, as VS is definitely going to be enjoying the last 3 seconds of this time before victory is in their pocket for this round.
Looking for the save, and King looking to boost, I think, his eco rating, as he didn't actually buy that Spectre. He started, Phantom rather. He started the round with the Spectre instead and stole that from one of the 2 kills that he found. So his eco rating can be through the roof here, but surprised that they didn't go to try and punish there. But they feel like maybe leaving 2 rifles here is going to put them in a bit of a tricky spot. 6 to 9 now. PRX find themselves down 3. Have yet to pick up a round here on attack. Can this be the one? It's a little unlikely. They're going to have some real problems with this double operator setup, as really none of their initiators are carrying a rifle.
All right, so let's move into the game here. Fault line going to go in, and A long is going to be held from RB. RB, a very, very adept sharpshooter here, may actually catch off one. It seems that at least 4 to 5 members are already planning to go into A long here, but they are at least quite aware of the fact that there might be a sharpshooter that's waiting for them. Goes to deny whatever sightlines that they have here, and decides to go for the mid push, and this could be a very, very good strategy coming in from the side of PRX.
It could, but the Cypher's positioned so well. This would go very, very poorly if they don't get set up very, very quickly now, as the Sage will be nuked down. That's going to be the operator shot missing out from Zest. You got another one holding a very tight angle. It's a smoke. Will drop a JD Faker into the back of the site. They will be able to set up some control.
All right, Stacks being able to take down Retla, as we do see that it's going to be a 1-for-1 exchange between two teams with the spike planted down to the ground for the side of PRX. Is going to be VS that has the amount of that has to make the decision to go for
Cypher mid is in danger. There's one in the window. He's going to get shot. That's a big kill there for PRX.
Very nicely done here coming in, but Stacks will be able to get his third kill, and we do see one more left standing. There goes the flash here. This could be an opportunity for the side of Egoist to be the spoiler. Tries to go shoot in. Oh, he managed to deny it.
That's going to be enough, I think. They don't want to be able to really get it. Oh no, he's off the mark. Oh, that is frustrating. He's going to have to be kicking himself after he picked up that 2K, even spraying down the diffuser through smoke. Such unlucky there. Now VS 3 rounds away from taking it all.
Japanese team looking to introduce a little bit of spiciness in the life of the Singaporean team, as we do see that these two teams are going to be competing off against one another in the next round. However, the one that wins this round could walk away with the confidence and that sense of motivation to keep that streak going.
Definitely. Big shout outs to Eagleus there for holding that mid lane window, rather, shutting down the lurker. That was absolutely massive. That round would not have been even as close as it was had he not been in that situation overall. So yes, unfortunately, he does miss the spray, but the team wouldn't have been in that situation without him anyway.
All right, as we do see here, some of the shots coming in through double doors will not be able to hit anyone. We do see a smoke there. Denial of sight is going to go down towards RB. RB right now not being able to do anything with the limitations that he have here.
They've scouted A, no one in A, but they think maybe that's a trap. Actually, there is no one in A, only one holding long. The rest of them are just around B, one C, and one just around in the garage as the flashes will come out, forcing RB back, but he does not actually have to use his jump yet.
All right, so let's take a look at how this is going to go. A bit of sound cue there is going to...
nice shot.
Ooh, very nicely done there coming in. Brandon onto RB, but Stacks right now coming in and looking to stack not just himself in name, but bodies as well. Very nice. And look at that King after the fault line. Not excuse me, not after the fault, after the Rolling Thunder was able to take advantage of that. Egoist right now in a very interesting position here, as it's going to be at C window.
Yeah.
No one at B, no one at A. Doesn't have the opportunity to move that much here.
Excuse me, can we check the Vanguard on that man's account, please, Hound?
Yes, exactly. I was wondering what was that all about.
I don't know.
That sounded quite that looked quite fishy.
Yeah, well, there's only a few places he could have gone. They heard him running around there through garage. They knew that they had probably someone watching the garage entrance towards double doors. So really, that's the most likely to be. But still, the map knowledge here, I mean, not really much to see in this replay except for Eagleus getting sprayed down. That's going to be a big hit to the economy, however, as now you can see he was really hoping to hold on to a bit more money, buy maybe a rifle or two for his squad, and instead it's going to be Retla just with light armor as a result.
Very nicely done from Glow there. I do believe that this is going to be a doozy of a round here, considering that it is 2 more rounds away from VS stealing victory from the side of PRX, and we do feel that the urgency and that sense of urgency is definitely going to be felt from the side of PRX. What do they need to do differently here as the attackers to be able to get back into the game and try to steal it away from VS?
I think it's just some really small things. I think they're doing exactly what they need to be doing. You don't really see too much aggression out from PRX. They definitely have a lot of respect here from the operators on the side of VS. I think it's really kind of just coming down to some small individual performances here. Getting a trade, maybe getting one little extra kill or a bit more damage reducing the TTK can really help you out as Brandon going in. He doesn't check the corner though, and he's going to get 2. Oh no, Hound, that's not what they need.
Oh, that is definitely what PRX needs, but PRX failing to do the most basic thing in all FPS shooters and basically just forgetting to check your corners. I mean, you do not ever want to take your corners for granted, and I feel that
30 seconds left.
Big bad bad brainpot moment coming in from the side of PRX.
Yeah, nice job there turning immediately on a Cypher. Actually, King plays very well in B, in C rather, but not so well in B, as, yeah, definitely holding an uncommon spot in A, but he should not get 2 out of that. I have to agree with you there.
Yes, let's take a look at how Egoist is going to be able to take down Zez. RB gets the reply onto Egoist with the operator. We do see that PRX right now trying, Stacks right now trying to go back into this fight here. Goes for the shot on the Pandemonia, but will not be enough as Stacks will be taken out for the count. As we do see Redla will be able to take down RB, and this seems to be a little bit of a salvage here coming in from the side of PRX.
That was much needed. I was about to say that Vision Strikers, they lost 6 in a row and were and then won 11 in a row across the swap. I mean, that's absolutely incredible. You know, something turned on there after round 6, maybe. They changed to a different gaming share. Who knows? Maybe they practiced a bit in Aim Lab, but here they are now 7-11. They still have a very healthy lead, a very healthy economy. But RB this time not going to be going for that operator. Instead, back to the Phantom for him. Which I was going to say is quite surprising because he was not a rifler back in his MVP Phoenix days.
Yes, and that's the thing. I feel that it is going to be a determining factor in terms of being able to get different skill sets, and I guess that's the name of the game, you know, just being able to just get different skill sets, or maybe it's a little bit easier to rifle in this game compared to previously.
Yeah. I may have misspoken there. I wanna correct myself. He is a rifler. I may have said he's not a rifler. He is a rifler. So it was surprising to see him actually pick up the operator. He did pretty well with it, though. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah,
that's kind of the unique thing. You usually see, usually you see operator. It's almost always on the jet, right? Not the case here for Vision Strikers. Sova instead for Zest, who is their main operator. They tend to only run with one because he actually usually is enough. But we'll see now as PRX pushing through B if it will be enough. As Brandon with an operator of his own, they're not going to get a peek here, Hound.
All right, we're going to see.
So aggressive.
Brandon so aggressive, but what was that? Stacks getting 3, 4. Will it be 5? Nope. RB gets the last skidoodle onto Pandemonia and turns it into a shish kebab. And that was just unfortunate for the side of Stacks. He's been chasing those aces ever since those few rounds ago. Let's take a look at this replay here. Redla right now tries to come back in, and we do see going on to Brendan here.
Yeah, he was really expecting someone in back of sight. Unfortunately, just walks right into the spray. Gets blinded, maybe turned around a bit there, but nice spray control by Stacks, picking up 4 basically in a row. It was like being at the carnival there for him.
Well, it is definitely something to look forward to, as we do see here Redla right now working on pretty good stuff here, as we do see that he is going to be pushing through into A long, as well as
it's a force buy. They need to go quickly, Hound.
Oh boy, they really have to go. They really have to go as quickly as possible here. Oh my goodness. King right now takes in a little bit of damage, but will be able to get Pandemonia. Redla gets
look at that
on the stacks. Oh, very nicely done here coming in. Hunter's Fury comes off. JD Faker right now goes for it, but no, it's not going to be enough as he gets taken down for the count. And this could be very bad here coming in from the side of PRX, as we do see the flash comes out. Egoist right now trying to get as much as he can here, but it seems that he doesn't know that he's on his own here.
Yeah, he's maybe expecting them from anywhere at this point in time. I can't tell if they killed that Omen a little bit too early. I'm sure he canceled it, but in case they actually shot him too early, they must be kicking themselves because that would have been a free kill and down to a 1v1. Instead, it's a 2v1 here. Vision Strikers 1 away from winning, Hound.
Oh, there it goes. Vision Strikers strike again with a beautiful shot and ends in defeat for the side of PRX. Paper Rex, you still got one more game left, and we have quite a bit to consider here, considering that, man, oh man, was it such a game? Now, let's take a look at the score here. The first blood that was coming in from Stacks, as well as members such as Brandon, is definitely a very big deal here, because when you get something like those first bloods, it does give you quite a bit of an advantage early on, but it really depends on how you want to be following up from there. And when we look at some of these KDAs, this kill death assist ratios, Stacks with 24, RB with 20, Redla, JD Faker and Egoist with 17, 11 and 17, and this is definitely a very good spread of kills, death, and assists, of kills across the board. But it seems that Stacks and RB were definitely the heavy lifters in that round.
I think this econ rating really shows something, right? There's quite a bit of a jump from Retla to RB, and Stacks just a notch above the rest here at 90. They went 0-6 in the first 6 rounds, and then 13-1 in the next 14. Incredible stuff out from Vision Strikers. Just that mentality, man. To lose 6 in a row and come back and then go 13-1 is absolutely amazing.
I guess that just goes to show that the mindset that comes from Vision Strikers is do or die, and I believe that our Singaporean, our neighbors from across the causeway were a little bit enamored at how they awoken the dragon in a sense, right?
Yeah.
However, we can't do PRX injustice by not singing some of the praises that they so rightly deserve, mainly because that they were able to cinch it out 6-0 in the first few rounds until something just clicked into place for the side of VS, and it seemed that it all was in 6th gear for the side of VS, and PRX was slowly trying to shift it to the next gears that were coming in, and I felt it was a little bit too late in terms of in terms of PRX adjusting and moving forward.
Yep, they definitely kind of let that one slip away. I think some of the choices to go for those full buys, especially after round 6, 7, and 8, really facilitated VS to kind of just run away with that one into the first half there of defense. But Hound, any other thoughts before we throw to our panel?
I don't have much thoughts. I am looking forward to seeing what our analysts have to say and what the teams are going to be offering us after the panel is done. So why don't you guys join the panel, learn something new, and join us again later for the conclusion of this matchup.
Tired of being told to get good? Just click on their heads, not helping your KDA? Want to perfect your peaks? Check out AimLab. AimLab is a free FPS trainer that blends performance tracking and analytics with its artificial intelligence and machine learning to help improve your game. From now until the end of the tournament, tweet a screenshot, picture, or video of you doing today's hashtag AimLab challenge at ePulse Gaming for a chance of winning up to one of 3 daily prizes of 4,000 Valorant points. Today's challenge is the Spider Shot Ultimate. Time to put those flicks to the test. Make sure your aim is true as you get a penalty for each orb missed. Be sure to tune in until the end of the broadcast when we announce our 3 daily winners, and remember to enter by tweeting at ePulse Gaming using the hashtag AimLab Challenge. Train your tracking, fasten your flicks, practice your precision, all with AimLab. Download the beta for free now at aimlab.gg.
Hello, and welcome back to the panel for the Royal SCA Cup. A wonderful tournament, of course, created by ePulse to boost this esport that is Valorant with its Ignition series. And if you want to support ePulse, you know, all this time I've been shelling out for AimLab, but the guys who are truly paying me my salary are ePulse. So, guys, if you want to check out ePulse website, they're actually running right now. ePulse is a platform very much like other tournament platforms where you can compete for tournaments and win some prize money. You don't have to actually put any money of your own. And if you actually want to check out, they're creating a Valorant website themselves, which will be operational in a couple months, they tell me. A little inside information here you get. So if you go to epulse.com/Valorant, you can actually sign up for this new project, and we will tell you as soon as this is ready, so you can come in, play for tournaments, and pretend to be a pro for a day. Yes, you might just win $10, but when you tell your mom, I won money playing video games, who is she to tell me that $10 is not enough?
Hell
right?
yeah, man. Hell yeah. Okay. Seriously. All right, but yeah.
My name is Mr. Ala Plus. I'm here with Yolo Lee, and here is also Player the J, who we got you earlier today in the panel. I missed you, so we had to close it out with you, of course.
Oh, of course. No. Yeah, and well, glad to be here once again. And yeah, I think we're having our very final match, of course, here, duking out between Vision Striker and Paper Rex. So now I think, you know, this is really deciding the fate of all of our Group B participants, as actually it's really going to be down to whether or not Paper Rex can take a map here or not. And it's looking like they are putting up quite the fight, I dare say, so far.
Yes. Quite the fight indeed, for sure. Like, I mean, let's be honest, the first 6 rounds that was literally being dominated by Paper Rex. I mean, of course, it wasn't like a one-sided domination, but Paper Rex gave such a performance, and I'm like, this team is going all the way. I'm really glad that I'm sort of rooting for them at the same time because I also did like call them out as well, saying that there might be a potential tie coming from this lineup. Of course, Vision Strikes has been dominating so far the entire day, but Paper Rex is not too far behind for sure.
No, I mean, we saw in the beginning, right, what, six whole rounds, I think, that they win, they get the momentum early. Of course, winning the pistol round, always really powerful, always a great way to start your games. And I think that might have given a bit of a confidence boost, right, because I would say that pistol round guarantees maybe the next 2 rounds.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be very influential, and I think, it's always been the case that we see the trend at the very least. The first 2 rounds are going to be going through, and even if you lose the 3rd round, chances are the way that the economics works out, you're still going to be able to get your full buy on that 4th round, and chances are if you did damage against the opposing team in the 3rd round, which they did manage to win, it's going to have a bit of a broken buy for them to continue that winning momentum.
And we even saw Vision Strikers, actually, I think it was one of the earlier matches of today, where they would, I think it was against Resurgence maybe, when they were beating them, they actually did not go for the full, they won the first 3-4 rounds, and they didn't go for the full buy whatsoever. They kept with that kind of pseudo half buy they did for the second round, and they still beat their operator users, right? It's just sometimes you get that, and then when that happens, it's impossible to come back from there. It's a really, really tough lead to beat, which is why Paper Rex managed to get the first 6 rounds. But what happened afterwards? How did Vision Strikers bring this back?
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, there's not going to be a point where, there's no return. There's only a maximum bank that you can have in the game. And, of course, through Vision Striker, just chipping away at them, it's not always going to be clean round wins coming out from Paper Rex. So, of course, that does mean that they can't get too far ahead as well. But, I think, just really coming back through performances, coming up from, say, Stacks, has really stepped up. And I think we've already commented on Vision Striker, having 5 individuals who all can have that ability to really step up when it matters the most. And I think that's what we managed to see here. And, really just turn the game on its head.
Yeah, and also at the same time, coming from Vision Strikes as well, each member, when it comes down to the gun usage as well, and it seems like every player can literally play that operator, because even though it's very common, we have seen throughout, even from yesterday's games as well, during the group stages, we saw Jet has always been pick up the operator. I mean, because it's like a standard combo, right? But today we see Zest taking the role as the Sova, and we both can agree we enjoyed that entirely. But but also for Paper Rex as well, like, sure, first 6 games, they were dominating. What happened after that was pretty much where Vision Strike started picking things off. They start realizing, they start learning, they started getting accustomed to how Paper Rex play style is like. And because the term seeing is believing, and once experiencing for that first six rounds, they're like, all right, they like to do this, they like to do that, they like to go for this kind of utility from this certain section or this certain timings. Let's play around it. That's pretty much when Vision Strikes starts hitting them where at their weakest.
Can we touch on that Sova thing?
Yeah,
because
sure.
we actually mentioned in the other panel, because it's not the first time they do it, right?
Yeah.
But last time, because they were dominating by so much, it's hard to tell, are they just cocky? Are they just playing as a gimmick, they're having fun? I mean, if you're 11 rounds up, it's picking operator on someone doesn't mean much. But here they actually do it as a way to come back into the game. How valuable do you think that is? The Sova as your operator user?
Well, I mean, of course, it does it's able to pair quite nicely, especially if we look at maps like Haven, where you can get the arrow to enable those wallbang opportunities, and I mean, we can see that pretty much every single team here, of course, would be bringing smokes of some degree, and we've seen some next level plays, Zest included earlier today, where he's able to get the arrow on the other sides of smoke cover and able to use the operator to good effect that way, So even though you do have maybe a more designated operator user, as every team pretty much has a Jet here, it's not surprising to see that Sova taking up the mantle when it's needed the most. I think especially if they're the ones who are feeling a little bit better. But there's the direct usage that you can use in those circumstances.
One thing I just to add to the Sova thing, please. 'cause I just love this topic. I was very fascinated by this, and I was looking into it. And the thing I enjoyed a lot is if you look at a lot of the other operators that can force people out of their hiding, right? Their utility that does this is either really close or relatively close range, or alternatively it takes quite a long time. So if you're swapping for the utility and you have to go and snipe them, not the easiest thing. But with Sova's bounces, you actually have a lot of time to prep up your position.
Yes.
And we saw this multiple times.
Yes, it takes, and the best part about it is that we can definitely tell from this several gameplay coming out from this Sova or Zest in this case, he has practiced many times to perfect it, and it's absolutely insane because in this case we like to call it trigonometry. His trigonometry plays with that wall bang is absolutely insane, and especially when he's picking up the operator. And the best part about it as well is not because of the pairing and the ability that he's allowed to use for the visioning with his recon bolt or anything, is the fact that it opens up a little bit of flexibility throughout the entire team plays. Because how many times have we seen players like the only time they ever pick up the operator, which when they are not playing the jet, is when the round ends. When they're like, all right, we need to bring this operator back for our teammate. We are not going to use it for ourselves because we're not comfortable, we're not confident. But coming from the members of Vision Strikes, they're like, if you're not going to use it, I'll just pick it up.
Yeah, exactly.
Because we're just like, we're not going to waste like such an expensive gun, just leave it on the ground. No way. There's no way. A gun that allows a player to actually just one tap a guy, whether it's the head or the body, it has always been such an amazing weapon.
That's why it's nerfed. But
yeah, exactly. I agree. Totally agree.
But this goes back to the point you made at the beginning, right? You were saying these guys, they can all play all positions. They have that variability. It's one of their strengths. Every person on that team can pick up that operator or even other weapons because they've all practiced to be variable and adaptable enough. And earlier we were talking about their weaknesses, and when you see these play styles, you go, do they even have any? Right? How do you beat this impenetrable fortress, Jay?
Yeah, well, I mean, when you look at this, you know, the teams really have to just try and see, you know, there could be difficulty in really trying to beat them at their own game, but sometimes, you know, it's really to take the less obvious route. And I think, you know, when we look at Vision Striker as a whole, you know, being this huge juggernaut, you know, as we've seen them so far in the games today, and they've looked really impressive in some of the games that they have played. You know, it's being able to show that tenacity to you know, stand up to them in a way that, you know, they're not going to be fully ready here for what they're prepared for. And that's why we saw Paper Rex able to take it to them in those first 6 rounds. It's because they played their aggressive game. We saw them running around the attacker spawn and be able to really get results that way as well.
Basically my opinion is pretty much the exact same thing what Jay was going to be saying, right? But what I just want to add on and just point about that, I wouldn't really say a really true weakness. I just would like to say is that
exploitable.
It's exploitable because they're very calculated. They're very patient about it. We have never seen them being super aggressive compared to the rest of the team. But at the same time, Vision Strikers we haven't seen Vision Striker hasn't met a team inside any of these group stages where they're so aggressive, so confident, like teams like G2, that will actually can take the fight and force Vision Strikers to be playing out of their comfort zones here. So PaperX for now, they play the role as an aggressive team, but apparently they need to be even more aggressive if they want to try to shake Vision Strikers' entire lineup.
So you're looking for the ultimate chaos.
Yes, the ultimate chaos.
There's a pattern in this chaos. Eliminate that pattern. Become true G2. Disconnect off Discord. Stop talking to each other. Yeah, I like this. I like this insanity that you're proposing. And that's why I'm going to ask you first, Leonard.
Yes.
Do you think Paper Rex can take this final map?
If they step up their game, if they're even more aggressive, and when I mean aggressive, I mean like literally out of the gates, like open the gates of hell, let hell all loose, literally, then I'm pretty sure they are going to be having the best fight of their life. Seriously.
So can they win it?
They can win it. If
they will take it. I heard will.
They will take it.
I like the conviction.
They will take it.
How about you, Jay?
I think the cat's out of the bag for me in terms of how they are trying to approach this, and that's reflected in the way that the rounds have been scored. After six wins in a row, yeah, it just went all the way downhill from there. And I think Vision Strikers, they're going to be well mentally prepared to you know, stop the floodgates, you know, when it comes to this second map. So while I really admire how Paper Rex is approaching the game, I still see it difficult for them to overcome Vision Strikers in this second map.
Okay, we have a believer We have a non-believer, but perhaps more realist, a true analyst here.
True enough.
So
Who would have thought?
we're gonna get to watch the final outcome of this match. For those of you that do not really understand what's going on, if Vision Strikers win this, I've already checked with our mathematicians. We have a whole team of calculating monkeys, and they've told us that Paper Rex, if they lose this, the head-to-head, they also lose against BBI. So this means that this is literally sink or swim, do or die. They gotta make this work. They gotta win this map. Let's see if their back against the wall is what they need. This pressure is what they need to perform out of their mind and beat one of the best teams in SEA. The next match you're going to watch is the last match of the day, Vision Strikers versus Paper Rex. Please take it away, casters.
Welcome to the EPOS Royal SEA Cup. On day 2, we're going to be looking at Group B and all of the teams in here. It's a nice mix of different countries in the Southeast Asia region, and with that comes a lot of background and certainly some really exciting teams. The first team I wanted to highlight is Blackbird Ignis. They come from Japan, and the Japanese region has actually got a lot of reputation for being really competitive and putting on some of the best events we've seen so far in Valorant. Blackbird have had some pretty strong results. They were 4th place at the recent Rage tournament, the biggest tournament that's really happened in this region, and they even came through to qualify to get to that tournament, but they haven't got further than a quarterfinal since then. AW Extreme Masters, which was last weekend, was certainly a big disappointment for them, and they're hoping to do a little bit better in this event. Resurgence is the second team of this region. They're from Singapore, and they've had a spattering of mixed results, but nowhere near first place titles that they're hoping for, even in some of the smaller tournaments of the Singapore region. Recently they lost to Tavs in the Rise of Legion tournament, and really there isn't too much to highlight for this team. When you look at some of the big hitters involved, Resurgence are going to be the ones struggling the most, but we have already seen some pretty surprising results in this tournament. Resurgence will be hoping to pull some of those off themselves. Vision Strikers, this is a team that doesn't really need too much of a recap. They're from South Korea, and they have won every tournament they have really been a part of. They recently won Clan Masters in the South Korea region, but also last weekend won the Africa TV Asia Showdown, beating the Japanese powerhouse Absolute Jupiter in the finals. This is a firm favourite to get out of group and also win the tournaments to nobody's surprise. But it's going to be great to see how this South Korean team play up against some of the other regions of Southeast Asia. And finally, our qualified team is Paper Rex. They're from Singapore, and they've played very little of the bigger tournaments, but have had a couple of first place wins in some of the smaller gigs around the continent. The biggest event that they played in was the CGA Pacific Open, where they came bottom of their group. They did get a win against Made in Thailand, and they're a team that actually qualified out of Group A yesterday, but they really need more consistent showings. The favourites certainly to get out of groups are going to be Blackbird and Vision Strikers, but we've already seen some teams fall apart and do surprisingly well in day 1, so let's see what day 2 and Group B holds.
Tired of being told to get good? Just click on their heads, not helping your KDA? Want to perfect your peaks? Check out AimLab. AimLab is a free FPS trainer that blends performance tracking and analytics with its artificial intelligence and machine learning to help improve your game. From now until the end of the tournament, tweet a screenshot, picture, or video of you doing today's hashtag AimLab challenge at ePulse Gaming for a chance of winning up to one of 3 daily prizes of 4,000 Valorant points. Today's challenge is the Spider Shot Ultimate. Time to put those flicks to the test. Make sure your aim is true as you get a penalty for each orb missed. Be sure to tune in until the end of the broadcast when we announce our 3 daily winners, and remember to enter by tweeting at ePulse Gaming using the hashtag AimLab Challenge. Train your tracking, fasten your flicks, practice your precision, all with AimLab. Download the beta for free now at aimlab.gg.
It's do or die time here, folks. PRX against the ropes. They need to at least get a tie here or make it real close if they want to move on here into the playoffs. You can strike, and with me here is the Hound. We're going to be bringing you our final map of the day here. We are going to be now on Bind. On attack is PRX. What are you looking forward to here, Bind? Hound?
I'm looking for a more aggressive PRX. I would like to see the same level of scrappiness that we saw in Haven, but with the fact that Haven was very interesting indeed and very revealing for the first 6 rounds, at least for the side
Definitely.
of VS. I'm wondering whether or not that VS has already made the adjustments and whether or not the adjustments that PRX have made will be enough to counter the efficiency as well as the aggression that comes in from Vision Strikers in this final round.
You bring up a really great point about those first 6 rounds. A little bit scrappy, a little bit just, street fight, right? I think that's what they really need to be bringing here. Now, Haven is a map that's kind of unique that really allows you to play a little bit more scrappy, a little bit more fast and loose because there's 3 sites, because it's really easy for attackers to just move around. Bind, it's going to be a little bit more difficult here. Once that utility is dropped, the majority of it anyway, you're kind of going to have to commit to a site here as we are now loading on in. Taking a look, anything too surprising? Is it another mirror matchup? It appears to be another mirror matchup here. Jet, Brimstones, Cyphers, Sovas, and the last one is going to be that Breach. So no surprises there. Both teams playing quite meta here, and we'll see how they set up as we will have Vision Strikers again starting on the defense.
Well, let's take a look at how this pistol round is going to transpire. Now, what are some of the biggest issues that are facing members of VS on defense here?
The biggest problems, I think, are going to be trying to establish that make it the B short control, as well as making sure that no one is confident in pushing through A short, right? You have 2 excellent people you can put there for the Vision Strikers, being Zest and JB, right? So I wouldn't be too surprised. You can already see Zest actually playing quite aggressively now. Will drop down from window to make sure no one's lurking through arches. Instead, he probably should have stayed a bit longer, as Retla just clearing utility here. So I would expect to see that after the pistol round, but PRX, they're going to be playing very slow and patient here. Maybe trying to fake him out, dropping some utility in the window, and instead making a push through showers.
All right, so showers could be where all of the fight is going to be transpiring here, but 3 members already down and holding on towards A.
Wow, what a read by Stax, though. That'll slow him down for sure.
Very nicely done there from Stax. Going to go for the flashes here and some of the smokes coming into U-Haul. So we do see that members of PRX right now are going to go for the plant, but Zest will be able to take up Pandemonia for first blood, looking towards getting some of these shots off. We do see RB right now going to drop some of those smokes. Very nicely done to dash and tailwind into it. Goes for the glow slate shot, but Egoist will be able to take down 2 with some good well-aimed shot, but oh my goodness, Zest misses it out, and it's going to be a Retla that is left alongside his teammate here. Ooh, Retla.
Good stuff. I think this is exactly what we need to see. I think PRX played that extremely well. We saw RB with the shorty actually try and push those hiding behind the truck in A short, but they noticed, they saw he has the strength up close. Let's go ahead and stand way back. They set up the crossfire as well later on in the round to be able to pick off the kill onto Zest, and they secure the round. Great stuff there, as PRX will take our opening round.
Well, let's take a look at whether or not PRX will be able to make or break members of VS, will be able to break members of VS here, as they are going to be coming into B short. No one going to be going into teleporter here. Pandemonia has been taken out from Glow with some shots inside the smoke. Very unfortunate for the side of Glow, as we do see another casualty for the side of VS in the form of King. And nicely done for the side of Brandon.
A Vandal already with now armor. That's a bit of a glass cannon build here. Against just pistols, though, they're feeling quite confident as RB. Oh, there we go. Now that's looking pretty good. Can he pick up another SMG? It could help him turn this one around, as that is now the lurker put down. And finally, that ultimate orb secured, which they actually lost a member for earlier round. Very, very risky play, to be quite honest. You know you're going to be up against SMGs. You have no armor. You can't really move when you're being hit here, as we have another lurker here, Hound.
All right, Retla here with 100 HP. Oh my goodness.
Peeked the wrong way.
RB, very sneaky indeed, and it seems that Retla was peeking on the wrong side, but RB gets taken down indeed here by Brendan. It's going to be a 2v1 here, with the VS having one member left standing in the form of Sova, but with very little HP left.
Yeah, he's basically one shot with any of these SMGs, so he's in a real bad spot. Up against a Vandal, as he will be forced back, and very nice shot indeed out from Egoist, who switches over to the Ghost for that accuracy, picking up the second round. Nice stuff there, but now the real test, Hound, is how will they fare against the full buy coming out from VS, because they didn't really go for anything too expensive that round, and now we see the Vandals and armor coming through.
All right, so let's take a look at how some of these teams are going to be working with one another, and in terms of how they are going to be, how they are looking to close out this lead here, because PRX is maintaining both of these teams are going to be able to be fully kitted out. Some of them may not have the full armor comparatively, some of them only having light armor, so that could be a very interesting determining factor. Oh, it's got to be careful though. There goes one, but no, RB will be the one that takes out Egoist. Very good first blood here for the side of VS, and it seems that the tables have turned and the fortunes may be in favor of the bold for the side of PRX. But wow. Seems that JD
That's the spike down too, Hound. Oh, that's not what you need.
Oh boy, that was just bad coming in from the side of PRX. The tables have turned, and fortune smiles upon the members of VS with a flawless round. I don't think we will be seeing a 0-6 round here, as we do see